The sun was blinding after so many days of traveling exclusively through the night, and then followed up by several days in a dugout tunnel. It had only been mid-morning when Ryevin and his two platoons emerged to finish their last jaunt to the suspected teleporter. Ryevin crawled forward on his belly, alone. He had instructed the two platoons to form up and hide just out of sight, and he would go do the inspection himself. His stealth skills weren't anything amazing, but those coupled with his spells allowed him to seamlessly blend into the desert landscape. He wasn't taking any chances, though, and so he slowly crawled into position. He could clearly sense and hear the activity in the base in the distance, but he didn't raise his head just in case someone with a powerful mana sight skill could detect anything from his slow movements. The base that he was approaching was actually on completely flat land, and there were no raised or lowered elevations to take advantage of for either attacking or defending. It's like a mini version of the Snakeman Den, Ryevin thought. It makes sense to choose such a neutral ground for a staging area, if that's what it is. Someone looking for it on the map would subconsciously disregard it for several reasons. Not only is it far away and not part of the circle being formed around the desolate sands, but it has absolutely no strategic value at all. It took Ryevin 2 hours to crawl along the dusty ground, concealing himself with as minimal mana usage as possible. He could have wrapped his mana in the veridical affinity, which would have shielded it from anyone who didn't also have the affinity unlocked, but it would have cost magnitudes more mana to maintain, and he didn't think the added speed would cover the expenditure. He didn't know how much mana he was going to need to accomplish his goal, and he would definitely need to use it at that time to avoid being spotted. Ryevin finally made it to his destination, just outside the makeshift palisade. He needed to be able to see farther at this point, so he calmed himself down and added the veridical affinity to the mix. He went from a low crawl to a squat, and he began moving along the edge of the palisade, looking for the target. The walls weren't perfectly made, and one shouldn't expect them to be if it wasn't going to be a permanent base. Everything about the camp exclaimed temporary launch point. These people were here to accomplish a specific goal, and then they would leave. There was no telling what that goal was, how many people would be harmed, or what the lasting negative effects would be. Ryevin had to err on the side of caution, though, because everything he had seen about them indicated they cared nothing for human lives. He made his way a quarter of the way around the camp when he finally spotted something suspicious through the gaps in the wooden poles making up the palisade. A large metallic structure, forming a V-shape, could be seen in the distance. There were some permanent, heavily armored guards keeping watch over the area, the likes that Ryevin and his men had not run into before. If I had to guess, those guys would have threes under their helmets. Ryevin needed to get a better view of the structure, so he silently climbed over the wall, careful to not rustle anything in his passing. There were guard towers and patrols on the outside, but they weren't anything special, and there wasn't much activity inside the palisade that he could see. It appeared that most of the enemy soldiers were resting. After descending to the ground inside the wooden wall, Ryevin finally got a good look at the metallic object. With his high perception, he was able to see intricate carvings all along the entirety of the large metal poles sticking out of the ground. His rune skill notified him that they were a powerful mana conductor. He switched his mana sight skill on, and the world became a jumbled mess of colors. The dominant color surrounding the structure was a purple-black. It oozed around the metal poles, but at the same time there were pockets that remained stationary, stretched between the poles up until about the halfway point. To Ryevin's perception, it seemed like there was lightning coursing through the strands, but it wasn't a bright white. It was a deep black, almost like the inverse. My instincts and skills are telling me that that's concentrated space and void mana, Ryevin thought. It makes sense if they have to travel such a long distance. It would require less power, though still an incredible amount, to breach the void and make a connection that way if the distances are incredibly far apart. Brief memories of taking flights in a giant metal tube up and around on a globe to save on time and distance flashed through Ryevin's mind. I have no idea what tier this spellcraft is, but it's time to see what my deconstruct skill can do. Ryevin reached out with his will, wrapping his mana in veridical to mask it from any spying mage's mana sight, and he connected to the structure through his skill. Information poured into his mind. Esoteric calculations and complicated mana theories threatened to overwhelm his mind, but he bore his will down on sifting through all of that to focus only on the mana weaves and knots. There were thousands of patterns interconnecting to each other to create even larger patterns, coalescing into one powerful image that contained the intent of the spellcraft. Ryevin ignored the masterful work, and he focused only on the runic weaving. The knots employed were far more complicated than anything he had been introduced to in the Tier 1 Magic Academy, but he hoped that it would only be a matter of time before he could make some inroads on them. If he could unravel the knots and snip the weaves, it didn't matter how intricate the patterns were, or how mind-consuming the information was, the entire thing would unravel. He would have to destroy the physical representation of the poles as well, or they could just power it back up with enough time and energy. Something told Rievin that he didn't have the power to do that until after he destroyed the runic spellcraft, though. Rievin didn't have any time to waste, and he began to run his mana through the weaves and knots like a needle, forcing it into the tiniest of gaps that he could find. He spent what felt like hours loosening the knots, one at a time. He didn't know what would happen if he destroyed a knot and wasn't ready to move on yet. He could alert a powerful space mage, if they were still around, or even just anyone if he acted rashly. He chose to lay the foundations for the total destruction before he began, though. He used his mana like a scalpel, and he left nicks and cuts in the weaves between the knots. It was grueling work, and it wasn't just the heat of the sun beating down on him that caused him to sweat profusely. Without actually destroying things, though it seemed like his deconstruct skill wasn't actually drawing on his mana too intensely. The greatest expenditure came from masking it with the veridical mana. His mana pool was steadily declining, though, and he had to make sure he hit the sweet spot between doing enough prep work to get the job done, and not using too much to spend all of his mana and leaving himself vulnerable. Rievin didn't waste his concentration checking the time in his system, so he didn't know the exact amount of time that had passed, but eventually, he felt like he had laid enough groundwork. His mana pool had reached over 7,000 after reaching level 23, but he still blew through 4,000 points before he was satisfied. It was a long, deliberate expenditure, though, so he wasn't going to be in danger of a backlash unless he used the last 3,000 all at once. Something pulled at Rievin's awareness as he resumed threading his needle through the knots. He didn't just wriggle his mana through this time, though. Instead, he left a long tether like he was actually sewing string. He wrapped his line around where he had left the nicks and cuts, too. He tried to ignore what was pulling at his awareness, but it finally interrupted him enough to notice what it was. The strands of void and space mana that had been connecting the two poles in the V structure had initially only reached about the midpoint, but now there were strands connecting all the way to the top, and the ones that had existed before had been filled in, leaving a large, gaping hole in Rievin's mana sight vision. Tremendous power coursed through the entire structure, and Rievin could see a figure slowly materialize in the void, drawing closer to stepping through to this side of the teleporter. The figure was slightly taller than average, and it was covered in shining mail from head to toe. There was a large, pink plume coming out of the top of the person's helmet. A sense of dread filled Rievin at the sight of the approaching figure, and he poured his mana into his intricate deconstruct spell threads. He felt resistance, but he kept pushing with his mana and will, and eventually the spots he was concentrating on flexed and tore through hundreds of knots and weaves all at once. Rievin felt lightheaded, but a sense of relief flooded him at his success. It wasn't over, though. Rievin could still see the void, and the figure took a step forward to try and breach into the location. It seemed like they hit a glass wall, though, and they bounced back into place. The person looked around with what Rievin thought was confusion before Rievin felt a large amount of mana burst from the individual. The glass wall holding the person back shattered, a surreal vision to Rievin. It was like the very air itself broke. The figure stepped through the portal. Rievin's danger sense began screaming at him, but he hadn't finished his mission. The energies contained in the teleporter, as well as the power that was used in the transfer, began to run wild. Rievin scooped up the rampant mana with his will, and he directed it back at the structure. The metal poles crumpled like tin, and parts were even severed. The entire structure collapsed in a heap of billowing dust and mana. The figure with the pink plume's head snapped in Rievin's direction, and a finger pointed in his direction. The heavily armored guards turned and immediately drew weapons and sprinted at Rievin. Rievin hastily constructed a layered mana shield in front of himself. He angled it so it wouldn't take a blow head-on, but would instead deflect it, out of instinct. His instincts and danger sense had been right, as a red beam of mana materialized from the finger of the armored figure and moved at the speed of light to connect with Rievin's shield. It was deflected away, but the amount of power blasted Rievin backward through the wall of the palisade. The wood splintered and chipped as it disintegrated from the force of Rievin crashing through it, and he tumbled along the ground for tens of yards before coming to a stop. Rievin's entire body screamed in pain, and he hastily checked his vitals. Health, 4,488, 6,360, 6,670. That one deflected blast had taken over 2,000 points of health off of Rievin. He was wearing his heavy, magic armor that granted him an additional 310 points. He had camouflaged it just like his men, so it didn't appear to be of ornate workmanship. Rievin didn't know how much damage he had taken from getting thrown through the wall and launched across the ground, but he guessed it hadn't been more than several tens of points total. He scrambled to his feet and took one last glance at the figure and springing soldiers. The newly arrived soldiers seemed to want to launch another attack, but they swayed from side to side, nearly collapsing to the ground. The person bent over, and even from this distance, Rievin could see copious amounts of blood pouring from the mouth area of the protective face mask in the helmet. The person collapsed to one knee, holding themselves up with their arm, as several soldiers and attendants rushed to their aid. Reevan had time to throw a sense threat skill at the armored person. The danger level fatal. Reevan didn't wait any longer, and he turned and scrambled in a half-sprint, half-jog toward his waiting platoons. There was no need for secrecy any longer, so he launched a flare spell into the air to notify them to be ready to move. There was a large distance, several miles, between Reevan and where he had left his soldiers behind some gently sloping hills. Even though Reevan was running at a much slower pace than his stats would allow as he struggled with the pain, he was still keeping ahead of the chasing armored soldiers. He hadn't used his sense threat skill on them, so he didn't know their approximate strength. He only assumed they were much stronger and smarter fighters than the rabble they had fought against so far. Reevan not only kept ahead of his pursuers, but as he was able to increase his speed as the pain faded, he pulled ahead of them further and further. Reevan hadn't run in an all-out sprint for a long distance in a long time, so he didn't know how much ground he could cover or how fast, but he realized it had become a lot since his stats had exploded. It took him less than 10 minutes to sprint across the 3 miles of open terrain that had taken him a couple of hours to crawl across. He didn't bother going around the gentle slopes of the small hills, and he ran straight to where his waiting platoons were. The pursuers were now several hundred yards behind him, but they hadn't given up. Reevan ran over the hill, and he immediately spotted his troops formed up in a defensive formation. He could see visible signs of relief on the faces of the soldiers as he charged down the hill to them. "Move the platoons forward a little bit," Reevan commanded the officers. "I have some pursuers about a minute behind me. If we get close enough to the slope, they won't have time to stop before running headlong into our formation." "Yes, sir," Jekyll and Larry saluted. The two men ordered the platoons to jog forward a bit, and they settled down to wait for the enemy to come charging over the hill. They only had to wait about 20 seconds after getting into place. 30 armored soldiers crested the hill, and Reevan could see the surprise in their eyes at the sight of the waiting pikes leveled at them. Reevan had been right, and they didn't have enough time to arrest their forward momentum on the downslope. These soldiers were much better than any they had fought before, but 30 against nearly 100 wouldn't be enough. Also, just because they were much better than the unarmed enemies with the ones on their heads didn't mean they were superior to Reevan's own troops. Larry's didn't even have to be told, and he ordered his platoon to advance and flank the pursuers that had run up on first platoon. Couldn't help but engage the soldiers, and they didn't have time to regain the initiative to disengage before they were enveloped. They lasted longer than the normal platoons of enemy soldiers, but only by about half a minute. They were summarily put down. Out of curiosity, Reevan approached one and flipped his helmet off. His suspicions were confirmed, and a large 3 was branded right in the middle of the dead man's forehead. "No time to bury them," Reevan shouted. "Turn and rush back to the plateau." Most of the soldiers still in the camp were resting, but there was a new arrival that I'm sure will be able to rouse them and use them efficiently. "Move, move, move." Jekyll and Larry's got their platoons formed up, and they ran them back where they had come. They had been cautious in advancing to their position earlier in the day, so it had taken them a couple of hours to march from the plateau to where they had been waiting. Running back at speed took them only half an hour, less than a quarter of the initial timing. Reevan didn't say anything about his mission while they ran. He focused on his breathing and keeping his stamina expenditure steady, and he didn't want anyone else to waste more than they had to with talking while running either. Reevan's danger sense began to pulse as they finally approached the plateau, and he could feel the relief in the soldiers as they neared the tunnel they had dug. Reevan frowned and gathered mana into either of his hands, keeping his head on a swivel for an impending ambush. Something reflected the sun from atop the plateau, and Reevan looked up as the soldiers ran to the cliff. His perception zeroed in on where the light had come from, and his heart sank as he made out the shapes of hundreds of enemy soldiers hunkered down on top of the cliff. Without hesitation, Reevan launched the spells he had been accumulating up at the top of the cliff. A powerful plasma beam extended from his right hand, and he swept it across the length of the cliff that he could reach. His other spell was a combination of fire and wind, and a huge ball that cost 500 mana shot up and exploded over the heads of the enemies on the high ground. Fire whips and wind blades lacerated those outside of the blast zone. "Enemies on the cliff," Reevan shouted. "Just sprint to the cave. Don't stop." Reevan didn't use any subtlety, and he simply blasted the doors open. The enemy hadn't expected to be spotted, and they hadn't expected the platoons to charge into the cliff face. They had been prepared to stop them from scaling the wall, but Reevan's soldiers simply disappeared into the earth beneath them. "Keep going. Run, run, run." The soldiers lit some torches as they ran. Reevan didn't waste his mana on assisting them, and he didn't need to. The platoons sprinted through the tunnel in good order. They had smoothed the shaft of the tunnel out meticulously, and nobody tripped or fell. The plateau was only several miles wide, and they began to emerge into the open air on the other side in no time. Reevan was positioned between the two platoons, but he stopped after exiting the tunnel, stepping to the side to encourage the men to keep going. His danger sense once more pinged, and he looked up to see a barrage of bolt spells come flying down to the exposed men of his platoons. Reevan acted on instinct and wrestled control of the spells away from the mages that had cast them, and he turned them back on their casters. Explosions rang out from up above, and shrapnel of loose rocks and gravel rained down on their heads. Almost all of the soldiers had exited the tunnel when Reevan's danger sense went haywire. He looked up and saw a boulder crashing down right into where his men were exiting the tunnel. Time seemed to slow down for Reevan. He sprinted forward while creating lassos of air. He threw them into the tunnel and wrapped the remaining men up with them, and using his tremendous strength fueled by adrenaline, he simply yanked them out. He wasn't able to move all of them out of the impact zone though, and he unstrapped his shield and braced himself on the ground. He tried to reinforce himself with his mana, but it wasn't enough against the giant rock. It smashed into him, and he held it at bay with his shield for one whole second. His legs were driven a couple of inches into the ground, and all the bones in his body creaked in distress. It was enough though, and the last of his troops used the moment from the air lasso to dive out of danger. The giant boulder's weight and momentum proved too much, and with the assistance of the mages on top continuing to drive it down, it smashed down on top of Reevan, crushing him to the ground. He screamed in agony as his bones shattered, and he felt like his body was on fire. The weight of the boulder only held him down for a fraction of a second though, as several soldiers who had seen what was going on but were too far away to get there on time, slammed into the boulder, shoving it off of Reevan. The light returned to Reevan, and he mastered his pain, shutting his mouth and gritting his teeth. Arms scooped under his arms and lifted him. He hissed in pain at the jarring movement, but he didn't complain or tell them to stop. The soldiers dragged him with them, and Reevan got a good look at the top of the cliff as they escaped. There, on the top of the plateau, surrounded by armored soldiers, was the new arrival with the pink plume. His hand was outstretched in their direction, and there was no mistaking who had been responsible for that last boulder attack. How did the ways it? Reevan's thoughts were a jumble, and his vision was getting darker along the edges as he was finally picked up and carried on someone's shoulder. "Keep going," Reevan gasped out to whoever it was. "Don't stop." Darkness descended. Ariella watched as that confounded man was dragged away from the empowered boulder she had dropped on his head. She was stunned to see that he had survived the crushing blow, and her body was momentarily frozen in place with her arm outstretched. She lowered her hand and whipped her head around to the nervous man standing behind her and to the side of her. What the hell was that about? She yelled, hands on her hips. Her armor mostly hid her figure, but if anyone looked close enough, there was no denying that she was feminine. She subconsciously stood with her hips slightly tilted as she stared at one of her subordinates. Who are those people, and why are they interfering? Locals, the man Colonel Irio ventured. Locals, Ariella leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. You're telling me that a local not only deflected my death beam, but that he also destroyed my Tier 6 teleportation array from a distance? Yes, Colonel Irio tapped his two index fingers together as sweat dripped down his brow. Ridiculous. Standing with one hand still on her hip, Ariella raised her right hand up to the ponytail sticking up out of the top of her helmet and flipped it dramatically. She turned and stalked off back towards her base. "Fix it," she commanded over her shoulder. "These idiots had better not delay my goal," Ariella fumed. "I deployed the entire 1st Division so that they would have enough manpower to get the job done quickly and efficiently, and they've apparently gotten themselves into a war. I need to get the reports to see what the hell is going on." That man, Ariella paused in her stride, turning her head as she thought about the obvious commander of those locals. I wonder who he is. I could sense that he wasn't old. Even in the capital, there aren't many around my age who could block my death beam and be able to sprint for miles afterward. Interesting. Reevan felt like he was tossing and turning. He couldn't get any restful sleep at all, as his world was constantly rocking up and down. It was incredibly annoying. Not only that, but it felt like there was a hard stone digging into his ribs. He couldn't adjust himself at all. Maybe he was tangled up in his covers, because every time he tried to shift, he was forced back into the uncomfortable position by something. Reevan's eyes opened, and his mind couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. He felt like he was on an ocean of sand, rocking to the waves. There were other people all around, but the world was sideways. Reevan was only able to try and make sense of what was going on around him for a moment, though, as he was unable to keep his eyes open, and the darkness returned. The darkness was all-consuming. He was still vaguely aware of the movements keeping him from fully descending into unconsciousness, but the world was black. Despite there being no sight, Reevan's mind was still dizzy, and he felt like the world was constantly tilting to one side, but it never quite completed the shift. Eventually, a constellation of stars appeared in the distance. Reevan felt a connection to the bright lights, and he wanted to connect to them. At first, they seemed to be impossibly far away, but they drew closer and closer. They weren't coming straight to him, though. It was like they were slowly descending to land somewhere off on the horizon in the distance. Ryevin wanted to get closer to the evenly spaced lights, and he struggled to pull his consciousness to the surface. He needed to gain control of something in order to make them come closer to himself. He could feel the restraints preventing him from shifting his position tighten around him as he wiggled about to try and change the direction of his own motion. His mind clawed its way out of the darkness for a moment. The same strange scene of a sideways world with men and some women running down it came into view. Familiar, Ryevin whispered. Was that? A voice came from beside the annoying lump in his ribs. Falling stars. Over there. Familiar. Ryevin struggled harder and harder until he felt a shift in the direction the sideways world was moving. They moved to start moving in a closer direction to the familiar lights in the distance. Ryevin didn't know why relief flooded him, but it allowed his mind to once more sink down into the darkness. In the bouncing world, the bright lights began to descend toward him again, but they were on a collision course. The string of lights continued off into the distance farther than Ryevin could perceive, but more came into his perception as they got closer and closer. After what felt like an eternity, they drew abreast of the first light. Ryevin's mind extended out and connected to the light. It burst into a shower of colorful lights as his will made contact with it. There was a change in the world of darkness. It didn't seem to be quite as dark as it had been before, yet it was still pitch black. Ryevin couldn't make sense of what the difference was, but there was a marginal change somehow. It wasn't the connection to the light itself that made the change, Ryevin's instincts told him, but it did have an effect. He continued to bounce toward the next light, and a similar scene happened. His will reached out and connected to the light, and it burst into a little supernova of power. The darkness once more seemed to shift, and now there were thousands of faint lines perceivable all around. They made absolutely no sense to Ryevin's tired mind. They weren't stationary, and they moved about, yet most were stationary relative to each other. The lights continued to descend, and Ryevin continued to burst them with his will. The lines grew more and more distinct until he eventually could make sense of what they were. The scene of him and many people running through a sideways world were replicated in the lines. They were only outlines in the darkness, though. There was no substance to the world, just the outlines of the people and the ground. It grew more and more distinct as they ran. Their path deviated slightly from the line of stars, but they were still close enough that Ryevin could connect with them. As the outline world grew more and more distinct, he was able to reach out farther and farther to the lights, so he wasn't too concerned, though. A sharp, incongruous disturbance entered the Ulan world. Instead of a flat plane for the ground, there appeared several distinct specks spread about on the ground. Ryevin didn't know what they were, but something was pulling at his awareness that they were a danger. There was a swirling mass of mana connecting the fragments together, and Ryevin reached out to connect to it with his will. He needed to do something to alleviate the danger they represented. His will made contact with the mana, and a new awareness slammed into his mind. Ryevin was filled with thoughts of bloodthirst and hatred. The other awareness didn't scream out in outrage at him, and the fragments strewn about the ground began to come together, the will of the other. Thing tried to batter Ryevin's mind with brute force as it screamed at him, but Ryevin redoubled his efforts to grab a hold of the mana. He mentally slapped the will of the thing to the side and grabbed a firm grip of the mana. He didn't really know what to do with it now, though. He hesitated with indecision as the outlines of the running people drew closer to the fragments that were beginning to come together in a larger and larger shape. Without having many options, Ryevin simply yanked back against the mana that he had grabbed with his will. A large ball of violent mana extended out from the central mass of the mana, holding the fragments together. There was still a connection from the mana. Ryevin had ceased connecting it to the central mass. The other awareness added panic and terror to the emotions that were slamming into Ryevin, but Ryevin didn't let up. There was resistance as the seized mana reached a tipping point, and Ryevin bore down with his will, pulling as hard as he could until the connection snapped. The seized mana, no longer connected to the central mass, became free and flew toward Ryevin. The other awareness snapped out of existence from Ryevin's perception, though he knew that it still existed with the other mass. Ryevin had seized over half of the total mana holding the fragments together, and, as a result of gaining control of the mana, over half of the fragments disintegrated into nothingness. The mana that Ryevin seized crashed into his mind, and he felt a soothing sensation envelope his mind. It was like he had dunked his head in a cool pool of water after a tough training session. Pain exploded in his awareness. He hadn't been aware of how much pain he had been in until the soothing sensation had entered his mind. His mind stopped the eternal tilting, but there was still excess mana floating about in his mind. His body was in excruciating pain, and without knowing what he was doing, Ryevin grabbed the mana and shifted it toward the places that were screaming the most. The cooling, relieving sensation abated the pain he was in, and it was no longer all-consuming. The mana rapidly depleted, though, and he wasn't able to eliminate the pain completely. Ryevin tried to reach out and seize more mana, but now that the fragments had fully formed together, there was a barrier preventing him from digging his will into the foreign mana. The outlines consisting of the world grew magnitudes more clear after absorbing the mana. The running people finally made contact with the fragments that had formed up. The fragments hadn't been able to fully come together because of Rievin's intervention, though, and the outlines of the people descended on it. Rievin couldn't make sense of what happened, but the lines of the people surrounded the fragments and continuously made contact with it until the mana disappeared, and the rest of the fragments also disintegrated into dust. The conflict only lasted a short moment, and the running people hardly slowed down. More and more fragments were in the way of the running people, and Rievin continued to steal mana away from them to soothe his own body. He was still in immense pain, but it was manageable by the time they passed into a zone where there were no more interactions. Rievin had been so focused on yanking the mana away from the danger, he had lost focus of the stars. Rievin frantically searched with his awareness, and he eventually found the line again. It was now far off into the distance, the running people having deviated from the line from their fights with the fragments. Rievin was about to wiggle about once more to shift and make the person carrying him aware of needing to change course. He had eventually been able to recognize that the hard rock in his ribs was the shoulder of a man carrying him as he gained more faculties from stealing the mana. There was no substance to the outline world around him, and some of the outlines were filled in with more detail. Rievin could perceive the world around him in a bubble that extended about 20 feet, but everything beyond that point was still just darkness. The only exception was the stars in the distance. Before he could shift about to get the man's attention, though, the ground exploded up in a shower of dirt and dust. About 60 to 70 forms jumped out of the ground in front of the familiar outlines and charged at them. These new outlines were roughly similar in shape to the familiar ones of the running people, but they were elongated and obviously not human. Lines representing weapons and shields clashed as the group of running people quickly formed into an organized rectangle to ward off the attack. The man carrying Rievin stood behind the formation, and Rievin could perceive him directing the others. Another explosion of dirt happened right next to Rievin and the man holding him, and Rievin could feel another new change. He felt his left hand wrap around something hard and smooth, and it yanked upward, blocking a sneak attack from the sudden appearance of another humanoid. Rievin had no control over his body, but as the frantic attacks were launched at the man holding him, his body moved on its own, blocking all of the strikes. He didn't counterattack, and he couldn't muster the will to do anything with his body on his own. After a brief exchange, where Rievin automatically blocked 7 swift strikes in less than a second, the man carrying him finally retaliated. The new assailant panicked as he was unable to get beyond Rievin's parrying, and the man took advantage of it to press it to the breaking point. The reptilian humanoid tried to disengage with the man, but the outline of the man's sword slashed through its neck, severing its head. The fight continued for another couple of minutes before several of the sneak attackers managed to get away and flee into the distance. Rievin's left hand still held the hilt of his sword in a death grip, but he was unable to do anything about it. Rievin needed to tell the man carrying him that they had deviated from the path they had been traveling, but he was having a hard time pulling himself to the surface of the darkness once again. In desperation, he grabbed a hold of his own mana that was swirling about within himself, and using the same technique he had used with the rogue mana, he pinched pieces off and began infusing it into his mind and other aching parts of his body. With the relief from the pain, he was finally able to open his eyes. The line, Rievin muttered, pointing toward where the beacons were buried. That was all he was able to do, though, before he began dry heaving from the headache and disorienting vision. The outline of the world didn't dissipate once he opened his eyes. He had full vision, powered by his high perception stat, but he still had a 360-degree view of the surroundings within 20 feet. His mind wasn't built to handle the clashing perceptions, and a splitting headache made it feel like his head was going to burst apart. He squeezed his eyes shut tight, cutting off one aspect of his perception, but the bubble outline still remained. It violently tilted once again as a severe dizzy spell hit Rievin. That way, Rievin threw his hand up, indicating the direction of the beacons. "We're off course." "Yes, sir," Rievin heard the reply. He wasn't able to focus on anything else, though as another wave of dizziness hit him, his headache intensifying even more. Somehow, the bubble awareness included sounds, and it clashed with the words he heard from his ears. He desperately tried to dismiss his own hearing. The sense of sounds he got from his bubble awareness was incredibly detailed and intricate. He could tell the exact position each and every sound came from, and he had perfect clarity of what the noises were. It was information overload, and Rievin's mind once again tried to descend into darkness, but he knew that it wouldn't help. Even when he had been fully unconscious, this new bubble of awareness had been present. He rallied his will and forced himself to stay awake. He focused his mind, and he cut his physical sensation of sound off with a mental flip. He didn't know how he did it, but he didn't care. The amount of information provided by his new awareness, though, was still exponentially more than he had ever had to parse through. The only thing he could do was hang on for the ride as he tried to adapt. He was vaguely aware of the shifting direction toward the beacons, but Rievin had pulled his mind into himself, trying desperately to not go mad from the overload in his brain. The soldiers continued to run, and Rievin had a sense of relief in the back of his mind as he noticed them get back on track, running along the line of beacons he had previously buried. Rievin once more entered a world of partial awareness, but this time it was due to his own sense of survival. He wasn't unconscious, but he deliberately shut out as much of the world as he could. Slowly Rievin allowed minute amounts of information to pierce into his direct consciousness as he adapted to the new sensations. There were no more ambushes from the snakemen, and the dust devils hadn't had time to repopulate the narrow line they had cleared out nearly a week ago. The original plan had been for Rievin to once more erase any signs of their passing, so that any pursuers wouldn't know where to go to follow them across the flat lands. Rievin would also destroy the beacons as they passed by, just in case they had someone who could sense them. Luckily, in Rievin's fugue state, he had accidentally been able to carry out one portion of their plan. He had been unable to erase their tracks, though, so the enemy would at least be able to have a rough estimate of where they were headed. At least the land where the snakemen and dust devils dwelled was hard-packed dirt. They wouldn't leave any lasting, permanent signs of their passage, and the wind would help mask what tracks they did leave. Rievin didn't know how far away the pursuers were, but if they had at least a couple of hours head start, they should probably be fine. The enemy would cross into the snakemen den, and they would get tied up in fighting the dust devils and snakemen. That would give Rievin's 2 platoons enough time to get away and hide. Hours passed as Rievin fought to maintain his sanity, and his outline world all of a sudden snapped into perfect clarity. It was like he was fully awake, but with a perfect 360-degree vision and perfect perception of everything going on around him within 20 feet. The headache disappeared as it had never been, and his mind was finally able to accept the information being fed to it. He opened his eyes once more, but he immediately became dizzy with the clashing views. He snapped his eyes shut once more, and the dizzy spell dispersed after a moment. At least the headache didn't come back, Rievin thought as he fought the roiling in his stomach from the dizziness. He had only had his eyes open for a split second, but the conflicting view had been confusing. Everything in his 20-foot bubble was perfectly clear, but the view he had seen beyond his bubble had been muted with shades of gray and black. I think we're good to stop for a bit," Rievin said with a groan. He had cotton mouth and it was hard to get the words out. "Put me down and let's take a break." "Yes, sir," Jekyll replied. He called for Paul and Lares to halt the platoons, and then he moved about in a circle, hesitating to put Rievin down. "What are you doing?" "Just put me down," Rievin said. "Yes, sir. I can't see where to put you down, though. It's a new moon, and the stars aren't enough to illuminate everything. I'm afraid I'll put you down in an awkward position." "Wait, is it nighttime?" Rievin asked. "Yes, sir. That would explain the contrasting views. It seems like my new perception isn't influenced by the light or lack thereof." "It's fine. Just bend your knees and I'll hop off," Rievin said. Jekyll continued to hesitate. "I'm not sure that's a good idea. Your body is pretty broken right now." "It's all right. I'm already a lot better. Just put me down." "Yes, sir." Jekyll finally bent his knees and Rievin shimmied himself off of his subordinate's shoulder. His legs made contact with the ground, and upon putting his weight on them, searing pain shot up his legs and he crumpled to the ground. Jekyll reached out like he was going to catch him, but Rievin steadied himself, gritting his teeth. He instinctively used his new trick with this mana, running it through the painful areas, and it lessened considerably. He sighed with relief after a moment and sat up in a cross-legged position. "Did we lose anyone?" Rievin asked. His first question was about the status of his men. "A couple of minor wounds from the scuffle with the snakemen and dust devils, but nothing serious," Jekyll answered. "Everyone made it out of the tunnel. You were the only one we were worried we were going to lose." "Well, as you can see, I'm fine now," Rievin said. "You weren't for a long time," Laurie said in a subdued voice, walking up to the pair with Paul. "How long was I out of it?" Rievin asked. 6 days. 6 days. Are we still being pursued?" "Not that we can tell," Jekyll shook his head. "We spent nearly 2 days rushing to and across the flat lands. After we determined that we had gotten away, we've been moving towards the next destination according to our previous method, resting during the day and moving at night. You just happened to call out while we were moving. So you're saying that the fight with the snakemen was 4 days ago?" Rievin asked. "Yes, sir," Jekyll confirmed. I thought it had only been several hours since then. I didn't think I had fallen unconscious again." Rievin sat in silent contemplation for a moment. "Just give me a minute to check my status and get used to some things, and then we can get going again." "Yes, sir." The 3 men offered a salute before walking a short way away. Rievin pulled up his vitals and his status before doing anything else. Health 713, 6,360 plus 6,670 stamina, 12,210, 12,210 plus 12,620 mana, 7,150, 7,150, plus 7,200, 713 health after 6 days of recovery. Reevan was flabbergasted. Just how close to death had I come? Reevan shook his head and moved on to the notifications blinking to get his attention. Fatal crushing damage, 4,500. Helpful hint: more than half of your bones have been crushed. You won't recover any health points until your bones have healed. I had been taken down to under 4,500 health after taking that hit from the new enemy boss. I don't know how much my body had recovered from then till getting crushed, but it couldn't have been more than 100 points. I should have died from the shock of going below 10 health in such a manner. Reevan remembered his dad many years ago telling him that it wasn't completely necessary to reach 0 health to die. If someone lost so much health in a manner that they dropped to 10 or lower extremely quickly, the shock to the system would more than likely be fatal. Well, what's important is that I survived. Let's see what else is going on. Achievement: deconstruct a spell that is 3 or more tiers above your own. Bonus to manipulating free mana. Achievement: survive a blow of more than 50 of your health that simultaneously drops you below 10 health. New skill unlocked. Regeneration 0-1. Helpful hint: regeneration is deactivated until your bones are further healed. New skills unlocked. Tier 5, mana drain 0-1. Mana healing 0-1. Mana reinforcement 0-1. Tier 6.5, divine sense 0-1. Helpful hint: the lack of divine mana greatly restricts the effectiveness of divine sense. Gain access to divine mana to upgrade the skill to tier 7. Perfect domain 0-1. Helpful hint: perfect domain is a perfect integration of domain and divine sense. Gain access to divine mana to upgrade the skill to tier 7. Tier 6.5. Reevan was taken aback. Does that mean they're pseudo-divine? The helpful hint basically says they're actually divine tier skills, but I don't have access to divine mana, so I can't unlock their full capabilities. And domain, didn't Mom say that was something to be talked about once I approached tier 4? Well, it's not important right now. The real prize, despite being a tier and a half, lower, is the mana skills I gained. Apparently the mana of the Dust Devils is considered free mana when they're not fully formed, and I drained the mana away from it. Then I somehow used it to heal myself and reinforce my body. That would explain the soothing sensation and my health recovery. Looks like I subconsciously restored my bones to the point I could recover my health. I wonder what this means for my future training sessions with Dad. Reevan sat at his field desk, eyes closed. Even with his eyes closed, he was able to see everything inside of his tent in a complete circle around himself. Even the walls of the tent didn't obstruct him from being able to see what was on the other side. If there was something buried in the dirt below me, I'd probably be able to see that too, he mused. Reevan didn't have any sentries standing post outside of his tent. The soldiers had tried to insist on him having a few, but he had assured them that their time would be better spent resting or practicing with their squads. It had been another week after Reevan had fully regained consciousness, and he was exhausted. Not being able to switch off his vision and hearing due to his new skills made falling asleep a supreme chore. Not only sleeping, but even just getting around had been difficult. The nature of his new perception was almost like he was trying to control someone else's body that he was looking at from up above, except it was even worse than that. Not only was it like he was looking at himself from up above, but also like he was looking at himself from in front of himself. He was used to perceiving things like he was behind himself, in a way. Now he was simultaneously behind, in front, to each side, above, and below himself, all at the same time. Last but not least, every single thing within the range of his skill was as sharp and in focus as if he was holding it an inch in front of his face, all the way to the very edge of the skill. Even though his mind was able to translate all of the information coming in after having adapted to it, that only meant he could see and hear what it was trying to tell him. It didn't actually help with the new problem he faced, which was learning to control it or to just shut his brain off so he could sleep. His mind no longer worked that way. It was like his eyes were open 24 hours a day. Now, even though he actually kept them closed almost the entire time, Reevan reached up and touched the blindfold over his eyes. The conflicting views from seeing with his eyes and his divine sense still sent him into an extreme dizzy spell, accompanied by an intense roiling in his stomach. It was like he had spun himself around at full speed for several seconds before coming to an abrupt halt, something he had enjoyed doing as a child. This experience was not fun, though. Reevan had decided to treat it like any other training session. He took a deep breath, grabbed the corner of the blindfold, and lifted it above his right eye. He peeked it open for just a moment, and he tried to fight off the side effects as he stared at the interior wall of his tent. He held it for as long as he could before he felt like he was going to gag. He recovered his eye when it got too much for him, and after a short break for the world to stop tilting, he did it again with his other eye. The final portion of his training session was to open both eyes, but he was only able to hold them both open for about 10 seconds before it overwhelmed him. 10 seconds, Ryevin panted. Much better than the 0.2 seconds I could do when I woke up from my stupor. Ryevin laid his head down on the desk as he regained control of his breathing. His divine sense didn't work like his normal vision. It wasn't affected by the tilt of his head, and his perception remained constant, as if he was standing straight up and down. I'll have to incorporate that into my next tier of training. Once I can keep my eyes open for a significant amount of time, I'll need to either figure out a way to control the perception to match how I'm facing, or I'll need to adapt my body to be able to function with the askew view. He had tried doing a handstand and controlling his body once, but it was like trying to control his movements by only looking in a mirror, except it had been hundreds of times more difficult. Ryevin sighed as he sat back up, and without moving his body to peer down at his desk, he studied the map that was laying across it. They had laid off attacking any of the supply lines after escaping the base camp, their number one priority for the war having been accomplished. There was no way to contact the other 3 platoons that Ryevin had under his command, though, and he assumed they were still diligently carrying out their orders. The overall plan was to rendezvous with them in the northwest and try to bleed some of the army-sized stations as much as they could. That would entail getting back into the action of stopping their supply chain so that the enemy would be weakened by the time they struck. The thinking behind the strategy wasn't just that they would be able to lure a significant portion of soldiers away from the teleporter. They had to an extent, and Ryevin still didn't know why they had returned to set up an ambush instead of staying put to defend the teleporter, but it would also roll into their next step, as well, luring enemy soldiers away from the southeast, which is where the reinforcements from Wispen would most likely initially engage the war. If they could open a front on the northwest that required consistent reinforcing, then without the teleporter, the reinforcements would have to come from somewhere. Ryevin could employ guerrilla tactics, a word that had just popped into his head to describe the strategy, and then the main force would have an easier time picking off the other bases one at a time. The biggest factor was whether or not they could do enough damage to slow the enemy down from achieving their goal long enough for the Wispen soldiers to arrive. With the arrival of the presumable commanding general, though, Ryevin wasn't optimistic. We'll have to take more risks, he thought, tapping lines drawn on the map indicating enemy convoy routes. Instead of hitting smaller squads and stealing a relatively small amount of supplies from them, we'll have to focus on actually causing significant casualties. We don't have the manpower to stage assaults on their main bases. We'll have to continue to bait them out into the open and take them on piecemeal. He already had some ideas on how to accomplish that, but he didn't want to move to do such a dangerous thing until he had adapted enough to his new circumstances. He sighed once more as he lifted his hand to his blindfold, ready to continue his training. "My lady, Major Dobrik is here to see you." A sentry standing post outside of Kefira's tent peeked his head inside, not looking up in case she was in a precarious state of dress. There had never been any accidents or any close calls for that matter, but the men still respected her privacy. "All right, send him in," Kefira said, not looking up from the map. She had gotten a lot better at visualizing what the map represented from a ground view over the past couple of weeks, and things were finally coming much more naturally to her as she strategized the conflict. The battles had taken a strange turn over the past week or so. There were hardly any convoys or search parties encountered by the patrols that Major Dobrik sent out, which was a far cry from the first week of moving the battalion about. Most of the directions were cut off by 2 powerful forces guarding the way, and traveling further southwest had been the only option. Kefira didn't know if they had fallen into some sort of trap, or if she had been lured into removing their soldiers from being a significant enough nuisance. It made trying to counter the enemy's next move quite complicated. Major Dobrik ducked inside the tent and made his way over, nodding his head to Cyrilla, ever standing behind her charge's back. Kefira waved for him to take a seat without looking up. "Have a seat, Major. I'll be with you in just a moment." Kefira finished her train of thought before looking up. She had sensed that the Major had not taken a seat as she had indicated. She was about to ask him why, but she froze in astonishment for a solid 2 seconds before leaping up from her seat in joy. "Jack," Kefira exclaimed, a huge smile on her face. She rushed over to the other side of the desk and grabbed the man's hands, looking up at him earnestly. "Is Ryevin here? Why didn't he come in with you? Is he all right? Did something terrible happen?" "Oh no, something terrible happened. Why aren't you answering me? Tell me what happened." Jack stood in wide-eyed shock, and Major Dobrik's jaw seemed like it was going to hit the ground. The 2 sentries once more peeked their heads inside, this time actually scanning the room to make sure everything was all right. "Relax, relax," Jack said, shushing Kefira after he recovered from his stunned state. "Ryevin's fine. I would have told you that if you had given me a chance to speak." He chuckled wryly. Kefira retracted her hands and took a deep sigh, placing one hand on her chest. She took a deep breath to steady her nerves before once more indicating for both men to take a seat. This time Major Dobrik did take a seat, soon followed by Jack. Kefira returned to the other side of the desk and joined them. Okay, so is Reevin here? Kefira inquired. No, Jack began. Why not? Kefira interrupted him with another outburst. She closed her eyes and took another breath to calm herself again. I'm sorry, please continue. Yes, my lady, Jack coughed into his hand. Our company was separated from the rest of the battalion, as you know, but we didn't have a communication device. Reevin was in charge of the company, and we picked up an additional platoon that had been right next to us, and we retreated all the way back to the base camp. There had been a trap, though, and we didn't have nearly enough men to assault the entrenched camp, so Reevin led us east until we could escape the noose of patrols. Jack looked down at the desk and saw Kefira tapping the table impatiently. He once more coughed into his hand. Right, well, after we got situated and secured some intelligence, Reevin said he thought he had figured out an important clue. There's some sort of main base where the enemy launched their invasion from, and Reevin speculated that there was some sort of long-distance teleporter constructed there. He took 2 of the platoons with him to verify. Our mission was to cause enough damage to their supply lines that they sent their forces from their main base to investigate so Reevin could slip in and verify. Okay, and where is this main base camp that you discovered? Kefira asked. Jack coughed into his hand, his face blushing briefly before he reached over and pointed to a spot on the map. Kefira stared at the location for several seconds before slamming her fists on the tabletop. That's practically on the exact opposite side of the map, she yelled. Major, we have to turn the battalion around. Major Dobrik interrupted before Kefira could get going. I think we should finish listening to what the lieutenant has to report first, my lady. Yes, of course, Kefira sat back in her seat, indicating for Jack to continue. She bounced her leg, impatient to get on with it and get orders passed down. He's not going to stay there, obviously, Jack continued, glancing at the major out of the corner of his eye. We weren't just supposed to draw them away from the main base. We're also going to hit all of the convoys traveling all the way west and then north. The plan was to meet back up with Reevin's platoons in the northwest corner. Kefira stared at the map once more, taking in the words and extrapolating them to the map. She snapped her fingers at Jack. Do you have a copy of the map that contains the enemy routes? Of course, Jack said, reaching into his breast pocket for a folded map. He handed it over to Kefira, who promptly opened it and laid it on top of her own. It wasn't as large as hers, and it lacked some of the finer details because of it, but it had everything necessary. She immediately spotted the location of the main base that Jack had mentioned. Yes, I see, she thought, tapping her lower lip in contemplation. It does look awfully suspicious. All of the other camps have 2 points of contact, forming a large circle. This is the only one that is in one direction, and it has multiple lines reaching to several of the spell nodes. Kefira froze as her conscious mind caught up with her thoughts. She peered closer at the lines drawn on the map, and her runic skill kicked in and verified what she was looking at. It's a giant runic spell, Kefira said. She traced her finger over several lines. With these lines laid out on top of it, it's clear as day to me. Yes, Jack nodded his head. Reevin mentioned something similar. He sent a scouting party of 4 to rush that information back to Orc when he first thought of it. Kefira looked up at Jack, quirking an eyebrow. Reevin has the rune skill? It was a rhetorical question. Kefira didn't expect an answer. He said he was finally able to figure it out. Jack shrugged. Maybe he got the skill when he noticed the possibility. Cyrilla snorted. Kefira turned her head sharply to her companion. Cyrilla held her hands out, palms up in a half shrug. You're saying he got the tier 4 mana skill from looking at lines on a map. Sounds like he was making baseless speculations to me. A guy from a tier 1 kingdom with less than a full year of formal Magic Academy education. He's lucky he was right, or he could have caused a serious misjudgment. Tier 1, Major Dobrik mumbled under his breath. Oh, lay off it, Sira, Kefira huffed, throwing a crumpled piece of paper at Cyrilla. We both know he's unusually talented. Plus, he's not really from Kefira coughed to stop herself from revealing any more private information about her Reevin. He didn't seem to deliberately keep secrets, but it was his information to tell. Anyway, I heard you mention something about convoys and luring enemy forces. Kefira turned her focus back to Jack. Yes, my lady, Jack bobbed his head. We've been striking at the supply lines on the map as we've traveled further west. So does that mean? Kefira trailed off, looking to Major Dobrik. Exactly right, my lady, Major Dobrik said. Jack and his 3 platoons are the reason we haven't been encountering any enemy opposition lately. Kefira crossed her arms, sticking her right hand up to tap her lips. Kefira stared at the map again as she thought about the report that Jack had provided. Relief had flooded her at the mention of Reevin being fine, and a weight that she hadn't realized she had been carrying was lifted from her shoulders. Her mind was crisper than it had been since the first disastrous battle, and it was like a portion of her mind that had been dedicated to worrying about Reevin had finally joined the rest of her consciousness. I think we can work with this, Kefira said, looking back up at the 2 men. I don't see any reason to alter the plans you and Reevan came up with. Especially since we don't have a way to get into contact with him across the vast distance. We've been trying to think of a way to employ the battalion effectively, and I think we can just incorporate ourselves into this plan. We can even accelerate the timetable, and we can do more damage than just picking off smaller convoys while we're at it. Lieutenant Jack, you will remain in charge of the 2 platoons you brought with you, and the third one can rejoin their own company. You'll act as the commander for the 2 platoons, and I'll employ you as a reserve or special unit, as the situation dictates. Go inform the major's staff, as well as the captains, to join us here in my tent. We have some planning to do. Reevan stood in the center of the 2 platoons as they visited wrath upon their enemies. He stood silently, trying to focus his divine sense further to encapsulate the entire skirmish. Even though his senses only extended out 25 feet, his battlefield awareness skill still allowed him to gauge the progress of the battle. It was dangerous to stand where he was, but he had been perfectly able to counter any enemy troops that thought he was an easy target and charged over to attack him. He was sure they simply saw a blindfolded man standing in the middle of the battle, and their bloodlust caused them to attack without thinking about why such a man would be where he was, doing what he was doing. His divine sense skill had started at extending only 20 feet when it had first unlocked, and after over a week of literally continuous usage, it had finally gained a single level. That one level had extended his range to 25 feet. It was still not nearly enough to effectively function as a commander, though. Lieutenant Lares had been pulled from commanding his own platoon, and he stood where Reevan normally would have to take charge. If it had just been first platoon, Reevan would have used Jekyll, but Lares was the only choice to stand in for multiple platoons. Reevan had confidence that the other lieutenant had seen how he did things enough that he could be trusted to not screw things up, and so far he had done a good job. On the first couple of skirmishes they had engaged in, Reevan had remained by Lares' side, in case the man had any doubts or questions, but everything had worked out well. Now Reevan focused on pushing his divine sense skill as hard as possible by giving it as much stimulation as he possibly could. His training regime had slowly but surely bore fruit, and he was able to keep both of his eyes open for 15 seconds before he had to shut them and cover them with the blindfold again. It didn't seem like much progress, but it had taken him a third of the time to add 5 seconds as it had to get to 1 whole second, initially. My adaptation to the skill is growing exponentially, Reevan idly thought as the battle raged around him. He casually swiped his sword to parry the attack of yet another raving enemy before cleanly beheading him. Another week or two and I should be good. Then I'll be able to focus on the next step. I'll have to incorporate sparring with some of the soldiers as I get used to the strange perception, too. The sooner I'm able to function properly again, the sooner we can really get the ball rolling. Reevan stood perfectly centered between the 2 platoons until the small battle was over. He had focused on taking in as much of the information as he could in order to strain the skill. It hadn't actually been that overwhelming despite how detailed and intricate that information had been. He was able to perceive the blisters on the feet of some of the soldiers. He could see and hear the sweat rolling down the back of their necks. He could sense every single scar crisscrossing the bodies of the enemy soldiers, including the ones on the bottoms of their feet. He was able to take all of that information in, parse it, and focus on those tiny details while simultaneously keeping his concentration on the battle overall. It was quite frankly a ridiculous experience. In the first couple of battles, he had been able to get the information, but it was like he had to sift through it, one at a time, to get all the little details. This battle had felt like a turning point in his progression, and he was ready to try and focus on pushing the boundaries further out. Luckily, I've been spared the sensation of taste. Reevan ruefully chuckled as he perceived the bowels expel from a dying man. If I really zero in my focus, though, I can tell what it should be like for my other sense. I can look at the grain of wood on something, and I'll instinctively know what it would feel like to rub my hand across it if I think about it. Reevan waited for the men to finish mopping up the battlefield and bury the dead. Once they were formed up in their neat formation again, he walked back over to join Lares, nodding his head. We're done here, Reevan said. Lead the men ahead, I think. Probably 3 or 4 more battles like this, and I'll be good to take command again. The soldiers departed to the west, along the northern border of the conflict zone. Morale was high. They were whittling their enemy down, one skirmish at a time. Reevan lifted the blindfold over his eyes and peered into the distance. He was able to keep his eyes open most of the time now, but it still wasn't perfect. If nothing important was going on, Reevan didn't bother covering his eyes until he got close to his limit, but there was a good reason he was doing it in an opposite manner at this time. They had continued to hit the occasional supply convoy as they traveled west, but they didn't take them all out. They didn't want to get bogged down too early, waiting for the convoys when they could be making better time to the rendezvous point, and they didn't want to draw an entire army force out to search them out until they were ready. There were also fewer supply convoys being sent out now that the teleporter had been destroyed. There was still apparently some sort of warehouse or other setups at the main base, though. The supply chain didn't just disappear. Rievin didn't know how much they had stockpiled, and they would have to send out raiding parties eventually to secure more food and water, depending on how long their plan took. Hopefully, it would take that long. Rievin felt a bit guilty toward the civilians that would suffer from the raiding parties in the future, but there was nothing he could do about that. The only way to avoid that bit of suffering would be to capitulate, and then the civilians that had already been abducted would have no hope of rescue. He had to weigh the pros and cons, and with the ability to ambush the raiding parties, the overall damage done had a good possibility of being less with their current strategy. Now that Rievin was able to function at nearly 100 again, they had decided to up the intensity of their engagements. Rievin watched as First Platoon fought against a patrol sent out by a nearby enemy base. They had hit them pretty close to the enemy encampment, and Rievin expected that the First Platoon's activities would be spotted. Rievin patiently waited for his platoon to achieve their objective and retreat toward him. The sound of horns in the distance reached his ears, and Rievin knew that they had succeeded. First Platoon finished off the enemy patrol and quickly retreated toward Rievin's position. Rievin stayed in place as he allowed them to run past him, and he kept his eyes on the distant slope that had been near the skirmish. After waiting about another minute after First Platoon rushed by, a line of figures appeared on the ridgeline, and a horde of soldiers descended into view. Rievin gathered his mana in each of his hands and waited for the pursuers to enter his effective range. There were far more enemy soldiers than Rievin had expected to come, but it was still within the range of what he thought they could handle. Hundreds of bloodthirsty men sprinted down the short hill onto the flat land, completely ignoring the bloody carcasses of their comrades that they trampled over. Rievin counted down in his head, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Rievin flung his hands out, and 2,000 points worth of mana shot out with the motion. The first spell struck the ground beneath the feet of the charging enemy, right in the center of their numbers. The ground immediately cracked and heaved, giant pillars shooting up into the sky while other parts collapsed into the depths. Men were tossed into the air, fell into the giant holes, and were crushed by the earth slamming against each other. The radius of the spell wasn't enough to encompass the entirety of the enemy, though. Many of them came to a sudden halt at the appearance of the mini-earthquake, but Rievin's second spell reached its zenith above their heads. It had been packed tight into as small of a ball of concentrated mana as Rievin could make it, and with the distraction of the earthquake, nobody had noticed it. Now, it exploded in blinding light, and a giant orb of fire and plasma formed a miniature sun in the sky. Just like the last time he cast this spell, whips of fire lashed out at the ground before lances of fire and plasma pierced the bodies of the soldiers below. Lightning chained between the fallen lances, and those that weren't killed by the fire were electrocuted by the lightning. Rievin had deliberately aimed for a position left of center, not confident he could completely wipe out the horde of enemy combatants, and those that were outside of the area of the spell were herded to the side. The final piece of the trap sprung at this moment, and second platoon shot up out of their hiding space, one constructed with Rievin's mana and their camouflage skills, and they descended on the panicked troops. The number of enemies was still far superior to Rievin's second platoon, but they were panicked and disorganized and were completely unable to put up any resistance. The first platoon, which had appeared to run away in their own panic, suddenly returned from just behind Rievin, and they charged back into the fray, flanking the confused enemy. Even with all that had happened to them, none of the enemy's soldiers broke or tried to flee. They didn't exactly try to rally, though, either. They just kept rushing headlong into Rievin's ambush, and their scattered force was picked off one at a time. The battle only lasted another couple of minutes, and then silence descended on the field. The only sound was the crackling of fire and lightning from Rievin's second spell as it lingered on the ground. Rievin surveilled the carnage as the platoons formed back up. Another couple of horns sounded in the distance once more. "Time to go," Rievin said. The two platoons ran away in good order, Rievin erasing evidence of their passing with his magic. Rievin knew that the enemy didn't have just melee combatants. He didn't know how many mages each enemy camp had, but they were sure to have more than he could handle on his own. The next group of soldiers to charge after them were sure to have their mage corps accompanying them, and that was not a scenario he was prepared to fight off in this situation. The two platoons charged off to the southeast, backtracking a bit from their progress. They would slowly shift their direction, though, to veer to the west and circle around this enemy camp. Rievin suspected they would be able to hit them one more time before they adapted enough to be a danger. "What's the situation?" Rievin asked the scout that ran up to him. Rievin had been right that they could hit the enemy camp once more. He had set up an identical situation as the last skirmish from a different angle, but instead of ambushing the pursuers, Rievin had led second platoon into the enemy camp, after they had used most of their troops to charge after first platoon. Reevin had rained fire down on the fortifications and tents, torching their living quarters as well as a good portion of their supplies. There was a contingent of soldiers left behind, and Reevin had noticed that they were guarding a large number of civilian prisoners. Reevin had avoided attacking that area of the camp with his larger spells, but he launched bolts and blasts at the guards as second platoon attacked. The soldiers left to guard the prisoners were slightly better than the raving horde of soldiers that they usually encountered, but only in the fact that they formed up in an organized manner before charging at Reevin and his men. Reevin led the first 4 squads of the platoon to play cat and mouse with the enemy. He launched spells at the soldiers, or torched more infrastructure of the base anytime it seemed like they slowed down their pursuit, keeping their attention on him. They had apparently practiced their shared shield skill, though, and he wasn't able to devastate them nearly as much as the soldiers with ones branded on their heads. Reevin suspected that this unit was at least 2, possibly led by several 3s. There were still far too many of them for Reevin to be comfortable in a stand-up fight against them. While Reevin and the 4th squad led them on a chase around the camp, the 5th squad circled around and freed the captives. There were several thousand civilians, but they didn't seem to be in too rough shape, all things considered. The members of 5th Squad gave them spatial pouches containing some of the supplies they had raided over the weeks and instructed them to run into the desert before attempting to find their way to safety. Reevin didn't have the manpower or time to look after the captives properly, so he simply gave them enough food and water that they wouldn't be in danger for a week or 2 and left them to their own devices. There hadn't been enough time to interrogate any of them to find out what they had been through, and none of them wanted to stick around with Reevin's soldiers. A sense of accomplishment had filled the hearts of the men, though, after they had disengaged and escaped once more. Part of their initial objective had finally been completed, though it was unknown if any of the captives had actually even been from Kurlan. There's a force of enemy soldiers in the distance, but they're acting in a way we haven't seen before, the scout reported, snapping Reevin back to the present. There's a long line of people, probably a group of captives doing something in the ground. A wagon train and the bulk of the enemy soldiers are set up in a position a distance away, just watching. Show me, Reevin commanded. Yes, sir. The scout saluted before turning on his heels and leading Reevin away. Reevin motioned for the other officers to stay where they were and halt the troops, and he followed the scout as he retraced his steps. They moved through gullies and ravines for several minutes before ascending a hill, getting on their bellies as they reached the top. Reevin crawled forward and spied the situation the scout had described. He used his high perception stat to view the activity below, and he saw that it was indeed a group of captives doing some manual labor. He watched as they retrieved what looked like spools of wire from the wagons, and they laid the wires down in the dirt, making sure there were no gaps in their connection. The line of activity sprawled for several miles as they worked, and overseers with whips supervised. There were 3 separate contingents of soldiers camped to the side of the work. They appeared to just be resting in a hastily fortified position, and each group of soldiers was approximately 1,000 men strong. Each encampment had a section separated from the whole, and Reevin saw what he could only assume to be casters in robes milling about. Reevin motioned for the scout to follow him back to where they had come from after he got his fill of gauging the situation. They returned back to the 2 platoons where Jekyll and Lares were waiting nearby. Reevin dismissed the scout and approached the 2 platoon commanders. This nut is a bit too tough to crack, Reevin said. Approximately 3,500 enemy soldiers separated into 3 distinct groups with a group of about 1,000 prisoners lying some wires or something. There was a group of casters with each group, so I'm not confident I could do enough damage to make it safe to engage. We'll go around and find another opportunity to strike and rescue more prisoners. Should we wait and investigate what they're making the prisoners do? We could sabotage their work, Lares said. No, Reevin shook his head. I didn't sense any mana coursing through the wires, so even if it is the foundation for the runic spellcraft like I suspect, there's no spell to interfere with yet. The amount of wires they're laying down, and the speed they're doing so, is far too much for us to meaningfully interfere with at this point. A better use of our time would be to keep what we're doing. We need to weaken their ability to wage war before the Wispen military arrives, and maybe we can rescue more civilians. Even if we rescue all of the civilians, they could just have their own soldiers do the work, so there's no stopping the construction of the rune. We just have to race against time as we try to slow them down in a more effective way. That makes sense, Lares said. All right, let's get the men moving. There are still more major camps to attack. Another couple of weeks passed as Reevin led the 2 platoons further and further west. There were 6 major enemy bases, including the first one they had assaulted and freed the civilians from. They encountered more and more instances of prisoners being led out to build the framework of the runic spell, but each time they were guarded by far too many soldiers for Reevin to issue an order of attack. They still encountered patrols and supply convoys, but gone were the easy skirmishes, where Reivin could always decimate the enemy single-handedly. Word had apparently spread, and each group of enemies now had a squad of mages escorting them. Reivin could still overpower the mages, but it greatly hampered the scale and speed that he could affect the battles. They had raced ahead of the news of their tactics to the next base, though, and a repeat of what they had accomplished at the first base they had struck occurred. They set up 2 ambushes, and they managed to save a group of civilians. The group they saved was considerably smaller than the first, though, and Reivin suspected it was most likely due to the work parties being out and about, laying the wires down. The addition of enemy mages meant that the soldiers in the platoon had to shoulder more of the heavy lifting in the battles, and they finally started to suffer casualties. Nobody had died, aside from the few unlucky ones in the first battle, but the injuries decreased the platoon's fighting strength enough that Reivin had to slow their activities down. Morale was still high, even among the injured, but war weariness was also beginning to set in. Reivin heard more and more grumbles from the troops wishing to spend some time in a nice tavern or relaxing at home with their families. The war had only been going on for about 2 months at this point, but there had been almost zero significant rest for the troops from the very beginning. They had constantly been on the move and fighting against the enemy. Mental fatigue would become a problem if they had to operate at the same pace for much longer. "Sir, another enemy force up ahead." A scout ran up and offered a salute. Reivin had tried to explain to the men that saluting in the field was inappropriate, but if there were no enemies around, they continued to do so. Reivin wasn't too worried about it, so he let it slide. "What's the situation?" Reivin asked. "It appears to be a group escorting some prisoners, but they're not nearly as large as the ones we've seen before." "Explain." "It's just one group of about 100 soldiers and overseers escorting a wagon train of civilians. There are 6 wagons, and each one seems to contain about 10 captives. Also, I didn't see any obvious casters with this patrol." Reivin shared a look with Jekyll and Lares. "Let's go check it out." Reivin nodded his head. "Have the men prepare for action, but keep them out of sight for now." "Yes, sir." All 3 of the men responded. Reivin followed the scout toward the location of the enemy patrol, and Jekyll and Lares commanded their platoons to follow behind. He once more ascended a small hill with Jekyll and Lares in tow, and they crawled forward to spy on the enemy troops. The situation was as the scout had described. There was a wagon trail following behind a group of about 100 enemy soldiers. Reivin could see the heads of the civilians as they sat in the back of the wagons, but not much else. There were no older people or children among the captives, but that made sense to Reivin. He hadn't seen anyone but those able to work out laying the wires, but there had been elderly and children among the captives freed from the camps. Reivin frowned as he watched the procession move along. "Something seems off, but I can't quite put my finger on it." Reivin thought. "Should we order the men to prepare?" Jekyll whispered. Reivin shook his head. "Wait a moment. Let me look a bit longer." Reivin scanned the men as they walked in front of the wagons. They were in their typical disorganized group with no neatly dressed lines, but there was something strange about the way they moved. Reivin's danger sense wasn't going off, and none of his other skills were tugging at him, but there was something. "They're in step," Reivin whispered, finally noticing the oddity. "They may not be in a formation, but they're definitely marching. None of the other groups we've encountered have done so." "What does that mean?" Lares asked, puzzled. "It means this is a trap," Reivin answered. "Those with 1s and 2s on their heads haven't acted in such a way before. If we go down there, I would bet everything I have that they're all 3s or higher. If they're concealing their strength in this way, they might also be hiding casters among the soldiers as well. We're retreating." The 4 men, the 3 officers plus the scout, descended back down the hill and met back up with the platoons. Reivin ordered them to quietly move back the way they had come. After marching for a couple of minutes, another scout came sprinting toward Reivin from the direction they were heading. A sense of dread filled Reivin as he watched the scout approach. "Sir, an enemy patrol of about 100 men is heading this way, straight ahead," the scout panted. Reivin turned to get the attention of Jekyll and Lares, but another scout running toward the platoons from a different direction caught his eye. He paused and waited for the man to run up to him. "Sir, about 100 enemies are approaching us from that direction." The scout pointed back the way he had come. "Sir," Reivin turned to face the 3rd scout he had perceived run up to him with his divine sense skill. "A force of 100 men coming at us from that direction." Reivin cut him off. The scout nodded. "What are the chances that there are 3 patrols zeroing in on our position right after we spotted a convoy transporting prisoners?" Reivin thought. "We've been surrounded," Reivin said, looking at Jekyll and Lares. "No time to be stealthy. Get the men running. We have to punch through one of these groups before they can meet up and flank us. Go." Lares and Jekyll ran back to their positions and started sprinting forward, angling for a direction that would lead them between 2 of the incoming groups. The soldiers increased their pace to match their commanders, and Reivin ran alongside the 2 platoons. They needed to run in a direction that they wouldn't run straight into the enemy, but they also needed to avoid positioning themselves in a way that they could get caught in a pincer. The two platoons ran through a gully, and then they were out in the open as the hills to one side fell away. Rehaven saw one of the incoming enemy patrols in the distance, and they saw Rehaven's platoons at the same time. Rehaven could hear the sound of orders being barked, and the patrol started sprinting toward Rehaven's men. There were still some hills on the right-hand side of the advancing platoons, so there was only one group of enemies in sight of the platoons at the moment, but Rehaven knew that it was only a matter of time before another group appeared from the other side. Rehaven had been running on the right side of his platoons, and he sprinted to the other side to get between them and the enemy. He gathered his mana in his hands, and he launched a spell at the enemy, trying to stall for time. His suspicions were confirmed, though, when he sensed mana flare around 3 of the individuals in the enemy force. A mana shield sprang up and intercepted his first spell. It didn't last long against the power of Rehaven's spell, though, and it shattered after draining some of mana away. A second shield sprang up after the first, and Rehaven's first spell disintegrated on impact. His second spell, though, punched through the shield, and blinding light followed by a loud explosion detonated above the heads of the incoming soldiers. They were momentarily disoriented from the flashbang, but they were much more resilient than the previous soldiers Rehaven had used the trick on. They only stumbled about for a couple of seconds before they recovered and continued their charge. The third caster didn't create a shield to protect the rest of the men, and an offensive spell of their own counterattacked Rehaven. Rehaven reached out with his will and wrestled with the caster for supremacy over the spell, while simultaneously launching another barrage of spells from his hands. Multiple, less powerful bolts flew out of Rehaven's right hand, screaming toward the incoming enemy. Rehaven gained control of the enemy caster's own spell, a giant fireball, and he brought it down on toward the heads of the advancing troops. Another series of mana shields sprung up, stopping the spell from doing any damage. Rehaven's bolt slammed into the shields right after, bringing them down, and Rehaven took the opportunity to release the mana he had accumulated in his left hand. A separate beam of plasma was launched at light speed from each of his individual fingers, and he strafed his hand across the line of soldiers coming at them. Once more, shields sprung up to protect the troops, but this time, it was the group shield skill of the individual soldiers. The plasma beams ate through their shields, though, and several men along the front line collapsed to the ground. Some of them caught fire, and others had serious burns on their bodies, but they all got trampled by those rushing forward from behind them. "Keep running," Rehaven commanded. "I'll hold them off as much as I can and try to take their casters out." Rehaven continued to run alongside the platoon, casting spells and occasionally throwing up mana shields of his own when he was unable to steal an enemy spell. His efforts did manage to slow the advance of the enemy soldiers enough that his platoon squeezed through the trap, and he managed to knock one of the casters out of commission. Rehaven's heart was pounding, but a sense of hope filled him even as the next group of 100 soldiers appeared on the hill to their right. They had gotten past them, though, and if they didn't get slowed down by the enemy mages, they had a good chance to get away unscathed. The two platoons ran up a hill, and Rehaven was about to order them to really push it on the down slope when he and his men came to a crashing halt. In front of them, on the other side of the hill, was another group of enemy soldiers, about 200 strong. They were outfitted completely differently than any they had seen so far. They were all extremely heavily armored, and all of their gear was shiny and deadly looking. An armored figure with a pink plume on their head stood in front of the patiently waiting soldiers. Kefira sat straight and prim in her saddle, scanning the horizon as the battalion ambled into their defensive position for the foreseeable future. The terrain was rocky and filled with rolling hills, so it was difficult to see very far, even during the light of day. Kefira didn't have a visual skill to help her see in the dark, but she did have a very high light affinity for her level at 43. Infusing the affinity into her eyes opened up the scenery for her well enough to see by the light of the moon and stars. "This is the approximate position you agreed on." Kefira turned her head and addressed Lieutenant Jek. "That's right, my lady." Jek bobbed his head. In private, Jek referred to her as Fira, the name he knew her by, but they never saw each other in private these days. He had taken to referring to her as my lady like everyone else after she had revealed the noble's token from Wispan. We didn't want to designate a specific location in case there were complications and changing circumstances, so we just circled a position on the map and agreed for each of us to send out scouts and patrols until we discovered each other. Sending signals during the day would be too conspicuous, and we didn't have any communication devices. "Very well," Kefira said. "Major Dobrik, get the soldiers settled. There's still most of the evening left, so go ahead and send out scouts and a patrol." "Yes, my lady," Major Dobrik replied. Kefira remained sitting on her saddle, chewing her lip as she watched the battalion get set up. The location that had been circled for Rehaven's platoon to meet up looked small on the map, but it covered a rather large area in reality. Kefira was impatient to meet back up with Rievin, if for no other reason than to verify he was healthy and well, but he also might have extremely valuable intelligence on the enemy. If that depot on the map was a teleportation platform, it would be imperative to take it out of operation. She felt like there was more she could be doing other than just standing around, waiting to issue orders that could just as easily be given by the major. "Come on, Cyrilla," Kefira said to her companion, nudging her horse to move in the direction where she could see two platoons getting ready to step off for a patrol. "What are you planning?" Cyrilla asked skeptically. "We're not needed here right now. Major Dobrik and the other officers have everything under control. You know perfectly well that I have the ability to expand the search to meet up with Rievin's platoons quickly and efficiently. We're going to attach ourselves to the patrol. Shouldn't this be something we tell the major?" Cyrilla asked. "I don't need his permission," Kefira retorted. "That's not what I meant, and you know it." "Okay, fine." Kefira and Cyrilla made their way over to the platoons and spotted a familiar man overseeing the preparations. They dismounted next to Captain Doran, who immediately offered a salute upon seeing who it was. "Captain Doran," Kefira addressed the officer, "have one of your men take our horses to be seen to, and while he's at it, inform the major that we'll be joining the patrol." Captain Doran opened his mouth and hesitated as if he wanted to object to the order, but Kefira simply raised an eyebrow at him. He quickly shut his mouth, though, and summoned one of his soldiers over to see to it. "Yes, my lady," Captain Doran said. Kefira stood to the side as Captain Doran laid out a map and discussed the route they would be taking with the two provisional lieutenants he had selected from his company to perform the task. They weren't taking the entire company, just the two platoons, and one of the other volunteer officers in the company would see to the other three platoons that were staying behind. Kefira memorized the details of the operation, noting that they would travel to the edge of the circle drawn on the map for the rendezvous. A commotion pulled her out of her contemplation, and she looked up to see Major Dobrik and several of his staff rushing over. "My lady," Major Dobrik said as he approached, "are you sure this is a wise course of action?" "It is," Kefira answered simply. "Well, at least let me send some guards to protect you," Major Dobrik said, motioning for a couple of his staff to come forward. Kefira held a hand up to stop him. "I have Sira with me," Kefira said. "She's more than enough to ensure my safety. I have no doubts as to Lady Sira's abilities, but she's only one person. What will happen if you get surrounded?" "We're not going out to fight, and even if we were, I'm very much able to get away with my unique set of abilities. Adding more bodyguards to protect me would actually hinder me, as I can only bring one other person with me on my jumps. I wouldn't be able to run away in good conscience if it meant I had to leave someone behind. Very well, just be safe, my lady." Kefira looked at Major Dobrik and saw the sincerity in his eyes. Although their working relationship had started off strained, they had built a good rapport over the passing weeks. "Yes, my lady." Major Dobrik and his staff departed back to overseeing the construction of the fortifications, and the two platoons led by Captain Doran were ready to step off. Kefira nodded her head to the captain, and he ordered the patrol to get going. Nobody was mounted for the expedition, and Kefira didn't decide to walk along with them simply out of solidarity. She would be a target if only she and Cyrilla were on horseback if the enemy did happen to be around and spot them. The patrol was a fairly boring thing, all things considered. The platoons walked through the ravines and gullies between the rolling hills, sending scouts up and around the hills to check things out as they moved. They walked east, southeast for a couple of hours, approaching the edge of the circle on the map. The plan was to head a bit north before heading back to the base camp to rest for the day. The patrol didn't run into any enemies, but they didn't expect to. They were far enough away from any operation zones that it would be extremely unusual to see anyone. The enemy sent out patrols other than their supply convoys, but their patrols were limited to basically the same area. A lot of their activity had switched from patrols to escorts over the past week, too, as they began laying down long lines of wire with the captives. Kefira had ordered the major to disrupt their activities of laying the wires whenever they came across it, and they had succeeded in freeing several groups of captives. None of them had been from Kurlan, though. Most of them had been from smaller communities spread across the desert. They didn't go out of their way to set up a large-scale mission to disrupt the activity, though. Kefira and the other officers had spoken about it, and they had decided that that would be part of the next leg of their defense against the invasion, in conjunction with trying to whittle their combat effectiveness down. They had discovered that anything they did now, other than freeing the captives, would be a waste of time, as scouts sent back to the locations where they had destroyed the enemy. Progress had shown that the wires had been replaced as if nothing had happened. The patrol reached the edge of the search area and they turned north. There were some plateaus further east that Kefira could see. She turned to Cyrilla and gave her a look before approaching Captain Doran. "Captain, Sira and I are going to jump over to those plateaus and check out the other side, just in case," she informed the captain. "We'll move parallel to the patrol, and we'll stay in sight the entire time, so you don't have to worry about us getting lost." Once it's time to head back west, we'll jump back and return with you. Yes, my lady, Captain Doran replied. Are you sure you don't need any additional guards for your protection? You can send a group of scouts to split the difference, Kefira conceded. That way, if we spot something or run into trouble, we can get the information to them and they can get it to you. That's reasonable. Captain Doran waved a scout over who had just returned and gave him his new marching orders. Kefira waited until that was settled, and then she grabbed Cyrilla by the hand before making the first jump. She hadn't participated in much combat since the first day, but as the overall commander of the battalion, she got a decent chunk of experience for each battle that took place, even the ones where she wasn't present. There was a hefty penalty for those battles, but it was still better than nothing. As such, she had gained several levels since the first day, including the experience from the monthly calculations she had recently received. She had reached level 72 of Tier 3, 8 levels higher than when the campaign had begun. Her jumps had expanded by several tens of yards since the last time she had used them, and she and Cyrilla quickly made it to the plateau, ascending it in short order. They came out of a jump in the center of the plateau, and she felt the tingle of mana before she even regained her bearings. Off in the distance, bright lights were flashing over and over. She shared a look with Cyrilla, and the pair jumped to the far edge of the plateau, another 50 or so yards away, and they looked into the distance. With her enhanced vision, she was able to see multiple groups of soldiers, so far away and tiny that they looked like ants, moving toward the positions where the flashes were coming from. A particularly bright flash lit up the sky, revealing the extent of the encirclement. There were over 10 separate groups of upwards of 1 to 200 soldiers converging on the magical display. A faint boom followed the flash several seconds after it had dissipated. That's Rievin. I know it, Kefira said. Wait here for a moment. Kefira immediately jumped back the way they had come, leaving Cyrilla behind, hand outstretched. Cyrilla had obviously thought Kefira was going to jump toward Rievin and the magical fight going on in the distance, but now was not the time to be reckless. She needed to inform the scout right away. She quickly made it to the position of the man that was located halfway between the plateau and the patrolling platoons. Target spotted, Kefira said to the man, who jumped in surprise at her sudden appearance. They're under siege on the other side of that plateau. Have Captain Doran send the men up the hill and set up for defensive action. I'm going to try and break them out. Kefira didn't wait for a reply. She immediately jumped back up to the plateau and joined Cyrilla once again. Cyrilla did not look amused, but the fact that Kefira hadn't rushed headlong into the fray on her own appeased her just a little. This is not a good idea, Cyrilla said, trying to loom over Kefira. Kefira gazed into her companion's eyes for a moment before making a decision. The battle was still raging in the distance, and she didn't have time to be dawdling. She reached into her robe and pulled out an amulet. Cyrilla's eyes opened wide at the sight. Princess, no. She was cut off as Kefira decisively broke the gem in the center of the amulet. Power that had been suppressed in her core exploded out. Kefira had never felt so good in her life. Years of feeling like something was weighing down on her were lifted, and she felt as if she would float away into the air if she didn't keep herself grounded. That's for life or death situations only, Cyrilla said, pinching her nose. This is life or death, Kefira countered. Now come on. Rievin stood in place, sword and shield out at the ready, as he stared at the pink-plumed commander. He hadn't noticed before because he was in such a rush, but the commander was obviously a woman based on the curves of her body. She stood with one hand on her hip, slightly cocked to the side. She took her other hand and ran it through the plume, flipping it up in an obvious habit before striding forward. The sword at her waist bounced against her leg as she strode forward, but Rievin didn't spot a shield or anything strapped to her back. Rievin tightened the grip on his sword hilt, ready for action, but none of the enemy soldiers made a move. The enemy commander walked forward until she was only 20 or so yards away from Rievin and more than 40 yards away from her own troops. The act of complete disregard for the danger spoke volumes of her confidence. You've caused me quite the headache these past few weeks, a melodious voice issued from the closed helmet. In any other situation, Rievin might have been enchanted by the sweet sound, but the juxtaposition of the sweet voice with the combat situation only made him more alert. I have to say I'm actually quite impressed. My name is Ariella. What's yours? Ariella asked conversationally. Rievin, he replied, not sure about the situation anymore. Well, Rievin, what do you say? Lower your weapons and join me. I guarantee with me, you'll be able to go much farther than you ever could as a little commander of some backward desert kingdom. The armored woman folded her arms across her chest, legs slightly apart and chin lifted high. Rievin was stunned for a moment. That was the last thing he had expected to hear. He was ready for demands of surrender or even a speech about the futility of the situation, but he was not thinking she would simply ask him to switch sides and join her. You want me to join you in your invasion? Rievin asked skeptically. What invasion? The girl tilted her head to the side, sounding genuinely confused. What invasion? Rievin repeated back. He gestured all around with his sword. This invasion. One moment, Ariella held up a hand. She turned her head slightly as a man ran out from the enemy lines at her gesture. Colonel Ario, what's this man talking about? Well, my lady, you've read the reports about our operation here, the nervous man stuttered. It seems the locals have taken it as an invasion. I see. Ariella turned back toward Reevan. This isn't an invasion. Reevan was once more taken aback. She said it like he was just supposed to believe her at face value. Forgive me if I don't believe you, Reevan replied. He was still standing at the ready. You've brought over 100,000 troops into the territory, kidnapped tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, more civilians, and you're making a giant rune spell in the middle of the desert with forced labor. How is this not an invasion? Yes, I can see how you would think it would be. Blame my incompetent soldiers for the kidnapping of the people. I never told them to do that. As to the 100,000 soldiers I brought, it's just one division, and not a particularly good one either. Mostly made up of rabble, I'm sure you've noticed. Wait, are you saying you'll free the people you've kidnapped when you're done? Of course, what use would they be to me after? Well, what about right now instead? Nope, why? You just said it wasn't part of your order, because I already have them. They're a free resource. Why wouldn't I use them? A resource. This is people we're talking about, so manpower is a resource. I mean techni. Wait, that's not the point. They're not just something you picked up on the side of the road to do with as you please. They have their own lives to live. Yeah, and I'm sure they'll get a good boost of life experience from going through this ordeal. I'll bet you thousands of people will break through a bottleneck they've been stuck at, and the overall level of the population will explode upwards. You could even say I'm doing them a favor. Is that how you justify your actions? I wouldn't use it as a justification to initiate the action, but since it's already done. Ariella shrugged. Enough. I've asked you politely to join my side. Now I'm telling you, sheath your sword and join me. You want me to serve you? Reevan frowned. Is that what I said? Ariella retorted. Sure, any of your followers that come with you will join the ranks and serve me, but you're different. I think you have what it takes to stand by my side. Join me. I already have a girl. Reevan began, but not a wife. Ariella cut him off. So what's the problem? In fact, you can bring her along too. I don't mind a little competition. Reevan stood in stunned silence for a moment, just staring at the girl standing opposite him. You're not what I expected, Reevan eventually said. You're kind of weird. I'm not weird, Ariella huffed. I'm just supremely confident. She once more struck a pose and flipped her plume. Upon closer inspection, Reevan realized that it was actually a ponytail sticking up from her helmet. Well, I have to disappoint you. I'm not joining your side. You're doing something dangerous with that rune spell. What's dangerous about it? Do you even know what it's for? Ariella retorted. I know it has something to do with the connection to the abyss in the depths of the desolate sands. Reevan was fishing for information. He actually knew no such thing. It was just speculation on his part. Ariella dropped her hands to her side as she stood up straight, and Reevan could feel the piercing gaze she directed toward him. It was almost a physical sensation. A little tier 2 nobody in a backward desert kingdom knows about the abyss channels, Ariella said. Now I'm even more interested in you. If you won't come willingly, I'll just have to bring you by force. Reevan's danger sense exploded as Ariella raised her hand. He hastily drew upon the mana he had been accumulating and formed a layered mana shield in front of himself. Another dark red beam shot out of Ariella's palm and instantly crashed into Reevan's shield. He had learned his lesson from last time, and the secondary shield he had erected absorbed most of the impact. He still suffered nearly 100 points of health damage, but he was only pushed back several feet instead of being launched across the desert like last time. The beam was deflected and launched up into the sky, harmlessly away from his soldiers still in formation behind him. Reevan charged forward, manually activating the skill with his own understanding and experience with the class skill. It was much easier to use it manually like this than it had been last time. He didn't suffer any extreme stress from activating it immediately after having used it. The distance closed in a fraction of a second, and Ariella calmly drew her sword to parry the strike. The power of the attack behind Reevan's swing obviously surprised the girl as she was pushed back further than Reevan had been from her beam attack. Reevan lifted his shield in front of himself, and using the hand holding the strap, he launched his own spell at his opponent. The nature of the mana allowed it to bypass the shield held against his arm, and a fiery blast exploded in front of Ariella. Ariella calmly lifted her other hand and erected her own shield. The blast and heat were directed around the bubble she had created, and she was completely unharmed. Reevan didn't give her the chance to launch another spell from a distance, though, and he rushed forward to engage her in hand-to-hand combat. Reevan used his elemental weapon skill to infuse his sword with the metal and sharpness affinities. Metal reinforced and amplified the attributes of his sword, and sharpness didn't need an explanation. Ariella's eyes behind her protective face mask on her helmet widened in surprise at the mana coursing through Reevan's body and weapon, but she still calmly engaged him in combat. It was clear that Ariella's abilities with a sword were top-notch, but they were still below Reevan's. Reevan pressed his advantage, and Ariella was on the back foot. His danger sense once more pinged, and he swirled around to block a sneak attack launched at him by a man that had run out from Ariella's troops. "Hey!" Reven turned toward Ariella's voice as she yelled out. He maintained his stance of holding his shield up to hold off the sword still pressing down on him, and he desperately accumulated mana to ward off the next attack that he was sure was coming from the girl. He was flabbergasted, though, as instead of taking the opportunity to attack him, Ariella launched a spell at her own man, exploding his head on impact. The man's body dropped dead. Reven stared at the girl with his mouth open. Sorry about that, Ariella flipped her hair again, recovering her stance. She waited for Reven to also recover his stance before turning her head to the man she had addressed as Colonel Irio. "This is a personal matter. Don't let anyone else interfere again, or it will be your head next time." "Yes, my lady," Irio bowed his head. "Are you crazy? That was your own man," Reven shouted. "So, he was death sworn. He should feel honored to die by my own hand. All of you people are crazy." Reven shook his head. "Enough of that. Let's continue." Ariella gathered her mana, but instead of launching the powerful beam attack, a barrage of other spells pelted Reven. He anchored a dual mana shield to his physical shield and dashed forward, launching his own spells at his opponent. Ariella had learned her lesson, though, and she only ever allowed Reven to exchange a few blows with her before she disengaged to cast more spells. The only time Reven managed to close the distance to engage in physical combat was when she had to concentrate a bit longer for a larger spell. The battle continued without neither side gaining an advantage, but Reven's stamina and mana were depleting at an alarming rate. He had caused 0 damage to his opponent, and his stamina and mana hadn't been full when they began the duel. He could sense that Ariella wasn't trying her hardest, though, and she had ample stamina and mana to whittle him down. He wasn't sure, but he could feel some excitement exuding from his opponent the longer they fought, and Ariella became tougher and tougher to handle as the duel dragged out. Mana was flung back and forth between them, causing the area to seem like a thunderstorm had rolled in, and Reven was beginning to get desperate. Suddenly, a huge aura of mana descended on the area, and Reven saw Kefira and Cyrilla pop up out of nowhere. Kefira lifted her hands and launched several spells at Ariella. Very fabric of reality tore as giant rips in the air zipped toward Ariella. The void threatened to spill out from the black scars, but the rips healed themselves in the wake of the attacks. Ariella pulled out an item from her inner breast pocket, though, and the spatial tears were pushed to either side of her, dissipating without harm after traveling several more yards past the woman. Ariella jumped back and looked back and forth between Reven and Kefira for a moment. "Is this the girl that you mentioned?" Ariella asked. Reven simply stood still, not reacting. "Tell her to stand to the side and wait for our fight to end. I'll give her a spanking for interfering after I show you which one of us is superior." Kefira screamed in rage as a huge whirlpool of mana surrounded her, kicking up dust and dirt around her. Cyrilla jumped back, a frown on her face, and a giant beam of black death, once more tearing a huge rip in the realm, launched toward Ariella. Ariella suddenly exploded in speed she hadn't displayed before, nimbly dodging the attack before launching her own beam in retaliation toward Kefira. Kefira disappeared from her position, though, reappearing a short distance away. More spells came out in quick succession toward Ariella, but she dashed from side to side, avoiding them all as she closed the distance with Reven. "Colonel Irio, you have my permission to attack now," Ariella calmly called out. Her sword came slashing down toward Reven from the side, orders of magnitude faster than before. Reven lifted his shield and blocked it, but the power behind the blow caused his shield to smash back into his face, and he was once more sent tumbling across the ground. Ariella, apparently, had been regulating her own stats to match what Reven had shown, but after Kefira had joined the battle, she unleashed her true abilities. The fight intensified. Ariella didn't use spatial magic to jump around like Kefira, but her physical speed alone was enough for her to easily hold off the two of them in their coordinated fight. Reven focused on physical attacks enhanced by his mana, but he still cast his own spells to complement the barrage coming from Kefira. Kefira was an unending well of mana, bouncing around the battlefield and launching powerful spells like they were nothing. Reven had to admit that he wouldn't be able to keep up the level of magical prowess that she had been displaying for very long. Each one of her spells seemed to be as powerful as anything he could do when using his highest level spells using his class skill, and she cast them at the speed it would take him to use a 50 mana spell. Not only did she continue her attacks against Ariella, but she also managed to deflect all of the spells coming at them from the mages of Ariella's soldiers after she had issued the command to attack. She countered the enemy mages, as well, causing them to have to devote some of their concentration to defending themselves from her powerful magic. Despite them having tremendous synergy in their efforts, though, Ariella was undeterred. She truly was superior to both of them. Her skill with the sword wasn't as good as Reven's, and her skill with her magic wasn't as good as Kefira's, but her stats alone made up for the discrepancy and then some. The duel seemed to last forever, but Reven realized it hadn't actually been that long, as the soldiers that had surrounded them and stood off to the side hadn't made it to the fray to engage Reevin's platoons behind him. His own men had formed a circle to prevent themselves from being attacked on the side. Still, they were completely surrounded by a vastly superior force, and each of the members of the enemy was clearly just as powerful as any of the individuals in Reevin's platoons. Cyrilla stood nearby, ready to intercept any enemy soldiers taking the opportunity to attack Kefira, but it didn't seem necessary. Kefira's jumping took her in a complete circle around Reevin's soldiers and Cyrilla, and she suddenly appeared right by Reevin's side after he had once more been knocked back by Ariella. "Time to end this," she yelled. Kefira grabbed Reevin's arm with one hand as she threw her other hand into the air, her head back. Mana exploded out in a huge blast, forming a circle matching the route she had taken in jumping around the battlefield. Reevin was surprised to see that the enemy beyond the limits of the circle came to a complete halt, just feet away from making contact with Reevin's platoons. Spells launched by the enemy mages seemed to move through the air in slow motion. "Come on." "We don't have a lot of time," Kefira shouted. She began to drag Reevin away to the west, and Reevin quickly ordered his men to make a sprint for it as well. There was a wall of enemies in front of them, but they were frozen in place. Reevin tore into the line of attackers, shortly followed by his platoons and Cyrilla, but Kefira continued to hold her hand in the air, copious amounts of mana flowing from her hand into Reevin, his men, Kefira, and Cyrilla. She was apparently unable to do anything else at the moment other than maintain whatever spell she had invoked and run. They breached the line and raced to the west. There was a plateau in the distance, and Reevin could vaguely make out a line of soldiers on top of the ridge in a defensive position. He turned his head to look back the way they had come, and he was shocked to see that Ariella was running towards them in an exaggerated slow motion, but it was considerably faster than the rest of the soldiers. None of the other soldiers had moved an inch in the minute that had passed, but Ariella seemed to be slow jogging toward them. "I can only maintain the spell for another couple of minutes," Kefira gasped next to him. "We have to get to the plateau before then." Reevin nodded and turned back around to concentrate on escaping. They ran across the open desert for several minutes before it seemed like the world shifted. They made it to the foot of the plateau, and Kefira's body collapsed. Reevin reached out and grabbed her. He looked down to ensure she was all right, but she was unconscious. "Up the hill," Reevin commanded. He and the rest ascended the hill to join with the soldiers of the patrol that Kefira had come out with. Ariella stood in place, watching the interesting young man run up the hill with the girl held in his arms. Despite losing her prey, she had a grin on her face under the protective mask. "Looks like his vision is good, too," she chuckled. "Space and time magic. I definitely need to let him bring his girl along with him once I make him mine." "Honey, here's the info pack for Wispan." Rafix held out a sealed envelope with the adventurer's official seal. They had sent several of their own people out in several different directions, instead of waiting for someone in the Adventurers Guild to accept a commission. They had burned through several years' worth of savings, but that didn't matter. It was still a drop in the bucket for the wealth they had accumulated over the years of running dungeons and businesses, and if they weren't going to spend it on finding their son, what would they spend it on? "Give here, quick." Emelian snatched the envelope from his hands and went to tear it open, but she calmed herself down before making a serious mistake and used her magic to verify the seal and spell cast on it. After confirming the authenticity and decoding the spell lock, she tore the envelope to shreds in her haste to get at the information inside. There were several papers, and each one contained complicated webs of routes that could be taken from Tier 4 teleporter to Tier 4 teleporter in a long chain to the final destination. Rafix had been adamant that they map out multiple alternative routes just in case, and it had led to an incredibly thick packet. Emelian ignored all of that, though, and zeroed in on the fastest route possible. 86 jumps to get to Wispan. "That's more than we made from Vindon to get here," Emelian said, handing the pages with the alternate paths back to Rafix. "We only took 37 jumps from Vindon to get to the neighboring empire before wandering around all the way to Hollowville, but that was basically in the opposite direction." Rafix read through the papers, memorizing several of the routes written on the paper. Emelian had snatched the paper with the shortest route, but there were many alternate routes that could be taken. There were more than Rafix could memorize in a short time, so he only memorized a couple from several key points along the main, shortest route. The longest method he memorized included 126 jumps, though there were still others that were longer. Some of the routes involved took so many more jumps to accomplish because of the political relationships of the empires involved. There was no such thing as war between the empires, but friction from competing for high-level resources made their relationships strained. "I'll get my team together, and I'll head out immediately," Rafix said, folding the papers up and storing them in his pouch. "Absolutely not," Emelian said, giving Rafix a severe look. "We're all going." Emelian stared Rafix in the eye, daring him to contradict her. Rafix rubbed his forehead and sighed. "What about Kylie and Riley? What about them?" "They're coming with us, obviously, but they have school. They're the darlings of the academy. We can just ask permission for them to take their semester exams a bit early. Even though it's 86 jumps, that should only take a couple of months there and back if we don't stop to sightsee. Fine, I'll send a message to the girls and contact the academy administration. I'll have Talon and Kimberly take care of our house while we're gone. I knew you would see things my way. Emelian smiled and leaned in for a kiss. You know I can't say no to you, Rafix reciprocated. At least not for long. The couple laughed and hugged for a moment before separating. Their spirits were high as Emelian began packing their things for the trip, and Rafix sent some people with messages to the academy and their subordinates. We'll finally see what that boy's been up to all this time, Rafix smiled to himself. Rafix led the way toward the corridor that sprung up in the center of the teleport platform. Emelian walked behind him with Kylie and Riley underneath an arm each. The corridor was like a doorway that materialized out of thin air, leading into a star-lit tunnel. It was like they were walking on the air once they passed the threshold, but the ground was firm and secure. Kylie and Riley oohed and awed, pointing out the cosmic scenery as they followed behind Rafix. Emelian just had a smile on her face at their reactions. Rafix and Emelian had been through enough void corridors that they were no longer blown away by the sight of it, though it still never ceased to awe the couple. Going through a teleportation circle had a way of reminding people just how big the universe was and how small they were as individuals. There were other groups of people following behind them, and Rafix could see still more entering the corridor from the other end, traveling to Quran from the other teleporter. The people traveling in the opposite direction of Rafix and his family had obviously different skin tones and clothing aesthetics. Most of the world that Rafix had traveled through was pretty similar in style and population, though there were always some small discrepancies. Sometimes, though, the climates were so vastly different that there were hardly any similarities at all. Each teleporter would make a connection with a separate empire once a day for approximately an hour, operating for about 10 hours a day. Each empire was connected to anywhere from 10 to 30 other empires, and depending on the situation, people would have to find an inn and wait for the appropriate connection to be made. Waiting for the right time for a connection was the real reason long trips took up a substantial amount of time. That and if people needed to go to a lower tier region in another empire, teleporters only connected from one tier 4 to another tier 4. There were no connections to their vassal states beneath them. It wasn't that it wasn't possible, just that it didn't make sense to use the valuable time and power sources for such connections. Rafix guessed that there were some empires that were rich enough to have individual, smaller teleporters to their vassals, but he had never been to one. Rafix passed by the other travelers, Emelian and the twins in tow. The regular team that Rafix partied with, minus Talon and Kimberly, followed behind the girls. Other than the incredible sight of walking through space, the trip was no different than walking down a fairly crowded side street in the city. The conversation between the travelers didn't cease, and Rafix could spot several people that were apparently veterans like him and his wife, based on the looks on their faces. The corridor was only about 50 yards long, and it was over before they knew it. They stepped out into the sunlight once more, in a similar teleport circle in a new city. The buildings were similar in style, just like the clothing on the people was mostly the same, but the layout and positioning of the buildings were completely different. Each empire capital that Rafix had been to had its own unique charm. All right, Rafix said, turning to Emelian and the others, we're lucky that the next connection we need is only in a couple of hours. The first several jumps can be made on the same day, but we'll have to wait at the fourth jump for 2 days before the right connection is made. Let's go grab a seat at one of the benches, and we'll just wait here for the next connection. Rafix directed Emelian toward a seating area, and as she and the others headed over there to grab a seat in a large gazebo, Rafix walked over to the administrators of the teleport circle. He handed them a pouch of gold coins, and after they counted to verify the amount, he received a stack of parchments for everyone to hold for the next jump. If someone stood in the circle without the parchment that contained a runic spell on it, the connection wouldn't be made. It was easy to locate any people that were trying to sneak through the payment process, though, as the parchments gave off a glow when the teleport circle was activated. One could pay their fee in mana stones or gold, and Rafix preferred to always pay in gold whenever possible. Mana stones were a scarce resource, and there was always a losing conversion rate when trading them for currency. Most of the business that they did with their people earned them gold and silver, so it made sense to use that for payment and hoard the mana stones for personal use whenever possible. Mana stones had a wide variety of uses, much more so than some mundane metal coins. Emelian had used some to saturate the area when they had rushed to Rievin's rescue in Magron, so that she could use her highest level spells without issue, and many magical devices used them as power. The teleporters they were using were just one example. Higher level magical gear also required mana stones to power them, though one could use their own mana pool to do so as well. That was to be avoided, though, as just like with anything else, there was a loss of efficiency as compared to using a condensed mana stone. One could also absorb the mana directly in an emergency. Rafix and company spent several hours hopping between teleport circles, the last one ending just a couple of hours before dusk. One similarity between every imperial capital was the prevalence of high-end inns near the teleport circles, and after spending an evening in a luxurious set of rooms, Rafix and his family were able to take the next day off to do a little exploring. It was a good opportunity for Kylie and Riley to peruse various other crafts produced by high-tier lifestyle classes. There was always a large market of high-quality things to find in an imperial capital, but the local resources often dictated which direction the populations focused their endeavors on. Kylie and Riley were able to expand their horizons on such a trip. The days passed, and Rafix and Emelian grew progressively more excited and anxious at the prospect of reuniting with their firstborn son in Wispan. Each day simultaneously felt like it went by in the blink of an eye and lasted an eternity. Just 3 more jumps after this one, Rafix smiled to his wife and girls as they entered yet another void corridor. The cosmic landscape was slightly different each time, but only someone with a high perception stat like Rafix and Emelian would be able to notice the differences. It wasn't that the scene itself was different, just that they were in a marginally different location within the void. Rafix could point out where the stars in the distance were a couple of inches off from the first corridor they had passed through. Something tugged at Rafix's awareness as they walked along the corridor, but he couldn't quite figure out what it was. He glanced all around, but the cosmic scene didn't offer any clues. His danger sense, though, started to ping ever so slightly, and it ramped up with each step he took. He looked up at their destination, and it finally dawned on him what the difference was. "Something's off," he called over his shoulder. "There are no people coming from." A huge sound like shattering glass interrupted Rafix, and the corridor rocked from side to side. The invisible walls protecting everyone from the void grew visible cracks along the way, and Rafix turned fully around to grab his wife and daughters to protect them. He lunged toward them, but as he moved forward, the distance between them grew further and further apart. An astral wind kicked up from nowhere, and Rafix watched as his 3 girls were picked up and swept out into oblivion. Emelian held onto both of her girls as the phenomenon tried to rip them from her grasp. A dark lance, darker than black, slashed through existence, and several people that had been walking behind Rafix's team simply disintegrated into particles upon contact. Rafix was also launched into the void, in the opposite direction of his wife, and he vaguely noticed that his team was scattered as some were pulled straight up into the air and some seemed to fall through the ground. Rafix didn't panic, and he gathered his mana and stamina, weaving them together in a complicated knot that Reborn had never even considered possible before, and smashed his fist against the nothingness. Fractures appeared in front of him, and they seemed to move with him as he was tossed about. No matter how it felt he was moving in the void, the fractures he created remained right in front of his face. He slammed his fist over and over into the air, and finally, with another sound of glass shattering, reality became visible in front of him. Without waiting to check what was on the other side, Rafix threw his body through the hole. The wound in reality quickly healed itself behind him, and he was alone, separated from his family and companions in a completely unknown location. He immediately began falling from several hundred feet up in the sky. Rafix oriented himself to the ground, and he used his mana and stamina to stomp on the air, creating artificial stairs to arrest his fall. Once he had his descent under control, he continued to run down the air like he was running down a stairwell, and he quickly reached the treetops. Sounds of people screaming and metal clashing on metal entered his ears as the sound of the wind stopped, and he looked below to see people running in a panicked mob. Men on horseback ran them down and indiscriminately slashed their swords at the fleeing people. None of the people running for their lives were armed, and they were obviously civilians. The ones on horseback were heavily armored, and they were obviously a cohesive military unit. After witnessing several dozen horsemen run down fleeing people and gallop past the location he had chosen for his descent, Rafix noticed a horde of foot soldiers quickly following behind the horsemen. Whenever they encountered the fleeing people that had survived the massacre from the horsemen, they would tackle them to the ground and place a heavy iron collar attached to a chain around their necks. The men had it the easiest, as they only received a beating if they resisted. The women, on the other hand, Rafix couldn't abide by what he was witnessing, and he drew steel. He performed a somersault, stomping on the air above him instead of below to increase the speed of his fall. He came down like a meteor, steel and ethereal weapons sweeping out and decimating the closest group of soldiers. Rafix gained his bearings almost instantly, and he launched himself into the middle of the oncoming horde of soldiers. The sword in his hand quickly turned from shiny silver to bloody red, and his ethereal weapons reaped the lives of the transgressors. His precision was impeccable, and none of the fleeing civilians lost so much as a strand of hair from Rafik's onslaught. The horde of soldiers seemed to know no fear, and they just kept coming. Rafik turned into a meat grinder on the dirt road in the forest, and none could escape his wrath. He dashed toward the oncoming soldiers, a tornado of death sweeping everything up in his path. Blood, guts, and body parts were the only thing spat back out. The engagement was over only after a few short minutes, and Rafik came to a halt, hardly breathing hard at all. He calmly inspected his work, the sound of weeping and wailing coming from behind him. There wasn't much left of the aggressors for him to gather clues from. He turned and saw fear and uncertainty in the eyes of those he had rescued, blood dripping from his sword. He gathered his mana and sent his ethereal weapons screaming down the road after the horsemen, deftly weaving around the civilians that were still in the way. He pulled a rag out of his spatial pouch, wiped his sword clean, and tossed the drenched fabric to the ground as he sheathed his weapon. He approached a young man close by who was blocking a young woman from view as she tidied up her clothes, tears streaming down her face accompanied by sobs and hiccups. The young man eyed Rafik wearily, but he could see the determination in his eyes instead of fear. "Where is this? What's going on here?" Rafik questioned the young man, staring him in the eye and not letting his gaze waver. The young man watched for a moment to make sure Rafik wasn't going to try and get past him or sneak a look at the young woman before replying. "You really don't know?" he asked, his face devoid of emotion. "Did you not see me literally fall out of the sky?" "I was using the teleport circle to travel to the capital when something went wrong. The capital was sacked," the young man replied. "We're all people who live just outside of the walls, and the fact that we were looked down upon is what allowed us to have any chance of getting away. The people inside the city had no chance. The capital was sacked." "What do you mean? What else could I mean? It's war. Another empire invaded some time ago. Nobody really thought much about it at first. The army was dispatched to take care of it, but despite their high levels and equipment, they were routed in the first battle. The enemy empire moved faster than anyone anticipated, and they just so happened to reach the capital today. I imagine the problem you had with the teleport circle was the destruction of it on this end." "That makes sense." Rafik stroked his chin in thought. "So it's very likely that Emelian, the girls, and my companions are scattered across the landscape of this Tier 4 region. I don't have to worry too much about Emelian's safety, as long as she was able to get the girls out, nor the others. I was the furthest one along the corridor, so I'm most likely the closest one to the capital. Though spatial magic doesn't exactly work as point A to point B, the ethereal weapons that Rafik had sent out zipped back to him, and they disappeared into his being. He didn't react at all, still standing there in contemplation, but the civilians all flinched back at the passing arsenal. All of them except the boy in front of him. The girl he was trying to protect finally finished getting her clothing situation settled, having to pin some tears together. She kicked what remained of her assailant as she stood up, screaming and crying as she did so. The young man finally took his eyes off Rafik as he turned to envelop the girl in a tight hug. She continued to sob as she hugged the young man back, kicking the corpse a couple more times for good measure. "Boy, what's your name, class, and how old are you?" Rafik addressed the young man. "Cecil," the youngster replied, not turning away from the young woman in his arms. "Why do you want to know the rest?" "Look around you," Rafik answered. The young man did as instructed, turning his head left and right to take in the scene of the frightened civilians. "Are any of these people your family?" Rafik continued to ask. The young man shook his head. "And what's their reaction to me?" The young man tilted his head in thought. He hesitated to open his mouth, but Rafik could see that he understood what he was getting at. "None of them will even look at me," he said. To emphasize the point, he glanced at another group of people nearby. They flinched back from his gaze. "You're the only person who will look at me, and not only that, look me in the eye and stand up to me to protect the girl behind you." "Who is she to you?" "She's my wife," Cecil said. Rafik noticed the young man clench and unclench his fist, defeat and frustration evident from his back if not from his face. "So what's your class and age?" The young man hesitated for another moment before deciding to answer the question. "I'm just a Tier 3 forester, and I'm 19 years old," Cecil said, turning his head to once more look at Rafik. "Why?" Rafik gave him a stern look. "You're not fooling me, young man. I can sense the mana in you. What's your class?" Cecil returned the stern look with a hard one of his own. They stood staring at each other for several long moments. The girl in his arms stopped sobbing and stood back, a look of surprise on her face. "Fine, I'm a deep ranger." "Ranger?" his wife asked, astonishment on her face breaking through the tears and hurt. "Isn't that a combat class?" "I was going to tell you, honey." Cecil turned back to his wife, responding to her with a consoling voice. "It just wasn't the time yet. I thought long and hard about the decision, and even though I still work as a forester right now, I've been buying lessons from some adventurers at the Adventurers Guild so I could move to dungeon delving. That explains why we're always short on money. I thought you were. Anyway, I'm not mad about it, but we'll continue this talk later." "Of course, dear." He turned back to Rafik. "You still haven't answered my question. Why do you want to know?" "Well, Cecil," Rafik replied, "like you, I have a wife. She and my twin daughters were with me in that void corridor when it broke, and I suspect she's somewhere around here. I'm a leader of men, Cecil, and you are a man. You help guide me through the terrain around here, and I'll help you figure out how to use your class for what it's intended for. Deal. Rafix held his hand out. Cecil and his wife shared a look before he grasped Rafix's hand in his own. Rievin held Kefira's wrist as he channeled his unattuned mana from his hand into her meridians. The frown on her face gradually lessened as his mana acted like rain on a dry desert. She had completely emptied her mana pool. That last spell she used to alter everyone's time had cost a lot of mana. Rievin had seen a mana stone disintegrate in her hands before she collapsed. That last spell had also come as a shock to Rievin. She wasn't lying when she said she was a magical prodigy, he thought. I was told that it's impossible to be skilled in both space and time simultaneously, yet she is. I wonder what Mother will think when I tell her. Rievin chuckled. Rievin sat on a stool next to Kefira's cot, and Cyrilla stood at the foot of the bed, watching him like a hawk. Rievin wasn't in the mood to get up to tricks regardless, but he was actually appreciative of Cyrilla's attitude. It meant he never had to worry about anyone trying anything funny when he wasn't around. The frown on Kefira's face gradually eased, and the sweat beading her brow evaporated. Rievin had been pushing his mana into her pathways ever since he had caught her on the hill, and it had been a couple of hours. He couldn't read her status to see the exact numbers of her mana pool, but it was only now that he could perceive a noticeable uptick in the mana within her. It wasn't that she had so much mana that he couldn't fill it, though. Most of the mana was dispersed to deal with the side effects. Not only the mana he sent to her, but her own passive recovery as well. One of the consequences of a mana expenditure backlash was requiring mana to soothe the body before it could fill the vessel. Kefira's eyelids fluttered briefly before she opened her eyes. She gazed around in confusion for a moment before her face took on a look of panic. She leaned over the side and Cyrilla expertly tossed a bucket to Rievin. He caught it, and Kefira immediately emptied the contents of her stomach into it. She continued to dry heave for a few moments before finally settling down. She collapsed back onto the cot, exhausted from the strain, and Rievin gently wiped her mouth with a wet cloth. He was relieved to see that the discomfort seemed to have finally fully passed, though, and she didn't relapse back into unconsciousness or break out into a sweat again. That sucked, Kefira muttered, her forearm covering her eyes. How long have I been out? 3 hours, Rievin said quietly, afraid a loud voice would give her a headache. Hugh, I've never had such a strong backlash before. My worst one before now was like 20 minutes. You shouldn't have pushed yourself so hard, Cyrilla rebuked. Kefira rolled her eyes. It was necessary. You saw what we were up against. Not only were we outnumbered 20-1, but that Jezebel was pretty tough. Jezebel, Rievin muttered, confused. She told me her name was Ariella. Kefira focused her attention on Rievin, staring at him with a flat look for several seconds. A Jezebel is a woman who, never mind, she waved her hands to dismiss her words. She narrowed her eyes at Rievin. But I see that you know her name. Have a pleasant conversation with her. It was Rievin's turn to roll his eyes. He grabbed her hand and patted the back of it with his other. Knock it off. You have nothing to be jealous of. I did learn some valuable information from her, though. Kefira sat up without letting go of Rievin's hand and scooted back so she could sit cross-legged in her cot. She kept her blanket pulled up to her waist like she was just enjoying a comfortable day in bed. Her expression went from narrowed eyes to one of curiosity. I would never say jealousy looks bad on her, but this look is definitely cuter, Rievin thought to himself. Like what? Kefira asked. Should I call for Major Dobrik? Cyrilla asked, taking a half-step toward the tent flap. Cyrilla, you can be really stupid sometimes, Kefira sighed. He can wait, I'm talking to Rievin. Cyrilla resumed her stance, arms folded across her stomach with a small pout at the rebuke. Rievin just chuckled. I learned that they're not actually invading the kingdom, and that they'll let the civilians go if or when they complete their objective. And you believe her just like that. I have a skill. It's not very high, but my gut tells me she was being honest. Did you find out what that objective is? No, but I imagine it has something to do with the caves beneath the Lizaldan settlement. The spider lair. What could she possibly be after with the spiders? Kefira was genuinely confused. No idea, but that's not the only thing down there, Rievin replied. Do you remember what I told you about how I ended up here? Kefira nodded. You said something about being in a dungeon, and you got separated from your teammate and ended up here somehow. But I left out a couple of key details. Do you remember how you told me the desolate sands are the remnants of something people from the verdant realm did, sucking the life out of the region? Kefira nodded her head again. Well, there's more to it than that. There's a connection to the abyss realm down in the depths. Kefira gasped and Cyrilla's eyes widened at the news. There was a gateway in the dungeon I was in with my teammate, and when we went through it, we were on a bridge between the realms. That's actually where we got separated. Some things happened, the bridge was destroyed, and I got chased by something, and I ended up escaping back into our realm through a different gateway. That gateway led me to one of the boss dungeons at the bottom of the spider lair. So you're saying there's a bridge to the abyss realm down there? Kefira gasped. Maybe. What do you mean maybe? You just said there was. Well, the thing that was chasing me was destroying those bridges left and right. I think it broke around a dozen or so as it chased me. I managed to dive through the gateway ahead of it, but I don't know if it destroyed the bridge or not. I didn't stick around to find out, and then I was in a boss fight against a giant spider that was tainted with abyss mana. Okay, so you know about the abyss connection down there because that's where you came from, but how would they know about it? That's my point. If they have a connection to the abyss, they might have been able to sense it somehow. The spider matriarch down there is still alive, and it's obviously been tainted by abyss mana. My conjecture is that the boss I fought in the dungeon was a snapshot of that giant spider from thousands of years ago. A 1,000-year-old spider matriarch. Are you sure it wasn't its ancestor or something? No, but the matriarch down there was about a quarter the size of Kurlan, so Kefira and Cyrilla's eyes opened wide at that information. They shared a look between each other before focusing on Rievin once more. If it's really an ancient, 1,000-plus-year-old spider, it might very well be Tier 7, Kefira said. Do you think it's possible their goal is to do something with that spider? It's possible, Rievin nodded his head. As I said, I don't know for sure. The attitude of the invaders leads me to believe they have some sort of connection with the abyss. Their cavalier attitude toward life is very similar to those with connections to the other realm I've encountered in the past. Right now, though, with the information we have, we should assume their goal is either something to do with the abyss or the spider matriarch. Either one of those things could spell bad news for everyone here. Okay, we have to gather the other officers for a debriefing, and we need to get this information sent to the local authorities. I can send a message to my family, though, so we don't have to worry about that. Sira, you can go inform the major now. Rievin and I will wait here for you to come back with the other officers. Sure thing, Cyrilla said, walking to the exit. It's pretty early in the morning, though, and everyone's bound to still be asleep. It might take me a while to round everyone up. She winked at Kefira before ducking out of the tent. Maybe she's not so stupid sometimes, Kefira muttered with a smile. The next moment she launched herself out of the cot and wrapped her arms around Rievin. Their lips met. You're certain you destroyed the teleportation platform? Major Dobrik asked Rievin. 100%, Rievin nodded. Any chance they have a backup, or some other way to transport troops and supplies? Not that I know of. From what you've described and the activity we've seen, it doesn't seem like they're overly concerned with the issue, though Dobrik pressed. I can't answer that, Rievin shrugged. Maybe they already have everything they need to accomplish their goal. Maybe they have another escape route, or maybe they just don't care about getting away the same way they got here. It's definitely something we'll have to keep in mind. Major Dobrik turned his attention to Kefira. My lady, what are your thoughts on the intelligence Lieutenant Rievin has gathered? In my opinion, that leaves us with two tasks. One, weaken them enough that the reinforcements can take them out quickly and easily by continuing the efforts we've already started in hitting their supply convoys and engaging them in smaller-scale skirmishes. Two, find a way to preemptively counter their plan involving the spider lair. We don't know for sure what their actual goal is, but we have narrowed it down. The problem is, I have no idea how to stymie their efforts, especially if we have to do so after they've completed the spell. From what we've seen, if they're on equal pace all around the desolate sands, we have a week at most. That's disturbing, Major Dobrik said, stroking his chin in thought. Rievin watched the discussion without offering any input now that his report was over. Kefira was a member of the Wispen imperial family, and Major Dobrik was the local military commander. Even though Rievin had performed extremely well and gathered lots of valuable information, it wasn't his place to interject without being invited to do so. He and the other lieutenants simply stood off to the side, out of the way, and even the other captains didn't interrupt the two people in charge as they deliberated their course of action. Rievin was already pleased to see that Major Dobrik had had a complete mental shift in how he approached the war effort, no longer letting his experience fighting nuisance monsters cloud his judgment from what he could see, and he could tell that his thoughts and theories on strategy and tactics had rubbed off on Kefira. To be perfectly honest, he had no idea what to do in this situation either. The enemy had overwhelming numerical strength, and they apparently had units that were just as strong as theirs, as well. If their goal was to do something with the giant spider matriarch, then there was practically no road forward without assistance from an extremely high-level team from Wispen. They would need to be even more powerful than his own parents. It wasn't hard to imagine that Wispen had access to teams like that, especially since a lot of their conflict between other empires centered around Tier 5 and 6 regions. But if they had to wait for those teams to travel from a higher tier region all the way to Drallo, then there was no way they would arrive in time to do anything to interfere with the giant spider before it was too late. We have to do something to weaken the spider matriarch, Major Dobrik said. What about collapsing the caves on top of it? One of his staff members supplied an idea. Wouldn't work, Dobrik shook his head. If what Lieutenant Rievin said is accurate and this thing really is Tier 7, it would just be an itch on its back. The rest of the spiders down there would die, but we don't really have to care about them. What if we destroyed the boss dungeons down there? The energy release should be enough to hurt the spider, another staff member said. Absolutely not, Kefira denied. What if the connection to the abyss is still there and it tethers itself directly to the realm? That would be an even bigger disaster. We would be criminals of the entire realm if that happened. Then what about just the boss dungeons that don't have the gateway? Major Dobrik asked. He turned to face Ryevin. How many dungeons were down there? Ryevin had to think about it for a moment before giving his answer. I couldn't see very well while I was down there, so I'm not 100 cert, but I would guess at least 5. The dungeon I came out of had a high tier 3, maybe low tier 4, boss in it, and its position makes me think it was on the low end of the power scale. The other dungeons might have tier 5 or 6 variants in them. Of course, Ryevin had to reveal the information that he had traveled to the kingdom of Drallo through a connection between the dungeons. He didn't reveal everything about the experience, but he did have to tell them about the bridge to the other realm. Kefira had insisted on everyone making a system-sanctioned vow to not ever reveal anything about the information without Ryevin's express permission. Even accidentally revealing the truth would lead to harsh punishments, though Ryevin had exempted Kefira and Cyrilla from that aspect of the vow. Cyrilla had complained that it would make her job more difficult to keep that information hidden from Kefira's parents, but Ryevin didn't care. He simply said he and Kefira would tell them all the facts when the time was right. That concession had marginally mollified Cyrilla. Going down there to destroy the dungeons would be a suicide mission, though, Kefira pointed out. It definitely wouldn't be enough to kill the spider matriarch, and if the energy released is powerful enough to hurt it, it would kill those involved. If the destruction of the dungeons somehow didn't kill the ones down there, then the spider matriarch definitely would, and I don't know anyone who would volunteer to be eaten alive by a giant spider. So destroying the dungeons is a last resort, when we don't even know will be necessary, Major Dobrik replied. What about engineering a dungeon break? Even if the boss monsters inside the dungeons are snapshots of the spider matriarch from the past, they're just soulless shadows. They would be seen as an invading nest, and they would be mindless monsters that would attack the spider matriarch all on their own. That's all well and good, Kefira said, but do you know how to engineer a dungeon break? No, Major Dobrik conceded. I had hoped that you would maybe have some ideas on that, being a noble caster from Wispen and all. Nope, sorry, Kefira denied. Even those of us from the Tier 4 empires don't know how to cause dungeon breaks. That being said, there is someone here who has experience with them. Lieutenant Ryevin, Kefira turned to look at him. You've been through a dungeon break before. Do you know how to make one happen on purpose? I do not, Ryevin shook his head. All I know is that there was an excessive amount of mana leaking out of the dungeon prior to it happening, but it lasted for months before the break occurred. Even if I knew the mechanism behind doing so, we wouldn't have enough time for it to happen in a timely manner. Pity, Kefira said. Major Dobrik stared at Ryevin for a moment, still stroking his chin. Lieutenant Ryevin again, he muttered, a gleam in his eye. You'll have to sit down with me one of these days and regale me with your story. Just one soldier to another. Certainly, sir, Ryevin agreed. Since he had already come clean about his origins, and he didn't have anything particular to hide, there was no reason he couldn't tell the Major about his experiences. The meeting continued for several hours, most of the lower-rank officers growing bored at the constant back and forth with no clear plan established. They would occasionally be asked for their ideas on the situation, but most of them, even the captains, didn't have the experience or knowledge to contribute anything worthwhile. The meeting eventually ended with the tentative plan of continuing to hit the enemy bases, luring them out of their fortifications, and whittling their numbers down, while they chose a wait-and-see approach toward dealing with the enemy's objective. Major Dobrik motioned Ryevin over as the officers filed out of the tent. He walked over to join the Major with Kefira and Cyrilla, Kefira giving him a wide grin as he approached. Lieutenant Ryevin, Dobrik said, holding his closed fist out, palm down, with the recommendation of Lady Kefira, as well as in light of your own personal merits, I have decided to give you a field promotion to provisional captain. Captain Sanjin will remain where he currently is, and you'll take over as the full-time company commander for your company. Ryevin held his hand out, and the Major dropped something into it. He opened his hand and saw that it was the rank insignia of a captain. You're still not a regular officer. As a provisional captain, you're a half-step below all the other captains in the chain of command, but you're now above even the regular lieutenants. Keep up the good work, Captain. Ryevin offered a salute that Major Dobrik returned before turning on his heels and marching out of the tent. There was no official ceremony or anything for the promotion. Ryevin simply removed his lieutenant's insignia and pinned the captain's insignia on his lapel. Because everyone wore their own armor, the rank insignias could be attached anywhere on the lapel or shoulder area. Ryevin's heavy armor had a leather strap in place where he could attach such a pin. He stepped out into the sunlight, and Jek immediately threw an arm around his shoulder. He leaned his weight on Ryevin in a friendly manner and immediately spotted the new captain's insignia. Well, it looks like I really do have to address you as sir now, he chuckled. Lieutenants Lares, Grant, Furok, and Derrick were also waiting nearby. They all fell in together as they made their way to the mess tent that had been erected. The meeting had lasted so long that it was nearly lunchtime the following day after Reivin and his platoons had been surrounded. Each of the other lieutenants congratulated Reivin on his promotion, and they bantered back and forth while talking about their experiences engaging the enemy. The war has hardly begun, and you're already hoarding and cashing in on all the merits, Jack joked. See, boys, I told you we wouldn't go wrong following his lead. The others laughed at the joke, obviously knowing that he wasn't being serious. They had had enough experiences together to know Reivin wasn't like that. By the way, Reivin said, does anyone know what a Jezebel is? The other lieutenants shared a look before breaking out into laughter. Let me guess, Lady Fira said something like that about that Ariella girl, Laurie said, chuckling. Yeah, how'd you know? Reivin frowned. Jack slapped him on the back, still laughing. A Jezebel is a woman who sleeps with a married man, he answered. Oh, I see, Reivin said. Looks like Lady Fira didn't take too kindly to the offer that Ariella made to our captain here, Laurie said, failing to suppress his mirth. Ooh, you'll have to explain it to us in more detail. Jack jabbed Reivin in the ribs. That woman is definitely crazy. Reivin shook his head. Reivin explained the situation, with Laurie's adding remarks about the encounter from the side over lunch. The other lieutenants thought it was the funniest thing in the world, but Reivin was actually a little worried about Ariella's intentions. Remember what I told you, Ariella said to Colonel Irio as she walked out of the command tent. She strode through the camp, condensing a red ball of mana with black streaks in it into her palm. She attached anchor points between it and her index finger, and she dropped it down almost to the ground, letting a string of mana spool out from the 2 points. Once it reached her shin, but before her ankle, she arrested the downward movement and pulled it back up by reducing the length of the mana string. She did this over and over, mimicking a silly toy she had seen one of her younger siblings get their hands on back home. She had enough stats to brute force the exercise, but she lacked the control to create a working device entirely. It had been over a year since she had idly played with the concept, but her wounded pride demanded she resume. She had thought that she was skilled enough that she could take it easy on this expedition, but who would have guessed that 2 people slightly younger than her would upstage her so much with their skill levels? Back home, she was the pride of her family. She was the most talented of the younger generation, by a landslide, nobody even coming close to catching her coattails. Her master had told her it was perfectly reasonable to accrue more experience and push into Tier 4, and she was already a dozen levels into her newest class. Then she had fought against that young commander, and if she hadn't had superior stats, she would have been embarrassed. His skill with his sword was, frankly, frightening. There had been a couple of close calls where she wasn't sure if she was going to have to eat a large hit to her health in their little duel while she was suppressing her strength, but luckily, her stats had allowed her to avoid anything like that in front of her troops. What would those gossipy cretins back home say if it came to light that I had been knocked on my backside in front of all of my soldiers? Ariella clenched her teeth at the thought. Not only had that young man, who was from a Tier 3 desert kingdom of all places, been far more skilled in melee combat than she had been, but her inspection magic tool had informed her that he was Tier 2, level 28. Tier 2, one might think it was some kind of saving grace that he was only as good as her with his magic, but that was also a punch in the gut. She was Tier 4, and he wasn't even halfway through Tier 2. Then his little girlfriend had shown up, and that was an eye-opener. Not even the Transcendents had the ability to effectively use space and time mana. That could be explained away by her being uniquely gifted with those particular affinities, but her mastery over her spells and repertoire showed that she was leagues ahead of her in that aspect as well. Ariella was held on a pedestal for having a tri-soul talent, and she never slacked off on her training, yet that Tier 3 girl had shown her up as well. She had never gotten close enough to engage her in hand-to-hand combat to see what her level of expertise was in that regard, but even if she wasn't great at it, Ariella had no doubts that she wouldn't be bad. She continued to play with her makeshift mana toy, trying to perfect the object by adding the proper spin to the orb. So far all she could do was let the mana string wrap around the orb as it spun down and up, but the next step would be to create a groove in the center of the orb so it would flow more naturally. It was considerably harder than it appeared to not quite cut the orb in half and keep it whole. She bit the thumbnail of her other hand as she thought more about the fight with the 2 anomalies. They have to be from some other kingdom, she thought. They might even be from the Tier 4 empire above this one. What was it called again? Wishin? Wishpin? Doesn't matter. Those 2 are definitely not locals of this desert kingdom. The lack of resources in a desert climate almost always ensures that the residents are more of a half step between the other tiers than a full promotion from one below it. I'm not being arrogant in thinking that they couldn't be from here. She stopped in place for a moment. Or am I? Nah, I'm not. She continued on her journey around the camp. Getting her pride hurt hadn't caused feelings of anger or jealousy. Far from it. Sure, it was confounding and a bit embarrassing, but it acted as fuel to motivate her to not laze about. It also created a burning desire to recruit the two of them to her side. He said that she was his girl, but I don't mind. Daddy has 3 wives, and if this Reevan character progresses on the same trajectory as he's currently on, then he'll be miles above anyone else by the time he reaches Tier 4. There's no shame in attaching myself to such a powerful man in the future. He's bound to have women flock to him, but if I wait until he gets there, my opportunity will be gone. My biggest hurdle right now is I don't know my new sister's name. I have to figure out a way to get closer to them. Ariella's steps led her around the camp, and she looked up after her contemplations to see that they had subconsciously taken her to the temporary drill field they had set up. She nodded her head with determination and strode into the field, seeking out the officer in charge. The man overseeing the training of the Tier 3 Deathsworn was an imposing bear of a man. He had bronze bands around his biceps and not a stitch more clothing on his torso. His hair was wild and his eyes were fierce. He used his piercing glare to bend the Tier 3s into submission without even having to strike them, though he did do that. Quite a lot, actually. Pain resistance was one of the staple skills for any successful army, whether it was the Tier 1s or the Tier 4s. Even Ariella still had to maintain her training in the skill. She was just privileged enough to be able to do it in private with a magic tool. There were some hardships that a commander could suffer with their troops to instill confidence. Lying in the fetal position while crying wasn't one of them. Lugius, Ariella addressed the man as she walked up. He turned his head to see who called his name, and he immediately turned about and went to one knee, head down, when he noticed it was her. No need for formalities, Lugius. I'm here to train. Lugius raised his head, eyebrows following suit. You want to whip the soldiers into shape personally? He asked, surprised. No, I mean to train myself, she answered. You will be my partner and will train with our swords. Have I done something to invite your ire, my liege lady? Of course not. I'm not here to teach you, or anyone else for that matter, a lesson. I'm here to be taught a lesson. We will suppress our stats to a standard, and we will train with skill level only. Lugius's eyes shone brightly with excitement as he stood up. He clasped his hands together with a simple bow and instructed one of the assistants to fetch his sword. I would be honored, my liege lady. Ariella nodded her head like it was to be expected. Lugius was from a lower-tier region, and that ensured that his upward mobility in the Empire was limited. His current position was probably as high as he would ever go, officially, but the prospect of becoming the personal sparring partner for Ariella was a huge chance. Lugius was a skilled melee combatant in a wide array of weapons, and he was several decades older than Ariella. His level might be considerably higher than hers, though still in the Tier 4 range, but he lacked a sufficiently powerful bloodline and opportunities for achievements. Her stats outclassed his in every way. That being said, his skill level with his weapons was definitely above hers. If I may ask, my liege lady, what prompted this decision? Lugius asked. It was not normally proper behavior for one in his standing to ask such a question, but on the sparring field, her answer might be able to give him some insights on how to train with her in the way she was envisioning. She didn't hold it against him, especially since she had already told him to drop the formalities. There was a Tier 2 local who was a better swordsman than me, Ariella replied simply. Lugius's eyes widened in shock. It was understandable that it would be difficult to believe. Ariella had spent her entire time since gaining her first Tier 1 class mopping the floor with everyone around the same age as her in the capital, and they were a particularly martial civilization, even considering the fact that most of the world had a large number of combat classes due to the nature of the realm. So your goal is to best him in the field at his own expertise, thus instilling fear and panic into the heathens. Or do you just want to prove something to yourself while you send the assassins to erase any evidence of a more talented foe? Absolutely not. Ariella swished her sword angrily, taking a step forward before mastering herself. Lugius visibly swallowed his saliva, and Ariella could see beads of sweat break out on his forehead. Talent like that must be captured. He must serve me by my side. I won't allow any lasting harm to come to him. That being said, his presence has reminded me that I can't take it easy as I thought. I must continue to improve myself at all times. A lofty goal, my liege lady. Lugius nodded. I believe I understand your purpose enough to show you the way. The two readied their swords and began their sparring match. I know we've actually done a lot of training in various ways since we met, but never really together, Kefira said to Reevan. It's time to get down to business. Kefira had summoned Reevan to her tent via Cyrilla, and that was the first thing she said to him upon his entrance. He eyed her up and down, taking note of her form-fitting clothes and armor. Gone were the robes that typically signified a caster class. She was outfitted for hand-to-hand combat. She had a sword strapped to her side, and with his skills and experience, he could pick out a couple of daggers concealed around her body as well. Kefira noted where his eyes roamed, and she gave him a slight smile as she struck a pose, one hand on a cocked hip. So you want to practice the sword? Ryuvan ventured. Kefira nodded her head. I have two questions then. One, what's your skill level? And two, why not just do it with Cyrilla? Well, I have two answers, Kefira replied. One, my sword skill is at 24, just about to break through to 25. And two, I don't want to. She stuck her tongue out with one eye closed. Cyrilla, standing behind her, just rolled her eyes. What prompted this decision, by the way? Ryuvan asked, genuinely curious. Well, Jezebel was very proficient in both martial and magical combat. I've only ever really focused on my caster skills, and I've worked to gain the minimum requirements necessary to not embarrass myself in court with my sword skills. Not only her, but there's you too. I've seen what being good at both can accomplish. Is that what you're going to keep calling her? Ryuvan chuckled. You referring to her in that way besmirches my honor, too. HMPH. Kefira turned her head to the side, closing her eyes and crossing her arms. She had the perfect petulant child look down to an art. Not necessarily. Who knows how many taken men she's tried to snatch? We know there's one, and that means there's a greater than zero chance that there's more than one. I guess I can see the logic in that. Ryuvan quirked an eyebrow. Kefira opened one eye and peeked at Ryuvan. And you should stop trying to defend her, but it's so fun to tease you. Kefira's face turned red, but she refused to open her eyes or turn to face him. Okay, back on track, Ryuvan said. Do you want to do it privately or publicly? Kefira stopped playing around and looked at Ryuvan. What do you mean by that? It would be better if we were alone. No, I get that. What I mean is, do you want to, go off somewhere where nobody could accidentally stumble upon us, or do you just want to seal off a place so people don't go there? Where are we going? Yes, I see. Well, even though I can easily jump us a distance away, I can only take one person with me at a time right now, and there's no reason to take any stupid risks. I've already told Cyrilla to inform the major to block off a part of the camp for us to train in. Gotcha, and I agree. Though I would have done what you wanted, Ryuvan gave a one-shoulder shrug. He started to turn to exit the tent, Kefira stepping forward to follow him, but he stopped and glanced back at her with a frown. Is it me, or did you have a much more powerful aura around yourself when you came to rescue me the other night? I had thought that you had gained a ton of levels or something while we were separated, but you're mostly back to how you were. Oh, you're talking about this. Kefira fished out an amulet from her neckline. It was a sparkling emerald set in a silver chain. I've worn one of these the entire time you've known me, but I destroyed the other one. Sira keeps a spare on her in case I have to do that. Ryuvan threw an inspect at the obvious magic item, Soul Suppressor. He didn't get any other information out of the system other than the name. Okay, but what does it do exactly? It suppresses my soul, Kefira answered. Yes, I saw that, but what does that mean? It's complicated. There are a lot of intricate details into how it works, but it basically makes me operate at just above half of my power. There are reasons other than just gaining life experience for wearing it, and I'll explain it to you some other time, promise. Okay, I trust you, Ryuvan smiled. Kefira smiled back and placed the amulet back inside her shirt. Ryuvan was distracted as Kefira patted her neckline where it disappeared. Her breastplate concealed anything interesting from view, but the little action still drew his eye, and he could remember what it looked like without the constraints. Kefira's smile turned into a grin. Ha, take that, Jezebel. I'm not just better at magic than her. Kefira pointedly looked down and then back up at Ryuvan. There are other things that are superior about me. To be fair, Ariella was wearing armor too, Ryuvan thought. He wisely kept his mouth shut, though. The two exited the tent and headed in the direction that Kefira pointed out to him, and they quickly reached a circle that had been artificially made by combining the tents of the officers in the command area into a circle. Most of the enlisted soldiers would have no business coming to this part of the camp, and even if they did, it was difficult to see what was going on because of the wall of tents. All right, let's start off by you showing me your forms, Ryuvan said. Kefira frowned as she stood with her sword out. My skill is above level 10, she said. I'm at the threshold of breaking through to the next tier of mastery. But if you have any small bad habits, those might be holding you back without you knowing. You did say that you hardly focused on your sword skill, so there was less opportunity for any of your tutors, or whatnot, to find any of these mistakes. Who knows, if you do have some bad habits and we iron those out, you might hit level 25 before we even start to spar. That makes sense, Kefira conceded. Cyrilla nodded her head from her position, watching the pair. Kefira spent the next several moments going through the drills that she had learned from her imperial tutors. The forms were slightly different than what Ryuvan was used to, but not enough that he couldn't instantly pick up the similarities and figure them out for himself. He drew his sword, and keeping his eyes on Kefira's form, he performed the moves in tandem with her. One of the reasons he did so was to gauge how his body should move and feel while doing the actions. His skill level was high enough that he only needed to see it once to perform the movements properly, and his body itself told him whether it was perfectly executed or not. He took some time to go through the moves independently, marginally adjusting it here and there until it felt completely right. Once he had it down, he stopped the exercise, and he told Kefira to go through the motions once more. He immediately spotted some discrepancies, and he held out his hand to stop her. Kefira held her position as she looked at Rievin, waiting for him to say something. Your body movement is slightly off. Here and here, Rievin pointed to a couple of points on her legs and arms. You should move ever so slightly this way. Rievin tried to convey his meaning to Kefira, but she wasn't quite moving her arms and legs the way Rievin wanted her to. I think you're going to need to put me in position, Kefira said, staring Rievin in the eye. Rievin swallowed his saliva as he nodded his head. He stepped forward and reached out to reposition the slight errors he had seen. What are you doing? Kefira asked. Rievin pulled his head back, confused. Kefira shook her head. Get behind me so you have the proper perspective and you can move me where I need to go better. Okay, Rievin said. He walked around her, and because of how she was standing, he had to sidle up close to her in order to be able to reach around both sides of her body. His body pressed into hers, and he didn't avoid it. He placed his hands on her hips, adjusting her center ever so slightly, before running his hands up her sides onto her arms, and then down to move them into their perfect placement. Are you sure this is how you want me to correct you? Rievin whispered into her ear. His position placed his face right next to hers, and he saw her neck and face turn red from feeling his breath on her skin. I'm pretty sure this method will sear into my brain better than any other way. Kefira's voice came out raggedly. I'm sure it will. Rievin ran his hands back up her arms, down her sides, and past her waist to tweak the positioning of her legs. Kefira's breathing came in gulps, and Rievin finally stepped back to appreciate inspect Kefira's stance. Good, he nodded his head. Do you got a feel for exactly how your body is positioned? Perfectly, Kefira answered. Okay, start over, and try to get into this exact positioning while going through the motions this time. Okay, but I think you might have to help me get into position a couple more times before I can get it down while moving. That won't be a problem, Rievin smiled. The duo worked on Kefira's form for over an hour, Rievin stepping in to adjust her body multiple times for each form. Despite how close and sensual the exercise had turned into, Rievin could tell that Kefira was taking it seriously, and it was putting quite a bit of strain on her muscles as she performed the movements. Once they had gone over all of the moves separately, and Kefira performed to Rievin's exacting standards, he had her do the entire routine all together. Kefira's face lit up when she was done, and she turned and leaped into Rievin's arms, careful not to stab him with her sword still in her hand. You were right, she said, looking up at him from below. As soon as I completed the movements that last time, my skill ticked up to 25. Congratulations, Rievin said, hugging her back. Now we can get to the real thing. Good, though I don't think it's going to be nearly as fun. Yeah, you're probably right. Ariella sighed, lowering her sword. Blood dripped from the tip, dribbling on the ground. It wasn't just her sword that was stained red. Her opponent's sword likewise dripped her blood. Lugius lifted his sword and rested it on the back of his shoulders as he appraised Ariella. She had nicks and cuts across her arms and legs, but only a few jabs in her torso. None of her vital spots had even a scratch. She had gotten better over the past week of constant sparring with Lugius, seeing a steady uptick in not only her skill level but her actual application. But she was still frustrated. Lugius, for all of his prowess, was not as skilled as Rievin. Sure, Rievin hadn't managed to nick her at all in their duel, but she also wasn't suppressing her stats to a standard to match his. She only suppressed hers to an approximation of what she thought his stats were. Another ridiculous anomaly of his, she thought. I've never heard of a Tier 2 classer having stats to match an upper Tier 3. Not even the most powerful bloodlines that I've heard of are that powerful. Is there something the matter, my liege lady? Lugius inquired. If there was something wrong with his teaching, then this wasn't a valuable opportunity for him. It was a nightmare. Ariella shook her head. No, you're perfectly adequate, she answered. My skills are increasing at a fast pace. Faster even than they have in a very long time. It's just that after so much sparring with you, I can tell that you're not as good as my opponent, man. Lugius sucked in a breath at that statement. It was one thing for Ariella to meet a contemporary that had a higher skill level than she did. It was something else entirely to meet someone with a higher skill level than the chief instructor of her martial training. Well, to be fair, my liege lady, swords isn't my main combat skill. Pugilist is my number one, and axes are my second. Don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing you. Your sword skill is perfectly fine for my training. It's just, I don't know how to say it. I wanted something closer to what he could throw at me. It doesn't matter. We'll continue after a short break. Yes, my liege lady. Ariella walked to the side of the training ground, pulling out a water skin to quench her thirst. The cuts and scrapes on her body stung with her sweat, and she needed to rehydrate often. The heat of the desert was brutal when she was pushing her training. She was used to a much more temperate climate. The runic spell is getting close to completion. I'll need to execute the other plan soon as well. Sparring with Lugius isn't the only way I can increase my skill levels. Ariella subconsciously had a small smile on her lips as she thought about the immediate future and what it would bring. Sit up straight, Kefira said from behind Rievin. You don't have to be stiff, but your posture needs to be clear. If you hunch, then your meridians will move with your body, and they could be harder to distinguish in your inner mind. Once you've fully mastered the technique, though, and you have a perfect grasp on the placement of the meridians, then you can exercise in any way you want. Ryuvan was sitting in the lotus position, hands on his knees and eyes closed. Kefira was kneeling behind him, whispering into his ear a different way to circulate his mana to increase his affinities. Before, he had just moved the mana as a ball throughout the meridians, permeating his body over and over again, soaking his meridians and flesh and bones in the attuned mana to increase his affinity level. Kefira had scoffed at such a method, declaring it to be the lowest of the low. Apparently, there were many different methods to circulate one's mana for affinity training. The most common method in the higher tier regions wasn't to follow the exact path of one's meridians. Kefira had explained that that was more for the system to add stats from leveling and bloodlines than it was for tuning one's body to an affinity. Instead of running the mana through every single tiny channel, which a lot of them were dead ends and required one to split off a portion from their central mana ball, one would only follow the most rudimentary path through the body. It might seem counterintuitive to do so, but Kefira had explained that the attuned mana would naturally spread from the meridians, soaking the body in the affinity, and that the minuscule speed increase of following 100 of the pathway was far outweighed by an increase in the number of rotations one could achieve by shortening the path. She had offered to teach him the method of her own family. Ryuvan didn't balk or try to talk her out of it, and he had simply agreed. "Okay, now let's begin," Kefira said, reaching around Ryuvan to place both of her hands on his stomach. "Actually, wait, I think you should take your shirt off." Kefira once more removed her hands and leaned back. Ryuvan turned his head to look at her face, a mischievous grin on her lips. "Oh yeah, you think that's necessary?" Ryuvan quirked an eyebrow. Absolutely," Kefira winked. Ryuvan shrugged and simply took his shirt off without preamble. He resumed his posture, and after a silent moment, he felt Kefira's hands return to his stomach. "Okay, what you're going to do is to start off exactly the same way you would with the method I taught you previously, but instead of imagining your mana as a solid ball radiating light and warmth out to the surroundings of your body, imagine it as a ball of yarn. The yarn is as thin as you can possibly make it, and it must still have the same properties of seeping its power out around it. Start here." Kefira pressed with her index finger directly in the center of his core and held her hand there. It didn't take Ryuvan long to manipulate his mana into the ball of yarn that Kefira had described. He nodded his head that he was ready to go once he had it down. "Now, unspool the yarn, leaving it anchored in your core. Follow my hand, moving at the same speed I do." Kefira kept her left hand in place on his core, and then she started tracing Ryuvan's internal meridians on the outside of his body with her right hand. She had watched him perform his exercise enough times, and with her mana sense and sight skills, she was able to pinpoint the path he moved his mana. Having a different bloodline and a combat class as his first foundational class, his pathways were different enough from her own that she wouldn't have been able to guide him this way if she hadn't carefully watched him. Her hand traced his body with a slow, deliberate speed. Ryuvan matched the speed, unspooling the yarn and keeping the thread taut between the anchor and the ball. The ball of yarn reached the first major point in his meridians where it split off into several different dead-end paths, and Kefira's finger paused for a moment. Circle the ball of yarn several times in place and imagine looping it around to create a knot. Ryuvan followed the instructions, and then Kefira's hand resumed its journey. The two of them traced his main meridian path, one on the outside and one on the inside, all the way around, stopping at several junctures to create a knot. They did this until they had moved all the way back to his core where they made one final knot. Now, the next step is to lay a second track down next to the first. You might think that you need to follow the exact same path and strengthen the string that you have in place throughout your body, but that would be a mistake. You need to make a second, separate line. We don't really know the exact reasoning behind how or why it works this way, but doing multiple lines next to each other creates a better benefit than simply strengthening the one line you've made. The second trick is after you've made a separate knot next to the ones at your junctures, you need to make a third knot that encompasses the two of them. Again, we don't know why it works better. We've just found after countless generations of trial and error that it has the best effect. Ryuvan nodded his head and once again followed her hand with his mana yarn ball. Kefira suddenly tightened her grip around him with her arms as she leaned forward into him, pressing herself against his back tightly. She obviously wasn't wearing armor in this setting, nor was she wearing anything that greatly restricted her, either. Ryuvan felt beads of sweat form on his head as he fought to maintain his concentration. "Sorry, my legs were getting tired," Kefira whispered into his ear. Ryuvan didn't have the mental capacity to say anything else in the situation. They continued the exercise, and Ryuvan's mind almost began to wander as Kefira seemed to unconsciously sway side to side ever so slightly on his back. "Concentrate," Kefira half giggled, half scolded. Ryuvan just gritted his teeth as he continued to unspool the yarn. After the third revolution was completed, Kefira stopped tracing his body and allowed Reevan to continue moving the ball on his own. She kept a careful watch on his speed with her senses, though, occasionally telling him to slow down or speed up just a little to maintain the perfect pace. Reevan did notice that she hadn't moved her body away from his, though. He didn't mind, even though it made it a lot harder to concentrate. After 8 full rotations, Kefira told him to stop. "Woman, were you trying to make me fail?" Reevan rounded on Kefira. Kefira backed up, lifting a hand to hide her smile as she laughed at him. "Of course not," she denied, "but you of all people should know that one gets better results by struggling. I was helping you." Some help. What now?" "That's the end of the first lesson," she said. "Just the first?" Reevan asked. Kefira nodded. "Yeah, if you do more than 8 rotations with this method, then you start getting diminishing returns and the time spent doesn't equal the benefit. It makes more sense to stop, take a break, and then start over from the beginning with a different affinity to work on. You can still choose to work on the same affinity for the next session, but again, there will be diminishing returns. A good rule of thumb to go by is the rule of 3. Do 2 different affinities before returning to the first to get the absolute maximum benefit out of the exercise." "And what's the second lesson?" Reevan asked. "The second lesson is blending and splicing other affinities into the yarn. You can't change the affinity of the mana while doing the exercise, so you have to build your yarn ball with the perfect size string for each rotation. This will take many attempts to get just right, but the benefit is worth the effort. The next step of the method is to lay 4 different lines of affinities down, and then double them up on the last 4 rotations. You'll lose a little bit of efficiency from not focusing on one main affinity, but it's not as much as you would think. The overall speed of increasing all of your affinities will double, and the most basic method I just showed you is probably about 4 times as effective as the common way of doing things. Do you see now why I said the way you were doing it before was the lowest of the low? The way I train my affinities, and the way you'll be doing it soon, is 10 times faster, at least. I can see that. I'll be catching up to you in my proficiency in no time. Ha, keep dreaming, I'm a magical prodigy. Oh yeah, well I never did tell you that out of my initial stats and skills, my mental stats and mana skills were higher than my physical ones. I simply got forced into a martial class at the beginning, though I probably would have chosen one anyway if I had the choice. What's your highest tier affinity and what's your highest level? Reevan asked. My highest tier would be the tier 4 space-time at level 16, and my highest level would be the tier 3 emptiness at level 53. What about you? Wait, space-time, not space and time. Correct, I haven't met anyone who knows any more than I do about it, but from what I've gathered, space and time are basically one affinity. However, the system also imposes a hard separation between the two. Anyone who gets space-related affinities, regardless of if it's space itself or not, is generally precluded from gaining time-related affinities, and vice versa. I've heard of legends where extreme transcendents are able to unlock the other side, but as far as I know, people think it's just a myth, and yet you have it. And yet I have it. Well, my highest tier affinity is the tier 4 eternal at level 4, and my highest level would be the tier 3 light and darkness affinities, both at level 49. Kefira stared him in the eye for a second, not making any sound or movement. You know, you don't have to keep secrets from me. I wouldn't reveal them to anyone. If you don't want to tell me the truth, you could just say that. Reevan could detect that there was a bit of genuine hurt in Kefira's voice as she said that. He shook his head before taking her hands in his. It's not that, he said. It's more like I don't really consider the other affinities to be my own at this point. It's true, I do have 2 tier 5 affinities, but I got them in a weird way, and I've been told that it's basically impossible to work on them until I've reached level 100 or higher and a whole lot of other affinities before I'm even supposed to be able to acquire them. You have the realm mana. It was a statement, not a question. But wait, you said you have 2 tier 5 affinities. Veridical and Abyss, Reevan confirmed. Kefira once more stared at him for a moment. Reevan held his breath, waiting for her reaction. That's interesting, I didn't know that was possible. I know about the veridical affinity, of course. There's even more than one archmage in Wispan who have it unlocked, but Abyss affinity. Kefira shrugged. Well, whatever. Kefira placed her hands on either side of Reevan's face and leaned in to give him a kiss. They held the position for several minutes before breaking away once again. Yeah, that's one of my biggest secrets, Reevan said. Only one of Kefira rolled her eyes. Of course it is. But you weren't lying when you said you might catch up to me. It all depends on how fast you can break through to level 50 in your light and darkness affinities. You still have a way to go before you can compete with me in the tier 4 affinities, though. Kefira stuck her tongue out. Yeah, I've fallen way behind, Reevan said, scratching the back of his head. I haven't worked on my affinities in 3 years. Shut up, Kefira threw a pillow at his head. Reevan didn't avoid it, and it bounced off of his face. I think I'm going to throw up. That's how disgusting you are right now. 3 years. You haven't worked on them for 3 years. It's not fair. Life isn't fair. Reevan laughed and leaned forward to wrap Kefira up in a hug. Get your hands off of me. I'm mad at you, Kefira huffed, folding her arms and refusing to return the hug. 3 years. I've worked my butt off every day, never giving myself a break from doing at least a little training. Even when you were missing and I was worried sick about you, I never failed to do at least a little bit of training. And you tell me you haven't trained your affinities in 3 years. Which one of us is the magical prodigy? Come on, it's not that bad. Rievin tried to console her. You think I'm joking? Kefira glared at him. Do you think I've been telling a silly joke when I've said I'm a magical prodigy? No, I've been told my whole life that I'm the most talented caster that's been seen in thousands of years, regardless of which region or empire you look. And then you show up and sweep me off my feet and take my breath away in more ways than one. I feel like I've been punched in the gut. Kefira, Rievin grabbed her hands and stared at her face until she looked back into his eyes. There's more to talent than affinity levels. I know. Kefira took a deep breath, and I'm not actually mad about it either. It's just, my entire worldview just came crumbling down. Your sword skill is around the master level, right? Technically. Kefira paused, her mouth open. She narrowed her eyes at Rievin. We'll address that answer later. Kefira recovered herself once more. Anyway, imagine working for years to achieve the master level in swords, and then someone around your age shows up with a transcendent skill level. You mean like my dad? Rievin teased. Gah, Kefira balled up her fist and hit Rievin on the chest to emphasize each word. You are so hateful sometimes. Rievin captured her hand in his once more, throwing his head back and laughing. Sorry, I couldn't resist. My dad is more than twice as old as I am, so he's not exactly around my age. Didn't you say he was in his early to mid-30s? Rievin nodded his head. Man, your whole family is something else. Yeah, they're not bad. Kefira rolled her eyes once more as Rievin pulled her into another hug. She sighed and leaned her weight against him. Rievin witnessed the soldiers of his company mop up the remaining enemy soldiers on the battlefield. Smoke billowed from charred craters, and bodies littered the ground everywhere. A group of combat medics was tending to the wounded from Rievin's side, and he could see a couple of bodies covered in white cloth off to the side. The resistance the enemy put up had increasingly gotten tougher and tougher. No longer were they exclusively hordes of raving lunatics with ones branded on their heads. They ran into just as many twos and a large amount of threes as well. They still had the overwhelming advantage in the quality of soldiers, but the enemy had the numbers. It felt like they were hardly making a dent in the combat effectiveness of the invaders. Counter to what one would expect, it seemed that taking out huge numbers of those of lower standing in the opposing army had caused the effectiveness of their soldiers to go up as they bolstered their ranks with the higher branded numbers. Rievin stood stone-faced, not letting any emotion show, though he felt saddened at each loss of life his soldiers suffered. The time for tears is after the battle. Rievin couldn't remember where he had heard that saying from, but it was apt. Lieutenant Jek came walking over, and Rievin turned his head and indicated for the man to give his report. Sir, there's a small group of the rescued civilians that insist on meeting you, Jek said. Oh yeah, did they say what about? Rievin asked. No, sir. They simply said they would like to meet with someone who could make decisions. I figured you weren't doing anything. That's all right, Rievin nodded. I'll meet with them. Lead the way. Jek turned about and led Rievin toward the rescued civilians. There was a clear distinction between most of the civilians and a group of about 15 or so who stood slightly apart from the rest. A young man stood in front, clearly elected the voice of the small group. You're the one in charge. The man eyed Rievin up and down. He didn't have a hostile tone in his voice, and the look on his face was one of curiosity. That's me, Rievin confirmed. Provisional Captain Rievin, the company commander. What I can do for you? We want to fight, the man said, determination on his face. Rievin stared the man in the eye, and he didn't see any fear or wavering in them. He glanced around the others, and he saw similar expressions and stances. Do you have combat classes? Rievin asked. Each of us has a semi-combat class, the young man nodded. Semi-combat class. Rievin directed his question to Jek. I see, Rievin said. He turned back to the young man. And what class do you have? I'm a metal blacksmith. I have my mana skills unlocked, and I dare say that my hammer skills will be higher than any of the soldiers you have in your platoons. I've seen that you have squads in each of them that are equipped with such implements. Rievin stroked his chin in thought. He turned to a young woman who was standing closest to the man speaking for the group. And you, I see. That's 2 of you with an elemental designation to your class. How many of you have your mana skills unlocked? We all do, the young man answered. That's one of the reasons why we stepped forward. Okay. Jek, get the particulars from each person. You know what information is relevant, Rievin instructed his officer. He turned back to the young man and the group of civilians. I can't promise that I can guarantee a spot for all of you, but we do have other civilians in our camp. Even if I can't get you a spot as a volunteer, I'm sure I can find something for all of you to do. After we vet you, of course. Of course, the young man nodded. What's your name? Rievin asked. I'm Goiz. The man held out his hand and Rievin shook it. His grip was strong and firm. I'm Reha, the dancer said. Good. As long as everything checks out, welcome aboard. Goiz nodded his head, and Rievin saw Reha give a small smile out of the corner of his eye before he turned to head back to his position. Ryevin crawled on his belly over the sand dune. He cupped his fingers around his eyes to give himself a stable template to manipulate his mana. He had seen large strides in his affinities since he started training with Kefira, as well as improving his theoretical knowledge on several. A memory from his dreams had come to him one day when he had wished he could see just a bit further, and he had been trying to recreate the item he had seen his dream self use to see far distances. He used his light affinity to bend the light coming through the mana construct so as to amplify the image. It had been more complicated than he had initially thought, and his first several attempts had given back nothing more than blurry images that gave him fewer details than if he had simply looked with his eyes. After experimenting for several days, he finally discovered that it needed 2 mana membranes to pass through to get the effect he wanted. His memory of the dream wasn't that great, and he had to figure it out on his own. Adjusting the distance between the 2 light mana membranes, Ryevin zoomed in on the distant image of the enemy forces making their way south, toward the center of the desolate sands. They weren't particularly in a hurry, it seemed, but they were moving in the middle of the day instead of the evening, and Ryevin could only think that it was because they were on a deadline. The enemy force was strung out across a long line. They didn't march, and they only loosely moved together as a whole. It didn't appear as if there was even anyone in charge, from what Ryevin could see. Considering the responses to the attacks Ryevin and his allies had perpetrated on them, and the response to those attacks, he could believe it. This was one of the groups that had been hit several times by the battalion as the war efforts intensified in their location. They had slowly ramped up their level of attacks on this particular enemy camp, and they had finally set things up to try and lure them apart to land a final blow. It had been a surprise when the scouts had reported that the enemy camp was deserted. Ryevin had volunteered to go out with a couple of his platoons to do reconnaissance, as he and his men were the most familiar with the areas outside of their operating range. Major Dobrik, with Kefira's approval, hadn't hesitated to take advantage of his experience with the local terrain. It had quickly become apparent, though, that the camp hadn't simply moved to a new location. Ryevin and his men had found their tracks and determined they were heading into the desolate sands before notifying the rest of the battalion by runner. Ryevin had remained shadowing the enemy in the desert throughout the evening into the morning, waiting for a response from the officers in charge. Now that he had reunited with the main force of the battalion, he had obviously gotten his hands on a communication device, so they were able to move about more freely without the risk of losing each other in the wilderness. Relay a message back to the battalion that they looked tired and strung out, Ryevin whispered to Jekyll next to him. He had his protege handle the communication device while he was doing his assessment, and he would take it back once he was done. There was no reason he couldn't lend it out to a subordinate to operate the equipment when he was otherwise occupied. Tell them that if they send a fast unit ahead, we have an excellent opportunity to harass their rear. Jekyll sent the information as Ryevin continued to observe the enemy through his fingers. He was scanning the crowd, looking for signs of higher-level troops or the presence of Ariella. If she or her personal soldiers were around, a fast attack on their rear wouldn't be viable, but he was 90% sure she wouldn't be there. He still had to take into account the small possibility that they had met up with each other while they were out of sight, though. After assessing the enemy forces and determining there had been no change in their makeup, Ryevin signaled to Jekyll to descend the sand dune, and they met back up with the 2 platoons he had led into the desolate sands. Major Dobrik sent back that they would be sending a company-sized force made up of soldiers specializing in speed, Jekyll said as Ryevin called the other 2 officers and the platoon sergeants over. The terrain of the desolate sands was a lot more open than the surrounding desert, but there were still dunes and rocks enough that they could keep out of sight as long as they kept an appropriate distance apart. It would be extremely hard to sneak up on anyone, though. Here's the deal, Ryevin looked at each of the leaders in the eye. We have a chance to do some more harassing action here, but the terrain is too open to get close enough without them noticing anything and responding in time. We need to double time ahead and get in front of the enemy force to lay an ambush. We're going to be a feint, though. If they have their attention on us, they're less likely to be able to notice and or respond to the fast force attacking them from the rear. There's a good chance that the stragglers are lower level than the ones out front, but that's not a guarantee. They might just have different skill levels for traveling long distances. We don't need to actually engage the enemy, but we do need to time our feint to coincide with the arrival of the actual strike force. Ryevin pulled out a map and laid it on the ground. The other officers crowded around to be able to see what he was going to show them. See here, several miles ahead, there's a large rock outcropping. Just a bit before that, there's a decent-sized sand dune. If this map isn't too old and the wind hasn't shifted the dune, we can set one platoon here and the other at the rocks. We get their attention at the rocks and lead them back toward the sand dune, where the second platoon can flank them with some ranged attacks. We can act like we bit off more than we can chew and scatter in a panic. We'll meet back up here. Ryevin poked another spot on the map with his finger, and then head back to the battalion after. "I'll be with the first platoon," Ryevin said, standing up and folding the map back up. "That way I can counter any spells they might toss our way while we get their attention. The second platoon should focus their fire on any mages that rush out with any soldiers that we manage to lure away. Remember, this is a feint. We just need to make it seem like we got in over our heads and hold their attention long enough that the other soldiers can do some damage to the stragglers." Any questions? The other officers had seen enough combat with Ryevin to understand what he wanted exactly, so they simply shook their heads. It wasn't the first time they had split their forces to draw enemies into a trap, and this one wouldn't even be a conventional ambush. Ryevin led his 2 platoons in a jog across the desert to reach the destination ahead of the enemy forces that were in a straight line toward the ambush location. They would only have several minutes to get into position, but it didn't matter too much as they weren't going to be engaging in a traditional fight. The map was accurate enough, and the sand dune was still in the place where it was located on the map. The platoon split up, and Ryevin ordered the men to run the rest of the distance in a half-crouch. There were smaller rocks scattered about to offer some concealment, and their camouflage abilities had all increased over the past weeks, but if they ran as a group just standing tall, there was a possibility that the enemy force would spot them. There was enough distance between them still, that running while hunched over still kept them mostly out of view. Ryevin wasn't entirely concerned if they were spotted anyway, because that was kind of the plan in the first place. It would just change the timing a little. He communicated with the other captain leading the strike force, and he knew that even if they drew the attention of the enemy early, they would only have to keep them occupied for a little longer. It ended up being a moot point, though, as Ryevin got his platoon into position behind the rocks. They waited in place for just over 10 minutes, and the enemy column approached within range of Ryevin's plan. He and the specialists of the platoon jumped out from behind the rocks and launched a volley of ranged attacks toward the enemy column. Ryevin cast several spells and flung them at the line of approaching soldiers, and then they put on a little show of acting like they hadn't realized they were attacking such a large force. He and the soldiers launched a second, desperate volley before turning on their heels and taking off across the desert sand. Most of the other soldiers hadn't acquired the sure step skill, so their mobility was a bit reduced on the loose sand, but they had initiated the attack with that problem factored in. Ryevin heard the sound of horns calling out, and he knew that the enemy force had sent a contingent of soldiers to chase after them. They sprinted across the sand, and they angled their direction so that they would run parallel to the sand dune where the other platoon was hidden. They had used similar tactics many times before, but without a competent commander to take charge of the enemy army, they had never come up with any kind of fancy countermeasure. The tactic was adapted, of course, but it was usually along the lines of throwing more bodies or magic at the problem to try and fix it. Ryevin sensed several mana signatures approaching them from behind, and he quickly turned to wrest control of the magic away to send it back to the mages that launched the spells. With his increase in levels and stats, it was getting easier to impose his will on the enemy's spells, though he still had to strain himself if they ran into anyone with a higher number brand. He had never had the opportunity to pit his will against Ariella's because the spells she had used were almost exclusively instant-type beam spells in the one duel they had had together. Ryevin took his platoon beyond the sand dune, and after about a minute, he heard the telltale sound of another missile barrage. He ordered his men to halt, and he took the archers back with him a ways to launch another round of attacks at the pursuing force. This was the first time he had actually gotten a look at the number of soldiers that had chased after them, and he was surprised it was only a couple of hundred. Either they were more confident in their mages than they should have been, or someone had actually shown some restraint. They usually lured a much more significant amount of soldiers out when they performed such actions. Ryevin didn't feel any more mana coming from any mages in the enemy force, so he assumed they had either been taken out, or they were hiding in the group because of Ryevin's actions. Arrows rained down on them from the top of the sand dune, and Ryevin and his archers added more arrows to the mix. The enemy soldiers had only been confused for a brief time, and they resumed their spring toward Ryevin and his men, ignoring the flanking platoon atop the sand dune. Ryevin once more turned and ran into the desert, away from the larger column of enemies, with his men, and the platoon on the dune only launched attacks for as long as they were within range. Ryevin and his men continued to run ahead, keeping a pace that kept the pursuers just close enough that they thought they could catch up. His communication device beeped with a signal from the other captain, telling him they had successfully engaged the stragglers, and Ryevin finally unleashed a couple of spells to blow the sand up into the air behind them. Not only did he obscure the enemy's vision with his spell, but it picked up a huge amount of sand, causing the ground to be too uneven to run easily across, and they used the distraction to pick up the speed to disappear from the sight of the pursuers. After several minutes, they met back up with the other platoon, and after nodding at the other officers, Reevin led his men back toward the battalion that had begun to move into the desolate sands. Kefira had sent a message saying that if one of the major bases was moving into the desert, it was likely that most, if not all of them, were doing the same. It seemed like the runic spell was close to completion, and Reevin agreed with that assessment. They still didn't know exactly what was going to happen when the giant spell was initiated, but time was running out. It was a close thing, too, because Kefira had informed him that her older brother had arrived on the scene, and they would be reaching the desolate sands in about a week's time. If they had gotten here just a bit earlier, or if the runic spell had taken just a little longer to complete, they might have been able to stop the entire thing before it got to this point. But there was nothing they could do about that now other than roll with the punches and try to mitigate as much damage from whatever was coming as they could. Sir Reevin, can you come by and give us some more pointers? Reha practically bounced in her enthusiasm as she ran up to walk alongside Reevin. He looked down at the other teenage girl and couldn't help but smile at her infectious personality. Sure, Reevin said, I'll come by after my own training session. Reha gave a little pout at the answer. Maybe I could join you, she asked, twisting her shoulders back and forth coquettishly. I know you and Lady Fira have a thing going on. I promise I won't get in the way of that. Just, you know that I'm better with a sword than the others. I think I would learn a lot more with you than with them. Reevin rolled his eyes at the request. It wasn't the first time she had brought it up, though her earlier attempts at getting personal lessons from him had been a lot more subtle. Reevin stopped in his stride toward Kefira's tent and faced the girl that came up to his chin. Reha, this is my personal time, so I'm going to have to say no. He was firm but gentle in his tone. Reha leaped forward and hugged him by the arm, swaying it back and forth like he remembered his sisters doing when they were younger. She had a pleading look on her face, but Reevin was more surprised at the fact that he hadn't been able to respond in time to avoid the little maneuver than anything. Please, Reha gave him puppy dog eyes. Reevin grabbed one of her arms and peeled it off of himself before pinching the bridge of his nose. He normally wouldn't even consider the issue, but what she had said was actually true. Her skills with a sword were better than anyone else's in his company, better than anyone else he had seen in the battalion. That had been enough to slightly mollify Reevin's suspicions, but he had finally put his guard down after a scouting mission had reported spotting Ariella being carried by a palanquin into the desert. They had reported that she had apparently been traveling like a queen on the backs of her deathsworn, as she had called them. There had just been something tickling the back of Reevin's mind whenever he looked at Reha and considered everything about her. He hadn't necessarily thought she was Ariella in disguise, but the thought had crossed his mind. Knowing that the eccentric enemy commander was over 100 miles away had let him put the last doubt to rest. From what Reevin could see, Reha was just incredibly enthusiastic about advancing her skills and contributing, and she had a bubbly personality. He had thought she might be trying to get close to him on purpose, but further surveillance had shown that she acted the same way towards a lot of people, whether they were in positions of power or just regular foot soldiers. Reha had even acted the same way towards Kefira and Cyrilla, and surprisingly, despite how close and affectionate she seemed toward Reevin, Kefira had grown to like her. I'll tell you what, Reha, Reevin said after a moment. I'll talk to Lady Fira, and if we have time, maybe we'll invite you over for additional training after we're done. Reevin held up a finger to forestall Reha's enthusiastic jumping up and down. Maybe. Of course, Reha said, clapping her hands together with a wide smile on her face. Maybe I can ask Lady Fira for some tips about increasing my fire affinity, too. Do you think she would help me? I'm sure she would if you ask nicely, Reevin said. Now, if you'll excuse me. Oh, right. I'll wait for the good news. Reha scampered off toward the other refugees, and Reevin noticed her do the same thing to another girl, trapping her in a hug before he shook his head and resumed his walk toward Kefira's tent. Reevin had been suspicious of Reha's motivations, even after he had verified her identity through multiple methods, but the more he saw, the more he was convinced that she just wanted to be everyone's friend. She had somehow weaseled her way into befriending Kefira and Cyrilla, both, but she had never tried to do anything other than being friendly. She never tried to poke her nose into any kind of business she shouldn't, and she never brought up class or station. She seemed to ignore the fact that Kefira had the title lady in front of her name, and she never bragged about being friends with her to any of the other refugees. She also kept their relationship out in the open, and only ever interacted with her when she was out and about. She never tried to get into Kefira's tent, and her attempts at getting more training out of the two of them had always been for the sessions in their little secluded arena. Reevin sometimes thought that Reha had made friends with him, showcasing her abilities with a sword, just so she could become friends with Kefira, and she wanted to be friends with Kefira simply out of interest in being friends. It hadn't been until after she had grown on Kefira that she had even found out about Kefira's prowess as a caster. Reevin wouldn't have minded getting a little closer to the other refugees, as well, as they were all very competent. They hadn't lied when they said their lifestyle classes could convert into competent combat classes with the right tools and circumstances, and he had been impressed with their work ethic and ability. They were all much more cognizant of the difference in their status, though so none of them tried to actually make friends with Reivin, Kefira, or Cyrilla. Reivin once more shook his head as he chuckled to himself. He knew Kefira liked the girl, but he wasn't sure how she would feel about her wanting to join them in their private training sessions. They had long gotten past the point of having to physically direct each other in their practice, but the more time they spent together, the more they touched, not less. It was definitely Kefira's feelings on the matter, and not his own wish for the intimacy, that had led him to offer the compromise of maybe instructing Reha after their own training. Reivin strode through the field with his other officers. The soldiers of the company were finishing off the last remnants of the enemies from the camp they had been harassing for a while the other soldiers from the battalion focused on their assigned fields. They had gotten luckier than they had realized when Reivin had lured their attention away for the quick strike force when they chased them into the desolate sands. They had apparently foolishly sent the last of their mages after Reivin's platoon, thinking they would be easy pickings. The result was that Reivin and his ambushing second platoon had killed the last of their mages. It had been a massacre. Once the spells started to land with zero defense, other than their own shared shields, the enemy realized they would just be pummeled to death if they didn't do anything. The mage corps had been separated into different groups, spread around the enemy, and when they sallied forth in order to try and reach the groups of mages, the melee soldiers had sprung the final trap. The enemy had already been heavily damaged from the bombardment, and getting flanked while taking heavy spell fire from the front was the final straw. It was the first time Reivin had seen them flee in the face of danger. They had tried to take some captive when they fled, but they would still fight to the death if they had no way out, and if they were subdued, they would try to commit suicide. Reivin paused to watch the refugees he had accepted into his ranks at Kefira and Dobrik's consent. Instead of incorporating them into his standing platoons, he kept them to themselves as their own unit, and he even appointed Goys as their squad leader. It wasn't a large enough unit to designate them as their own platoon, and they didn't receive any formal ranks, though Dobrik had agreed to pay them as such. Goys was a competent leader, and all of the others listened to him easily. Reivin simply used them as a specialist, reserve unit like he would the 5th squads of each platoon, but they were not attached to a larger platoon like the others. Goys would walk alongside Reivin, awaiting any orders, and Reivin would simply give him a mission to accomplish when needed and give him free rein to figure out how to do it. It had worked very well so far, and Reivin was seriously considering expanding the smaller unit tactics across his company. The flexibility it allowed when put into the hands of a smart leader was very much worth investing in. Nature of how combat worked meant that they would still have to have large, cohesive forces as the central means, but there was no reason they had to keep all of their units in a strict formation at all times. Reivin paused to watch the fire dance that Reha performed. Not only did her lithe body move in a mesmerizing way, but the fire element that she called forth also undulated in an intoxicating manner. Her movements, paired with her sword, were deadly to the enemy and inspiring to her comrades. Reivin didn't receive a notification of getting a buff, but he was sure that had something to do with the fact that he wasn't technically in her unit and her party. Those fighting alongside her were definitely displaying increased competency as compared to their sparring practices. Reivin nodded his head and continued moving along the lines, inspecting the work of his platoons. The enemy was already a broken force, incapable of putting up much of a resistance, but it was still imperative to keep a watchful eye just in case. Just because the battle was won didn't mean there couldn't be more surprises that could cost the lives of his men. Don't be complacent. Don't be complacent, Reivin subconsciously chanted in his mind. A squad of his men detached themselves from their platoon and chased after several fleeing enemy soldiers. Stop, Reivin commanded. The soldiers came to a halt and turned to face him. There's no reason to chase after them. They'll kill themselves before surrendering, and they're likely to die alone in the desert anyway. Even if they manage to make it to another army, the few who do won't make a difference. Don't let our forces get spread out for no good reason. Just let them go. Yes, sir. The squad leader saluted and returned to the formation with his troops. They had achieved great success. It had taken over a month of carefully planned skirmishes and ambushes to wipe out an entire enemy army, and it wouldn't have been possible without disabling their magical capabilities, but they had done it. Just goes to show the importance of balance, Reivin thought. If we had had cavalry available to us in the beginning, we most likely wouldn't have suffered such a devastating defeat. We might have even been able to succeed in our initial purpose of rescuing the captives that day with the speed and mobility the horsemen could provide. Only 15 or so more armies of equivalent size and power to go. Reivin ruefully chuckled. Lieutenant Jek, Reivin called out to the first platoon commander. Jek jogged over and offered a salute. The battle is won. Have the platoon sergeants take charge, inform Goys to stick with Senior Sergeant Jekyll for now, and gather the other officers. All of you meet me at the battalion command with Major Dobrik and Lady Fira for debriefing. Yes, sir. Jek ran off to do as ordered. Kefira sat up straight in her chair, listening to the major discuss the plans for future engagement with the other officers present. They had finished off an entire enemy army unit, and morale among the soldiers was as high as it had ever been. They had gone full circle from being summarily defeated in open combat to annihilating an equivalent force through their own hit-and-run tactics. It had been a brutal lesson that many people hadn't survived to learn, but it had shown them the importance of developing a doctrine to fight against humans instead of just mindless monsters. The arrogance of expecting to simply overpower a superior number of foes through a higher quality had been squashed. The truth of quality over quantity had still been established, as the enemy soldiers had mostly been Tier 2 or Low Tier 3 with hardly any equipment, but it had also engraved the truth of sufficient quantity having quality on its own. Ryevin wasn't the only officer to come up with effective tactics and strategies, but he had been one of the first. The variety of tactics he had come up with had also been quite diverse, and coupled with their own experiences, many of the other officers had put down their pride to learn from him. Ryevin had shown an understanding of the politics involved with command officers, too, and he had guided them in a way that they could largely figure things out on their own, and they had proved that, for the most part, they weren't just paper tigers. Even Captain Sanjin, after getting his head screwed back on straight, had progressed in his abilities as an officer. With the absence of the two sons of the Count and Colonel, and the end of his carousing with the enlisted troops, he had finally been able to observe and emulate the other officers. Kefira still didn't trust him in a command position, but he no longer put on airs as a future genius general, and the advice he gave from his perspective and the execution of his orders from the major was much more tempered and sane. That gives additional opportunities to set ambushes for those supporting units, though another officer added, we would just have to split our forces into 3, and that could give rise to its own dangers. That's all well and good, but I think the right course of action is to wait for more information on the runic spell. One of the captains joined the conversation. We don't know what's going to happen, and you staff officers aren't the ones that are going to be risking your lives attacking the enemy. We might need all of our forces for what's to come very soon. We can do both. Captain Sanjin offered his opinion. Executing 1 or 2 raids should be relatively safe before they wise up to what we're doing. They all converged toward the center of the desolate sands, too, so it wouldn't take long for us to relocate to another location to perform another attack. Everything we've seen so far has shown that the armies don't really communicate very well with each other, so we should be able to catch more than one front off guard, and if they do communicate with each other, then we just need to maintain our vigilance and be ready to abandon the attack at any time. That is the best idea I've ever heard from you, Kefira said. I think that's feasible. Major Dobrik, draw up some plans and contingencies to move forward with that course of action. We also, Kefira froze mid-sentence as she felt a pulse of mana come from within her breast pocket. She reached in and pulled out the communication device that she had on her person at all times but had been inert since leaving the capital. The council of officers stopped talking and focused their attention on Kefira as she placed the device on the table and sent a matching frequency mana pulse into the magic item. An image sprung up above the table. It was the upper half of a young man. He appeared to be in his early 20s, but with how aging worked, that could mean a range from 15 to 50. Kefira knew that this young man in question, though, was 27 years old. He had a serious expression on his handsome face, with a square jaw and impeccable complexion. His hair was short, and his eyes shone with a topaz glint. Below his face, he was adorned in a military uniform with the insignia of a general, and the token of the imperial family was attached to a chain hanging off of his shoulder. As one of the siblings that weren't in the line of succession, he had dedicated his life to military service, and he was one of the highest-level members of the immediate family. With the way ruling an empire worked, the emperor and empress were typically some of the lowest-leveled members of the royalty. Kefira's parents were Tier 5, but their own siblings and older generation were still around, and their power and loyalty were what protected the family. Brother, Kefira smiled widely at the appearance of the projection. The man on the other end of the communication magic item was Kaiser, her third brother. The young man's stern expression softened at the sight of his sister. He eyed her up and down, and a smirk made its way onto his lips. Sister, I would say you're looking good, but you know me, I'm not one for dishonesty. You look like trash. Her brother's laughter cut off, though he still had a mirthful smile on his face. Oh, are you in council right now? He asked. Sorry about that. I thought you would make contact with me when you were alone. We just got done with a battle, and we were discussing the next steps to take in the war effort, Kefira explained. Since we're able to connect like this, I assume you're close by. I didn't expect you to arrive for another couple of weeks. Yeah, we should be close, her brother nodded. We found the traces of one of the enemy armies marching into the sands, and according to the map, we're only a couple of days away from the center. We arrived ahead of schedule because I didn't wait for the forces from Drallo to convene before marching ahead with my own troops. I brought 50,000 soldiers from the Imperial Army. Good. Are you coming from the direction of Kurlan? Yes, we're approaching from the southeast. Okay, we're positioned to the northwest, opposite you guys. We just wiped out one of their armies after over a month of hit-and-run ambush tactics, but they still have 15 or so armies surrounding the center of the desert. Oh good, I was afraid you would have finished mopping up the enemy before we arrived, Kaiser chuckled. I'm not that powerful, Kefira guffawed. Besides, they have way more soldiers than we had thought possible. If it had just been the one army, then, yeah, we would have won by now, as evidenced by our victory over one of their armies. But these armies filled with weaker rabble aren't the only forces out here. We ran into an extremely powerful commander, and her personal troops are higher level with high-quality gear. Kaiser's expression once more turned serious at the news. So some old fogey finally showed himself and took personal command of the armies. Not exactly, Kefira said. From what we could tell, she's a young woman not much older than us. Us? Who's us? Kaiser's eyes narrowed. Nothing. I just meant, me and some of the other volunteers around my age. Sweat began to run down Kefira's back. A slip of the tongue. Now's not an ideal situation to reveal my relationship with Rievin, especially considering he's technically a subordinate. Oh no, is my decision to help him force his Tier 3 class transition going to bite me in the butt? It's not going to look good. Does it have anything to do with this Rievin character that you got special admission to the Magic Academy for? Kaiser quirked an eyebrow. How do you? Kefira started before snapping her mouth shut. Kefira, you've never been able to keep secrets from me, and don't forget, my relationship with Sophia is the best among our other siblings. She didn't tell anyone else about the message you sent the long way around, but I was with her when she got it. What's your relationship with this Rievin? Kefira kept her lips together in a line, staring her brother in the eyes. She refused to say anything about it at this time, especially not in front of all of her subordinates. Her brother knew that she was in council, so he was obviously trying to pressure her to come clean, probably assuming that none of her subordinates knew about her relationship. That wasn't the case, though, as Kefira and Rievin hadn't hidden anything from the very beginning. It had helped that they had established their relationship in everyone's mind before Kefira had revealed her status. Very well, we'll talk about this later when we meet up in person. I'll keep this secret from our parents. For now, all right. You said you were in council to determine what to do moving forward. I'm listening. We were just beginning to develop the appropriate tactics for the strategy when you pinged my communication device. Kaiser stroked his chin as he thought about the strategy. That seems like it could work a couple of times on different fronts, but now that I'm here, it probably won't be necessary. How about instead of doing that, you meet up with me to the east? I'll act as the main attack force instead of making a false attack to lure troops out, and you can split your forces in two to watch our flanks. Kefira looked up at the officers who had been sitting patiently in silence, and they all nodded their heads in agreement. Kefira looked back to her brother after seeing the confirmation from her officers. That sounds like a plan, but the enemy commander, from what we know, is in one of the armies to the east. I'm sure you're stronger than she is, but with her might and the combination of her sturdier troops, it might bog us down more than we want to at the beginning of the strategy, so I think we should meet up to the west instead. That's fine. Either way is good for me. All right then. Suddenly, the transmission cut off as Kefira sensed the ambient mana go haywire. It created enough interference that her connection was severed, and a growing sense of dread grew in Kefira's core. Rievin shot to his feet as he looked all around, and then the earth began to shake. The earthquake started as a simple vibration, but it quickly increased in intensity until the ground was literally shaking from left to right. A tremendous roar accompanied the quake as the ground rubbed against each other. The sound drowned out everything else, and many of the officers were thrown from their seats, and the interior of the tent was tossed about. Rievin crouched low to the ground to maintain his balance, and he rushed over to help Kefira maintain her balance and protect her from flying debris. The earthquake lasted a couple of minutes before it settled down, but there were still occasional tremors that could be felt in the ground. The ambient mana, though, was still going haywire, and the amount in the air was continuing to rise exponentially. Come on, Rievin said, grasping her hand. He rushed out of the tent, dragging Kefira behind him, and Cyrilla quickly followed. The other officers saw them depart, and they began to file out of the tent after regaining their feet. They stepped out into the open air. It was still some little time before dusk, and the ambient mana had already grown so dense that it created a visible spectacle, even when Kefira wasn't using her mana sight skill. The other officers stepped out and exclaimed in shock as they stared at the sky. There were long, undulating lines of mana dancing in the sky. It resembled a phenomenon that Kefira had heard about but never seen from the higher-tier regions, but this was anything but a natural spectacle. On the horizon, in all directions, a line of interlocking hexagons of bright yellow mana started to build up into the sky. It moved at an astonishing pace, and it quickly formed a dome, centered over the center of the desolate sands. All of the enemy forces and their battalion were inside the dome, and it quickly sealed off the entire area. 4 separate structures began to form at the top of the dome in the 4 cardinal directions, and the hexagons that formed the dome started to get sucked up into the forming structures. The mana wasn't forming a barrier to seal them off from the rest of the world. It was just the form that the mana took to build the unidentified structures up in the sky. Just as quickly as the dome had formed, it was no more. The 4 strange structures floated in the sky, giving off a blinding light, almost turning the night into day in the local area. Kefira watched as the mana continued to accumulate until it reached a breaking point, and then chains of mana shot down into the ground at lightning speed. The chains remained attached to the structures floating in the sky, and they stabbed into the earth in the very center of the desert. Another tremendous roar soon followed the chains launching into the ground. This roar was obviously different from the earthquake. There was an undertone of a screech accompanying the loud roar. The chains had obviously attached to the spider matriarch, and she was not happy about it. Well, it seems like we know what the purpose of the runic spell is, Rievin said beside her, not taking his eyes off of the mana chains. It looks like they're trying to enslave the spider matriarch. If they were trying to kill it, why would they use chains? I think we should abandon our plans of whittling down their army. We need to get to the center of the desolate sands to find out what they're going to do with it. I agree, Kefira said, also not looking away from the chains. My brother would also come to the same conclusion, though he probably doesn't know much about what's in the center of the runic spell as we do. If we want to meet up with him, getting to the center is the best choice. How strong is your brother? Do you have confidence that his involvement will help? No, he's still young, only 27. He's mid-tier 4 with an epic class, but that wouldn't be enough to fight against a possible tier 7 monster. That being said, he should have several tier 5 bodyguards accompanying him. His personal head bodyguard is almost tier 6. That's still not enough to handle the beast, but with an army at their back, if the spider goes on a rampage, we should at least be able to secure a Pyrrhic victory against it. We would most likely have to stall the enemy army from interfering in that situation, which will be just as dangerous in the long run as going up against the spider matriarch directly. We don't know if that's what they're going to be doing, though, and the fact that Ariella said she wasn't interested in taking the lives of the local populace makes me think that's not what's going on. Kefira turned back to the other officers, finally taking her eyes off of the spectacle in the distance. Major Dobrik, change of plans, get the troops mobilized. We're going to punch through the location the destroyed army was occupying and head to the center. We won't engage the enemy right away, though. We'll wait for my brother to get here. With the change in circumstances, I'm sure he'll rush his troops to get here faster, and he'll probably send some cavalry ahead. Yes, my lady, Major Dobrik replied. He gave her an appraising look filled with even more respect than he had before. The officers weren't dumb. They had seen the imperial insignia her brother wore and how they addressed each other in such a familiar way. Putting 2 and 2 together, it wasn't hard for them to realize that she wasn't just some viscount's daughter. I need to get back to my company, Rievin said. He leaned down and gave her a quick kiss before straightening back up. Let's go see what the finale of this desert tour has in store for us. Yeah, Kefira replied, and hopefully we'll be able to make it out on the other side. Rievin ran alongside his company, keeping an eye out all around and an ear to his communication device. The battalion was moving as one, but in such a situation where everything was unknown, it made more sense to keep in touch with magic even with these small distances involved. The interference with the communication devices apparently only affected connections between inside and outside of the sphere of the runic spell. Rievin could see dust clouds, where larger enemy forces were converging on either side of them, but they were still considerably further ahead than they were. Their harassment of the one enemy army they had conducted had apparently delayed them enough that they were nowhere close to the position they were supposed to be. He couldn't see them, but he could also imagine that there were over 10 other such plumes of dust and sand occluding the air from where the rest of the armies converged on the central position of the desolate sands. There was no coincidence of running into the Lizaldans from the village down below, but Rievin assumed they had gotten to safety. After they had determined that the goal of the invading force was either the Spider Matriarch or the Abyss Connection, Kefira sent a group of people to relay that information to the Lizaldans and evacuate them from their predicament. They weren't a warrior race, despite their nuisance of distant cousins and living situation with the spiders, so there was no reason to even ask them to entangle themselves in the conflict if they didn't have to. Their hometown was going to be affected, and possibly their ability to trade in the lucrative spider silk, but that was all secondary as compared to their lives. Kefira had told Rievin that they had accumulated a vast amount of wealth over the many years that they had sent out trade caravans, but nobody knew what they did with it. Rievin's company was to the rear of the battalion, in the same location that it had always been. His contributions hadn't changed the arrangement of the battalion, and it hadn't really been any kind of issue up to this point anyway, as they had mostly been operating independently or in groups rather than a battalion as a whole. They only ever marched together in columns as a battalion when they moved from one location to another. Rievin surveilled the troops arrayed before him as they ran at a decent pace to try and make up for time. He had memories of learning about the folly of allowing oneself to be ambushed while in a column, but that particular nugget had never really been applicable to this unit, because they had enough strength and stamina from their classes and levels to be decked out in full battle gear at all times. A lot of the devastation from getting caught flat-footed, according to his dreams, had had to do with not being equipped to deal with suddenly being attacked at the wrong time. That had also been a major factor in their success against the perpetrators, too. Over 80 of the enemy force didn't have any kind of armor or weapons to speak of, and they were basically just pugilists with extremely high pain resistance that attempted to hinder their ability to fight with their bodies. Without supernatural healing abilities, it would never work, and against someone who recognized the tactic early and managed to counter it, not adapting to the change had also contributed to their high casualties. The sun glinted off of the metallic armor and weapons as the long line of soldiers ran through the desert. Since they were a volunteer battalion, they didn't have uniform equipment, but they were all fairly close to each other in capability. As such, the armor and weapons they could afford were made of almost entirely the same type of materials, so even though they had different styles and fits, they still looked like a decently impressive military force. Rievin mentally nodded his head as he watched them. They've all been baptized through fire, he mused, through both success and failure. They've all been hardened toward fighting other people, and the volunteers and officers both will be able to spread their experiences along as they progress through life. If we can manage to make it through this last ordeal, there is no telling what kind of impact this will have on Drallo and Wispen and other empires with a close enough relationship with them. The terrible screeching that had accompanied the tremors after the activation of the runic spell intensified as the hours passed. It wasn't a constant bellow from the spider matriarch, but every now and then, a large roar would emit from the destination they were running to. Rievin felt an increasing tingle pass through his spine, and his hair stood on end as they drew closer and closer. It was well past midday, though still some hours until sunset when Rievin was finally able to see more dust clouds in the distance converging on the same location. They hadn't bothered to stop to rest or get a meal, and they would simply suffer the stamina expenditure until they got close enough. The soldiers simply pulled out dry rations and their water to eat and drink as they ran. Chow is continuous in the field, Rievin thought. No reason to let yourself get low on energy and nutrients just to maintain a consistent eating routine in such a situation. A shadow, backlit by the light of the runic chains, became visible after a little bit longer, and Rievin was finally able to see just how large the spider matriarch truly was. It had been pitch black in the caves, and he hadn't had night vision, nor had he dared to use his mana, so he had never gotten a good look at the creature. It was massive. From what he could estimate based on its size and distance, it had to be as large or larger than the entire city of Magron. Not only that, but if it had traveled to the city, it would be able to tower over it on its huge pillars of legs. It thrashed about in the distance, fighting against the magic of the runic spell, but from what Rievin could see and sense of the mana, the efforts of the spider matriarch weren't depleting the power of the spell. Instead, the runic chains were slowly but surely draining the stamina of the spider. The plumes of dust in the distance had settled, and the spider matriarch, surrounded by the enemy armies, grew ever closer as the battalion continued to run. Eventually, they crested a sand dune to witness the entire struggle in all its glory. The spider matriarch had woken up from its slumber and immediately exploded out of the ground, throwing huge boulders, rocks, and debris everywhere. The landscape of the entrance to the caves beneath the desolate sands was completely alien to Rievin. It no longer looked anything like it once had. There was a huge, gaping hole in the ground where the spider had obviously come from, and the armies of the enemy surrounded the hole while keeping a respectable distance from it. Even after so many hours between the time the runic spell had activated and the time it took for the battalion to arrive, there were still hordes of lesser spiders spilling out of the hole to attack the waiting armies. Now that I see it, and considering the words of Ariella, this is probably the original intention of bringing such a large force of soldiers along. There was a growing mountain of spider corpses littering the ground, and the enemy armies continued to back away in the most disciplined military manner that Rievin had ever seen them perform. They acted like a regular army should, instead of a band of raving lunatics that fought to the death. They still fought to the death, it would seem, as Ryevin also spotted many corpses of the enemy soldiers as well. Ryevin guessed that there were far more dead than what the bodies indicated, though, as he witnessed spiders snatching soldiers up, only to retreat into the horde of their brethren to feast on their still living flesh. Ryevin heard hacking and gagging sounds from the men of his company, and he saw that all along the battalion, soldiers bent over to empty the content of their stomachs after witnessing the macabre scene. Even though they've experienced warfare against other humans, it's still been relatively tame compared to a lot of my dream memories. They're still not to the point where seeing such horrible things won't affect them. Even I, with all the tempering the dreams had given me, almost lost my lunch the first time I killed a person, much less these people who have only experienced this one rather tame campaign. The monsters they're used to fighting aren't the kinds that will snatch up their friends and eat them alive. Several soldiers collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Many more saw the scene and started to lower themselves to the ground to get some rest, even if they weren't as affected by the gruesome scene. Do not sit down. Ryevin yelled, projecting his voice across the entire battalion with commanding shout. Don't lie down. Eat some food, drink some water, but rest standing up. A lot of the soldiers, those not in his company, turned their heads to give him a baleful look, but Ryevin just returned a similar gaze. The other officers reiterated his command and ordered their men to continue standing. Why not let them sit down to recover? Jack asked, sidling up next to Ryevin. We're not engaged with any of the enemies, be they beast or men, right now. We're in a combat situation. Ryevin shook his head. Even though we're not engaged right now, it would be a bad habit to get into. If people start sitting down to rest while they're not on the front lines, then they won't be able to get up in time in case of emergencies. It might be harder on them in the short run, but it's definitely better for them in the long. I see, Jack nodded his head. The order came down for the battalion to align themselves for battle, even though the enemy armies had the spider horde under control for the time being, and none of them were looking back toward their battalion. Ryevin and his officers obeyed the order, and after they were online, the officers were ordered to convene with the major and Kefira. Captain Ryevin, Kefira called over to him after everyone was assembled. You've been down below the Lizaldan settlement where the dungeons are. Do you have any estimate of just how many spiders are down there? No, Ryevin answered. I only saw a small part of it, and it only consisted of several hundred spiders. I had thought that that was the main nest. This is a complete surprise to me, too. It seems like the spiders near the Lizaldan village were just a tiny fraction. Not only that, but if you look closely, you can see some spiders that are obviously higher level and more ferocious than the majority. It was true. There were some spiders that were more than twice as large as the ones that Ryevin had seen in the skirmish with the Lizaldans. Maybe only the younger ones had been near the surface, and the older spiders, using some unknown hierarchical method, made their abode deeper into the earth. Considering the size of the spider matriarch, there were obviously countless more branches stemming from where she slumbered than the main one that led from the surface to the dungeons. Very well, Kefira was in commander mode, and she immediately turned her attention to the Major after not getting any new information. Do you have any suggestions, Major? I say we let the enemy take care of the spiders, but we should be ready to go at any time, Major Dobrik said. They seem to have the situation in hand at the moment, and we have no idea how many spiders there are. I see no reason we should give them any kind of assistance, even if that means there's a breakout somewhere else along their line. The reinforcements from Wispen will arrive shortly, and even if they don't get here in time to participate in this battle, they'll at least be here to put a stop to any mass of spiders that make a break for it in the desert. I agree, Kefira simply stated. Anyone else have any other suggestions? She looked around the conference of officers, but nobody stepped forward to offer any other plans. Then that's what we'll do. After your men have recovered enough from the run, you can let them sit in place, but they are not to break formation. I also want the first 2 rows of soldiers to always be standing in case of any unexpected occurrences. We will not be making camp here. We will be waiting in the battle array for any changes. Dismissed. Kefira caught Ryevin's eyes with her own and indicated for him to join her to the side as the other officers returned to their men. Ryevin instructed his lieutenants to head back without him, and he made his way over. He saw that Goiz and Reha had joined the group of officers, but they had stood at the back. They remained in place, though, after the officers split up, but Ryevin didn't think anything of it. Probably wants to speak to me, Kefira, or both of us. Ryevin walked up to Kefira and frowned when he noticed her shivering a bit. It was most likely not visible to anyone without a really high perception stat from far away, but Ryevin was extremely in tune with how she normally acted. What's wrong? Ryevin asked as he approached. She looked up at him with wide eyes. You never told me they were so icky, Kefira exclaimed. Bleg, Kefira turned her head and spit onto the sand. Ryevin was stunned for a second, never having seen her spit before, but then he just laughed out loud. Of course they're icky, he laughed. They're spiders. Have you ever seen a spider that you didn't think was disgusting? You have a point, Kefira tilted her head as if lost in thought. Hey, that's not fair. Reha's voice reached them, and they both looked over to see her walking over toward them. Goiz just stood back, holding his face in his palm. It's not nice to eavesdrop, Reha, Kefira scolded, but there was no fire in her voice and she had a smile on her face. You guys weren't being circumspect. You can't blame me for hearing what you didn't intend to hide. That's true, but what do you mean it's not fair? Kefira questioned. Not all spiders are disgusting, Reha said, looking over at the giant spider in the center of the conflict. That spider matriarch, for example, is quite elegant if you think about it. Elegant. Reivin guffawed. Look at its face. Look at its mouth. It has giant fangs with venom and saliva dripping down from it, not to mention the halo of darkness surrounding it. It's cute, Reha retorted. Cute. Reivin was flabbergasted. I would call it many things, but cute isn't one of them. Look at the raw power that's in its body, Reha said with passion. There's a certain elegance to that alone. And if you look at it without the preconceived notions of human standards, then maybe you can see what I'm talking about. Reha turned away from the struggling spider matriarch to look Reivin and Kefira in the eye in turn. Don't judge everything based on your own perspective. Reivin folded his arms and tapped his lips as he studied Reha. Kefira just folded her arms and harumphed. You know what, that's actually really good advice, Reivin conceded. Exactly, Reha nodded her head once in satisfaction. Even then, it's not cute, Reivin smiled. Oh look, Reha pointed to a spot in front of the giant spider. As if on cue, a huge red beam of death scythed through the lesser spider horde. They were tiny from this distance, but there was no mistaking Ariella striding out into the opening, followed by a huge coterie of mages at her back. Even at this distance, Reivin could sense the huge amounts of mana running through them. They must be linking together, somehow, Reivin speculated. Even though he could sense the tremendous amount of mana being directed into and by Ariella, there was something strange about it. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, though. Do you sense anything weird about the mana? Reivin turned toward Kefira. She nodded her head absent-mindedly as she watched the spectacle. Yeah, but it appears to be beyond my level, she answered. I can tell that there's something strange going on with it, but I can't tell what. Me too, Reivin confirmed. What are you talking about? Reha asked, peering into their faces one at a time. Ah, nothing, Reivin said. There's just something. Okay, Reha shrugged her shoulders. They all three turned their attention to Ariella and her mages. The spell that she had cast had not only killed a huge amount of the lesser spiders, but it had also burnt their bodies to ash. There was a giant open space for her to stand in as she confronted the spider matriarch as the caster of the runic spell. Not all of the mages behind her were joined to the link that fed her mana to do whatever she was doing. Several of them stepped forward and blasted any spiders that tried to move into the open space once more. It didn't stop the newcomers from within the hole in the ground from popping up right there, but they managed to keep the space almost entirely clear all by themselves. Reivin watched as Ariella, hands thrown out in front of her, and in obvious deep concentration, manipulated the runic chains. The spider matriarch hissed and screeched, a terrifying sound now that Reivin was so close, as it struggled against the bindings of the chains. Whatever Ariella was doing, it was causing the spider to lash out and expend more of its deep resources. It didn't seem to matter, though, as even now that the runic spell wasn't just passively restraining the spider, but actively working against it, the power in the chains never seemed to go down. The spider matriarch, however, had obvious signs of flagging. Its lunges and snaps with its horrendous maw weren't as sharp as before, and there was more time between them. The chains dangling from the sky continued to bind the spider, and as the resistance the spider put up lessened, it split into more, smaller chains that wrapped around the other appendages. The chains split up and wrapped around the giant spider in an intricate pattern, one that Reivin could see was there but not make sense of, until a ball similar to the initial dome covered the entire spider, blocking it from sight. The new ball pulsed and shook from the struggles of the spider matriarch, but it slowly began to condense. It was hard to notice at first, but with his perception and mana sense, Reivin was able to make out the subtle shrinking of the ball. Ariella's body slumped after the ball was fully formed, and some heavily armored, obviously higher-tier soldiers strode forward to escort her back to the rear of the ranks. The rest of the mages, though they were showing similar signs of exhaustion, were left to fend for themselves, but the ones not part of the link covered their retreat with their spells until they could get behind the line of soldiers guarding their retreat. So, did you have anything specific you wanted to talk about? Reivin finally turned back to Kefira. It seemed that Ariella was well on her way to accomplishing her task, and it didn't seem like there was anything they could do about it at this point. Based on the changes in the runic orb that had been built out of the chains, it was going to take a while before whatever it was doing was complete, and the horde of spiders from below were still spilling out of the hole. Not really, Kefira said, twirling her hair with her finger. It just seemed like this was the best time to have you to myself. Once something happens and we have to get fight, there won't be any time to do anything else, and your lieutenants have everything in hand for the moment. Oh, really? Reevan smiled as he took a step closer to Kefira, standing right next to her. You're not afraid of exposing our relationship to everyone else. I mean, everyone already knows. Kefira turned her head, a slight blush on her face, and considering the circumstances. Force crashed into the side of Reevan and Kefira, nearly knocking them off their feet. They both quickly regained their balance, though, and they realized a third figure had intruded into their personal space. Yay, that's a great idea. Good thinking, sis, Reha exclaimed, hugging the both of them together. Reevan and Kefira just stared at Reha, not moving. The girl had her eyes closed at first with a smile plastered across her face, but after a moment of silence with no movement, she peeked her eyes open. After noticing the deadpan stares the two of them were giving her, she slowly released her grip on the both of them and took a couple of steps back, chagrin on her face. I'll just, be over there, Reha said before scampering back to Goy's side. Goyz just rolled his eyes at her antics. Reevan turned back to Kefira and started to reach around her when a sudden influx of mana from a location within her clothes caught his attention. It also caught her attention, as she immediately fished out the communication device Reevan had seen her use previously to speak to her incoming brother. She infused her mana into it, and an image of her brother once more sprang up. Kefira, you're okay, the man visibly relaxed as he sighed. I came with my fastest people. We can see the light ball in the distance, and we should arrive at your approximate position in just a moment. Do you need help? No, everything's fine at the moment, Kefira said. In fact, we're not in any immediate danger. That being said, now would be the perfect time to attack Jezebel, the enemy commander, as she just did something that drained her a lot. She's on the east-northeast side of the circle. The rest of her army is holding off a huge horde of lesser spiders that are spilling out of the underground. There seems to be no end to them. Good, Kaiser nodded. My men and I will launch a sneak attack on her position to try and stop whatever it is she's doing, and I'll relay orders to my officers to bring the main force up but not engage right away. Might as well let them wear themselves out first. That's exactly what we thought. All right, since you're not in any immediate danger and in need of rescuing, consider this formal order of transfer of command. I'm assuming command of this operation, and you are to coordinate your forces with mine from his point forward. Yes, brother, Kefira replied. You know better than that. For now it's Sir, Kaiser gently reprimanded. There's no one else here, so no, Kefira stuck her tongue out at her brother. Kaiser just rolled his eyes before shaking his head. Fine, I'll see you soon. Kaiser cut off the communication and Reevan and Kefira stared at the spot where his projection had been for a moment. Kefira eventually put the device away once more. He got here fast, Reevan idly commented. Yeah, Kefira replied. Then again, he's a whole tier higher with his speed-based soldiers, and they didn't have the army to slow them down since they ran ahead. I remember it took us several days to get out of the desolate sands when we emerged from the caves, but we weren't in a hurry. If we had pushed it to the limit, we could have done it in just over a day, and it took my brother most of the day. Looks like we have even less time than you originally thought, Reevan said, finally grasping Kefira in a hug. She looked up at him with a sly smile. She shook her head. After this fight, we'll have more time together. Don't forget, you're my imperial liaison, Kefira winked. It's time for you to get back to your company, Kefira said, unwillingly. They had stood together in the center of the battalion under the watchful eye of Cyrilla, just talking about random things and enjoying each other's company. Reevan had sensed a short pulse of mana come from Kefira's communication device, and the both of them understood that to mean that Kaiser was about to engage Ariella. All right, Reevan bent forward and gave Kefira a parting kiss. Since we'll be coordinating with your brother's army, this battle shouldn't be too long, and we'll see each other again soon. When it's over, hand your duties off to one of your lieutenants and then join me in your official capacity. Will do, Reevan gave a little wave as he turned to head back to his men. Goyz had returned to his band of volunteers a while ago, but Reha was still hanging out just on the edge of being polite. She bounced with enthusiasm, waiting for Reevan and Kefira to finally separate, and much to Reevan's amusement, she immediately ran to Kefira, lunging in to hug the other girl. Reevan didn't wait to see what they talked about, and he continued on his way. After walking for just a minute or so, he perceived Reha running up to him through his divine sense, and he took a deft step to the side as she tried to do the same thing to him as she had Kefira. She was quite dexterous, though, so she didn't fall to the ground. She quickly regained her balance and turned on Reevan as he kept walking. Hey, I thought you were going to wait for me, she crossed her arms and huffed. Why, Reevan just kept walking. Because we're friends, you can see me back at the company. Rude, Reha stamped her foot. Hey, I was there to see Fira. You just tagged along. HMPH, Reha cocked her hip and ran her hand up the back of her hair before flipping it. Reevan frowned as the movement tugged at his awareness, but Reha quickly bounced up to him, breaking his line of thought. So this is it, huh? After this battle, all of this will be over, Reha said. What makes you say that? They're still here and the civilians are still unaccounted for, Reevan retorted. But isn't this the culmination of what they're doing? If they release the captives after this, is there a reason to continue fighting? That depends on what they do with the spider matriarch. We can't let them use her to go on a rampage throughout the kingdom, but it's not up to me to decide. The Prince of Wispen will probably decide the course of action to take. They did attack several cities, killing the defenders and kidnapping the people. I'm not sure the king and nobles of Dralo will just let that slide. You think they'll try to annihilate the invaders? I don't know. They'll definitely want to hold those responsible accountable, though. What are your plans after this is all over? Reha turned the conversation to a new topic. Are you going to follow Fira back to Wispen? Probably, Rehaven answered. I don't know what her plans are after this, but I'm sure her family is going to want her to return after participating in a war. Maybe, if she was out on a journey to gain life experience, as long as she had already done a lot of the things she had wanted to prior to this war, then she would most likely go home. If she had just started her journey, she could probably get away with just updating her brother. That makes sense. It's not like she's completely out of communication with her family, but I don't know how long she's been out or what other adventures she's had. Traveling to an underground village way out in the middle of a huge desert, and then participating in a war are pretty big events when it comes to life experience. Not many people can say they've done either of those things, much less both in quick succession. She's a caster, so she might have some specific things related to her path she might want to accomplish, too. Her path? You mean the direction she wants to go with her future classes. Bards, I've only ever experienced a blessing from a paladin before, but I've seen how you affect those around you when you're in combat. I don't know if Fira needs to do anything related to her path or not, but I would guess that leading a mage corps in battle would do good things for it. Yeah, sounds like she'll most likely head home after this. Maybe I should tag along with you. Rehaven stopped and gave her a quizzical look. What are you talking about? What about your family and friends here? Why would you tag along with us? He asked. I'm not from here. I just happened to be around the area and got caught up in this. I don't have any family or friends nearby, so it doesn't matter to me if I follow along. Oh, well, I can sympathize with that. My family is way far away, too, and it will take a long time to get everything sorted out regarding that. I can't make any decisions about traveling companions, though. You'd probably have to convince Fira's brother. The two finished their short journey back to Rehaven's company in silence. Rehaven didn't really have anything else to say, and Reha was lost in thought. A surge in mana caught Rehaven's attention, and he looked into the distance to see where it had come from. Powerful fluctuations of mana and bright lights exploded into view at the location where Rehaven had seen Ariella retreat to earlier. It was still a long distance away, so he couldn't see any particulars, but the amount of mana being wielded was considerably more than had been used when he and Kefira had had their duel with the enemy commander. The sounds of explosions from the spells and skills being used reached their ears several seconds after they saw them. The distance was far enough that there was a significant delay. Everyone, stand at the ready, Rehaven called out. The commander of the reinforcements is engaging the enemy commander. We don't know what the fallout is going to be, but their main force still has some time before they'll arrive. We'll be coordinating with their force, but we don't know if there will be a change in the current combat situation. Be prepared to fight the enemy or the spiders, either way. The line of soldiers, all up and down the battalion, quit their relaxed resting and resumed their ready stance in formation. They still just stood in place, waiting for any changes, but they would be able to react instantly. The spiders coming out of the deep cave were still pouring forth, but Rehaven was hoping it would end soon. He would much rather fight against people than man-eating giant spiders. The runic ball in the center of the entire mess was still slowly shrinking, but the rate at which it reduced was accelerating slowly over time. It was already only 2/3 the original size, and the shaking and pulses caused by the struggle of the spider matriarch had almost completely ceased. Maybe because it doesn't have to put as much effort into thwarting the escape attempts of the spider, it can focus more on doing what its actual purpose is. From the context of what's going on, it seems like they're trying to enslave the monster, but what they do with it after is the real cause for concern. I'm just hoping that this is the only reason they're here, and they're not going to use the spider to somehow connect with the Abyss Bridge. I'm pretty sure that Gateway has been demolished, but we can't be sure without confirmation. Rehaven and the rest of the battalion continued to watch for changes, and the fight between Kaiser and Ariella intensified as it dragged on. Rehaven frowned as it seemed the power of the attacks was slowly growing beyond what he would expect to sense from so far away. It was getting louder and more noticeable, and several of the more experienced soldiers were beginning to fidget a bit. I think they're headed this way, Rehaven called out. Get ready to retreat in an orderly fashion if we have to. It wasn't long before his speculation was confirmed, as he spotted the figure of Ariella, her pink plume on her helmet streaming behind her, coming into view running away from a man decked out in shining armor. There were mages and other guards attempting to interfere with the man chasing her, but Kaiser, as Rehaven assumed the man to be, wasn't alone either. The troops that focused on speed that had accompanied Kaiser in his sprint into the desolate sands were likewise intercepting the efforts of Ariella's protectors. The soldiers on either side were creating an intricate dance as they ran after the two commanders while dashing in to attack and jumping back to avoid. Spells and skills were flung about from each group. It was an amazing display of combat capabilities, though Rievin was a little confused that Ariella was doing nothing but running for her life and using her skills and spells to avoid any attacks from Kaiser. She had shown much better offensive abilities when he and Kefira had fought her, but she wasn't showing any of those abilities at this time. I know she expended a lot of mana, and possibly stamina, in constructing the runic ball, but she had been linked with a lot of other mages. It shouldn't have reduced her to the state of not being able to fight back unless Kaiser is just that much more powerful. Rievin knew that Kefira's siblings, the ones not slated to take over ruling, were all very high level with rare and epic classes, but he didn't know the specifics. He knew that her older siblings weren't that much older than she was, with the oldest one being only 12 years older, and Kaiser had been identified as Kefira's third brother. If I had to guess from what I've been told and what I'm seeing here, I would say he's high tier 4, possibly low tier 5, but conserving his energy in case of interference from the enemy army. The invaders, those not specifically assigned to protecting Ariella, completely ignored the goings-on behind them, and they focused entirely on continuing to keep the horde of spiders from breaking through. It was like the life or death of their commander made no difference to them. Rievin wasn't too surprised by such an attitude, though, as he could imagine that Ariella had commanded them to not waver in their fight against the spiders. As death-sworn soldiers to her, it was anathema not to obey her direct orders. The fight between the two sides continued to move across the battlefield, behind the line of soldiers defending against the spiders. The distance away from Rievin's battalion was still very far, and Ariella wasn't able to focus on sprinting in a straight line, so it would still be some time before they would get close to the battalion if they moved away from the back line of the soldiers. That is, Rievin and the others watched the pursuit unfold, as they also maintained their vigilance in the fight with the spiders. It wouldn't be a good idea to get so engrossed in watching the high-level spectacle that they got ambushed in plain sight from the front. The runic ball continued to condense, and the rate continued to increase. Rievin frowned as Ariella adjusted her trajectory and started making her way toward him in the battalion. There was less chance of the shockwaves and aftereffects of the spells and skills doing damage to her soldiers from moving away, but Rievin couldn't think of a reason why she would make such a decision. Does she think she can plead with me or Kefira to surrender? Rievin thought. That was the only idea that he could come up with. To him, it would make more sense to head off in a direction that nobody was occupying, much less an enemy force. The mages and personal guards assigned to protect Ariella were very competent soldiers, but they weren't a match for Kaiser's men. Kaiser had shown up with about 100 speed-based classers, and they had started off severely outnumbered, but they had only lost a couple of their numbers while inflicting significant casualties on Ariella's guards. Ariella made great efforts in running towards the battalion, for whatever reason, but there was eventually a tipping point in the struggle. The protectors were no longer able to keep up with the interference caused by Kaiser's elite troops, and they were unable to slow him down any longer. He sprinted ahead of the others and quickly pounced on the fleeing Ariella. Ariella's skills and tricks at avoidance seemed to have been completely used up, and she was forced to turn and finally engage properly with Kaiser. With his high perception stat, Rievin could see everything clearly. Kaiser was dressed similarly to how Rievin would expect an imperial prince to be. His armor was incredibly shiny, and he could perceive no dings, dents, or scuffs, though he might be able to spot some if he got closer. As it was, he projected a very heroic image from this distance. He had a white cape billowing behind him, and his helmet contained a full face mask similar to Ariella's. Rievin had seen his face in the projection, though, so he knew what he looked like underneath it. I'm sure Mom would say he's passable as a potential brother-in-law for me. Rievin chuckled to himself. Ariella was on the back foot the entire time, and Rievin's frown deepened as she failed to perform at the prior level he had seen of her. Kaiser's sword flashed like lightning, and Ariella had a hard time parrying the swings and thrusts. Kaiser suddenly dashed forward and slammed his shoulder into her after he had baited her into getting a bit off balance, and her helmet got knocked clean off her head. Rievin watched as the helmet, the pink plume fluttering in the wind from where it was attached at the top, went sailing into the air, and then he turned his focus on the girl that had been knocked to the ground. Kaiser walked up, sword out, and pointed at her throat as she attempted to scramble back, her sword lost in the sand. This was the first time Rievin had gotten a look at her beneath the helmet, but he still couldn't see her face. Long blonde hair cascaded down from where it had once been balled up underneath her helmet in a way that Rievin could only assume had been quite uncomfortable. Rievin couldn't see Kaiser's lips moving, and he couldn't hear anything because it was so far away, but he assumed he was saying something to the girl on the ground before him. He apparently didn't get the answer he was looking for, as he suddenly lunged forward and pierced his sword through her throat. He quickly pulled his sword back out, and a fountain of blood followed. The girl turned over, facing the battalion, and stretched her hand out as if pleading for something. Reevan felt a little bad at the demise of the enemy commander, as she hadn't come off as exactly hostile. She had just seemed like someone with a different worldview but wasn't inherently evil. There were no other feelings, though, aside from the slight pang of pity at the loss. Suddenly, mana matching the color and signature of the runic spell launched from the girl's outstretched hand as she bled out in the sand. The mana zipped across the open space at lightning-quick speed, and Reevan watched as it seemed to hurtle straight toward him. It didn't come straight at him, though, and he turned to follow its trajectory as it smashed into Reha, standing a short distance away from him. He watched, stunned, as the ball of magic didn't do any harm, but instead entered Reha's body. Everyone else, likewise, turned to watch the scene unfold, and her body began to shift subtly. She slowly grew a couple of inches taller, reaching Reevan's chin, and her hair turned a shade of pink that matched the plume from the helmet worn by the girl Reevan had assumed had been Ariella. Reha's facial features remained mostly the same, but they became slightly more symmetrical. She shifted into a more beautiful girl. Before, she had been what Reevan would consider cute, but now she had a different air about her, one of more maturity and authority. She stood tall and straight, her chin lifted high as the runic magic settled within her chest. Likewise, the runic ball surrounding the spider matriarch reached a crescendo in condensing and suddenly seemed to wink out of existence, but Reevan could still feel the immense power of it in the distance. Reevan sensed it moving, and a shining, golden ball screamed across the open air to arrive right in front of Ariella. Ariella held her hands out, and the ball plopped down in them. The shining winked out, and in its place was a transparent orb with a tiny spider about the size of his hand nestled within. Ariella lifted her hand and brushed her hair back, exposing a 6 tattooed on the side of her neck. She turned and faced Reevan with a smile. "Well, Reevan, it has been very interesting getting to know you and Sister Fira over these past weeks," she said. "I'll miss our time together, but I got what I came for now. I'll keep in touch. Oh, and the civilians we captured are all fine. They're a day away to the east in a little camp we made for them." Suddenly, immense pressure came from behind Ariella, and everyone, including Kaiser in the distance, was forced to the ground. Reevan struggled against it, but he, too, was forced to take a knee. Ariella blew him a kiss, and a little ball of mana followed it along to smack Reevan right in the side of his face. He felt the kiss that she blew as if she had planted her lips directly on him, and something else seemed to settle in his mind, but he was unable to pinpoint it after just a moment. A portal opened behind Ariella, and a dignified man stepped out. He swept the surroundings with his gaze, and everywhere he looked, people broke out into a cold sweat. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His hair was starting to go gray, and he had a neat, trimmed beard and mustache. His eyes had a fierce light to them, and Reevan felt his entire body go cold when they settled on him. "Master," Ariella shouted before jumping forward to hug him in the same manner she did with Reevan and Kefira. The man stood completely still, his gaze still focused on Reevan. "Is this the one?" A voice deeper than Reevan would have expected coming from the man. Isn't he cute?" Ariella wiggled her fingers at Reevan. "Do you want me to bring him?" "Not yet, he has things to do." "Very well, come along." The man turned and stepped back through the portal. Ariella followed behind, but she turned her head one last time. "Bye, Reevan." She cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted loudly toward the center of the battalion. "Bye, Sister Fira. I'll see you soon." Then she stepped through the portal and was gone. The portal winked out of existence, and the pressure holding everyone to the ground disappeared with it. Reevan sensed just as powerful mana fluctuations from the direction of the enemy army, and after he gained his feet, he saw that 12 other massive portals had sprung up behind the soldiers fighting the spiders. The soldiers slowly, but methodically made their way through the portals in an orderly manner, never ceasing their fight against the spiders. 12 heavily armored soldiers stepped forward from each portal, though, and took over the defense of the retreat of the armies. Kaiser staggered to his feet, and he started to make his way toward the battalion, slowly at first, but he gradually picked up speed as he recovered. The soldiers he had brought along followed behind him. Reevan regained his feet, and he watched as the enemy army slowly disappeared through the portals, leaving the battlefield. "Everyone get up and get ready." Reevan yelled at the top of his lungs with commanding shout. "Prepare for battle." Some of the soldiers looked at him in confusion as their bodies obeyed the order, but everyone regained their feet and stance in formation. The enemy army might have retreated from the field, but the horde of spiders was still spilling out of the hole in the ground. "Hold the line steady," Reevan shouted. "Don't hesitate to switch out if you need to." Reevan tossed some spells over the heads of his men as he encouraged them. With the number of spiders rushing at their position, this was a marathon situation, not a sprint, so he had to regulate his mana accordingly. His mana regeneration was enough that using 3 or 4 50 mana spells, a minute was enough for him to sustain the rate for a very long time, so that's what he did. The spiders, despite living their entire lives in almost pitch blackness, weren't affected by the light of the setting sun, but it seemed like they were getting more active as the light dimmed. Ryuvan alternated between his elements to find which one affected them the most, and after several rounds of experimentation, he discovered that lightning mana was the most effective. 50 points of mana wasn't enough to create a huge chain of lightning, but he could blast one with the magic, and it would jump to 6 or 7 others nearby. There were so many of them crowding around each other, like a sea of darkness trying to consume the soldiers, that there was no possibility of the lightning not affecting more than one spider per spell. Fire also affected more than one target at a time, but they had high enough resistance that it didn't persist on their corpses to catch others on fire and spread, and it wasn't as much as the lightning. Ryuvan wasn't particularly enthusiastic about trying to set the horde on fire, either, because then they would have a flaming tsunami on their hands. Water didn't do much but doused the spiders rushing at them, and earth was mostly shrugged off by the oversized bugs. Air was decent at slicing through the joints of the spiders, but it couldn't pass through more than 2 spiders at a time. The other Tier 2 affinities were more deadly than water and earth, with ice being more fatal than water. It didn't do much else, though, other than slow the movements of any spider that wasn't outright killed by the strike. Magma and plasma were the second most effective, but the rate of killing was a little slower than lightning. Mud could cause some spiders to sink into the ground, but the other spiders would just crawl over their bodies, and once the earth hardened again, the spiders that weren't killed would just crawl out of the little swamp that was created. Mist was absolutely useless in this situation, as the spiders didn't use their eyes to pinpoint their targets to begin with. Metal and wood could create powerful enough single-target spells, but it was nowhere near as good as the chains created by the lightning. Ryuvan experimented with one spell cast with a Tier 3 affinity, kinetic, and it was very effective, blasting through several more spiders than the air blades he launched at the horde, but increasing the affinity, despite the costs listed by the system being static, would cause him to burn through more mana. The costs didn't equal the results, and it was only on par with using lightning mana. More spells were launched from mages to either side of Ryuvan into the mass of spiders, most of them concentrated on the edge of his company in order to prevent the spiders from flanking them. There were only a few mages spread across the rear of the line to help lessen the burden on the soldiers, and the rest of the mages were on the far end of the battalion doing the same job as the ones on the edge of Ryuvan's company. A large portion of the spiders coming up on the north and west sides of the hole immediately zeroed in on the battalion and rushed straight to them. Other monsters nearby, seeing the activity of their fellow spiders, were also dragged along with them. It was almost a third of the spiders spewing out of the deep hole that turned and rushed toward the soldiers left alone on the battlefield. Not all of the spiders attacked the battalion, though. Most of them simply ran off into the distance, scattering across the sands. Kaiser was no slouch, and he had immediately noticed the problem before the battle had even begun, and he and his speed elites had rushed off to intercept the spiders rushing in the direction that Ryuvan had informed him and Kefira, where the civilians had been left. Ryuvan didn't hear the orders, but he had sensed the mana pulse of him using his communication device, and he knew that he had sent orders to the rest of his troops to expedite their travel. We only need to hold off on the spider horde for a couple of hours before we get 50,000 reinforcements, Ryuvan thought, sweat dripping down his brow, as he blasted another group of spiders with his lightning mana. If they're even anywhere close in power to the elites that followed Kaiser, this will get a lot easier. I'm very confident that we'll be able to hold on for that long too. These spiders, other than the odd one out that's much larger, are on par with the nuisance lizards down below. Their behavior is also really strange. Sure, they're aggressive by nature, but they shouldn't be this aggressive. It's almost like they're. Ryuvan's eyes widened in astonishment as the thought crossed his mind, and he instinctively knew that it was correct. It's a dungeon break. I only assumed that all of the dungeons down there were boss dungeons, but what if one or two of them was a regular dungeon filled with spiders? With the way instance dungeons work, if the runic spell activating did something to them, it could have broken innumerable overlapping dungeons at once and released the monsters within. If it wasn't a dungeon break, I doubt there would have been enough spiders down there, despite how large the space was, for it to have been this endless for this long. Ryuvan considered informing the others of his thoughts, but he ultimately decided to keep it to himself for now. There was no reason to distract anyone else with what was basically useless information at this point. It didn't matter if it was a dungeon break or not. The spiders were there, and they weren't going anywhere. It only mattered how many instances were released from the interference caused by the runic spell. He didn't know the full mechanics behind a dungeon break caused by the destruction of a dungeon, which he didn't know if that was the case or not, but he did know that there was a finite amount that could break at a time when a dungeon still existed. Once we defeat the horde, we'll have to send people down to investigate exactly what happened down there. The fight continued on, the soldiers of the battalion not giving any ground. It wasn't super important that they hold this specific position, though it was advantageous as it was atop a small sand dune on top of the spiders having to climb out of the hole to begin with. If they tried to retreat in the face of the pressure, they would risk having their line break. The mages didn't have the luxury of sifting through all of the available affinities like Reevan did, as they were mostly specialized in one or two of them. They were effective in their spells, though, and it did a lot to lessen the pressure on the melee troops. Kefira walked up and down the line casting her own spells, while she simultaneously checked on the mages to make sure they weren't burning through their mana too quickly. Most of the mages in the Mage Corps didn't have anywhere near as many mana reserves as Kefira and Reevan. The sunset and the fight continued. The soldiers continued to fight by the light of the spells going off, and the scenery was quite surreal. Memories of dreams of night combat sprang into Reevan's mind. The landscape was mostly lit with a subdued light with the occasional flash of much brighter light. The extent of the horde still charging at them was mostly shrouded in the darkness, but the creepy crawlies could be seen in a horror-scape for the brief flashes. Occasionally, the dim light extinguished, and because nobody had their night eyes trained, complete darkness would descend for a second or two, and only the horrifying click-clacking, screeches, and sound of combat could be heard by most of the masses. Those short periods of complete darkness were the most dangerous times, and their frequency was increasing as the mages got lower and lower on their mana pools. Before it became a problem, Reevan pulled himself away from blasting the occasional lightning chain spell, and he concentrated on his hands. He had gained the skill dual casting by splitting his focus between his hands, but that wouldn't cut it with the size of the battalion line. Instead of just concentrating the mana into his palms, he bore his will down even further and split the mana into his fingertips as well. The mana in each hand tried to retain its cohesiveness, but Reevan systematically severed the connections between them until he had 10 little balls of mana on each of his fingertips. He infused them with his light affinity and then hurled them into the sky to hover in place. Once they were up there, he fed them all with additional mana, creating individual little highways running down his arms and through his fingers to attach to his threads connecting to them in the sky. The 10 orbs of light, evenly spaced along the line of the battalion, grew in size and luminosity until the battlefield was lit almost like day in the little circle where it was taking place. New skill unlocked. Tier 5, Multicasting 01. Once the system notification flashed into his view, maintaining the separate threads of mana became instantly easier. It wasn't nearly as simple as dual casting had become with the increase in his skill level, but it was no longer taking all of his concentration to maintain. Reevan surveilled the battlefield, but he refrained from once more engaging the spiders with his lightning strikes. His lightning blasts were marginally helping, but the loss of them was nothing too big. Maintaining consistent lighting over the entire battlefield was much more important, and it would save far more lives of the volunteer soldiers than extinguishing a few more spiders would. Reevan had to adjust his position, as the farthest orb of light mana was just outside of his range to comfortably keep floating in the air from where he had been standing, but he was still close enough that he didn't have to abandon overseeing his company. His mana began to tick down exponentially faster than it had been before, but he had been frugal enough with his mana that he was confident he could maintain the light orbs until the break of dawn in several hours. The hours, as well as Reevan's mana supply, steadily ticked down, and the sun eventually crested the horizon to the east. The increased visibility once again showed that the tide of spiders was finally beginning to thin out. The spiders leaving the hole on the far sides dwindled down to a trickle, and most of them were pouring forth to continue to assault the battalion's position, but even that was already considerably fewer monsters than had been coming out for hours on end already. Reevan wiped the sweat from his brow as he cut off his connection to the light orbs floating in the sky. The lights winked out, and the battlefield dimmed slightly once again, but it wasn't a problem any longer. The spells from the other mages continued to occasionally blast holes in the swarm, but Reevan didn't join in once again. He had got to below 1,000 mana in his reserve, and he felt it was more prudent to save the remaining for an emergency. The pressure lifted as the tide of spiders turned into a river and then into a stream, and there were no additional surprises once the last of the spiders was killed. The corpses of the spiders had slowly fallen down the slope of the sand dune, and many had further been moved out of the way as the additional spiders had crawled over their dead bodies. The field was completely littered with dead spiders, and it was connected to a ring surrounding the hole. "Jack, take charge of the company. I need to go report to Lady Fira and Major Dobrik," Reevan ordered. Jack offered a tired salute and turned towards the company. Reevan made his way to the center of the battalion where he could see Kefira and Major Dobrik, as well as his staff, already getting together for a discussion. Reevan walked up and offered his salute before catching Kefira's eye, indicating he had something to say. "Captain Reevan, you have something to report," Kefira asked. She, like everyone else, was exhausted, and her clothes, where they were exposed outside of the armor she wore over her robes, were clinging to her body with sweat. With my experience dealing with dungeon breaks, I believe the majority of the spider horde was caused by one. I don't know if the runic spell destroyed the dungeons down below or what, but their behavior and numbers lead me to believe they have been affected by the runic spell in one form or another. I think we should send a team down below to investigate. Kefira turned her attention to the major, and he nodded his head. Good, she replied. Major Dobrik selects several of the higher-leveled soldiers to accompany Captain Reevan down below. Cyrilla, you go with them as well. Yes, my lady, Major Dobrik replied. He immediately turned to his staff and started giving out instructions to them to gather some soldiers to follow Reevan down below. It wasn't just finding troops to go with Reevan to check out the bottom of the hole. The major and his staff were busy issuing orders for the captains to immediately send their men off to other urgent missions. There were thousands of escaped spiders roaming the desert, and they needed to begin chasing them down. The rest of Kaiser's army should be arriving soon, but nobody knew if Kaiser had already issued them updated orders or not, so meeting up with them was another imperative task. Kefira had tried to get into contact with Kaiser, but he had apparently been too busy to actually speak to her to answer her questions. She had informed everyone that he was definitely okay, though, as he had responded to her request with a pulse of mana to the communication device. Even though he and his elite speed troops were strong and competent, they had thousands of spiders to defend against and a lot of civilians to protect. It was only a couple of minutes before several soldiers arrived to go with Reevan. He could have just selected his own soldiers from his company, but considering where they were going and the possible dangers, Major Dobrik and Kefira wanted the most experienced adventurers to go with Reevan. This mission was more akin to a delve than a military operation, and even though all of the volunteers were adventurers, not everyone was of the same caliber. Unsurprisingly, Jekyll was one of the ones selected by the major and his staff. 3 mages had also been chosen from the Mage Corps to go with them. Lieutenant Carol Reevan approached the logistics officer as the soldiers assembled and were briefed on their mission. We're going to need some rope. Ah, Captain Reevan, Carol smiled at Reevan. I told you it wouldn't be long before I had to address you as sir. How much rope do you need? Well, we have our own with our gear, but this hole is extremely deep. It won't be enough, so we'll need several lines of it tied together to descend into the depths. The entrance to the caves below was located here, and I had thought that the Lizaldan settlement and spider caves were actually considerably further away from this entrance, but it would appear that the caves spiral down without one realizing it if they don't have a great sense of direction. I'm guessing that we might need all of the rope you have, just in case. Okay, that's not a problem. I mean, that's what we have the supplies for. Let me round my men up and have them go through our storage pouches to find it for you. It's good to work with a competent supply officer, Reevan thought, not like that other jerk located at the headquarters. He would have told me that if he gave me the rope, then he wouldn't have any more. Lieutenant Carroll gathered his men up, and they began sifting through their supplies to gather as much rope as they could. Reevan also instructed the gathered soldiers for the mission to go back to their company to get some from them as well. Once a large number of ropes had been gathered, they took some time to tie them together. They didn't have any gear that would allow them to rapidly rappel down into the caves, but everyone was tier 3 and supernaturally strong, so it wouldn't be any trouble to climb down the normal way. Reevan led his task force to the hole, having to navigate walking through the field of spider corpses. They weren't like people, though, and none of them were pretending to be dead to escape the massacre or ambush them along the way. They first had to clear a space around the hole and roll some large boulders in place to secure their ropes to, but that didn't take that much time, especially with Reevan and the mages assisting with their earth magic. I'm not entirely sure what to expect below, but there might be some stragglers from the dungeons. Based on how they were behaving with storming up here and attacking us, though, I don't know if that's the case. But just in case, make sure you're able to get to a weapon quickly and easily at all times as you descend. The spiders won't have any trouble attacking you while you're still up in the air against the wall. Reevan was one to lead from the front, so he tossed his rope down into the depths and immediately began climbing down. The rest of the adventurer soldiers quickly followed suit, and a group of 20 experienced delvers was quickly descending into the dark cavern. Noon was several hours away still, so the sun wasn't in a position to shine directly down into the hole. Upon reaching the bottom of the hole, Reevan immediately began scanning the area for hostile creatures. He sent several orbs of light into the air to illuminate the area below, but his caution was unnecessary as there were no lingering threats. Reevan waited for the rest of the soldiers to climb down and assemble together, and then he led them along the wall to find the dungeons he had come from. He didn't know exactly where they were relative to where they had climbed down, so it took them several minutes to find the location of the dungeons. Since Reevan was able to light their path using his mana, instead of stumbling about in the pitch black trying to avoid a nightmare creature, they were able to move at a fast pace. Looks like my speculation was correct, Ryevin said to himself. Ryevin felt the presence of a couple of dungeons as they neared the hub. The ascent of the spider matriarch had altered the landscape down here a bit, and the portals to the dungeons were no longer located in their own little private alcoves. Several dungeons could be seen plain as day. Ryevin had only seen dungeons that blended into the environment and transitioned seamlessly up to this point, but with the walls having crumbled down, it was easy to spot the distortion in the air. Ryevin had speculated that there could possibly be 7 or 8 boss dungeons down here when he first arrived, but there were only 2 that they could see. With his mana sight, Ryevin could see mana trickling out of the entrances to the dungeons, but there was no corruption of abyss mana associated with it like from the Revenant dungeon. He could also see that the amount of mana coming out was slowly decreasing. It seems like these 2 were damaged, and the others were destroyed, Ryevin speculated. Based on the mana seeping out slowly reducing over time, I would guess that they're self-healing. The group continued moving forward as Ryevin searched for any telltale signs of the Abyss Gate when Ryevin suddenly spotted a figure walking in the distance. Ryevin held his hand up to halt the men following him. "Hello," he called out. His voice echoed against the cave wall, but the figure didn't respond. It just kept walking about aimlessly. Ryevin moved forward to get a better look at the person who was down here against all odds, and as he got closer, he realized he could see right through the person. Ryevin frowned as the features of the individual shifted to look like a completely different person as he got a better look. "What is that? Some sort of ghost?" one of the adventurers exclaimed. As Ryevin and the others watched the transparent individual walking about, a familiar-looking tiny orb floated over and merged with the apparition. As it was drawn into the person, its transparency was reduced by a fraction, and it appeared more solid. "Ah!" One of the soldiers let out a scream, and Ryevin turned to see that another apparition had walked right next to the person from behind. The ghosts, as Ryevin thought of them now, didn't make any noise, and he couldn't sense them with any of his skills. He and the others frantically looked around, and they realized that there were several of them wandering around, not paying attention to anything going on around them. "I don't know if mundane weapons can do anything to these creatures, but they don't appear hostile yet," Ryevin said. "If anyone can infuse mana into their attacks, then be prepared to do so, and if you can't, I or one of the mages will infuse some into your weapons." Ryevin quickly followed that up by doing just that. He and the 3 mages infused their mana into the weapons of over half of the adventurers, and they continued to look around for the source of the apparitions. They hadn't been a thing the last time Ryevin had been down here. In just a short amount of time, Ryevin spotted the source of the ghosts. In a spot where a dungeon would have been located, the outlines of a broken gateway could clearly be seen. Half of it had been severed and lay on the ground, and as Ryevin looked at it, one of those tiny orbs sprung into existence and started floating around. The orb bobbed around, not doing anything or going in any particular direction for a while. One of the ghosts walked nearby, and the orb seemed to immediately notice it though, and it headed straight to the transparent person. They merged together, and the features of the ghost, like the first one they had seen, shifted to look like a completely different person. "What is going on? Why do these things keep shifting to look like different people?" one of the mages asked. "Do you not see the little orbs floating around?" Ryevin asked. As they spoke, another one popped into existence. Several of the adventurers shared looks with each other before turning back to Ryevin. No," the mage answered. "Okay, well, these little orbs are popping up at this broken gate, and they merge with the ghosts. When they do, the ghosts shift." "Is this where you said you came out of the dungeon, sir?" Jekyll asked. Ryevin nodded his head. "Then is that the gate you came through?" Ryevin turned his attention back to the broken gateway. He hadn't gotten a good look at it before his attention was arrested by the orb, but he had suspected that it was the gate leading to the abyss as Jekyll suggested. There was no abyss mana seeping out of it though, so he hadn't been 100% sure until he could inspect it closer. Upon doing so, he realized that was exactly what the broken gateway was. If I had to guess, I would say these orbs are the same things I saw on the other side of the gate that was floating about between the realms," Ryevin said. "It sounds like their souls," one of the mages put forth. Ryevin turned to him with a questioning look, and the man continued. "Legends say the River of Souls traverses the universe between realms. When people and sapient creatures die, their souls are sent out of the realms to seek either reincarnation or ascendance. Nobody knows for sure, but the legends speak of it and talk about how reincarnated souls are wiped clean by the realm barriers." Well, it would seem like these ones aren't getting wiped clean," Ryevin said, stroking his chin. Ryevin activated his mana sight and inspected the gateway, all the while more orbs occasionally popped into existence. He didn't notice anything overt right away, but he could tell that there was something strange happening with the gateway. He infused his veridical affinity into his eyes, and the truth was laid bare. He pulled out his communication device and immediately activated it to contact Kefira up above. Fira, I'm going to need you to come down here, Revan said. Why? What did you find? Kefira's voice transmitted through the device. Cyrilla walked up and frowned at Revan. She had been mostly keeping to herself, but her interest was piqued upon hearing Revan call for Kefira to join them. There's a rent in reality down here where the gateway used to be, but none of us have the space affinity, he replied. And from what I can tell, it's expanding. This is fascinating, Kefira said, her hand reaching halfway to the tier in reality before dropping again. What's fascinating about it? Revan asked. Well, the space fissures and gates I'm used to seeing aren't nearly as deep. When someone makes a portal to travel to a distant location, the path that one walks is relatively close to the realm. When I look through this hole, though, I can see that it goes far beyond anything I've ever encountered. It leads to the outside. Even the most powerful portals, traveling hundreds of thousands or even millions of miles, will only create a bridge on the surface of the realm. Does that make sense? Kefira turned her attention away from the hole and glanced at Revan. Revan's eyes weren't trained on her, though, and his eyes followed something she couldn't see that apparently came out of the tier. Maybe. Revan looked back at Kefira. So what you're saying is, if the realm is a ball, we're located in the center, and when space magic is used to travel, the further the distance, the closer to the edge of the ball the path is created. This hole doesn't do that, goes straight to completely outside of the ball. Yes, exactly like that, Kefira nodded. I knew that you had mentioned being on the bridge to another realm before, and I intellectually understood that you had to have stepped completely out of the realm for that to happen. Seeing something in person, though, is much more interesting. Can this space fissure be used to travel outside the realm? Oh no, absolutely not, Kefira vehemently denied. I'm guessing the gateway containing the tier did something to make it safe, but if anyone tried to go through this hole to get to the outside, it would tear them into thousands of tiny shreds almost immediately. Luckily, it's not a complete tier, and the membrane of the realm is preventing corporeal forms from traveling through it at this time. If it continues to grow, though, that membrane might snap and drag people to their doom. If left unchecked, this thing could be a huge disaster. Lovely Revan sighed. Can you fix it, though? As it is now, yes, Kefira nodded her head confidently. If we had waited until it had broken the membrane like I just described, then I'm not sure. It'll take some time, though. Okay, well, I'll let you get to it. Sure. Kefira didn't watch Revan walk away. Her focus was entirely on the space fissure. To her perception, it was just a sliver of a few inches wide, but it went from the floor to almost twice her height. Using her space-time affinity to observe the fissure, she could somewhat see through to the far side, out into the void between realms. She couldn't really see anything beyond that, though. It was just a black line that simultaneously appeared right in front of her and impossibly far away. The space fissure was a great opportunity for her to further her understanding of the affinity. It's so weird, Kefira thought, marveling at the phenomenon. It's like I can see a tunnel with the different layers one would use when normally casting space spells, but it's also like a flat piece of paper at the same time. Kefira twined her mana together, infusing it with space-time, and sunk it into the hole. Deeper and deeper it went, but it seemed like it was still just floating at the surface. She knew it wasn't, and she could feel the difference, but its juxtaposition between what she felt and what she saw was difficult to parse. She caressed the edges of the tier with her mana, feeling the jagged edges of the interior of the space crack. It wasn't a smooth tunnel, with sharp spikes that would easily lacerate anyone foolish enough to try and move into the fissure. The deeper her mana delved, the more frequent and sharp the jagged edges became. By the time her mana finally reached the far edge, reaching out into the void, it was a complete mess of crisscrossing serrated daggers. Kefira allowed herself to operate on instinct. She pulled her mana back to the front of the hole, and using her space-time infused mana, she slowly began to smooth out the jaggedness. She didn't think about what she was doing or what the next steps would be. This was beyond anything she had ever done before, but she knew that she was capable of fixing the problem. All she had to do was let the system assist her. It wasn't always necessary to learn how to do everything before you did it, as long as your skills and affinities were high enough. The assistance the system could provide could be the most valuable learning tool available. Just do what needs to be done with the guidance of the system, and then reflect on the actions you took to learn backward. It wasn't always possible to be able to do so, however. Instances of coming into a situation you had learned virtually nothing about yet, or contained the ability to do, were very rare. Kefira wouldn't give up this opportunity to learn something that would be incredibly hard to receive instruction on. Not only was it rare for people to have talent in space or time, but those who did most likely never ran into a similar situation as this, either. The people who had come down to investigate what happened continued to move about, inspecting things here and there. They were only marginally within Kefira's consciousness, though, and she didn't let their presence distract her. In the back of her mind, she was aware of the arrival of many more people, but she didn't turn to see who they were. Revan was never that far from her, and she was more acutely aware of his presence than anyone else's, even Cyrilla's. In her state of letting herself be guided, her subconscious mind made many connections that she hadn't previously thought about, and some of them floated to the surface as she worked. There seemed to be some sort of intangible thread connecting her to those close to her, just out of her ability to perceive, but just like how she knew she could fix the space fissure, she just knew that they were there. Her mind tried to reach out to those connections, and the deeper she fell into her unique state of mind, the clearer those connections became. Just on the edge of perception, Kefira could sense threads similar to Mana, but of a completely different nature. She didn't know what they were, and she couldn't interact with them in any way. There was an entire tapestry of moving parts, creating an intricate web between herself and everyone down in the hole with her. Most of the threads were ephemeral and seemed like they could snap at any second, but 3 of them were much thicker and more solid than all of the others. Of the 3 most powerful threads, the weakest one connected her to Cyrilla, who was standing not far away with a watchful eye on everyone around her. The next thread connected her to a presence still off in the distance, but she could tell that it was getting closer. This thread was very solid, and it seemed just like a powerful mana weave with many threads woven together to create an incredibly solid link. The second thread, however, paled in comparison to the final one. It was like a shiny steel beam, and it connected to Rievin. There's something strange about this connection to Rievin. A stray thought entered Kefira's mind as she moved her mana in accordance with the system guidance. All of the thoughts and perceptions about the threads connecting her to other people were going on in the back of her mind, and she was only vaguely aware of them. This thought, though, just barely broke through the surface and made her slightly more aware of it for a brief moment. It's like that connection existed before I even met him. The thought that flitted through her mind was a bit of a shock, and it brought her out of the depths of her state of mind. Her vision focused once more, and she was once again fully focused on repairing the space fissure. All the vague thoughts and perceptions of the threads linking her to other people fled her mind, and she was simply left with the slight impression that she and Rievin had been connected before they had ever met. She shook her head to clear all the stray thoughts. She turned her head to find Rievin, subconsciously remembering his position from the connection she had felt, and beckoned him over to her. Yes. Did you find something? Rievin asked. No, it's not that. Kefira shook her head. I just wanted to see if I could help you get something out of this as well. This is a great opportunity for experiencing the space affinity. I know you already have an offshoot of time, and it would be really hard to get anything related to space, but you're incredibly talented. Maybe you can get something. Okay, that sounds good to me. What do I need to do? Just send a thread of mana out and mix it with mine, Kefira instructed. Just let me guide it along my own, and see if you can feel anything from it. All right. Rievin sent out a thread of mana and attached it to Kefira's. The contact was more intimate in a way that she couldn't really describe than she had anticipated. It wasn't uncommon for people's mana to interact with others, but blending them together in the way that they were was a different story. Usually when mana threads connected between different people, there was a distinct delineation between them, but Rievin's mana seemed to submerge perfectly into Kefira's. She was able to feel the exact position of his mana, despite how well it blended together with her own, and she was able to guide along her own thread into the space fissure. She took it and guided it along to feel the jagged edges that she was working on smoothing out. Can you feel that? Kefira asked. Yeah, Rievin answered breathlessly. It was like we were moving along smooth glass, but then the surface turned into rough stone. The further along it goes, the rougher it gets. Yes, now feel how the surface is changing as I smooth the roughness out of it. Kefira continued to guide Rievin's mana, and the two of them explored the mysteries of the space fissure. Without knowing it, the two of them had drawn their bodies together. Rievin stood at Kefira's back, and the two of them lifted their arms towards the tier. Their hands were placed together, and their fingers were interlinked. Anyone who didn't know that they were working on an important mission to heal a rent in the fabric of reality would think that they were having a private moment together. The horses are practically useless out here in the loose sand, so we've grounded the cavalry, Major Rollick said as he walked alongside Kaiser. We've had to send the light infantry to chase down the remnants of the spider horde. Luckily, they're mindless beasts and have left very clear tracks on where they went. Good, Kaiser said. Just make sure they don't get too spread out. That was a lot of spiders. They're no threat to our troops when handled appropriately, but if a squad separates from the rest and runs into several hundred or thousands of those nasty creatures, we might have some casualties. No reason to take unnecessary risks, as all the civilians have been accounted for, and there should be no other people around for hundreds of miles in any direction. Yes, sir, I'll remind the commanders. Major Rollick gave a salute and turned to see about his duty. Kaiser made his way to the gaping hole in the center of the desolate sands. Soldiers from the volunteer army raised by Count Ialo were busy sweeping the spider corpses together, and the mages set them on fire. There was apparently a situation down below that would require some time to solve, and there was no reason to remain in a field of corpses. It wasn't strictly necessary to handle the spider corpses in this way so deep in the dry desert. Chances of disease springing up were low considering the circumstances, but that wasn't the main purpose of burning the bodies. The soldiers were just incredibly uneasy being surrounded by so much death, even if they were just disgusting monsters. Major Dobrik, his sister's subordinate, had his own men well in hand, and there was no reason for Kaiser to interfere with their command. If the enemy army was still around, it would make sense to establish a firm authority over them, but that was no longer going to be necessary. He had thought that they had made it in time to thwart the plans of the invaders, and victory seemed well in hand as he defeated the enemy commander. It turned out he had just wasted his time fighting a body double, and the invaders simply took their spoils and left. He felt incredibly frustrated at having to rush out here over the past month with his army to only feel like he punched cotton. His spirits lifted a bit, though, as he began descending one of the ropes into the deep hole in the ground. It had been a couple of years since he had seen his youngest sister in person. They had spoken briefly over their communication magic items, but that had been all business. Kaiser quickly descended the rope. Half his bodyguards went down first, and the other half followed behind. His guards spread out to keep an eye out for any danger, and they made their way in the direction that had been laid out by the adventurers that had come down before them. It was a large open space, so it wasn't hard to navigate, but they had put down markers to show the way toward the problem. It was a small city-sized circle, after all, and if you didn't know the exact location, you would have to waste a little bit of time searching for it. After several minutes of rushing along the path, Kaiser's face finally lit up into a smile as he saw Cyrilla standing next to a couple of people standing in a wholly inappropriate manner. If Cyrilla is there, then Kefira can't be far away, Kaiser thought. But why would she tolerate that kind of behavior right next to her? I'm surprised she hasn't yelled at them until they were quivering in their boots. Kaiser looked around for his sister as he got closer and closer to Cyrilla, but he didn't see her anywhere. His smile turned into a frown, though, when he finally got close enough to see the face of the girl standing in that man's embrace, and he immediately started rushing forward, hands clenched. He was brought up short before he could reach out and throttle the man who dared stand so intimately with his sister, though, as Cyrilla stepped in front of him. "Don't interrupt them," she said, giving him a warning look. Kaiser was taken aback for a moment, and his frown turned into a look of confusion. "What do you mean?" Kaiser questioned. "You're supposed to be down here handling some sort of problem, and yet you're just letting a man brazenly take advantage of my sister." "That's not what's happening," Cyrilla shook her head. "If you look closer, you'll see that they're investigating the space fissure together. Princess Kefira was exploring the fissure with her mana, and then she called Reivin over to help him see if he could learn something about the space affinity. They just kind of subconsciously ended up like that." "Subconsciously, you say?" Kaiser frowned again. "They look like they're a lot closer than just subconsciously standing together, hands clasped." They are, that's all you're going to say." "Yes, need I remind? I don't work for you," Cyrilla cut him off. "I serve Kefira." Kaiser stared at Cyrilla for a few seconds before letting out a sigh. "All right, I will withhold judgment for now. I'll give Kefira a chance to explain things." Kaiser turned away from Cyrilla to watch the two standing together. He hadn't been born with a great natural talent for mana, though he did have access to it before Tier 4. He was much more focused on his martial skills, and not having developed his mana sense and sight skills very high, he was unable to perceive what the two of them were doing. Instead, he smiled as he watched his sister for a few moments before turning his attention to the man she was standing against. The man was much younger looking than he had thought he would be, probably around the same age as Kefira, which was another surprise. He had never even heard of another individual being anywhere close to as talented as his youngest sister, but if this Reivin character was the same age as she was, then he might be close. He could admit that he was objectively good-looking, but that didn't mean he was a match for Kefira. His sister was the cutest, most bestest girl in the world, and she deserved no less than an imperial prince as her suitor. He could see that the muscles in the young man were well developed, and even while concentrating on the task of investigating the tier with his mana, he stood in a way that he was ready to react to any external threats or attacks. He could see the explosive power just lying underneath the man's exterior, and Kaiser nodded to himself in grudging approval. "He's barely adequate in the physical regard, but I remember Sophia saying that he had been accepted into the Magic Academy through Kefira's recommendation," Kaiser thought. If he's put so much effort into his physical stats and abilities, then his mental stats and mana abilities must be lacking. What can someone like him accomplish? Kaiser snorted in disdain. "I know what you're thinking," Cyrilla said, bringing him out of his thoughts. He turned to look at her once more, an eyebrow quirked. "Oh, really?" he asked. "Yes, and you would be wrong. We'll see." Kaiser returned to waiting for the pair to finish their little flirting session, impatient to speak with his sister once more. "Do you see that one?" the boy Reivin suddenly said. "There's another one just behind it. I think I can catch a vague glimpse of it," Kefira said. "Wait, he's teaching her." Kaiser thought in shock. "I don't think we should let any more of them come through," Reivin said. There has to already be thousands of them on this side, and that can't be a good thing. It'll take some time to block off their access, though, Kefira responded. I think that should be your priority if you can. What are they talking about? Kaiser leaned over to whisper to Cyrilla. Look around. Cyrilla waved her hand around in a circle. Kaiser turned to look for what she was indicating, confused. It didn't take him long, though, to spot the dozens of transparent figures walking about aimlessly. Some were little more than a wisp, and others were almost fully corporeal. As he watched some of them walk about, their features shifted dramatically. It wasn't just that they would sometimes look slightly different. They would grow and shrink considerably. Their facial features and clothes they were wearing would be completely different, and oftentimes they switched between genders. One moment, one of the apparitions was a tall, fat man, and then the next moment, it was a short, slender girl. What is going on? Kaiser asked, dumbfounded. Not entirely sure, Cyrilla answered. One of the mages mentioned that they were likely souls from the River of Souls beyond the Veil of the Realm. That actually makes sense, Kaiser said. Why do they shift about, though? Why are some more transparent than others? As he watched the apparitions, he witnessed two of them walk into each other and merge into one. The transparency of the new ghost was much less than the two that had made it up. None of us can see it, but Rievin had mentioned that there are little floating sparks floating around, and as they combine together, they form these apparitions. He said that those sparks are most likely the actual souls. Yeah, and they gain strength as they combine together, Rievin said, turning and approaching Kaiser and Cyrilla. Kefira remained in place, concentrating on the space fisher, and Kaiser finally got a good look at the young man's face. He had only seen him in profile as he stood with his sister, but now he got a look at his whole face. He's almost good-looking enough for my sister, Kaiser thought, keeping a neutral expression on his face. You must be Rievin, Kaiser said. He didn't extend a hand in greeting. That's right, Rievin nodded. He also didn't extend a hand in greeting, nor did he offer a salute of any kind. Kaiser could see Cyrilla smirking at him from the corner of his eye. Captain, I see. Kaiser squinted his eyes as he scrutinized the young man in front of him. Well, Captain, would you mind elaborating on these so-called souls? Certainly, Rievin nodded. I don't know for sure that they are souls, but I have seen them before. They're pretty harmless when they're floating around by themselves, but they can be. Rievin trailed off as his eyes widened. I can definitely see some now, Kefira called out. Something's causing more and more of them to come through, and now it's pretty hard not to see them. Get that hole sealed, Rievin shouted. Kaiser frowned at the urgent tone in Rievin's voice. As he was about to open his mouth to say something, he noticed several of the more corporeal apparitions wander over toward their little group. They stepped into each other and began to merge together. The merged apparitions no longer looked like several different people existing in the same space, flickering between themselves, though. It morphed into a strange, shining blob. It just floated in place for a moment, seemingly trying to gain its bearings. Suddenly, it shifted into a hand and it lunged at Rievin, trying to snatch him up. Kaiser and Cyrilla took a step back in shock as Rievin dodged away from it. The apparition had ended up in a spot between Rievin and Kefira, and it hesitated as it seemed to consider who to attack. Kaiser leaped between the blob and his sister, just as it launched itself at her. The ethereal hand passed through him, and pain like he never experienced exploded within his head. It threatened to drown out all conscious thought, and he fought to maintain his sanity. He screamed at the top of his lungs as it passed through him, and he could feel his vitality get sucked away. The very core of his being felt like it was trying to be dislodged, sucked into the entity that passed through him. He collapsed to the ground, shivering and sweating profusely, and he felt a powerful mana shoot out over him to lasso the soul creature. He got to his knees and looked up to see what was happening, and he spotted ropes of mana looping around the creature, holding it in place just mere inches away from his sister. Mages, he bellowed, get all the mages down here. He didn't know how many of those sparks that only Rievin could apparently see made up the soul apparition, but if he and Kefira were right, and more were coming through the veil, then they would need all the mana they could to defeat this thing. He was entirely sure, based on how it had just moved right through him, that only mana would be able to affect it. I really should have worked on my mana skills a bit more, Kaiser mentally kicked himself. Rievin threw his weight back and drove his feet into the ground to maintain his balance. Even though the soul entity was ethereal and could pass through solid objects, roping it with mana still required him to exert both mental and physical force to keep it from pouncing on Kefira. He couldn't allow her to be distracted. Her job was incredibly important, as she was the key to keeping this thing from growing more powerful. Until the breach was closed, the soul ghost would continue to grow stronger and stronger. Several more sparks had already come out of the space crack and merged with the monster. Rievin struggled to keep the soul monster in place, but he could feel the power ticking up slightly for each new spark that merged into it. He could hear other people shouting in the distance, and he knew more people were on the way. Kaiser had already called for them to get all the mages down here, and someone had already relayed that information up top with their communication device. Another rope of mana sprang up next to him, and Kaiser stepped up to help assist him in holding the creature back. The combined might of Kaiser's assistance allowed them to slowly drag it away from Kefira. They dragged it back further and further, but the pace they were moving was slowing down as the phantom continued to strengthen. "We have to get it away from Kefira," Reevan panted. "I don't know how it chooses targets, but it's fixated on her right now. Don't you think I noticed that?" Kaiser yelled. Cyrilla stood next to Kefira with her hand on her sword hilt, ready to draw it but with a look of uncertainty on her face. More of the adventurers ran over, and one of them rushed forward to try and attack the soul entity with a skill. His weapon simply passed through the shining blob without even slowing down. A look of surprise flashed across his face right before the soul entity jabbed a tendril into his body. The adventurer's body locked up as he dropped his weapons and fell to his knees, letting out a horrendous shriek of agony. The entity almost immediately removed its tendril, almost like it was disgusted by what it had touched. The man collapsed to the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth. "All of you get back. Only those of you who can utilize your mana can affect it," Kaiser commanded. The rest of the adventurers retreated, while several stepped forward next to Reevan and Kaiser. They brought out their mana with their mana manipulation skills, but it was clear to Reevan that they had not spent nearly enough time on the skill in order to be anywhere near effective with it. The mana threads looked like limp noodles to Reevan's eyes. Every little bit would help, though, and if their threads didn't snap, they would be able to use their physical strength to further restrain the monster. The three mages that had originally come down with Reevan's group finally made it over, having a much slower running speed than their more physical counterparts. They launched several spells at the restrained soul beast. One spell exploded on contact, and the other two spells pierced into the blob. After the explosion cleared, though, Reevan was able to see that it was unharmed. "I don't think this thing can be killed," Reevan yelled. "It's not alive, but it's also not undead." "I don't think it has a health pool. Then what are we supposed to do?" Kaiser asked. Even he was beyond his depth in this situation. "We have to somehow force it back into the void right before Kefira manages to seal it up," Reevan said. "We have to keep it at bay until the rest of the mages can get here." "How many mages did you bring with your army?" "We have 1,000 mages, but it will take some time for those numbers to get down here safely." "Someone relay to the top to scrounge for more ropes to drop down here." The three mages ran over to join Reevan and the others already wrestling the entity, but they didn't have nearly as much physical strength to add much more to the struggle. Their mana threads were just more secure than the others. Some of the other adventurers noticed the problem, though, and they ran over to team up with the mages to help pull them back by grabbing hold of their waists. The soul entity didn't seem to be doing anything other than trying to get at Kefira. It didn't make any plans or try to use any tactics to accomplish its goal, though. It simply mindlessly pulled against the restraints. It made sense to Reevan, though, as it wasn't alive. It didn't have a brain or any other way to think. It was simply acting on instinct. "I wish I knew what the driving instinct for this thing was," though, Reevan thought. They finally pulled the beast further away from Kefira, and it was now closer to Reevan than her. As soon as it crossed some invisible threshold, it seemed to lose all interest in Kefira, and it reversed direction, plunging straight toward Reevan. The mana threads held by all of those able to create them instantly went slack, and everyone jumped out of the way to avoid the creature. A couple of them weren't quick enough, though, and they were brushed by the edges of the blob. The mage and adventurer that wasn't lucky enough to get away collapsed to the floor, screaming in agony like the first one who had attacked the beast. Even he hadn't recovered and gotten back up, yet much less these two new victims. "Don't let it touch you," Reevan yelled. "It sucks your vitality out of you. And if you're too weak, it might swallow your soul," Kaiser added. Several other people looked over at him in surprise, though Reevan didn't. He understood what he was talking about. "It passed through me earlier, and it felt like it was trying to yank the very center of my being out of me." As they were yelling their warnings, they never stopped running. Reevan quickly realized that the entity was now chasing him, reminding him of his mad dash through the void several months ago. Everyone else scattered out of the way, and Kaiser started rounding them back up to reattach another lasso of mana around it. Reevan ran away from any concentration of other people, and he made sure that it was pulled further away from Kefira. Not only would it be less likely to change targets, but it would take additional sparks more time to reach it to strengthen it. "I think that if we get it far enough away, the new sparks won't be able to find it right away and merge with it, causing it to not grow any stronger," Reevan called out as he kept moving away from the space fissure. "Then what about all the new sparks that come in after?" Kaiser questioned. "Won't they merge together and make a second one?" "Maybe, but I think we have enough time for that. This space fissure has been open for over a day, and it just now got powerful enough to create this thing. I think the fact that it was growing stronger was also the cause for the acceleration of the sparks flying in here. If we keep it away, the rate should slow back down again, and then we'll have another day and a half or so before we have to worry about a second entity." "All right, I'll trust you on that. With the number of mages we have available, it shouldn't be too much of a problem if we can just wait until they get here." Not having Ryuven available as assistance in holding the creature at bay was a huge detriment to their efforts. They weren't able to stop it from chasing after Ryuven, but they did keep it slow enough that Ryuven could leisurely stay away from it after he had calmed down from the initial dash to keep away from it. He kept jogging at a consistent pace, heading for the opposite side near the ropes but along the outer ring of the giant circle. Word was sent ahead to the mages on their way on where to go to intercept them, and the group of people holding the mana leashes were pulled behind the entity like they were playing a losing game of tug-of-war. They weren't able to maintain their strength forever, though, and Ryuven noticed that he had to gradually pick up his speed in order to maintain the distance between him and the soul beast. Luckily, the additional mages coming from up top finally started to trickle down, and they were able to add their strength to keep the soul monster held in place. Ryuven bent over to gasp for breath as he was finally able to stop running. It wasn't that he was tired, but the ordeal had been so sudden and chaotic. It was more about getting his heartbeat under control, and breathing deeply helped with that. Kaiser managed the new mages coming over to take over holding the beast in place, and Ryuven was apprehensive about moving from his spot. He didn't know what it would do if it lost its current target, and it was still trying to get at him with all its might. They had dragged it far enough away, though, that he didn't see any additional sparks floating over to strengthen it further. We should send someone over to ask Kefira if she can sense whether or not the rate of the sparks entering the realm has slowed down or not to verify our prediction, Ryuven called out to Kaiser. On it, he replied. We'll get some of the other mages to go over and try and assist her as well. We don't have any other mages that specialize in space mana, but we do have some that have tangential talents in them. It should help a bit. Speaking of tangential talents, Ryuven thought, eyeing the blinking light of his notifications. He brought it up and inspected the new message. New affinity unlocked. Tier 4, Traveler 01. That's interesting, Ryuven mused. It's the first time I've unlocked an affinity while not actively circulating my mana. It must have had something to do with not only the circumstances, but the fact that I had my mana melded with Kefira's. It wasn't the space affinity, but neither was eternal the time affinity. They were tangential branch affinities, fractions of the whole. Just the fact that I was able to unlock anything related to space at all, considering I already had one for time, is a surprise. I know I'm talented, but there seems to be something else other than talent that acts as a gatekeeper for getting both kinds of affinities at the same time. I'll let Kefira know that her efforts in showing me the space fissure through her mana didn't go to waste. Do you know why it came after you and Kefira? Kaiser asked, walking up to Ryuven after he had got everything else settled. Not exactly, but their nature might have something to do with it, Ryuven said. They're souls and they must be attracted to powerful souls. I don't know what they want from them, but I've experienced the same thing you did about it, feeling like your very being was trying to be ripped from you. Powerful souls. Kaiser stroked his chin in thought. I guess I can see that. It's said that the strength of one's soul directly correlates to how talented an individual is, so it makes sense that it would go after Kefira and then you, someone who might be close to as talented as she is, considering the things I've heard. Aha, Ryuven said, eyeing Kefira's older brother. And what things have you heard? Oh, just that you were given special admission to the Magic Academy in the Wispan capital based on Kefira's recommendation. I've also seen the strength of your mana, and I have a good eye for how strong you are based on how you move and hold yourself. All those things added together with your age leads me to believe you're quite talented yourself. Don't get me wrong, saying you're almost as talented as Kefira is high praise. She's the most talented person we've had in our empire for thousands of years, maybe ever, considering. Kaiser paused and eyed Ryuven up and down for a second, considering her unique affinities. Ryuven ventured, so you know, I guess you are more than a passing fancy for her then, if she trusts you with that information. More than a passing fancy, huh? Yeah, I'd say we're beyond that at this stage. I'm not someone who thinks that nobody is good enough for my sister, but I justifiably believe there are very few. You'll have to show me more than what you already have if you want me on your side when it comes to my parents and older siblings. Everything will reveal itself in due time, Ryuven confidently stated. I will say, though, he paused and looked at Kaiser out of the corner of his eye for dramatic effect. I'm currently only tier 2. Kaiser frowned for a second at the statement before his eyes widened in comprehension. It's good to talk to smart people, Ryuven mentally chuckled. A superficial person would hold that against me, but someone who knows what would understand what that means for my potential. Well, that's definitely something to consider, Kaiser said. Better not let my parents hear about that without the right context, though, or you'll never even be given the chance to meet them and explain. If they hear from someone that Kefira has been gallivanting about with a tier 2 captain from a tier 3 region, they'll assume you're some dandy noble who hasn't put in any effort to your own growth, and that you've tricked their darling little girl. Yeah, I can see that, Ryuven chuckled. Does that mean you're not going to send a message ahead, saying exactly that? We'll see, Kaiser said. I still need to gauge your character. From what little I saw of Kefira interacting with you just now, she seemed perfectly at ease and happy with you. There has to be a reason behind that, and I'm gracious enough to give you the opportunity to convince me. But as I said, that's just for getting me on your side. You'll still have an uphill battle with my mother no matter who you are. You could be an ascended being descended back down to the realm, and she would still make things hard for you. Kefira is her baby girl, you know. Well, I can think of a solution to that right now. Reevan winked. She just needs to have another baby. Give Kefira a little brother or sister, and the doting mom's attention will be distracted. Don't you think? Kaiser stared at Reevan for a second before throwing his head back and laughing. Ha ha ha, you really know what to say, huh? Kaiser clapped Reevan on the shoulder. Don't let my mom hear you talk like that, though. In fact, don't let Kefira or Cyrilla hear you say that either. Kefira likes being the baby of the family. Sure. Reevan scratched the back of his head. All right, I'm going to go back over to the space crack and see what needs to be taken care of over there. I'll come back over here to get you guys and let you know when we're ready to try and force that soul creature back into the void. Sounds good. I think we're just going to have to wrap it up in a mana cocoon and force it back through the channel. I don't foresee it being an easy job. Kaiser nodded his head and then jogged off back to the space fisher. Reevan remained in place with nothing to do. There were still more mages showing up to take a spot in helping hold the soul entity in place, and there were enough of them now that they were able to comfortably switch out to allow each other some rest. Reevan turned his attention back to his notifications. Combat initiated. Enemies defeated. X plus 224. X plus 224. X plus 224. X plus 224. X 712. Combat resolved. Calculating. Large-scale beast tide. X plus 1020. Leadership role. Bonus experience for leadership role, 15. X plus 6,000. Total experience, 167,180. Level up, level 35. Level up, level 50. Experience, 2,311, 13,000. Achievement, be tangentially involved in a conflict with an entity 5 tiers above you. Luck plus 2. Wow, just from watching the struggle of subduing the spider matriarch, the entire battalion got a bonus to luck. Reevan was shocked. If they didn't have it before, then the entire battalion has it now unlocked. At least I'm guessing. I got plus 2 luck for a 5-tier difference, and the battalion's soldiers are a 4-tier difference. I wonder what the rewards Ariella and the soldiers that actually fought for her were. Reevan hadn't viewed his skill level ups in a while, so he pulled those up while he was thinking about it. Skills leveled up. Tier 1, Aim 30-32. Athleticism 48-49. Balance 48-49. Heavy Armor 22-24. Hidings 33-35. Map Making 23-26. Map Reading 15-22. Marching 22-25. Observation 47-50. Running 45-48. Snaking 31-32. Tier 2, Ambidexterity 19-21. Camouflage 1-13. Gab 9-13. Eavesdropping 26-28. Evasion 47-49. Forced March 16-19. Mana Absorption 51-52. Mana Circulation 33-37. Meditation 33-35. Pain Resistance 49-50. Sense Mana 60-62. Silent Step 5-11. Stealth 25-26. Strategy 24-26. Tactics 28-30. Tracking 7-18. Tier 3 Ambush 1-6. Battlefield Awareness 25-38. Blind Fighting 14-20. Command 30-42. Commanding Shout 18-24. Danger Sense 24-25. Detect Lies Truth 3-7. Inspire 29-38. Mana Conjuration 40-46. Mana Manipulation 44-50. Mana Shield 30-34. Mana Sight 42-51. Mental Fortitude 45-48. Night Vision 6-22. Sense Threat 8-11. Silver Tongue 6-8. Sure Step 6-14. Tier 4, Dreams of the Past 15-16. Dual Casting 26-39. Iron Will 21-22. Mana Weapon 33-34. Spatial Awareness 30-46. Tier 5, Heroic Bearing 10-16. Mana Drain 1-4. Mana Healing 1-2. Mana Reinforcement 1-5. Multi-Casting 1-2. Tier 6, Weapons Master 65-68. Regeneration 1-6. Tier 6.5, Divine Sense 1-4. Perfect Domain 1-5. It seems like doing mental maps helps with map making. I wonder if getting the little details right in order to be more accurate in such barren locations is what helped me bridge the level 25 threshold. It also looks like standing in the back of meetings, faded into the background and forgotten, and listening to the people talk helped to level up my eavesdropping skill. Interestingly enough, it seems like simply recalling the dreams I've had in greater detail has contributed to leveling up the dreams of the past skill. I wonder if that will cause me to have more frequent dreams. Reevan dismissed his skill progress report and brought up his status page. Before perusing it, he put his free stat points into strength and dexterity evenly, like he had been doing the entire time. Status name, Reevan class, Imperial Liaison, Grand Arcanist LVL 50. Fighter age, 1420 health, 8,250, 8,250, plus 310 stamina, 15,860, 15,860, plus 410 mana, 10,255, 10,255, plus 50 physical stats, mental stats STR, 761 plus 10 INT, 901 plus 4 VIT. 825 plus 31 mag, 1,150 plus 6 dex, 760 plus 10 CLA, 758 plus 1 CHA, 189 plus 1 per, 757 plus 1 LUK, 172 plus 1 bloodline, LVL 1 unknown 143,709, 10 billion experience, 2,311, 13,000. His first stat had finally breached the 1,000 point mark, but that only meant it was half of what his mother's magic stat was at. Considering I'm still 10 levels shy of Tier 3, I don't think I'm doing half bad. Holding my level back for so long and forcing the class transition in Tier 2 was definitely worth it. Speaking of, I need to select my second unlocked class skill. I picked Enforce the first time around, thinking it would help me enforce my will upon other casters to make it easier to capture their spells, but that's not what it was at all. Enforce 4, enforce the commands of the Imperial Princess, Kefira. Yeah, that had been a flop, Reevan chuckled. I could change it right now, but I think I might actually get some use out of the skill once we go to Wispan. I don't see any reason to flip-flop my class skills about right now, as the conflict is over. If when we get to Wispan, there isn't an opportunity to show it off, I'll switch it out for one of the other mana skills. Reevan was confident in his mana skills and his abilities to outclass other caster classes that weren't within range of Kefira's power level in their age range, but he thought that Enforce might come in handy with dealing with the other young noble scions of the Tier 4 Empire. Let's take a look at the other class skills I have available to choose from. Impart, delve into the experience of the system granted by your skill level and directly enhance the learning capabilities of a student. That skill would definitely help me power level Kefira's martial skills, but I don't have any disciples or students. It might come in handy with training troops under my command, but that's about to be a moot point too. Mana Well, increase your mana regeneration by 20. This skill is broken, Reevan thought. If I level that up until it's a general skill and it no longer takes a class skill slot, then I would basically have infinite mana eventually. What would happen if I reached transcendence in this skill? Would my mana literally overflow and empower those around me, becoming a literal mana well? He was incredibly tempted to take this skill, but he wanted to refresh his memory on the last skill first. True mana, your mana is laced with the very essence of reality. That's not very definitive. I imagine it has a passive effect of coating my spells with the veridical affinity, but I can already do that on my own. It just takes a little bit more concentration. I can see how this would increase one's ability to do so if they didn't have a high enough skill level, but then how would they have unlocked the class necessary to even get the skill? Maybe there's more to it than I'm thinking, but the system isn't making it easy for me. Doesn't seem like I'm going to have my Imperial Liaison, Grand Arcanist class for very long. I only have 11 more levels to go until I'm officially Tier 3. Then again, I can turn my mana siphon ability back on in order to gain more practical life experience and skill levels to increase my chances of getting a legitimate mythic class once I reach Tier 3. Even if I'm not able to get a mythic class at Tier 3, I still think it would be a good idea to go ahead and do so. I've made up my mind and I'm going to pick manhwa, and I would like to try and push it to a general class before I gain my Tier 3 class. I'll still have 3 class skill slots available for my secondary class, but I have other skills I want to focus on, too. Deconstruct and access to system assistance for basically every spell are both paramount, and I can foresee good synergy between Will of the Realm and True Mana. With how experience drops off upon reaching Tier 3, I'll probably be in Tier 3 for a while, and I'll be able to have 3 of my current class skills for a long time. Getting my spells and deconstruct to develop into general skills are probably going to be the easiest ones, and I think True Mana will be one of the hardest. Let's try and get the low-hanging fruit taken care of first. It's not like choosing mana well over True Mana will be useless either. Decision made. Reevan officially selected it in his status. Some time had passed since he had been looking over his notifications and deliberating on what class skill to choose, but Kefira and the mages assisting her still weren't ready to go. There was no change in the soul beast trying to get to Reevan, and the mages and adventurers assisting them with their physical strength had grown to a size where they were able to switch out conveniently in order to maintain their top position. Another several hours passed, and Reevan just lounged on a small stone bench that he sculpted from the ground with his mana. He was considering whether to lie down to take a nap or not when Kaiser finally ambled over. "Things are in the final stage over at the Space Fisher," he announced. "We'll be ready to go in just a moment, so get prepared." Reevan nodded as he got to his feet. He used a bit of his mana to meld the stone seat back into the ground from where it had come, and then he proceeded to do some stretches and calisthenics to get his blood pumping. Well, here we go. Time to try and stuff an incorporeal being into a chute. Getting the soul beast back over to the Space Fisher wasn't a difficult task. Reevan simply walked around it, keeping a safe distance, and headed back to where Kefira and the other mages were surrounding the tier. There were more than enough mages in the bottom of the hole that there was little the creature could do against the restraints. There was no need to hurry, but there also wasn't a reason to dally, either. Reevan walked at a normal pace to get to their destination. Once they got there, Reevan approached at an angle that Kefira would be on the other side of the tier as compared to the soul beast. It would be counterproductive if the soul beast switched targets and lunged for Kefira when Reevan was trying to steer it into the crack. As Reevan approached the final destination, more mages approached and began wrapping the soul creature up in more and more threads of mana. It was possible to use one's willpower to harden the mana threads so that they could push instead of pull, but not only did it require more concentration, it required more physical coordination as well. It was much easier to simply leave the mana threads like a rope and pull it. The mages surrounded the creature in a complete circle. Just in case, they wanted to be able to push or pull the beast in any direction if it went wild. The soul beast hadn't shown any indication that it would do anything other than an attempt to get straight to its target, but it also hadn't been threatened with anything yet. It was invulnerable to damage, as far as they could tell. Kefira and the mages assisting with closing the portal had created a funnel that they placed into the crack. It had a wide mouth that the casters could easily guide it toward, and then it narrowed into a tunnel that would direct it back to the void. The funnel's width was precisely controlled, so that there was no space between the blob and the edges, so any new sparks would automatically merge with it and not come into the realm. As the soul creature was brought to the space crack, the speed of the sparks infiltrating the realm once more picked up the pace, but this time there were more than enough mages and adventurers to keep it in check. They could probably let it strengthen continuously for a couple of hours before they lost control of the beast. The soul beast was completely wrapped up in mana threads, and using his mana sight, Reevan wasn't even able to see anything other than the cocoon as it was directed to the mouth of the funnel. Reevan, Kefira, and the mages carefully coordinated so that the creature was led straight into the funnel. The edges of the funnel were infused with the space-time affinity to seamlessly meld with the space crack. The first change occurred as soon as the beast crossed the threshold of the funnel. A soul-piercing shriek escaped from the mana cocoon, causing a splitting headache in everyone at the bottom of the hole. Most of the martial classers collapsed to the ground, holding their heads in pain, and even several of the mages were put out of commission. Reevan had joined in with the other casters to lasso the soul creature, but as they were positioning it to shove it back to where it had come from, Reevan watched as incredibly thin tendrils began to seep through the spaces between the mana threads. It was no longer acting like a blob. It had grown countless tentacles, and they began to whip back and forth in a terrifying manner. The tentacles lashed out and slammed into the mages, bringing them to their knees in agony. It didn't recoil from their touch as it had for the one adventurer that had attacked it previously, though, and the tendril jabbed into their bodies and sucked the vitality out of them. Not all of the victims were so unlucky, though, as the soul beast still seemed to have some sort of criteria for who it considered draining. A dozen mages were stabbed with the ephemeral tendrils, and Reevan watched in horror as they visibly aged. It only took a few heartbeats until they turned into dried-up, desiccated corpses. The dead bodies fell to the ground after being completely sucked dry, smashed into dust, and the dust billowed out into clouds, covering everyone around. Several adventurers got a mouthful of the corpse dust, and they bent over, gagging and trying to throw up. Ryevin thought fast and blocked his face with a mana shield around himself. He saw Kefira do the same, and several other mages did as well. "Get the creature all the way into the funnel," Ryevin yelled. "Wrap the edges of the funnel around it and completely seal it off. Instead of passing it through the funnel tube to the void, we'll just shove the whole funnel out." The initial plan had been to simply use the funnel as a bridge to get it into the space crack more easily, but no plan survived the first assault. Ryevin saw no reason they couldn't adapt on the fly, and if they sealed this thing off with space-time mana, it should prevent it from being able to attack them. Another soul-piercing wail shook the people, and more tendrils snaked their way out of the cocoon. 2 turned to 4, 4 turned to 8, and suddenly there were hundreds of tendrils flailing about. The martial classers attempted to get between the tendrils and the mages, and it worked some of the time, though anyone struck by a tendril would immediately go down. Whether they had their vitality sucked out of them or not, getting hit by the soul beast meant they were down for the count. The mages pushed and pulled, struggling to move the soul beast into the funnel. The tentacles continued to multiply and lengthen, and more sparks began pouring out of the space fissure. The mana cocoon prevented them from merging with the soul beast directly, but the tendrils would snatch them up and lengthen themselves. It had only been about 10 seconds, and the soul beast had become incredibly hard to manage. It was relatively easy to stop it in place from getting at a target it was lunging for, but if it didn't want to move, Ryevin and the mages found that it was incredibly hard to get it to budge. Kefira and her assistants noticed the issue almost right away, and they began expanding the mouth of the funnel, bringing the creature fully into the magical contraption. The tendrils were still a problem, though, and Ryevin was worried that it might either hinder sealing it up completely, or that it would get severed and leave some soul sparks in the realm where they clearly weren't meant to be. "I'm going to use my mana to make a giant sphere to compress all the tendrils back down to the main body," Ryevin yelled out. "Get ready to seal the beast behind me on my mark." Ryevin abandoned his mana lasso. He hadn't really been making much of a difference considering the number of mages that were participating, even though every passing second, anywhere from 3 to a dozen casters would be put out of commission. Most of them were just knocked down, foaming at the mouth, but the soul beast continued to drain the lives of some as well. Death count after only 15 seconds of the fight had reached almost 30 people, most of them casters. Ryevin worked as fast as he could, gathering the full amount of mana that the system would help him cast a spell with. He dropped 1,000 mana into a giant dome that he placed over top the beast. He quickly lowered it into a good position. Kefira and her assistants altered the shape of their funnel to allow the dome to come down without interfering with each other. "Stand by," Ryevin called out. 3, 2, 1, go. With a flex of his will, the mana slammed down as it contracted in an instant. The hundreds of tendrils were smushed together, and because the dome was seamless with 0 cracks or space between threads like the cocoon was, the soul beast had no way to snake its way out of it. Kefira and the other mages helping her immediately surrounded the entire apparatus, and they fused the edges together to create a complete bubble of space-time mana around the beast. All of the other mages simultaneously cut off their mana threads, and the soul beast came into full view. In the center, where it had once been a shining blob, was a terrifying death's head. The tendrils were the individual hair strands, and the eyes of the beast were giant sunken holes. The mouth was a gaping maw, and the soul-piercing wails that emitted from it caused a visible vibration in the air. The death's head had a rictus snarl on its face, and the hair continued to whip about in a frenzy, looking for a way to pierce through the space-time bubble. The death's head slowly turned until it was facing Ryevin, and he felt a cold chill run down his spine. All of the hair on his body stood on end as he became the focus of the deathly stare. "Quick, shove it through the space fissure." All of the mages once more threw out mana threads, connecting themselves to the space-time prison that had been sealed around the soul beast. Because it was open on the end of the void, the sparks that continued to try and flood into the realm were able to finally merge with the soul beast. It no longer shined with a golden brilliance, and instead, a dark halo surrounded the floating head. The mages put all of their willpower into shoving the prison through the space crack. It slid through the tunnel easily, no longer giving any resistance as the death's head had previously done. It took only a second for the space-time bubble to reach the void, and Kefira anchored it to the edges of the tier. She and her assistants worked quickly to merge the seal into the fabric separating the realm from the void, and the hole was finally patched. Turning the funnel into the patch at the end of the space fissure had been part of the plan from the beginning, though the way they got there was a little different than imagined. All the mages, Ryevin and Kefira included, slumped to the ground in relief. They maintained their contact with the seal with their mana, but because of the nature of how the realm worked, it seemed as if the soul sparks and the soul beast on the other side could no longer sense them. There was no external pressure exerted on the seal, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After a brief moment to recover, Kefira once more got up and continued her job of sealing the space crack. Rievin and the other mages with tangential space talents joined her. Most of the heavy lifting had already been taken care of in preparation for this operation, so it only took another 10 minutes until the space crack was finally completely removed from existence. There wasn't even a hint of where it had previously existed. Officers, let's get a head count going. Kaiser immediately took charge. I don't know who we lost, and their corpses have been completely destroyed, so we need the units to identify them. Let's get some medical personnel down here, too, and have them look at the injured. We have no idea what the lasting effects will be of coming into contact with that monstrosity. Rievin walked over to Kefira, and the two of them sat down next to each other as there was a flurry of activity all around. Kaiser's officers and soldiers were well disciplined, and the head counts were done very quickly. The medical personnel checked out the injured people. Those that had only been injured only had a shock to their vitality and a drop in health points. Such an injury was harder to recover from, but it only required a bit more time than a physical injury. Rievin himself had suffered the same kind of damage multiple times before, and he knew that it wasn't anything serious in the long run. Just a glancing blow from the soul creature had caused hundreds of points of vitality damage. It was easy to see how those that had sustained continuous draining had died so quickly. Rievin was surprised that Kaiser had been hardly phased when he had had the entire blob pass through him. This soul beast seems to have done considerably more damage than the entity that chased me in the void, Rievin thought. Maybe it has something to do with the laws of the realm. I don't know, and it doesn't really matter, all things considered. The soul entity that had chased him in the void had been made up of thousands of more soul sparks than this creature had been, but it seemed as if the rules worked differently outside of the realm. It made sense to Rievin. Each realm had its own system governing them, so it wasn't much of a stretch to believe that there was some other form of system or rule set in place for the void between realms. You okay? Rievin asked Kefira after a while. Yeah, Kefira said, leaning her head on Rievin's arm. It was kind of scary, but think about the life experience this encounter will give us. Rievin gave her a sideways look. You sound even crazier about advancing than I am, Rievin chuckled. Crazy isn't the word I would use, Kefira shook her head. I would say enthusiastic. My enthusiasm for advancing is higher than yours. Sure, hey, are you implying that I'm crazy? Kefira sat up straight and glared at Rievin. And what's wrong with that? Rievin smiled at her. Crazy attracts crazy, I would say. Kefira considered the statement for a second before shrugging. There's some truth to that. A set of armored boots stepped in front of the pair. They followed the legs up to the person they belonged to see Kaiser looking down on them. Kefira sunk into herself a little, a look of embarrassment on her face. Rievin threw his arm over her shoulder and smiled up at her brother. Kefira let herself be pulled to Rievin's side, not offering any resistance. Fraternizing with a captain, Kaiser quirked an eyebrow. Kefira leaped to her feet, pointing her finger in her brother's face. Don't give me that. I'm not officially in the chain of command, and he's my liaison, Kefira fumed. Kaiser stared at Kefira with a deadpan look for several seconds. Kefira slowly lowered her hand as she realized what she had just said. He's your liaison. It was a statement. Yes, Kefira whispered, looking away. You do realize that the one-time appointment of an imperial liaison is something that is carefully considered and orchestrated by our parents, right? What are you going to tell them? You wasted all of their planning and effort on a captain of a Tier 3 region. Kefira put her hands on her hips, regaining her confidence as she struck a pose filled with attitude. I dare them to say that they've found me someone better, Kefira arrogantly declared. There are things involved here that I'm not at liberty to disclose at this time, but once you learn all the things involved, you'll think back to what you just said and slap yourself in the face. Really, I guarantee it. Well, in that case, I believe you, Kaiser stated matter-of-factly. You do? Kefira asked in surprise, losing some of her haughty fire. Of course, Kaiser nodded. Who else has always had your back, always standing up for your decisions? Sophia, Kefira immediately replied. Besides Sophia, Kaiser huffed, you asked. Anyway, I've seen how this boy, man, Kefira interrupted. I've seen how this man reacts under pressure, and I felt the power he had in that compression spell he made up on the spot. He might not be as talented as you, but he's got promise. Kefira stared at her brother for a few seconds before throwing her head back and laughing. Cyrilla had been standing to the side, in the background like she typically was, but Kaiser glanced at her as even she snickered. What's so funny? Kaiser directed back to Kefira. You'll understand one day when you're older, Kefira patted Kaiser on the shoulder. Hey now, I haven't said that to you in a long time. I bet you'll slap yourself twice, Kefira giggled behind her hand. Rievin simply remained sitting, watching the affectionate faux argument between siblings. He suddenly had a pang of homesickness, missing the similar interactions between himself and his sisters. What was that look? Kaiser questioned, bringing Rievin out of his musings. He didn't expect that Kaiser had been keeping a watchful eye on himself. He stood up so as not to be rude when talking to Kefira's brother. I was just thinking about my sisters, Rievin explained. It feels like it's only been a couple of months since the last time I saw them, but it's been over 3 years now. Oh, do your duties as a military captain in Drallo keep you so busy that you can't meet with your family? Or are they in a different city from where you accepted your commission? Kaiser asked. He seemed genuinely curious. Nah, this battalion is made up of volunteer adventurers, Rievin explained. I've only been in the army for a couple of months, and you're already a captain. Kaiser had a hint of respect in his voice. I'm exceptional, Rievin shrugged. PFT, quit bragging. Kaiser rolled his eyes. Anyway, the entire reason we were down here investigating the space crack in the first place is because I was familiar with this place. Rievin spent a couple of minutes explaining the situation. There was no reason to hide it. He had already revealed everything about his circumstances to the battalion officers anyway, and this was one of Kefira's family members. One of the ones she was apparently on really good terms with. He didn't know how the sibling rivalry worked in Kefira's family, but he was glad to see it wasn't the stereotypical all versus all of an imperial family vying for succession. Kaiser nodded along as Rievin told his tale, not revealing what he thought of the situation with his facial expressions. So you're actually from a Tier 1 region, Kaiser stated. His mother is a displaced Tier 4 imperial princess, Kefira defended him. And you believe that? Kaiser asked, raising an eyebrow at his sister. Of course, Kefira nodded. Okay, I believe you, and if you believe him, I'll take his word for it until we learn differently. I don't know how you're going to verify it, Rievin said. My family is tens of millions of miles away, and who knows how many teleports are between here and there. Kefira told me it would probably take years before I hear back from the commissions I've placed to try and figure out the path. Sure, it would take years just waiting on the goodwill of people from the Adventurers Guild, but if you had a large force and enough money to travel from point to point yourself, it would be much quicker, Kaiser pointed out. You wouldn't even have to have the scouts make it all the way to the final destination. They would just need to travel far enough that the name of your empire is common knowledge or easily discoverable. And how much would that cost? Rievin asked rhetorically. More than I have. And where would the manpower come from? I don't suppose I could enlist some of your imperial soldiers to take the task on. Of course not, Kaiser easily shot it down. But what if you had your own subordinates? The Adventurers Guild, whether passively waiting for news or actively sending scouting parties of your own, is unreliable. However, if you had your own trusted subordinates do it. Well, that's a different thing entirely. He has a good point, Rievin stroked his chin in contemplation. My parents had their own subordinates to handle all kinds of tasks for them, but they also had a legacy and a lot of wealth behind them. They also had access to Tier 4 Dungeon Gate key where they could replenish their wealth once a month. My resources are considerably less than theirs. I would need to form another adventure party in Wispan and tackle the local dungeons over and over. I might even need to go on an expedition with a party into a Tier 5 region. I have the time. No problem, Kaiser nodded. Every prince should have their own loyal subordinates. What about you, Kefira? Rievin turned to her. You got more loyal followers in Wispan other than Cyrilla here. Of course, Kefira shrugged like it was no big deal. Rievin actually wasn't surprised by the answer. Cyrilla is just my most trusted follower. Her entire family is pledged to my service. How does that work, what with the succession and all? Rievin asked. We can get into that another time. Kefira dismissed the question for now. Just know that it doesn't interfere with succession or their loyalty to my family as a whole. Well, if there's nothing left to do down here, I figure it's time to get topside for the debriefing, Kaiser said. Kefira, round up your officer's staff and meet me up top in an hour. Yes, brother, Kefira gave him a cheeky grin. Kaiser paused from turning away for a second, glancing at Kefira, but then he rolled his eyes and strolled away. I wonder what his reaction would be if I addressed him the same way. Rievin mused as he watched Kaiser walk away. Oh, I would love to see that, Kefira giggled, but right now probably isn't the best time. Maybe in a more private setting. Heh, you know I was just joking, right? Rievin eyed her sideways. Yeah, but I wasn't, Kefira stuck her tongue out. Rievin suppressed a stretch and a yawn as he stood in the back of the tent, listening to the higher-ranked officers discussing the after-action and the cleanup of the spiders being done in the desolate sands. Everything that he could have contributed to the debriefing, Kefira or Kaiser, were already witnesses to. He didn't need to add his own personal account of the battle against the beast tide, and he hadn't done anything other than find the space fisher by himself. He had offered a few insights here and there when they had talked about that particular part of the debrief, but that was all. All in all, the incident at the bottom of the hole had been deemed a scary fight against an invulnerable creature that had, relatively speaking, not been that dangerous. It hadn't had enough time to accumulate enough power to effectively resist the combined might of the mages in the army. If Rievin hadn't gone down to investigate, and they had simply packed up and left to hunt down the spiders with everyone, it could have been really bad. Not only would the space fisher have continued to expand, who knows how large, but the soul beast would have grown strong enough that nothing short of direct system or divine intervention would have been able to stop it. Rievin was suspicious that the system would have placed some sort of limiter on the thing to prevent it from becoming a realm-ending catastrophe, but nobody knew for sure. It was definitely a subject to investigate in the future, though, especially if there was going to be an attempted realm invasion in the future. Even just having Kefira experiment with deep space-time could lead to a fatal accident. This experience had definitely prepared her how to mitigate any such accidents from happening in the future, but now they knew that the potential was there. All right, that should wrap it up for now, Kaiser finally declared. Major Dobrik, I'll leave escorting the civilians back to their homes to your battalion. Yes, sir, Major Dobrik replied. The major and his staff members were the epitome of respect in Kaiser's presence. Captain Sanjin's eyes practically sparkled with stars as he watched every move that Kaiser made. Kaiser was a legitimate imperial general, the height of Sanjin's ambitions. Rievin's former company commander had had his previous attitude adjusted, and instead of putting on airs and comparing himself to the general, he was trying to learn everything he could about how Kaiser operated. Rievin was skeptical that the man would ever reach anywhere close to such a position in his life, but he was more than happy to see the shift in his personality. Kaiser dismissed the officers, staying behind to speak with Kefira a bit longer on a more personal level, but Rievin had to go back to tend to his company. He didn't know when he would get the chance to spend some time with Kefira again in the immediate future, with having the responsibility of escorting all of the captured civilians back to their cities. Captain Rievin and Lieutenant Jake, Major Dobrik called out to the two men as they clumped together, with the other officers making their way out of the tent. Rievin and Jek turned to face the older man. Wait for me outside the tent for a moment. Rievin and Jek shared a brief look before giving a salute and acknowledging the order. They ducked through the tent flap and they spotted Jekyll standing off to the side a ways. The two men walked over and greeted the senior sergeant to wait for the major to come out. Eventually, Major Dobrik made his way over to the trio, and he waved away their attempt to give him another salute. All right, Major Dobrik smiled to the three men. Captain Rievin, remove your captain's insignia and give it to Jek. Jek, remove your lieutenant's insignia and give it to Jekyll. The three once more shared an uneasy look, but they complied with the order. Rievin unpinned his rank insignia and handed it over to Jek, who had likewise given his to Jekyll. Under the encouragement of Major Dobrik, Jek and Jekyll pinned their new rank insignia to their armor. Rievin, under the order of General Kaiser and Lady Fira, you are hereby discharged from your duties as a commissioned officer under the Volunteer Battalion of Orc. You are to forthwith assume your responsibilities as the Imperial Liaison to Lady Fira. With Kaiser going around addressing Kefira by her actual name in front of everyone, it wasn't difficult to deduce that Lady Fira was a pseudonym. Kefira hadn't made the matter clear, though, so everyone pretended like they didn't know and continued to address her as such. Major Dobrik reached into his breast pocket and removed a new insignia, one that Rievin noticed held a similar crest to the imperial family insignia that Kaiser wore, but the crest was much smaller than one given to a member of the imperial family. Rievin accepted the insignia and pinned it to his armor where his captain's insignia had previously been. Major Dobrik once again waved the salute away. Actually, with the way ranks and titles work, I should be addressing you as sir now, Dobrik chuckled. You're not in the chain of command or anything, but your rank is now technically higher than mine. I don't know all of the ins and outs, but Lady Fira should be able to fill you in on them. Captain Jek, you will now take over command of the company, and Lieutenant Jekyll will fill in your previous role. Liaison Rievin kept meticulous records about the achievements and merits of all of the men in his company, and you guys are definitely capable of fulfilling your new tasks. Liaison Rievin, there will be time before we head out to escort the civilians home for you to meet up with your previous company, but General Kaiser and Lady Fira indicated for you to rejoin them in the command tent. Major Dobrik's eyes sparkled at the quick transition in how Rievin addressed him, mirth on his face. He gave a little wave to the three of them as he walked off toward his own tent. Rievin turned to face the other two officers. You know, I've technically been with the two of you for several months now, but I think this is the first time you two have stood right next to each other like this, at least in front of me. I'm just now noticing how similar your names are. They're not pronounced the same way, but they're spelled almost identically. Jek and Jekyll shared a look before they laughed. Yeah, man, we knew that a long time ago, Jek said. Captain Jek was commanding a different platoon when he wasn't acting as the XO, and you weren't quite as hands-on for the individual platoons after you took over as the company commander, Jekyll added. I don't know what Lady Fira and General Kaiser have in store for me now that I've been officially transferred over, but I'll come see the company off here in a little bit, Rievin said, clapping each man on the shoulder. If my path leads me back through Orc, which it probably will, I'll try and stick around long enough to hang out with you guys one last time before moving on. Sounds good, Jek said. Revan gave a short wave to the two men as he turned around and headed back to the command tent. I was just wondering when I would be able to spend some more time with Kefira, Revan chuckled. It seems like now is the answer. So are you planning on returning with me to Willowin City? Kaiser asked. Kefira and her brother were sitting together in the tent. Kaiser had already been through his earlier adventures when he was a teenager, and he was well beyond the point of having to rough it. He had pulled out 2 comfy couches for the two of them to lounge in, and Kefira was taking as much advantage of the comfort as she could. She was practically sinking into the softness of the cushions. Yay, Kefira said. I had briefly considered going on one final adventure to try and gain some more life experience revolving around my space-time affinity, but not only did I unlock my soul and utilize a haste spell during a fight, but I also got to delve deeper into space magic than I ever thought possible at my level. You unlocked your soul. Kaiser sat up straight, looking at Kefira with alarm. Have there been any problems? No, none, Kefira shook her head. I only had it unlocked for 30 minutes or so there wasn't any backlash. Well, other than the mana expenditure, but that had nothing to do with the unlocking. Revan ducked in through the tent flap as Kefira was answering the question, and Kaiser quickly shushed her. Kefira rolled her eyes, and she patted the cushion next to her, indicating for Revan to sit there. Her brother had been wise enough to give her a 2-seater. Revan settled down on the cushion, and Kefira leaned her head on his arm. He glanced back and forth between the two of them, noting the serious look on Kaiser's face. What? Kefira asked her brother. I've already told him about the amulet and how it seals a portion of my soul. It's not a big deal. Kaiser slapped his hand over his face and groaned. Have you kept no secrets from him already? He's not a member of our family, and we haven't verified his origin. The spider matriarch and space fisher were exactly where and how he had described, Kefira pointed out. Plus I met him down below on my way to the Lizaldo settlement, and in the first days I knew him they verified that he had come from below their village. That doesn't mean he's the son of an imperial princess, Kaiser huffed, folding his arms across his chest. Should I tell him or not? Kefira turned and looked up into Revan's face. Revan just smiled back down at her. I'm not hiding anything, he replied. Anything I've told you. Unless I say otherwise, you can tell your family and most trusted subordinates like Cyrilla. Kefira nodded her head and turned back to Kaiser. He eyed the two of them suspiciously. The reason why I wrote to Sophia to get Revan transferred to the Magic Academy was so that he could force a Tier 3 class transition in Tier 2. He has a mythic Tier 2 class, Imperial Liaison, Grand Arcanist. Kaiser's mouth dropped open, and Kefira giggled at his expression. This is the first time I've seen him actually lose his bearing and be so shocked, she thought. He usually cultivates his military persona at all times. He'll laugh and joke around in private, but he never truly lets himself go like this. Ha, I feel a sense of accomplishment at causing you to go speechless. Kefira smiled smugly. Kaiser's mouth slowly closed as he recovered himself. Well, don't take a victory lap just yet, he retorted. You weren't the cause of it. Sophistry, Kefira exclaimed. So what were you talking about in regards to the soul sealing when I came in? Revan asked. Kaiser was just making sure that I hadn't suffered any damage from when I unlocked it, Kefira explained. It turns out that my body and bloodline aren't powerful enough to contain the strength of my soul, and it had caused a lot of physical impairments and sickliness when I was a young child. Conversely, the same thing could also be true, though it's much rarer. A baby with a 2-week soul will be stillborn. That's not the cause of all stillborn babies. It's not even the majority, but if you see a powerful couple suffer a stillborn pregnancy, more than likely that is the cause. It took a long time to figure out what was going on, and it wasn't until I displayed an unusual ability in magic that one of the Imperial scholars got a clue. My bloodline has already been elevated to level 2, and it's still not enough to handle the power of my soul, but the materials required to reach level 3 have to come from a Tier 6 region. My parents have been sending expeditions for a couple of years now, and we've only gotten about half of the treasures required, and it's not like we have a weak bloodline either, Kaiser supplied. Imperial families traditionally have one of, if not the most powerful bloodline of the empire. It's not just from sitting in a position of power and wealth for so long, either. One has to unlock and build a powerful bloodline if one wants to establish a lasting dynasty to begin with. Our bloodline has a total of 20 thresholds when we unlock it for the first time. Is 20 a lot? Revan asked. A bloodline that's considered strong has about 10 to 12, and the average bloodline one can find in a Tier 4 empire has 5, Kaiser explained. There was silence for a moment, and Kefira looked up toward Revan. He was staring off into the distance, apparently in deep thought about something. What level is your bloodline? Kefira asked Revan. He snapped out of his contemplations and looked down at Kefira. I just recently unlocked my bloodline. It's only level 1. You guys seem to know a lot about bloodlines and their thresholds. Care to fill me in? My bloodline was activated way back before I had even reached level 10 in Tier 2, but I haven't gotten any of the benefits from it for each level up. Kefira frowned at Rievin. Aren't you level? She cut herself off, glancing at her older brother. She beckoned for Rievin to lean down, and she whispered into his ear while blocking sound from escaping with her mana. My system page tells me you're level 50. You haven't gotten any per-level bonus stats yet. Rievin nodded affirmative. How many thresholds did you have when you unlocked it, if you don't mind me asking? Rievin peered into her eyes, biting his lip as he thought about whether to answer or not. He didn't take that long, though, and he cupped his hand over his mouth to whisper his answer. 100. Kefira's mind went blank for a second, unable to process the information she had just heard. The words echoed around in her head like they were bouncing off the walls of her empty skull. The words finally penetrated her mind, and she leaped up off the couch. 111 what? She stammered. She almost let the information slip through, revealing the answer that Rievin was clearly not ready for others to hear yet, but she got control of her tongue quick enough to change the word before she accidentally yelled it out in shock. Rievin just nodded his head. Kefira stood there for a second, just staring at Rievin for a good long while until Kaiser politely coughed behind her. She turned and looked at her brother, but he tactfully didn't pry into the secret. Kefira sat back down and resumed her previous posture, leaning against Rievin's arm. To answer your question, she said at her normal volume. Each threshold corresponds to a level. She leaned away from him and gave him a serious look. Oh, Rievin exclaimed in sudden understanding. Okay, that makes sense then. Is this one of those things that you're specifically saying you don't want the rest of us to know? Kaiser asked with a smirk. You betcha, Kefira answered for him. This is high secret, need to know only, and you don't need to know. Fair enough, Kaiser held his hands up in surrender. I won't pry, but Mom and Dad might need to know, so be prepared for that. I don't see why not, Rievin said. The only real question I have at this point is what to do about my contribution and merit points I've accumulated in the army. Are we going to swing by Orc to check on them? Will the fact that I'm no longer technically a commissioned officer in the volunteer battalion void them? No, that shouldn't be a problem, Kaiser answered. Since you were officially transferred to be Kefira's liaison, you've basically been given a promotion in the eyes of the local authorities and the system. Your contribution points will directly translate into Imperial military contribution and merit points. The real gem of this promotion, though, is that you'll technically get credited with participating in an expedition as an Imperial Army commissioned officer. Your rank will automatically be set as a lieutenant for purposes of the contribution and merit points, but that's still better than that of a captain from Orc. I see, Rievin replied, stroking his chin. That's one less worry I have to deal with. There's nothing tying me to Orc, or Drallo for that matter, other than wanting one last hurrah with the friends I made in the battalion. I can also access the commission for my quest in the Adventurers Guild through any branch, and the capital of a Tier 4 empire will have exactly what I want. Rievin paused to give Kefira a meaningful look. She felt her neck and cheeks heat up as she blushed, lowering her head to look away. Superior dungeons. Kefira's face froze for a second. She sat up straight and smacked Rievin in the arm, which only caused him to laugh. I would have to go there anyway to use the teleport circle, Rievin shrugged. Plus, I don't see any reason to separate from Kefira at this point. We make a good team. Aha, a good team, Kaiser snorted. She will have to enter the Imperial Palace for some time. Your rank as her Imperial liaison will allow you some leeway to enter with her, but until you get a firm handle on the situation, always remember that you'll be a subordinate of the youngest Imperial. You'll be above the servants and guards, but you'll basically be the low man on the totem pole. That's fine. If someone tries to make things hard for me, I can always head out on some sort of mission that Kefira assigns to me. That's a good idea, Kefira said, tapping her chin, though it won't work when dealing with my family members. Only my mother should really be hard on you, though. You guys have really been emphasizing how hard it will be to convince your mother, Rievin said. Are you sure it's going to be all right? Probably, Kefira said, more a question than a statement. I don't think she'll try to have you killed, most likely. Kaiser said, great. Yeah, just like that, Kefira said. Isolate the traveler and eternal affinities in the point of your knot. They're not space and time, but when you join them together, there should be some synergy that brings those pure components out. Keep infusing it. You should be able to feel a threshold reached when it's saturated enough, and then you should be able to overlay it with another knot. Kefira was instructing Rievin on one of her signature tricks for empowering her spells. She normally couldn't perform such a feat, though, unless her soul was unlocked. She couldn't demonstrate the method to Rievin for that reason, so she was left with just trying to explain it to him. She had learned it all on her own and didn't know the more intricate details because she had only her own feeling of the mana and affinities to go on. One of the things that sealing a portion of her soul did was to seal her access to one side of the space-time affinity. She had told Rievin that with her father having access to the time affinity, she had focused on that portion of it for much longer, and one of the goals of her life experience expedition this time around was to get more experience using the space side, and she could choose which one was sealed when invoking the amulet. The affinity level was identical, as it was technically one affinity, but her usage of them wasn't. I don't know, Rievin said, failing to accomplish the task once more. It seems to me that because the two affinities are so specific, I can't draw out the application that you can. Rievin let the mana go as he mentally reviewed what he was trying to do. The way that Kefira used her affinity allowed two or more knots to occupy the exact same position, but his own traveler affinity made the knot want to move about. As soon as he infused the affinity into the point of the knot, it felt as if it wanted to dance away from his grasp. The eternal affinity made the knot seem like it wanted to remain completely unchanged in its current state, which made perfect sense to Rievin. Putting the two of them together into a single knot created a point that vibrated with energy. It felt like it had the potential to launch itself a mile away in an instant, yet it was being held in place by an invisible force. Kefira had described her trick as making the knot seem ethereal, and she could just place another identical one on top of it. Rievin wasn't seeing that kind of result at all, no matter how much effort he put into the exercise. You may be right, Kefira sighed. It might require additional space and time affinities, or it might not be possible without a more pure space affinity. I haven't talked to any mages that have the space affinity, just ones that have tangential affinities like you. I've only tried to show this trick off to one of the court mages, one trusted by my family, so I don't know the extent of the difficulties. I had hoped that if you also had access to a tangential time affinity, it might make up for it, but you might need either the space affinity exactly or a purer version of a tangential affinity. I just don't know. It was worth a try, Rievin said, and the practice hasn't been for nothing. I've gained a couple of levels in my mana manipulation, and I feel as if I can exert more control in line with my level. Rievin returned his attention to the road in front of them. He was riding on a horse next to Kefira, not the same one he had arrived with, as it had never been recovered from their initial base camp that had been overrun by the enemy forces. Only the major and his staff still had their horses, as the other officers had walked on their own 2 feet when they initiated the first battle. The horses he and Kefira were riding on were extras that had been brought with Kaiser and his army. Zarilla also had her own horse, and she rode just a little behind and to the side of Kefira opposite Rievin. Kaiser rode with his staff just a little ahead of them in the middle of the column. He was the commanding general of the 50,000-strong army, but he didn't need to micromanage everything, so he frequently fell back to talk with his sister. The rest of Kaiser's army had caught up with them a day and a half after the fight with the Soul Beast, except for the cavalry. They hadn't had the opportunity to rest for very long, though, as they had to be immediately dispatched to deal with the escaped giant spiders. It wouldn't be good to let them scatter too far and escape the desolate sands into the surroundings. If a large group of them got away and happened onto a village or community, it could be disastrous. The cavalry had stayed outside of the loose sand, and Kaiser had sent word ahead to them. They had been ordered to circle around and try to prevent any large groups of spiders from escaping. If they were bunched up, it would be necessary to catch them, but if they spread out into smaller groups, they would be just like any other roaming monster. Adventurers or patrols would likely kill them before they had a chance to cause any damage in that case. Even though the cavalry was mounted and able to move faster, the desolate sands were huge. It would be well over a week to just get into position trying to circle around the whole thing, but luckily, the position that Rievin and his battalion had taken up was on the complete opposite side of where the reinforcements had arrived from, and many of the spiders that would have gone north or west had ended up grouping up with the horde that had attacked their position. Not only that, but the group of spiders that had fled in the southeast direction had been eradicated by the army on their way to the center of the desolate sands. The cavalry split in half, one heading further north to block off the east and northeast, and the other heading west to block off the south and southwest. Kaiser ordered his army to dispatch a battalion in the same 4 directions to pincer the spiders between the groups. The operation had taken 6 days to complete, and Kaiser and the volunteer battalion had already exited the desolate sands. There was no reason to meet back up in the center of the desert. The volunteer battalion, led fully by Major Dobrik once more, had already begun to split up and escort the civilians back to their cities scattered around the desolate sands, and Kaiser and the Imperial Army had waited near Kurlan for the others that had been split off to handle the beasts to return. Rievin and Kefira hadn't idled about in that time, either. They had continued practicing where they had left off, and that had eventually led to Kefira trying to teach Rievin the previous method of overlapping the knots. Kefira had explained that with her affinity level, it wasn't yet possible to overlap the entire structure of the spell, so she had opted for the knots for efficiency. I have another question, Rievin spoke up. If you're making multiple knots for every position in your spell, doesn't that slow down the casting time significantly? Not only do you have to use whatever affinity your actual spell is consisting of, but you have to create additional points all over with the space affinity infused into it. Yeah, at first, Kefira answered. When I first experimented with the method, it was completely unusable in an actual combat situation, but practice increases the speed that it can be done. When my affinity level and mastery reached a certain level, the system took over a portion of the heavy lifting. I'm capable of doing a double knotted spell just as fast as a single knot spell. Adding more still takes time, but it's not that crazy. Being in the mage corps with the soldiers protecting us out front also allows me time to focus if I need to, but there are also diminishing returns. I've found that anything more than 4 knots just isn't worth it. That might change when I'm able to do more than just the knots, but it's definitely not something that will be infinitely scalable. I would guess that if I include the entire mono weave structure, plus the imagining, 8 or 9 would be the maximum effective layers. That makes sense, Rievin said. What's the benefit of doing so instead of just empowering more mana into your spells, though? Not everyone is like you, Kefira rolled her eyes. There's an upper limit that one can boost their spell power when using their system-assisted spells. I can't just drop 1,000 points of mana into a level 1 spell and make it super strong as you can. We have to be inventive in how we work around the restrictions. I can use all of the same tricks as everyone else, but this one, at least for now, seems to be unique to me. I'll be able to have just a little more oomph to my spells that others won't be expecting. Noted, Rievin eyed her up and down, sizing her up for a fight. Kefira reached over and shoved his shoulder. We look happy, Kaiser said as he sidled his horse up next to them. Did you finally succeed in whatever Kefira had you doing? No, we figured it was a lost cause, Rievin answered, exaggerating a dejected sigh. Well, look at that, Kaiser smirked. The Wonder Boy can't do everything. He winked and broke out into a grin to show that he was just joking. Wanna fight? Rievin flexed his bicep and glared at Kaiser over his arm. Kaiser held his hands out, waving them in denial. No, Kaiser said, I'm no good with magic. Even though I was born with mana, my talent is nothing to speak of in that regard, and I've focused mostly on my martial skills. That's no problem, Kefira said, a gleam in her eye. Rievin has done some training with a sword, just like how our family has a minimum requirement to achieve. Maybe you can give him some pointers. Kaiser looked at his sister in surprise before looking back to Rievin for his opinion. I don't mind, Rievin shrugged. I could go for some sparring. Well, not to be dismissive or anything, but if you're the same age as Kefira, then I have a decade of training on you. Not only that, but my stats are going to be considerably higher than yours, too. Are you sure you're up for it? I could always have one of my other company-level officers spar with you. It should be fine, Rievin said. And you can always relegate your stats somewhat. Let me see, Rievin paused to double-check his stats. Just control your strength and dexterity to around 760 if you can. 760, Kaiser exclaimed. What would that be, a couple of 100 points difference? You think you can handle a 200-point or more gap? What? No, Rievin denied. That's around what my strength and dexterity are. It would be an even matchup. You're joking, right? Kaiser looked between Rievin and Kefira. When they didn't have a reaction, he looked at Cyrilla and she just shrugged. 760, aren't you a caster? My strength and dexterity are only around 1,200 and I'm mid-tier 4. My intelligence and magic stats are much lower than your strength and dexterity. How did you get your off stats so high? Trade secret, Rievin replied. You don't think I wear heavy armor and carry a sword around for no reason, do you? Alright, well in that case I'll try and relegate my stats to around that. It's not something super accurate though, so it will probably be closer to 800 or so. That's fine. Okay, I guess we'll have a little match when we stop for the evening. Kaiser cantered back to his position to resume overseeing the army. Kefira chuckled as he left. He's in for a surprise tonight, she said. I won't tell you what his skill level in swords is, but it's probably pretty close to yours. That being said, swords aren't his main martial skill. Oh yeah, what's his main weapon? Rievin asked. Spears. The spear is the mainstay of the army, and in order to be a better commander, he devoted a lot of attention to training with all of the weapons that his soldiers would use, and training in the spear isn't a waste of time either. I'm sure you've realized it, but training in a wide array of weapons for a martial class can unlock some better classes for people who can't reach the required threshold in one specific weapon. My brother is good at both. Not only has he trained in a lot of different weapons, but he's also good at a lot of them with high skills. He's a master of the spear and he's close with swords. That's great, Rievin nodded. I'm looking forward to it. Rievin and Kaiser stood apart, swords at the ready. They weren't decked out in their armor and they didn't have shields either. They were just using some wooden practice swords, and their vitality was high enough that there was almost a zero chance of seriously wounding one another. It was possible for things to go seriously wrong even with practice weapons, but that was for amateurs. Not being skilled enough was more dangerous when it came to sparring than being highly skilled. Rievin calmly assessed his opponent, and Kaiser did the same. They didn't have a large crowd watching, as there were more important things to do than watch about between the commanding general and a caster. That didn't mean there were no observers present, though. Several of the staff officers were watching, and Kefira and Cyrilla were obviously there. Nobody was cheering for either side, though, as this was just a regular sparring match. Kaiser glided forward quickly and launched a test strike at Ryevin. Ryevin didn't budge and expertly parried the attack. Kaiser nodded his head and then closed the distance to exchange several moves. The two took turns in stabbing, slashing, and evading, circling around each other, and Kaiser's face lit up with surprise at first and then a grin. He increased the pace and intensity of his moves, and Ryevin matched him strike for strike. The clacking of the weapons rang out into the evening air, and the staff officers began to watch the bout with more appreciation. Kaiser continued to speed up his attacks, and he began to throw in some trickier maneuvers as well to see how well Ryevin could respond. Ryevin never missed a beat, and the two continued their exchange. Ryevin took the opportunity to perform a couple of his own more intricate attacks as well, and Kaiser was pleasantly surprised. Ryevin could tell that he had started off a little apprehensively, but he was beginning to enjoy himself. Kaiser wasn't lying when he said that he couldn't be too accurate with relegating his stats, and Ryevin was occasionally pushed back by a heavier or faster strike than he could handle with his stats alone. His skill level of weapons master, though, prevented Kaiser from gaining an upper hand in those situations. He calmly maintained his stance and was still able to counterattack to prevent Kaiser from gaining momentum. The two moved back and forth around the little arena they had set up, getting faster and faster while maintaining their precision. The watching officers began to sweat as the match picked up to a point where it was hard for them to follow along. Ryevin was not only able to keep up, but he was even able to occasionally put Kaiser on the back foot despite his advantage in stats. The practice match continued on for close to 10 minutes. Both parties had incredibly high stamina, so they were able to perform at high intensity for extended periods of time. The match finally ended when Ryevin took advantage of Kaiser striking too hard to bait him into overextending. Ryevin pretended to lose his balance more than he previously had, and as Kaiser attempted to move in to capitalize on it and gain the momentum, Ryevin's sword swept past his defense and struck him in the abdomen. Oof, Kaiser cried out involuntarily. The two stopped in place. Ryevin's posture was tilted a bit on the back foot, and Kaiser was reaching forward, but Ryevin's practiced sword appeared to hold him in place, resting against his ribs. Two straightened their postures up and looked at each other with respect. Very nice, Kaiser said. I must say that I am pleasantly surprised. Your skill in swords has to be right at the master level or even a few points higher. Yeah, I'm a bit familiar with swords, Ryevin replied with a smile. Being too humble is also a form of bragging. Kaiser rolled his eyes. You've clearly put in a lot of time and effort into your sword skill. Do you have any other weapons you've trained in? How about another match? Sure, Ryevin said. Kefira told me you're a master of the spear, so how about a spar with spears? To take advice from you, I can tell you that I'm just as skilled with a spear as I am with a sword. Really? Kaiser was taken aback. When did you find the time to practice your magic if you're that well versed in two different weapons? There are special circumstances behind it, Ryevin said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Well, fine with me. Ryevin and Kaiser handed their wooden training swords to one of the watching officers, and they were handed spears with rounded tips in exchange. The two faced off once more, standing with their spears at the ready. They had already gotten a good gauge of how each other moved, and after hearing that Ryevin was just as skilled with a spear as he was with a sword, Kaiser didn't bother with any probing attacks. He dashed forward and struck like a viper. Ryevin spun his spear up to deflect it up and to the side, but Kaiser maintained a good balance, using the momentum of the strike to twirl the spear around and bring it back in a continuous motion to strike at Ryevin once again from the other side. Ryevin was used to sparring with his father, who had considerably more stats and tricks than Kaiser did, so he wasn't caught off guard by the move and deflected it as well. The two once more entered into an intense struggle of back and forth with jabs, swipes, twirls, and parries. The wind from their spears was strong enough to blow the clothes and hair of the spectators watching from tens of yards away. Kaiser suddenly leaped back and thrust his spear into the air. March of spears, he shouted. Ryevin quirked an eyebrow at the strange behavior. He hadn't witnessed anyone call out a class skill to activate it in a long time, not since he had been part of the Lord's retinue back in Magron. He didn't maintain the facial expression for long, though, as ethereal spears matched the movement of the one thrust into the air by Kaiser, except they exploded out of the ground in a line headed straight for Ryevin. The ethereal spears moved much faster than he would even be able to charge his opponent, and it reached him in the blink of an eye. He desperately dove out of the way, barely avoiding getting pierced from below by the skill. Thousand lances. Ryevin was still in the middle of scrambling to his feet when the next shout entered his ears, and he hastily brought his spear up, spinning it in a circle to block the next assault. Kaiser's arm seemed to disappear as he thrust forward, and dozens of jabs launched out in a similar fashion as his previous skill. They weren't completely ethereal strikes this time, though, and they were empowered by actual thrusts from Kaiser's spear. Ryevin was unable to maintain his block of the skill with his spearmanship, and several of the strikes moved past his guard at lightning speed. He was struck 7 times in 7 different spots across his torso, from top to bottom. The power of the attack picked him up off his feet and launched him several yards back. He landed on his back with the wind knocked out of him. He rolled over to his knee, propping himself up with the training spear. He had to maintain the position for a moment to recover his breath, though. He could inhale just fine, but when he tried to exhale, it was like he had no power behind it. The pain in his stomach and ribs wasn't all that much, as Kaiser had only used the appropriate amount of strength for the skill, but the loss of not being able to expel his breath threatened to induce panic in Reivin. He felt his blood throbbing in his temple as he struggled to breathe, but he fought to maintain his calm. After only a few seconds of labored breathing, he realized he wasn't having any feelings of asphyxiation or anything. "Oh yeah, I can hold my breath for over an hour because of my vitality," Reivin remembered. Kaiser and Kefira reached him at the same time and helped him to his feet. Kefira had a worried look on her face as she looked at Reivin, but once she realized he was completely fine, she turned a fierce glare onto her brother. Kaiser had a look of embarrassment on his face. "Sorry about that, Reivin," Kaiser said with a strained smile. "I got a little carried away." "A little carried away," Kefira shouted. "I didn't realize it was customary to use class skills in a friendly sparring match. I thought the purpose was to pit your spear's skill against each other." Reivin waved his hand and shook his head when Kefira looked at him. He finally expelled his breath and his breathing returned to normal. "It's all right," Reivin said. "What I'm really curious about is why you shouted the skill names when you invoked the skills. Isn't that something a newbie would do?" "I did it for your benefit," Kaiser replied. "Even though I got caught in the moment and wanted to secure victory, I still knew we were in a sparring match." "I guess you've never participated in a spar where you go all out with your class skills. It's customary, at least in our Imperial Army, to shout the names of your skills the first time you use them against an opponent in a spar. It allows the participants to understand exactly what their sparring partner is doing, as well as gives them a fraction of a second heads up. I guess that makes sense," Reivin replied. "Are those your Tier 4 class skills?" "The Thousand Lances skill is one of them, but the March of Spears is from my Tier 3 class. My Thousand Lances skill is still very low, only about 12, which is why there was nowhere near 1,000 spear thrusts. If I level it up to 100, there would literally be 1,000 thrusts in the span of just a few seconds. That's actually pretty amazing." Reivin nodded his head. "Imagine being able to fuse that skill with an infusion of your mana. I imagine pumping the piercing affinity into your spear would make a truly deadly combination." "Oh, believe me, I've been told." Kaiser tilted his head toward Kefira. "I'm just not that great with my mana skills and affinities. I've been working on it, but I have a long way to go until I can do it easily." Reivin slapped his hand down on Kefira's arm as she surreptitiously lifted his shirt to check his body for wounds. He gave her a look, but her eyes flashed in excitement. "You're going to have bruises on your stomach and chest from that attack," she said, bouncing up and down. "Why do I feel like you're happy about that?" Reivin quirked an eyebrow. "Come on, I'll apply a balm to reduce the bruising and swelling." Ooh, Reivin was quick on the uptake. Kefira grabbed his hand and began dragging him away, followed by Cyrilla. Reivin tossed his training spear to one of the watching officers and let himself get led away. "See you tomorrow, brother," Reivin called out over his shoulder. Reivin didn't look back to see the reaction on Kaiser's face, but Kefira tilted her head back and laughed. "What you guys think?" Kaiser asked. He was in his command tent with his staff and aides, sipping on some tea after the bout with Reivin. It had been a long time since he had had such an exhilarating sparring match. Reivin was nowhere near his opponent when it came to stats, and that showed when he let his control slip, but his skills were the real deal. "An excellent find, my lord," his executive officer, Brigadier Kren, intoned. "I've only briefly skimmed the relevant reports regarding his command ability, but it would appear that he has the foundation laid like you need, to have a good understanding of how soldiers can be used to maximum effect." Kaiser continued to sip his tea, not making any comment yet. As it stands now, just because of his young age, he would have to fight an uphill battle to gain the respect of any troops we put under him, one of the battalion commanders said. His skills, though, qualify him to be an excellent trainer. If he spent some time training the troops in hand-to-hand combat, he would gain their respect that way. I'm guessing he's mid to high tier 3, so we could also get him teamed up with an experienced squad for some dungeon delving to bring his level up to raise his stats, another commander offered. If he had the stats, not just the skills, to simply overawe the soldiers, he has the chance to really make a name for himself. Many of the other officers nodded their heads, along with the statements made by the senior commanders. The army was 50,000 people strong. It was much more than just a battalion. It was a task force made up of 2 entire divisions. There were several high-ranking officers tagging along with Kaiser, and most of the staff officers and aides were too low rank to feel comfortable adding their opinion to the mix in their presence. Most of them didn't have a differing opinion, though, so they just nodded their heads. "I think you've all misunderstood," Kaiser said, setting his teacup down. I'm not asking you to evaluate his potential as a prospective officer. Forgive me, my lord, but wasn't he a captain in the Orc battalion? The executive officer asked. Kaiser nodded his head in the affirmative, and now he's traveling with us to Wispan after having gained a lot of merit fighting against the invaders. Kaiser nodded once more. So, isn't he being recruited to the Imperial Army? Nope, Kaiser shook his head. He looked at his officers with a slightly confused face. You have noticed my sister, right, and the relationship they have together. The officers shared a look with each other before turning back to face Kaiser. We've been very busy, my lord, so we haven't paid too much attention to it. Isn't he just a young talent that the young lady has discovered and befriended? Kaiser barked a laugh. No, he shook his head. He's courting her. Gasps filled the room at the news. Isn't Lady Kefira the... Kaiser held a hand up to stop the executive officer from continuing. Forgive me, my lord, he bowed his head. Not everyone present was qualified to know the secrets involving the imperial family. Kaiser took a moment to scan the faces of the officers present to see if he could spot anyone perking up or paying unusual attention to the line of conversation that was just caught. He had been leading these men for a long time now, though, and they had all been rigorously vetted. Nobody seemed to want to pry, so he let it go for now. I should have one of my personal bodyguards shadow the executive officer for a while, just in case, Kaiser thought. See if anyone fishes for information. It's not healthy to be so paranoid about my own men, but that was a pretty serious blunder involving a very serious secret. Back on track, Kaiser said, picking his teacup back up, but not drinking just yet. After hearing about his exploits and seeing his casting and martial skills in person, I've decided to give him a chance. That being said, I know my own biases, and I wanted the opinion of my subordinates to see if I missed anything. I can say that his talent seems to be on par with Lady Kefira, from what I've seen, Kren said, giving a meaningful look to Kaiser. I'll have to look into the records to know for sure, though. We haven't known him long enough to gauge his character, though. I understand that, Kaiser said. There's still time for that, but I just wanted to know your honest thoughts on the matter. They're not really hiding their relationship, so it'll be public knowledge, eventually, when we return to Wispan. I just wanted to know your thoughts on the matter against public opinion. None of you saw my sister drag him off to put balm on his wounds. I for sure thought you all would have made the connection. Ahem, one of the battalion commanders coughed into his hand. Personally, I assumed she was going to have Lady Cyrilla do it. Oh, Kaiser said. He sat there in silence for a couple of seconds. Yeah, that makes sense. If you want to truly know public opinion from our observations, it would be a good idea to spread rumors about the sparring match, another colonel said. We were the only ones present, and if people don't know about his skill, they'll assume the worst on account of it involving one of the imperial family members with an unknown. That's an excellent point, Kaiser said. I'll leave it up to you guys to make sure such rumors reach the ears of the troops. If they unjustly think badly of Rievin, then that might cause Kefira to suffer some hardship. It's better that Rievin gets a helping hand from me than to let Kefira worry about what the people are saying about him, Kaiser justified to himself. He was unaware that he was already more than halfway bought to fully supporting Rievin and his relationship with his sister. The conversation about Rievin and Kefira ended, and the officers moved on to other subjects of importance. Kaiser would leave it up to the officers to figure out how to spread the word about Rievin's skills. He had faith that his men would do a good job of it. Most of his officers hadn't been present to witness him in action against the Soul Beast, either, and he would have them trickle that information down once they read the reports as well. Anyone who wants to court my sister has to be the ultimate talent, Kaiser thought. I don't know if that's Rievin or not, but he's the closest I've seen so far. Rievin was unaware of Kaiser's scheming to make sure the troops had a positive opinion of him. He was sitting with Kefira, his shirt off, as they continued practicing their spellcraft. He had made to put his shirt back on after Kefira had applied the soothing balm, but Kefira had pointed out that it needed time to dry. It was left conveniently forgotten long after the balm was no longer moist, though. Rievin concentrated on pouring his mana, pure and not infused with any affinity, into Kefira's thread. She was sitting in front of him, and she was drilling a hole in reality with her space affinity. She had gotten practice on repairing the jagged edges of a rent in space and patching it back up, but she hadn't tried to make a space tier in quite this way herself. What was it like? Kefira asked. She didn't have to concentrate too hard on her task as she was just drilling a hole. The complicated parts hadn't come up yet. What like? Rievin asked, being outside the realm. Oh, it was amazing. It was beautiful and terrifying at the same time. I could see multiple realms floating in the void, giving off their own unique light, and there was a sea of those sparks floating about between them in the emptiness. Without them combining together to attack me, they gave off a tranquil feeling. If I had to describe it, I would say it was like standing in the stars in the sky, but the stars were practically within reach. I would like to experience it for myself one day, Kefira said whimsically. We'll need to figure out a way to safeguard ourselves from those soul sparks first. They were just as attracted to you as they were to me, and that's their home turf. Oh, I know. I wonder if we could get something similar to the amulet I used to seal a portion of my soul, but one that masks the signature instead. I don't know what kind of talented craftsman you have in Wispen, but I imagine that's something my sisters could cook up in several years when they're older and have formidable classes of their own. You think they're going to go the lifestyle class route? Would your parents agree to that? My parents have never pushed us in any particular direction other than being the best at what we choose. My mother might have had plans for what the twins could be in the future when she started teaching them mana techniques, but I'm sure she just wants them to be happy and pursue whatever they want to. A hidden upside to losing your court, Kefira chuckled. If you guys had remained in your empire, then their tutelage would have been much more strict. Did your parents force you down the path you've chosen? Kind of. They definitely wouldn't have agreed to me choosing a lifestyle class, and I'm expected to contribute to the imperial family and the empire, but I have a fair amount of freedom on how I choose to do that. Being born with a powerful soul and natural talent for the space-time affinity, though, has narrowed my choices down a lot, and my parents wouldn't let me ignore those gifts. Sounds like your parents are pretty lenient and fair, to me, Rievin said. I realize that now, of course, but I didn't always. I'm also the youngest, and most of the responsibilities expected of imperial children have already been accounted for, so that gives me a lot of freedom of choice. How many siblings do you have again? 5 older siblings. Kaiser you've met, and he's my 3rd brother. Sophia you've heard mentioned, and she's my 4th sister. Garrett is my 1st brother, the oldest and crown prince. Faria is my 2nd sister, and Trevor is my 5th brother. He's only 3 years older than I am, but I'm closest to Sophia and Kaiser. So 3 brothers and 2 sisters, pretty even spread with you counted in the mix. What about Cyrilla? I noticed that the 2 of you have the same type of eyes. Rievin heard Cyrilla snort in the background at Rievin's inquiry. She's from a loyal, noble family. We have similar eyes because my mother is her aunt, and she's your bodyguard, Rievin asked with some surprise. Technically she's my lady-in-waiting, Kefira answered. But she's far too rambunctious to sit around and address all day, managing my affairs. Plus I like her just where she is. There are a couple of other ladies in attendance that handle those duties, so if she's not your official bodyguard, do you have others? Of course, Kefira nodded, but it's traditional to only take one with us when we go out for life experience, and there was no way I was not going to bring Cyrilla with me. She's close enough to my level and skill level that we can party together directly, and we don't have to worry too much about crime or assassins or anything like that. Well, that's good to know, Rievin said. It's good to know that I can rest easy without having to worry about coming to your aid from a surprise attack in the middle of the night. Kefira turned around a bit and swatted Rievin on the shoulder. I see how it is, turning it around about how it's good for you. Rievin just laughed and Kefira joined him after a short glare. Let's see if we can punch the hole a bit deeper before we quit for the night, Kefira said, turning her full attention back to the task at hand. Sure thing, Rievin said, resuming his own concentration. The march back to Orc seemed to take longer than their march to engage the invaders. It was actually shorter, what with the soldiers being higher level and better at marching, but Rievin didn't have as much to do. He didn't have a company to oversee, and he and Kefira didn't spend their entire time working on their mana skills. The landscape slowly drew past them as they made their way, but there wasn't much that caught Rievin's attention. He found himself watching the soldiers whenever Kaiser came back to chat with his sister, though he would occasionally converse with her brother when he was brought into the conversation, too. Most of the time, though, Rievin and Kefira just rode in companionable silence. There really wasn't a need to talk to each other nonstop, and they simply enjoyed each other's presence. The leisurely march back without having to check up on troops or worry about the impending battles, plus the pleasant company, made it seem like it was both fast and slow at the same time. They eventually did reach Orc, though, and Kaiser allowed for the troops to set up camp outside the city to take a break. They would be allowed to enter the city for some personal time on a rotating basis, and Kaiser also knew that Rievin wanted to meet up with his pals one last time if they made it before they had to move on. Kaiser wasn't free to accompany his sister strolling through the city, but Rievin, Kefira, and Cyrilla were. The first place Rievin went was to the Adventurers Guild to check up on his commission. They were too far away from Garrock for the records of the money his guide to the Revenant Dungeon generated to be accessible, but he wasn't worried about it. He had already withdrawn funds before getting transported across the realm, and he had been paid by the supply officer for his time in the battalion. As expected, there had been no progress yet made on his commission of finding the path back home, but Rievin had expected that. So where do you want to go now? Rievin asked Kefira as they stepped out onto the busy street. Well, Cyrilla and I didn't sell all of the silk we had acquired in the Lizaldan settlement, Kefira said, a sparkle in her eye. We commissioned some outfits of our own to be made, but we never had a chance to pick them up before we left. We did pay for it and send notice to the shops that it could be a while before we could, though, so they should still be waiting for us. So we're going to go shopping. Rievin quirked an eyebrow. Of course. Kefira jumped up and down in glee. Reevin could already feel the energy draining out of his body. Every time he went shopping, it was like he had a hole in the soles of his feet, and his stamina leaked out of it into the ground. He didn't know why he felt that way, but it was the main reason he usually didn't like going shopping. Looking at some high-quality combat gear, though, didn't seem to have that effect on him. He resigned himself to his feet as he followed Kefira and Cyrilla, energetically making their way through the crowd to a prominent tailor. His shoulders sagged and his feet dragged, but he didn't complain out loud. They stepped through the doors of the shop, and the two girls made a beeline to the counter. Kefira pulled out a scrip and handed it to the attendant. "Here to pick up our commissions," Kefira said. The attendant looked at the scrip and motioned for them to wait a moment as she went to the back of the store to bring the clothing items out. It didn't take long, and she quickly returned to the front of the store with several outfits in her arms. "Would you like to try them on to make sure they fit the way you want them to?" the attendant asked. Of course. Cyrilla took the bundle, and Kefira snagged a dress on the top of the pile. She turned to Reevin and winked. "Just wait a moment." Reevin nodded his head, but inside he was in turmoil. If she tries on every single one of those outfits, this is going to take forever, Reevin groaned internally. Kefira had been dressed in her customary adventurer gear, a battle robe and armor, so it took a bit of time for her to switch outfits. She eventually returned from the fitting room, and she struck a pose in front of Reevin. "What do you think?" she asked. The dress she had taken fit her body perfectly. Without the constraints of her armor, Reevin was able to see all of her curves. The dress was split on either side, but Kefira wore a pair of silk leggings underneath that were obviously a matching pair. Reevin looked her up and down, a bright smile on his face. "It looks amazing," he said. "Maybe this isn't going to be such a chore after all." Reevin tilted the mug back and down the contents. His throat chugged several times as he drank the brew. The loud sounds of his friends cheering him on, encouraging him to drink as much as possible, drowned out the other sounds of the tavern. Reevin slammed his mug down to the approval of the soldiers' returned adventurers around him. Jek, Derrick, Furok, Grent, Lares, Jekyll, and even Morin, the lieutenant from the company next to Reevin's that had teamed up with him after the first battle, were all in attendance. Kefira and Cyrilla were present too, but they took a more demure stance this evening, as they understood Reevin's former officers wanted to give him a good send-off. She wasn't excluded, nor felt left out from the evening's activities, because even though she had been a bit separated from them in the action, she and Cyrilla too had participated in the life-or-death struggles alongside them. Reevin's vision swam just a bit, seeming to perpetually tilt to one side, but never quite tipping over. He knew that he was beyond tipsy, but he didn't mind too much. The drinks that he was continuing to add to the debt would hit him soon, but he wasn't going to spoil everyone's fun by bowing out. He was the youngest one present that was drinking heavily, but he had an advantage in vitality over everyone else. Their skill with alcohol tolerance, something they told him he wouldn't unlock until he regained his sobriety the next morning, though, allowed them to match him drink for drink. It also wasn't fair that they took turns toasting him instead of everyone drinking at once. Everyone's face had a blush to it, as the alcohol in the environment got their blood running, and Reevin could practically feel the alcohol seep into his blood and rush to his brain as his heart pumped. As adventurers, they didn't go to a tavern that catered to the lifestyle classers. Everyone in the tavern had higher vitality than the average citizen, so the drinks likewise had an added punch to them. Reevin vaguely recalled his father talking about having to drink literal mana poison in order to get tipsy or drunk with his high vitality stat, and he wondered if the drinks here contained a little bit of something similar. The taste of alcohol wasn't overpowering. In fact, it was a bit subtle. The flavor of the drinks was a trap to get people to spend more money as their inhibitions lowered faster than they expected. The price of the drinks was never considered, though, as Kefira had immediately declared that the night was on her, and for everyone to just let loose and have fun. She only sipped on a couple of drinks, though, and Cyrilla only had one at the insistence of her charge. "Show, Captain, you're going to be leaving us for the wider world, huh?" Jek said, throwing his arm and holding his mug over Reevin's shoulder. Some of the liquid in the mug sloshed out over the brim, but nobody paid it any mind. "Well, yeah," Reevin replied. "I wash with Kefira before I ever shined up for the army." Kefira hid a giggle behind her hand, and Reevin peered at her in confusion at what was so amusing. He and Jek were having a perfectly articulate, reasonable conversation about the future, and it involved her. What was so funny about that? What I wouldn't give to go with you. Jek got a far-off look in his eye. "Why don'tcha?" Reevin asked back. "Come on." Jek removed his arm from around Reevin's shoulder and gestured wildly with it, sloshing even more drink onto the table. "You're all hooked up with the Imperial Army. No place for a Jek like me. Then come after." "Hey, that's a great idea." Jek perked up like the thought had never crossed his mind. He turned to face another person a couple of seats over. "Yo, Jekyll boy, how's about I join your crew and we get our butch on up to Wishpen?" Jekyll had been in the middle of taking a drink when Jek called out to him. He calmly lowered his mug and gave Jek a serious look. He was obviously not nearly as intoxicated as the others around the table. My guys and I have seriously been considering it, but we didn't know if we had what it takes just yet, Jekyll said, perfectly clearly. If you join up with us, and especially if we can get a couple of casters too, we can form a larger group to make a company. If you're really serious about it, let's talk when you're sober. For real, Jack swayed a bit from side to side. Yeah, just remind me in the morn. I can recommend a few casters to you, Kefira said to Jekyll. There were a few that I think had the same idea as you guys, but I don't know if they have their own party or not. I can ask them before we leave in a couple of days. I'd appreciate that, Jekyll nodded. Yeah, and if they say no, I'll give 'em a good ol' zap with me lightning, Reevan chimed in. I'll shay, what the hell's the matter with you? Thish ish the opportunity of a lifetime. A lifetime. Of course you will, Kefira patted him on the shoulder. Reevan glanced at his shoulder where Kefira had patted him for a couple of seconds before grabbing a fresh mug set in front of him to continue with the celebration. He lowered the mug, already half drained, and wiped his mouth. When he looked up, he saw two familiar faces standing nearby. Sten, Dowell, how you been? Reevan called out to them with a smile. He had initially joined up with the army at their request in order to help free their families from captivity, but he hadn't seen them since the day they had all signed up. He looked around for a moment before turning back to the duo. Where's Cinna? He asked. Sten and Dowell's faces lost a bit of their cheer, and they lowered their heads in silence. Because of the drink, it took Reevan's mind a couple of seconds to figure out what their silence meant, but he eventually made the connection. He set his mug down, stood up, and grabbed Sten into a bear hug. I'm sorry, he said, patting the other man on the back. Sten stood in place for a second, hesitant about how to react, but he gave in to his emotions and hugged Reevan back. Reevan stepped back and repeated the process with Dowell. As far as he knew, Dowell had been closer to Cinna, but they all three had been a team for many years. A single tear escaped Dowell's eye and fell down his face. What about your families? Reevan asked in a subdued voice. All good, Sten said, wiping at his eyes. And Cinna's family too. We lost him on that first day, so he never got to hear the news, but I'm sure he would have been happy to know. That he would, Reevan nodded. We might not have fought side by side, but we fought together non-ethlesh. Reevan tried to keep his voice from slurring, but he could only do so much. That makes us brothers. You don't have to mention anything like thanks to me. Here, have a drink in honor of our other brother. Sten and Dowell were handed a mug, and Reevan grabbed his from the table and raised it up. To our fallen brothers, lost but never forgot. Lost but never forgotten, everyone in attendance echoed. They all took a hearty swig from their drinks, and the others continued what they had been doing before. Reevan hadn't realized the others had paid attention to his conversation with Sten and Dowell, but based on their reaction, they felt a similar way even though they had never actually met the two, or Cinna, before this evening. Sten and Dowell didn't stick around for too long, but they did converse with several others before departing. The rest of the evening faded to darkness, and Reevan didn't recall anything else. Kefira sighed as she watched the sleeping form of Reevan. It was nearly noon, and Reevan still hadn't woken up from his drunken stupor. She wasn't worried or anything, though, as she watched his chest rise and fall with his breath. Despite the state he had gotten himself into the previous night, he looked content and at peace while asleep. They hadn't gone back to the camp outside the city walls, and everyone had booked a room upstairs in the establishment before they had started drinking. Kefira hadn't slept in the same room with Reevan, and Cyrilla was having none of that no matter how dead to the world Reevan was, but they had gone back over to his room after they had gotten up and had breakfast. What am I going to do with you? Kefira whispered to herself. Once Reevan had got past a certain point in his inebriation, it was like he turned into a different person. No more was the calm, collected individual with tact. He turned into just about the cockiest person she had ever met. At one point, he had challenged some others to a dance-off of sorts, and they had climbed up onto the table to do so. It took a bit of persuasion and a little bit of force to help the tavern staff get them down. Reevan had actually been surprisingly good at it, though, and he had given more than a few winks and moves in her direction. Kefira's face blushed at the memory, and she slapped either side of her face. She had apologized profusely to the staff, and she had somehow convinced them not to kick them out of the establishment, but that was the end of the alcoholic drinks. The drunk adventurers didn't seem to notice, though, and Reevan even exclaimed at one point that his tolerance had gotten so high that the drinks tasted like water. Kefira and Cyrilla had shared a laugh at that, as Reevan's mug had been filled from a pitcher of water right in front of his face. They had gotten a lot of water into them after that point, and some of the more experienced adventurers like Jack and Jekyll seemed to know what was going on, but they just went with it like it was perfectly normal. Apparently, it was common practice to switch out the alcoholic beverages with water after a certain point as a courtesy to help alleviate the symptoms of the next day's hangover. Kefira had never known that, but she had also never frequented such establishments before. Reevan stirred in his sleep, and Kefira perked up. After a moment of moving around, his eyes slowly opened. He remained still as he stared at the ceiling, apparently trying to figure out where he was and how he had gotten there. "Good morning," Kefira said. Riven didn't even flinch, and she wondered about his reaction. He hadn't looked at her, so she didn't know how he knew that she was there. "That was incredibly strange," Riven said, groaning as he rolled over to sit up. "What was?" Kefira tilted her head and asked with a sweet smile. "Hold on," Riven held his hand up, palm out to her. "I know what you're going to say, and before I go into what I was talking about, I have no idea who Ashley is." "Why, whatever do you mean?" Kefira kept the smile on her face. "I really, truly have never met a woman or girl named Ashley before. I have no idea who she is or why I would call you that. Unless," Riven trailed off in thought. Kefira gave him a minute to continue, but he just sat there for several moments. "Unless what?" Riven seemed startled at the question and looked up at Kefira. "Have I ever told you about my dreams?" He answered with a question. "I don't believe you have," Kefira said, the sweet smile replaced with a serious expression. "Well, all my life I've had these dreams memories. Even and in them I'm a different person. I was Mark and I had a wife named Ashley. The only thing I can think of is that those dream memories were interfering with my mind when I was drunk, and I referred to you as Mark's wife." "That makes me feel a little better," Kefira said. "But you better hope I never find out that you're lying, or you and this Ashley character are going to have some explaining to do." Of course, Riven hastily nodded. "I would never lie about something as important as this. So what was the strange thing you mentioned?" "Oh, that. I got a new skill a while back that helps me perceive the world in a unique way. I'm assuming it had something to do with the alcohol or the mana poison that spikes it, but I was able to perceive the world simultaneously completely sober and intoxicated. That being said, I couldn't act on my sober perception, nor think clearly. It even worked while I was passed out, which is why I wasn't surprised that you were already here this morning. I knew you were here before I even woke up. It was the strangest experience, and now that I'm sober and can remember most of the night, the overlap in my memory is crazy. I also remember dancing on the table and drinking the water, but there's no overlap with my inebriated memory. That's just a blank. Figures. You did get pretty wasted last night." Kefira flipped her hair over her shoulder as she crossed her legs. "I mean, you would have had to have been completely gone to refer to me by some other woman's name." Riven stared at her for a second before scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "You're never going to let me live that down, are you?" he asked. "Nope," Kefira grinned. "Hopefully I won't let something about it slip in front of my mother. Who knows what kind of reaction she would have, PFT. From all the hints you've been dropping, I would guess she would seek out this imaginary Ashley and try to pawn me off to her to keep me away from you. That, or she could create a new one. Or maybe she'll kill you, saying she's just sending you back to your past life's wife." Riven sat in silence for a moment. "Past life, huh? Do you think that's what it could be? I've always been a bit suspicious, but never willing to commit because of the ramifications." "Oh, I was joking," Kefira said, sitting up straight. "But if that's really the case, let's hope Ashley didn't get reincarnated, too, because I'm not giving you back. Really, that's a pretty bold statement coming from you. I know what I want, and we've been together long enough and been through enough that we can be totally honest with each other and our relationship." "I agree," Riven said, reaching over and giving her hand a squeeze. "With both being honest and with what we want." "Good," Kefira smiled. She leaned forward and gave Riven a kiss, but before it could get any deeper than much more than a peck, an annoying cough interrupted them. She pulled back to glare over her shoulder at Cyrilla sitting in the corner of the room. In defiance, she turned back and gave Riven a deeper kiss before pulling away. Cyrilla just rolled her eyes. "How do you feel? Hungover?" Kefira asked. Riven shook his head. "Then are you up for getting some lunch?" "Sure," Riven said. "Just let me get changed." He was still in the same clothes he had worn the night before. Kefira was going to remove them so he could sleep more comfortably honest, but Cyrilla had shut that down. Riven stood up and grabbed his pack that he had deposited in the room before the celebration and pulled out a change of clothes. Cyrilla stood up to follow Kefira out the door, but Kefira remained in her seat, watching Riven. Cyrilla coughed once more, and Kefira looked up to see her standing with her arms crossed, tapping her foot. "What?" Kefira asked innocently. "It's not like he's going to get naked, and it's nothing I haven't seen before." Cyrilla just lowered her head and managed to somehow intensify her look of disapproval. Kefira rolled her eyes and huffed as she stood up. "Fine," she pouted. Kefira tromped across the room and exited behind Cyrilla. It didn't take Riven long to change his clothes, and she could tell that he had even taken the time to use the water basin to clean up a bit before coming out. He didn't smell of alcohol or act like he had gotten completely drunk the night before, and he didn't seem to have any lasting negative effects. The three of them went down to the common room, where the other participants of the evening's celebration were already seated at a table. They had a relaxing lunch where they bid their companions farewell. It was a strange thing. The climate shifted abruptly as Riven and the Imperial army crossed over from Drallo to Wispan. He had never been to one of the borders of a region before, but he had suspected that it would be a more gradual shift. The ambient mana in the environment was definitely higher in the Tier 3 region at the border to the Tier 4 region, but the weather and flora were like a line drawn in the sand. It was clearly visible from a couple of miles away. The landscape was orange-brown all around, and in the distance was a green line. The landscape itself, the hills and elevation, didn't change abruptly, but the shift stood out in stark contrast. The road leading to Wispen was well paved all the way to the border, but there was another clear distinction once the road actually entered the higher tier region. It was clear that the highway was maintained by two different powers for the two different portions of it, and it was also clear that the base materials used were of completely different quality. The stones paving the highway on the Wispen side practically glowed when compared to what Rievin had been traveling on up to this point. I hadn't had a good example to clearly compare it to before, Rievin idly thought, but now that I think about it, the quality of the highway in Dralo is exponentially higher than the ones in Garok. A lot of the highways in Garok had been dirt paths, and only the ones leading from major city to major city had been paved at all. There was a guard post at the border on the highway, and soldiers dressed in similar, but not quite as high-quality armor as the soldiers in Kaiser's army, inspected the people traveling along the highway. The traveling pedestrians got out of the way of the marching army, and the large gate that was closed to regular traffic was opened without question. Not only was the Imperial Army immediately recognized, but they had been expected too. There had always been something that bothered Rievin about the immigration between regions, and now that he was about to experience it personally for the first time, he finally decided to ask the question. He leaned over a bit and addressed Kefira with his inquiry. So, I understand that the immigration and emigration of the regions are regulated, but why don't more people just go around the checkpoints? It's not like there's a wall or anything keeping people out, and it would make a lot of sense for people who live too far away from any checkpoints but close to the border to just hop over. A lot of people who haven't actually made the journey have the same questions, Kefira said. There's actually nothing that prevents people from doing so, and a lot of people actually do. However, there's a benefit for crossing over officially. People who go through the checkpoint receive a mana imprint, and that imprint can allow easier access to many things in the higher tier region. You came from a tier 1 region, and there are literally no lower tiers than that, so they don't ever have to worry about such a thing. The mana imprint can get you faster acceptance to a job, reduced rates of rent relative to those who don't have the imprint, and a fast track to gaining citizenship to the higher tier region. It's not strictly necessary to get the imprint, as all of those things can be gained through one's own hard work, regardless, but it makes it a lot easier. People moving up typically have a harder time competing for jobs and resources against the local residents, and getting faster admittance to a job and lower rates go a long way in easing that burden. Technically, you wouldn't have to go through the checkpoint to get your mana imprint, because you've been accepted to the Magic Academy. All you would have to do is visit the Magic Academy in the capital, and upon proving you are who you say you are, you would get the imprint with the student ID. At that point, the imprint is superfluous, though, because the student ID of the Magic Academy provides a similar function, but to a higher degree. And last but not least, your token as my Imperial Liaison is a couple of steps above even that, so it doesn't really matter if you go to the Magic Academy or go through the checkpoint officially. If you really want to go to the Magic Academy to further your studies, that can be arranged, but I have the power to send a missive about your appointment as my liaison, and you'll automatically be considered a graduate of the Wispen Magic Academy with full honors. Wow, really? What do full honors get me? Rievin asked. And what about the people who are born here? Having full honors means nothing much at this point. Kefira shrugged and Rievin frowned. Kefira glanced at his face and chuckled. It's actually the prerequisite step to seeking employment with the imperial family for those that do so the normal way, thus the automatic designation for your case. As for the local-born populace, they receive the mana imprint from the environment while being nurtured by the local mana in the womb. For those mothers that have traveled outside of their native region, their own mana imprint will do the same thing, but it will draw upon their mana instead of doing so naturally. It's not any different from the one that you'll receive artificially, so people can't distinguish whether you're a local or not from the imprint alone. Ah, I see. That's interesting. So you probably have the Tier 4 mana imprint from your parents' empire. Kefira gave him a sideways glance. Will that be a problem? Rievin asked. No, the mana imprint for Wispen will just add itself to yours. For anyone in Wispen, it will appear as if you have our mana imprint, and if you ever return to your parents' empire, it will appear as if you have theirs. Mana imprints aren't mutually exclusive. Oh, that would explain why I never got any weird looks or had any trouble while in Dralo. Rievin had an epiphany. My inherent mana imprint appeared as if I was from a higher tier region. How do people check that, though? Not everyone is Tier 4 or born with access to mana. There are magic devices used at the more prominent establishments. Not all of them have them, but high-end realtors and businesses definitely do. Reevan had been feeling the uptick in the ambient mana as they had drawn closer to the border, but as soon as they crossed over the demarcation into Wispan, the increase in density hit him in the face. It was magnitudes higher than even what it was a couple of steps behind him in the Tier 3 region. He couldn't even begin to imagine what it would be like to step into a Tier 5 or 6 region. It's not that the mana gradually increases in density as we get closer to the Tier 4 region, Reevan realized. It's that the mana is so much higher in the Tier 4 region that the little bit that leaks out has a noticeable effect. I guess it makes sense that the guards manning the checkpoint are all on the Tier 4 side of the border. He hadn't really paid attention to the fact until he experienced the difference, but now that it was so obvious, it was clear that there were 0 people guarding the border on the actual Tier 3 side. The emigration from the Tier 4 region wasn't nearly as regulated as the immigration to it, so there weren't even any guards watching those that were leaving. I'm not sure about their stance on guarding against fleeing criminals, but either the crime rate is low enough that it's not an issue, or they have other systems in place to account for it. Should I go ahead and take a minute to hop over to the guard post to get the mana imprint? Reevan asked. I know you said it's not necessary, but there might be some questions if people see my insignia, but I don't have the mana imprint, especially at my age. I'm not old enough to look like I've lived long enough to gain citizenship to qualify for the things you've described through my own hard work. It couldn't hurt, Kefira nodded her head. Seeing you come from within the ranks of the Imperial Army would also expedite the process, so it shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes. Your insignia, aside from being proof of qualifications in and of itself, also contains your merit points and technical achievement of acting as an Imperial officer in the Imperial Army for the expedition. All right, I'll be back in a minute then, Reevan said, steering his horse to the side to angle towards a horse post outside the guardhouse. Several of the soldiers manning the checkpoint watched him approach, not knowing what he could want from them. He had been part of the column of the Imperial Army, and his physical position among the ranks had been close to the command staff, but he wasn't dressed in the armor or uniform of one of its soldiers. He was just in clothes that he had acquired while in Orc. They were high quality, but they weren't indicative of a military officer or Wispan nobleman. What can we help you with, sir? One of the soldiers approached as Reevan tied the reins to the post. He seemed apprehensive about how he should address Reevan, and he had just defaulted to calling him sir. Reevan turned so that the Imperial liaison insignia was prominent on his chest, and he smiled at the inquiring soldier. The man's eyes nearly popped out of his head when they landed on the insignia. I need help getting the mana imprint, Reevan explained. I would like to avoid any unnecessary confusion in the future when people think there's a discrepancy between having this insignia but not having the mana imprint. Reevan wasn't entirely clear on all the protocols and etiquette for the Imperial Army and the nobles of Wispan, but it would appear that the soldier had judged that he wasn't an officer in the army and thus didn't warrant a salute. He also wasn't some random person, though, and he had a direct affiliation with a member of the Imperial family. Even if he wasn't born of Wispan noble blood, he was definitely higher on the totem pole than any of the soldiers on the border. He didn't have to wait long until a man with the captain's insignia on his uniform came rushing into the building. He wasn't dressed in armor like the rest of the soldiers on duty, but Reevan could tell that he hadn't hastily put his uniform on, either. He had been dressed appropriately the whole time. Not sure if he's a stickler for propriety, or if he wasn't taking any chances with Kaiser's army unit passing through his checkpoint, Reevan thought. The man ran up in front of Reevan and sketched a hasty, though proper, bow. I've been informed about your request, my lord, and I'll be more than happy to get right on it for you, the captain said. Reevan unpinned his insignia and handed it to the startled man. The captain held it in 2 hands like it was a precious gem that would shatter if he dropped it. Let's make sure all of the proper procedures are followed, Reevan said. You can access the relevant information for my qualifications with the insignia. The insignia was obviously more than just a rank emblem. It acted much like his Adventurers Guild and Academy tokens had. One could use a magic device intended to do so to link up with it and extract the information magically contained within. All of that information had already been uploaded to the insignia before Major Dobrik had ever handed it over to him. Right away, my lord, the captain rushed around the counter as some of the other soldiers watched on with wide eyes. It hadn't been publicized to the others present who Reevan was, but some of the more observant soldiers had gotten a look at the insignia that Reevan had passed over, and their postures had immediately straightened until Reevan was sure he could throw them like a javelin. The captain didn't have to wait for anyone else to get done with the inspection of qualifications, and he immediately got to work on properly recording everything. It only took a couple of minutes to make sure everything was in order, and he gestured for Reevan to step on an obvious magic rune to the side of the counter in the spacious room. If you'll stand there, my lord, The imprint will only take a moment of your time. Ryevin nodded his head and stood where he was instructed to. He casually inspected the rune on the ground, and at a glance, he could tell that it was leagues less complicated than the giant one Ariella had constructed around the desolate sands. The runes lit up with blue mana, and after shining for a bit, seeming to do nothing, they coalesced around Ryevin and seemed to settle into his skin. He didn't feel any different when the lights finally went out, but the captain began to check over the magic device connected to the runes in a panic. Ryevin looked over and could see the sweat beading his brow from where he stood. "Is there a problem, Captain?" Ryevin called over. Not so much a problem, my lord," he replied. "It just shouldn't have been so quick. I'm double-checking that everything worked properly. Oh, it probably has something to do with the fact that my mana imprint is from another Tier 4 region." Looks of understanding washed over all of the soldiers present, including the captain. "Aha, yes, that would do it." The captain visibly relaxed as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Instead of having to have the entire amount of mana infused into your aura, it's like adding an additional stamp to it. That makes perfect sense, my lord." The captain came back around the counter and gingerly handed the insignia back to Ryevin. Ryevin immediately returned it to the position of being pinned to his chest. "Is there anything else I can assist you with, my lord?" the captain asked. "Nope, that's everything." Ryevin shook his head. "You've been a great help and you run a tight crew, Captain." He retrieved his horse, and it didn't take long before he returned to Kefira's side in the column of soldiers. Even though they were high level and could move at a very quick pace, they were still a huge military column that would take time to get anywhere. "Everything done already?" Kefira asked. "Yep, no problems," Ryevin answered. "It seems I did have a Tier 4 mana imprint already, and the runic spell didn't need nearly as much time infusing the mana into my aura as it would normally take because of it. Ah, I should have thought of that. I've never had to deal with such things before, so I didn't know that was a thing." The two lapsed back into a companionable silence, and the day drew on as they continued their advance into the interior of the region. The mana density didn't noticeably increase the further in they headed, but Ryevin suspected the capital city would be somewhere close to a Tier 5 border if they had one touching the region. Not all of the regions in the realm directly connected to a higher or lower tier region on their borders, though it was incredibly unusual for one to skip a tier at their border. It did happen occasionally, but the vast majority of those instances were at a corner border, where 3 or more different tiers met at a point. Ryevin had only briefly learned about such occurrences while in the academy, but they were apparently home to many unusual natural treasures that you couldn't find in even higher tier regions. "I wonder if there are places where all of the different tier regions connect at a point," Ryevin thought as he recalled the information. "If such a place exists, it's likely somewhere deep in the ocean. There's much more area, or would it be volume, for such a thing to occur in a 3-dimensional environment. Considering the size of the realm, there has to be, and I would bet those are the single most dangerous places in the realm." That was an issue for another day, as Ryevin didn't have any inclination or reason to search out such an environment anytime soon. He wasn't even ready to delve into a Tier 5 region on an expedition for natural treasures and resources, much less a more dangerous locale. Ryevin took in a deep breath and let it out slowly, marveling at the sheer amount of mana floating about in the air. With his sense mana and mana sight skills, he could see that it permeated the ground to a high degree as well, and his divine sense skill let him know that it penetrated at least as far as his senses could perceive down, too. "Allah, the air is so fresh," Ryevin exclaimed. "My mother told me that there's double the amount of natural treasure in each ascending tier region, and I can believe it with this amount of mana density. I'm surprised that it's not actually more, to be honest." "It is more," Kefira said. Ryevin looked over with a questioning expression. "The amount of natural resources matching the tier of the region is double for each ascending tier, but each region also contains the natural treasures that can be found in the lower tier regions as well. If you look off into the distance, over there," Kefira pointed to a forest in the distance, "you'll find that the most mundane tree you can find in that forest would be considered a natural treasure in a Tier 1 region. Even the grass beneath our feet is so high in mana density as to be considered a natural treasure in a Tier 1 region. That isn't to say they have the inherent properties of a natural treasure, though. They just have the mana for it. Super mundane things like those would never be exported as natural treasures, though, unless they were on a corner border. There's no reason to send such things down to one tier below, as they have plenty enough for their own needs that they can find in their own region." "I can see that," Ryevin said. "Why waste time on sending regular resources down with a higher mana density when you could focus on trading real treasures? It's all about opportunity cost and subjective value. Are you educated in economics?" Kefira seemed genuinely surprised. It didn't seem to fit his circumstances. "I'm a layman, but I know more than someone who knows nothing," Ryevin shrugged. "My parents were going to teach me more about those kinds of topics over the years, but that kind of got sidelined." Well, if you're ever interested in self-study of a topic that interests you, with your Imperial Liaison insignia, you have access to both the Magic Academy Library and the Imperial Library. Most young men in the capital spend their time on different forms of entertainment, though. Oh, like what? Ryevin asked. There's the Strikers Guild, Kefira answered after some thought, tapping her lip. It's unarmed combat, and it's much less brutal than the arena. There's much less blood and death involved, and one's team is just as important as the strength of the individual combatant. There's a lot more strategy involved, and a young man courting a young woman would usually be much more inclined to take her there instead of the arena. There's an entire industry built around analyzing and strategizing matchups. That definitely sounds like something I'd like to check out sometime, Ryevin said. And I'm a young man courting a young woman. Sure, I'll take you some time. Would that be considered you courting me or me courting you, though? Kefira gave Ryevin a wink. Doesn't matter much to me, Ryevin shrugged. Ryevin watched the grass and trees bend in lines as the wind blew across them. The scenery of the grasslands and forests was exceptionally beautiful to Ryevin after months of the orange-brown desert. There had been the occasional greenery in the desert of Drallo, but it had been few and far between. Not only was the seat of the Wispen Empire exceptionally colorful, filled with the green of the trees and grass, but also the various shades of flowers littered across the landscape. It practically exploded. The mana density was rich, and even though Ryevin had grown accustomed to it, the visual impact still remained. Every which way he turned his head, the world glowed in his sight. He didn't even have to activate his mana sight skill in order to tell that the flora was drowning in mana, but when he did, it took a moment of concentration, even with his skill level of 51, to be able to parse all of the information. The column of soldiers extended forward and backward for miles from Ryevin's position in the center. The troops never relaxed their posture, nor did they devolve into small talk while marching. Ryevin had wondered if it was the strict discipline of the officers or the soldiers themselves, until he saw the eyes of a young boy who had stood out of the way to let them pass with his family. The only way Ryevin could describe the look in his eye was awe. These soldiers are proud to be in the Imperial Army, Ryevin thought. It's not just that they have good discipline. They would berate themselves if they tarnished their reputation in any way. There was a major difference between a local militia, a lord's retinue, and a standing Imperial Army. Ryevin had seen the disdain in some people's eyes when it came to local militias, and the lord's retinue had garnered mostly indifference except for after the dungeon break. The Imperial Army was loved by the citizens of Wispen, and it was an accomplishment to get a position in its ranks. The journey towards the capital continued for several weeks, and Ryevin had learned that at the pace they were traveling, it would take about a month and a half from the border to the city. The region of Wispen was considerably larger than even Drallo, and that region had been nearly double the size of Garok. Ryevin kept an eye out on the passing landscape, and one day, off in the distance, he noticed a majestic mountain top among a long mountain range. It pierced into the sky, and it was topped with eternal snow. The climate they had experienced up to this point had been fairly temperate, between spring and summer with the occasional rain shower. It had been a long time since Ryevin had experienced snow, and seeing the huge mountain brought an idea to his mind. So, is there any reason we have to stay with the army? Ryevin turned to Kefira and asked. Not really, Kefira answered. We've just been going with them to be polite to my brother. We're both headed to the same destination, and it doesn't matter if we get there together or not. Why? Ryevin nodded his head to the mountaintop on the horizon. Sightseeing, he simply said. Sightseeing, Kefira cocked an eyebrow. You want to go climb the dagger to sightsee. The dagger. It was Ryevin's turn to quirk an eyebrow. The sword peaks were already taken, Kefira shrugged. Plus, it's much shorter. That being said, it's a famous mountain in Wispan. The name comes more from how difficult it is to climb than it does from any resemblance of a dagger, though it does kind of look like one. The cliffs are smooth as glass, and there are several points where the edges could cut someone with 1,000 vitality. Ooh, now I'm even more interested. Have you ever climbed it? Nope. Never really cared to. Seriously. Kefira, Ryevin gave her a deadpan stare. This is the perfect opportunity for you. Not only will you gain some life experience, but you can work on your space magic as well. Think about it. If there are places that we can't easily traverse, you can jump up above us and set a rope in place for us. He gestured to himself and Sira, obviously not leaving her out of the equation. Then once we get to the top, you can really try something new. Ryevin paused and wiggled his eyes at Kefira. She frowned, not quite getting what he could be hinting at. Ryevin rolled his eyes. How far can you jump right now? Several hundred yards, Kefira answered after thinking about it for a moment. A bigger limitation on my ability is being able to see. Oh, exactly. Ryevin nodded, a smug smile on his face. And not only that, we've been getting further and further into the deep parts of space magic. I wonder how being able to go deeper into the void tunnel will affect your jump ability. How far do you think we could see from the summit? We could see half the region, Kefira said, a thoughtful look on her face. I doubt I could jump that far, even with the increase in my affinity and ability to go deeper, but that's definitely something to consider. and if you can jump even a fraction of how far you can see from up there, we might not even lose any time, though you will have to practice your ability to take more than one person with you. What about the horses? Kefira threw a wrench in Rievin's idea. We trade these ones out for a few of the weaker ones, and then we can sell them to a farmer or something once we get close. You want to sell an imperial warhorse to a farmer? Kefira gave an incredulous look. Or the militia, Rievin said defensively. What matters is that we take the ones that are likely to be rotated out of duty the soonest, and then we can get rid of them humanely. Don't forget you might not be able to jump super far, and we might have to descend the mountain to retrieve the horses anyway. Kefira nodded her head before she looked Rievin up and down, a considering look on her face. Is that really the motivation for your spontaneous journey idea, or do you just want to get away from my brother and his army? You wound me. Rievin held his hand to his chest in mock outrage. I feel that your brother and I have developed some form of friendship over the past weeks. Be honest, Kefira leaned in close and whispered, you want to get me alone to do naughty things. Kefira giggled as Rievin's face turned beet red. It was usually him that caused Kefira to blush with his teasing, but she definitely got the best of him this time with the unexpected comment. Rievin sat straight in his saddle and cleared his throat. Kefira pursed her lips into a kiss and winked. Welcome. Seriously though, I really just wanted to get out and explore a little. Fringe benefits aside, I think it would be fun. Well, I haven't explained all of the danger yet, Kefira said. Not only is it nearly impossible to scale unless you have a class for it or a really high climbing skill, but we would also have to dodge the ice trolls that live near the top. They're low tier 5. Kefira gave him a pointed look. Rievin stared back at her for a few seconds. I'm waiting for the part that's supposed to make it not fun, he replied. They're nearly immune to magic. They're super fast and strong, they're smart, and they have ridiculous regeneration. They're harder to kill than many of the higher level tier 5 monsters you could find in the region. To finish it off, they're not solitary creatures. If you run into one, you run into 4 or 5 at a time. Rievin stroked his chin in thought. That does sound like it has the minor possibility of not being fun some of the time. Rievin tapped his chin in consideration for a moment. Well, if you practice your ability to be able to jump with both Sira and me at the same time, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. I don't imagine we'll run into any of them on the face of the cliffs leading up. No, for the cliff face, we have to worry about the blue wyverns, Kefira mentioned matter of factually. They're not nearly as dangerous as the ice trolls, and they're only high tier 4, but they're still dangerous for climbers. Are they nearly immune to magic? Not that I'm aware. Then it shouldn't be a problem for us. A little gust of wind, maybe some exploding rocks, and they're taken care of. I can see how they'd be a problem for martial classers that haven't gained the ability to use their mana at range after reaching tier 4, but were powerful casters. Shouldn't be a problem. Rievin glanced at Sira quietly listening to the side and frowned. That being said, I've never asked before because it hasn't really been an issue or anything, but can Sira use her mana? Sira glanced at Rievin for a moment before simply nodding. You can tell him if you want, Kefira said to her friend. I'm proficient with water, ice, cold, and freezing affinities, Sira explained. She held her hand out, palm up, and a ball of ice coalesced above her hand. She only held it for a second before letting it dissipate, and she returned to stoically riding forward. She doesn't have a class associated with it yet, but she's probably going to go that way for her tier 4 class, Kefira said. She's been working hard on it for some time now. Awesome, Rievin nodded his head, giving Sira a thumbs up. She snorted at the gesture. Rievin simply grinned. In that case, we're all able to use offensive spells to some degree or another, and we have the ability to avoid the trolls if we run into any. I don't see a problem. When you put it that way. All right, I'll go tell my brother. The trio cantered along on horseback through the open fields. The distance to the mountain range where the dagger was located was deceptively far. The mountains towered over the one the Revenant dungeon had been a part of, though that one supposedly continued for thousands of miles, spanning several different higher-tier regions, eventually. The dagger itself was an obelisk climbing the sky. The view was breathtaking, though, and it only got more awe-inspiring the closer they got. The mountains grew taller and taller the further they traveled. There hadn't been a nearby highway for the three to take, so they had simply cut across the open fields and forests. There was the occasional road to move along, and even so far from centers of civilization, they had been paved and well maintained. It was just another example of the difference between a Tier 1 region and a Tier 4. The villages dotting the landscape had been prosperous relative to what Rievin was used to, and he could tell that even the normal lifestyle villagers had an average mid-Tier 3 class as adults. In Garok, the average adult was still Tier 2, and only those that pushed themselves or lived dangerous lives were Tier 3 without traveling abroad to higher-tier regions. Kefira had explained that the higher mana density ensured greater experience rewards with the monthly calculations, as well as an increase in experience gained from handling mana-dense materials in everyday life. It wasn't a monumental difference, but it added up over time. Even before reaching Tier 3, Reevin needed well over 10,000 experience for one level. Getting an additional 100 experience per crafted item or several hundred to 1,000 more each month eventually led to hundreds of thousands of additional experience points to allow for the growth of the citizens of a Tier 4 region. Not only that, but it was an exponential rise, because the increased levels and skills made it so that the people could in turn work with more interesting materials that gave higher experience returns. It took them almost 2 weeks to reach the foothills of the mountain range. They had dumped their horses off at the closest village, selling 2 to a farmer and 1 to the headhunter that acted as the local guard captain. They had stipulated that if they didn't return in 2 weeks, giving themselves plenty of time for their excursion, then the deal was final. But if they showed back up before then, they had the option of buying them back with a 20 premium plus costs. The foothills weren't anything like the ones near the Revenant dungeon. Instead of a smooth, gradual climb up, the hills immediately ascended from the ground, creating a steep path to follow. Reevin, Kefira, and Sira weren't deterred, though, as their stats allowed them to easily handle such hardship. The 3 of them simply trudged up the steep hills, climbing the short cliffs when needed, and made their way up into the mountains. Reevin had somehow made it through life to this point without acquiring the climbing skill, despite having gained the acrobatics and balance skills long ago. That didn't remain the same for long, however. After only climbing up 3 short cliffs, he got the notification. Skill unlocked, Tier 1, Climbing 0-1. The new skill leveled quickly in the environment, and Reevin was confident that it would be a good boost by the time it was really needed. The mountains weren't short, and it took them several days to reach a point where it finally came in handy. The other 2 girls similarly gained the skill, and they weren't a burden to Reevin. They had procured plenty of rope and climbing tools not only from the soldiers before leaving, but also from the various villages and towns they passed through on the way. Kefira had taken the time to hone her jumping ability too, and she was able to easily carry both Reevin and Sira with her when she did her hops. Whenever they reached a cliff face that was above a few dozen yards, Kefira would jump to the top and secure a rope in place to allow for faster, easier climbing of the other 2. She had offered to just jump all 3 of them at once, but Reevin had said that he wanted to experience the climb, and Sira had agreed. Kefira had just shrugged her shoulders, not as concerned with the other 2 over it because her inherent nature was one of being able to use space magic to her benefit. She gained more relevant life experience jumping to the top than climbing the long way, but she still used the physical skill for the shorter routes to round it out. On the 4th day, Reevin stood at the face of a sheer, blue wall. He ran his hands over the smooth, nearly frictionless surface. He peered up overhead where the wall disappeared behind a wall of mist. If he concentrated, his perception allowed his vision to pierce the veil of the clouds, and he could clearly see the top of the first major hurdle. He turned to face Kefira. "Can you see the top?" Reevin asked. Kefira nodded. "Think you can safely jump up there? Shouldn't be a problem," Kefira determined. Then business as usual, just a bigger leap. Kefira gathered her mana, and after concentrating for a few seconds, she disappeared with a pop that Reevin could only perceive with his sense mana skill. Shortly after, a rope was flung down and dangled against the icy cliff face. Reevin channeled his mana into his feet, and he created little earth spikes for traction. Reevin didn't need to use his feet against the wall to climb the rope, but there was no reason not to take every measure to ensure a safe ascent. It didn't take but a few minutes for Reevin and Sira to rejoin Kefira nearly 100 yards higher than they had previously stood. "Not too bad," Reevin smiled. "That was just the first real leg of the journey," Kefira pointed out. "There are some cliff faces that are several hundred yards straight up before there's any kind of footing. As long as you're confident, it should be fine. You yourself said that your jumping range was several hundred yards, and it was being able to see far enough that was the real limitation." "I know, I'm just saying." The 3 continued their climb up the mountain. They didn't run into any situation where Kefira couldn't jump to a higher position, sometimes traveling as far as 500 yards up in one go, and the climb wasn't all sheer cliffs either. There were still plenty of paths to traverse on foot. It was another half a day before they ran into their first monster. Reevin was halfway up a 300-yard cliff when he heard Kefira's voice reach down to him. "There's a couple of blue wyverns headed our way," she called down. "I think I might have spooked them, but they look like they've spotted the 2 of you." Reevin looked up and out over the vast expanse of sky. Way up above his head, he spotted 2 flying creatures that looked like large birds at first, but with his perception, he could tell that they were anything but. They were large lizards with 2 legs and 2 wings. It was hard to judge without anything next to them for comparison, but Reevin figured that they had a 10-yard wingspan at least. Their legs looked incredibly powerful and muscular, and their claws were probably as long as Reevin's torso. He could see their reptilian heads pointed down in his and Sira's direction, and he knew that they had shifted their focus from Kefira to the easier prey along the cliff face. Reevin watched as the 2 wyverns' wings folded up, and their bodies took a nose dive straight for him. They picked up incredible speed extremely quickly, and Reevan summoned 2 different spells, pumping 500 mana into each. The bodies of the wyverns shifted as they brought their claws forward, ready to try and skewer Reevan and pluck him from the cliff, and Reevan timed his spell for that moment. A huge gust of spinning wind, laced with blades of air, shot out from Reevan straight to the descending reptiles. The wind was contained in a huge bubble, and it looked almost like a tornado orb. The lines of the tornado propelled the blades of air at lightning-quick speed, and the 2 wyverns were easily knocked off course as it struck them. They had been incapable of adjusting their aim, and it was inevitable that they would fly straight into the wind blast. Lacerations appeared all over the wyverns' bodies and wings, and their nosedive was thrown off course. They screeched in pain and defiance as they wheeled further out into the sky, getting ready for another attack. They had learned their lesson, though, and while they still wanted to come in with a hard charge, they weren't stupid enough to build up enough momentum to stop them from being able to dodge another spell. Reevan readied another set of spells. "Sira, get ready," Reevan called. "I'm on it," she replied. Reevan thrust his spell out once more at the advancing beasts, but this time he angled it so that it would fly past the attackers. As he had expected, they dodged to the side out of reflex, and because he had shot off center, they moved in the direction he wanted them to. Another burst of mana followed right on the heels of his spell, and Reevan felt it travel up the cliff face alongside him. A loud explosion rang out, and soon a giant shard of ice came crashing down, smashing through the wyverns. They had been taken completely by surprise, and they were crushed to death at the foot of the cliff by the giant ice boulder that Sira had dislodged. A notification for the battle flashed in the lower corner of Reevan's vision, but he ignored it for now. He turned back to the task of climbing the cliff, and after another couple of minutes, he and Sira joined Kefira. Reevan looked over and noticed a third wyvern lying on the ground. It had been severed in half, and blood and entrails leaked from the clean cuts. He turned and raised an eyebrow at Kefira. "What?" she asked innocently. "I never said all the wyverns had focused on you." A couple more days passed as the 3 companions climbed the dagger. The appearance of wyverns was infrequent, but the higher they climbed, the more often they were attacked. Not only did the number grow, but the size of the reptiles did as well. Reevan's sense threat skill notified him that their size was directly related to their level. The runts and the young were the ones at the lower parts of the mountain, and the older, smarter wyverns lived closer to the peak. Reevan didn't understand why the monsters would separate themselves in such a manner at first, but after they began reaching the top of the mountain where the air was thinner, it became clear. Reevan, Kefira, and Serilla didn't have any trouble breathing the thinner air, and the cold didn't bother them either. The dagger might be a very large mountain relative to the mountain range it was situated on, but there was a reason the sword peaks were named swords, and the dagger was named dagger. The mana density played a role in allowing the 3 to live comfortably, but their own inherent strength is what allowed them to take advantage of it. Reevan didn't understand the intricacies involved, and Kefira and Serilla said they hadn't learned about it in their education, but the vibrancy of the mana density did something to allow the air to be more efficient for those that could take it. A mountain of similar height in a Tier 1 region would actually be more difficult to ascend, and ironically one would need to be even higher tier in order to climb to the top. Reevan walked along with Kefira between himself and Serilla, the mountain pass being wide enough for more than 3 people to walk side by side. They were walking along a more horizontal level leading up to the next incline, and Reevan spotted some boulders inexplicably rolling down the hill in the distance. A loud screech from above caught his attention, and he looked up to see a couple of wyverns diving toward the boulders. The large rocks suddenly sprung up into 12-foot-tall behemoths and swiped at the wyverns, lashing out at them with their claws. They were icy blue, much paler than the dark blue of the wyverns, and Reevan could see their ugly visage from well over 50 yards away. They had tusks protruding from their lower lips, and he could see saliva dripping off of them to land on the ground where they instantly solidified into ice. They had swirling patterns on their naked bodies, their modesty only covered by a tattered loincloth. Their muscles bulged, and they roared back in defiance as the wyverns swooped away, out of reach. The ice trolls made to roll up into disguised boulders once more and continued on their path, but another set of wyverns came charging down, halting them in place once more. The battle between the 2 trolls and the 4 wyverns that traded places in pairs lasted for about 10 minutes, with neither side making any headway until the trolls turned around and clambered back up the incline. "I guess that's why the higher-level wyverns are further up the mountain," Reevan said. "It's not a hierarchy but self-preservation. Luckily for the wyverns, those were young trolls," Kefira remarked. "If they had been a legitimate hunting party, just the 4 wyverns wouldn't have been able to stop them from trespassing into their territory." "How do you know that?" Reevan asked, glancing at Kefira. "There are 2 reasons. One, there were only 2 of them. A real hunting party would have half a dozen and two. They were only 12 feet tall. That means they're like older teenagers. The fully grown adults are 15 to 18 feet tall. I would guess that they were testing their mettle on a little adventure. Are they smart enough for that? Rievin asked. You've mostly encountered lower-tier region monsters, and even in Drallo, the monsters you fought were either nuisance creatures or dungeon monsters. Only the snake people have a bit of wisdom, but if you pay careful attention, you would notice that they're far smarter and more organized than the orcs of the Tier 1 region. The higher the tier of the region, the smarter and wiser the non-nuisance monsters will be. These trolls and wyverns don't have a society as we would understand it, but they're not stupid. Yes, I see. That's definitely something to consider. If that's the case, then why are they always so hostile to humans and don't set up trade relations and try to live in peace with people? There are versions of the monsters in regions that do so, just like the Lizaldans. Though it's not exactly fair to refer to them as monsters, a good comparison would be how humans and apes are similar to each other. The Lizaldans and the feral nuisance lizards down in that cave are only slightly related. One thing that all monsters seem to have in common is extreme xenophobia, not just toward humans though, but toward everyone else. They will enslave or use other monsters, but they'll never be allies with them. Then what about even higher tier regions? Rievin asked. That's one of the reasons it's so hard to get an established empire above Tier 4, Kefira said. The smarter monsters have their own little kingdoms, so their opposition to human intrusion is much fiercer. It's not just that they're inherently stronger, though that is also a major factor. Good to know. The two of them ended their conversation as they drew closer to where the battle had just taken place. They weren't going out of their way to move stealthily and hide, but they also weren't advertising their presence. They had been speaking in a low voice, but now that the monsters had dispersed and there was no additional sound to mask their conversation, they stopped talking. The wyverns seemed to care too much for keeping an eye on the ice trolls, so they weren't bothered by any air dives from them, and there seemed to be an invisible border where the wyverns wouldn't easily cross. The ice trolls seemed like they weren't moving very fast now that they were trudging up the peak, but their considerably longer legs carried them much further with each stride. They eventually outpaced the trio and were out of sight. I think if we're going to fight some ice trolls, those two should be it, Rievin said after a moment. We can rush ahead real quick and engage them before they rejoin their tribe, or whatever it's called. Sounds like a plan, Kefira said. Cyrilla unsheathed her sword and nodded. Did you get a chance to use your sense threat skill on them? High tier 4 or low tier 5, Rievin said. It's still not accurate enough to pinpoint such a large gap. That sounds about right. They're almost adults, but not quite. Let's go. Rievin also unsheathed his sword and he dashed ahead. He knew that they were supposedly nearly immune to magic, but he readied a couple of fire-attuned spells anyway. Even if the mana didn't harm them, the heat should, and he knew from talking with other adventurers that fire was a weakness to trolls of all kinds, so it should be doubly so for the ice trolls. Rievin ran up a steep incline and rounded a bend, and he immediately ducked down low and launched himself forward into a roll. His divine sense had picked up that the ice trolls had known about them all along, and they had hidden behind the curve of a wall to ambush them. They couldn't escape his perception, though, and he baited them into attacking him. The two girls launched their attacks at the exposed ice trolls, Cyrilla slashing her sword deep into the meat of the arm that had tried to pound Rievin into the ground, and Kefira shot out a blade of pure black space. It was similar to a wind blade, but it was infinitely sharper, literally as thin as possible. Rievin watched as the space blade made contact with the forearm of the first ice troll, and it seemed to wink out of existence, absorbed by an aura surrounding the troll. It did nothing, though, and a thin line of blood trailed from a shallow gash. The line that had been opened in the troll's skin sealed back up, visible to the naked eye. The damage that had been done to the second troll by Cyrilla was much more severe, though her blade had bounced off of the bone of the troll's forearm. It screamed in rage and pain, and it flung its arm into Cyrilla's chest, sending her catapulting back down the incline they had just charged up. She flew through the air, and then tumbled and rolled for a bit after landing, a small rock arresting her movement. She threw her head back and stifled a scream, a look of agony on her face. Rievin didn't have time to go check up on her, though, and he lashed out with his sword at the same wound that Cyrilla had initially caused. The troll's arm had moved completely to the other side, exposing his back to Rievin when it had backhanded Cyrilla. Rievin released two 1,000 mana firebolts, concentrated to as small a point as he could make them, as his sword slashed halfway into the bone of the arm. The first firebolt followed his blade, and like Kefira's space blade, it seemed to be absorbed into an invisible aura. It had been pumped with much more mana, though, and it lingered in place for a couple of seconds before disappearing. As Rievin had hoped, the fire itself, and the intense heat given off by it, worked to destroy the regenerative properties of the troll's body where it made contact. The gash on its arm and bone stopped healing at a visible speed, and it once more screamed in pain. It didn't wildly attack Reivin, though, but it instead cradled its mangled arm against its chest, looking down at it. The second firebolt had been launched at the other troll's face, more in order to keep it under control than to do damage, but it also let out a piercing howl. After the fire dissipated, Reivin saw that its face was partially melted, and it wasn't healing. Kefira took the opportunity to launch another salvo of smaller space blades directed at the face of the first troll, and to Reivin's and Kefira's delight, the aura surrounding its head seemed to have been weakened by the fire. Instead of winking out of existence after leaving a small scratch, the myriad space blades left countless lacerations on the troll's face, even going so far as to completely destroy one of the eyes. Reivin was inspired by the finding, and he activated his elemental weapon with his fire and plasma affinities, overlaying them to get maximum heat. Plasma and fire weren't exactly the same thing, and Reivin didn't know if it was the actual fire affinity that did the damage and weakened the aura, or if it was the heat of the fire. There was a bit of fire affinity mana motes contained in each flame one could find, so it wouldn't be a stretch to believe that even mundane fire could hurt trolls because of the fire affinity itself. Reivin's sword blazed to life in a deep red, fire and sparks spitting off of it, and he laid into the second troll that he and Cyrilla had targeted. He wasn't trying to do actual damage, though that was a definite bonus, but he was instead working to hit as many exposed places as possible to destroy the magic immunity aura and eliminate as much regeneration across as large an area as possible. The troll had never experienced such torture before, and it was clear that it didn't know how to react. Its instincts didn't immediately kick in, the inherent fear of fire paralyzing it in place momentarily, but it went berserk after just a moment. Its upper body twisted and jerked about, flailing its arms all around as it screamed in defiance into the sky. All the while bloody gashes that didn't heal were left all over its torso, arms, legs, and neck. It turned toward Reivin and stared at him with a baleful look. It took a huge step forward, but then it suddenly stopped as a sword suddenly pierced through its lower abdomen. It stopped and looked down at the sudden intruding metal, not understanding where it had come from, and Reivin nodded to Cyrilla that was on the other end of it. He had seen her approaching with his divine sense, and he had gone all out to capture the troll's attention, not just weaken it. Cyrilla pulled her sword back out and nimbly dodged backward, weary of a similar attack from the backhand of the troll. The troll half-turned toward her, and Reivin took the opportunity to leap forward and stab it in the exact same wound with his flaming blade. He pumped as much mana as he could into the sword, letting it explode up and out into the body of the troll. The troll threw its head back and screamed louder than anything else they had heard yet, and Reivin could smell the disgusting stench of its flesh and internal organs roasting. Cyrilla was quick-witted, and she also dashed forward to stab it again in a different spot. There seemed to be a pop that Reivin could only perceive with his mana sense. The two humans pulled their swords out and backed away from the adolescent troll, watching for its next move. It had only been a couple of seconds since Reivin had started thrashing it, and Kefira was keeping it busy by jumping around and launching space blades at its face. The troll that Reivin and Cyrilla had been attacking suddenly charged forward at Reivin with tremendous speed, taking him completely off guard. He didn't have time to dodge out of the way, and he was tackled to the ground by the hulking monster. He felt a pain in his back and ribs as he was momentarily stunned, pinned beneath the troll. Without thinking about it, Reivin transferred his elemental weapon from his sword to his body, and he wrapped his arms around the stomach of the creature. His legs couldn't get all the way around the beast, so he settled for wrapping them around one large leg, the size of a small tree trunk. The troll immediately realized its mistake as it began to try and get up and away from the burning man, but Reivin held on, not letting it go. He infused gravity mana into himself, causing his weight to exceed what the troll could easily lift from its position. Cyrilla sprinted up from behind and began hacking at the back of its neck, 1, 2, 3, 4 times. She stopped just in time from completely beheading the troll as she felt her blade sever the spine, decapitating it and ending its life. It had already lost its magic immunity aura from when Reivin had pumped fire and plasma into its insides, and it hadn't been regenerating since then either. It had never experienced such a thing before, so it hadn't even fully realized the extent of the damage it had suffered. Added on the full body blaze that Reivin continued to cook it on the outside with, it had weakened enough for Cyrilla to chop its head off. Reivin ended the mana coursing through his body, and he used his arms and legs to heave the creature off of himself. He didn't know if the corpse would regain its regenerative properties. Something in the back of his mind told him that if it wasn't burned to ash, it was very well possible. Now that it was just a dead body and didn't have the magic immunity, Reivin conjured more fire and plasma and set the whole beast on fire. Cyrilla didn't stop to catch her breath, and she immediately ran over to join Kefira in harassing the other ice troll. It saw what happened to its companion, and it screamed in rage, wanting to rush over and kill Reivin. Kefira prevented it from effectively moving where it wanted to. Cyrilla was much less mobile than Kefira, so she followed behind the monster and took the occasional potshot at it, waiting for Rehaven to join them and add more fire to make it vulnerable. Once the dead troll was thoroughly cooking all on its own, Rehaven cut off the mana and reignited his sword. The three of them together made short work of the other troll, having learned how to deal with it from their defeat of the first one. The three stood panting, looking at each other as Rehaven idly burned the second corpse. Rehaven suddenly grinned and laughed out loud. The two girls shortly followed, and the three of them laughed the tension out. Well, that was something, wasn't it? Rehaven said. I can definitely see how the fully grown ones in a hunting party would definitely be in the category of not fun. Yeah, these two didn't seem to know how to use their strengths effectively, Kefira nodded. Maybe they're younger than we thought, and the fully grown ones are even larger than 18 feet tall. That's a scary thought, Rehaven said. Let's hope that's not the case. Cyrilla couldn't take it any longer, and she let herself slump to the ground. Kefira was at her side in an instant, and she helped her get out of her armor to check the extent of the damage on her back. The rock that she had slammed into hadn't looked like a good way to stop one's momentum. Rehaven walked around the corner of the wall, out of sight, and moved a distance away so that his divine sense didn't pick up the two either. Technically, he could see everything at all times through people's clothes, but it was obscured by the contact of the clothes with the skin. It was hard to describe, but basically, Rehaven wasn't intruding on people's privacy on accident. If someone wore loose enough clothing, however, that was a different story. Luckily for everyone, besides some of the villagers they had interacted with, that had been around Rehaven, everyone had been in armor that hugged their bodies. Kefira and Cyrilla knew about his skill, but they didn't know the extent of how detailed it could be. They hadn't thought to question whether or not he could see underneath, and they had just taken for granted that he was only seeing them as they were. There was no way he was going to inform them of the truth for their peace of mind. He was sure Kefira would get over it very quickly, but Cyrilla might take some exception to it. It wasn't like there was anything he could do about it, though. All he could do was move away from the two to allow Kefira to inspect and deal with the wounds without him being nearby. Ready to keep going, he asked. Yup, it took them another day to reach the peak of the mountain. The last little bit to the top wasn't that high of a cliff, and Rehaven had convinced Kefira to just climb up the normal way. Rehaven lassoed a rope over a protrusion, and the three climbed up the final stretch. Rehaven turned around and extended a hand to give Kefira some assistance as she was next in line. Cyrilla brought up the rear. As Rehaven was pulling the girl up, his divine sense picked up two people materializing out of nothing behind them. He didn't have time to think, and he used his full strength to bodily haul Kefira to the top as he spun around, pulling out his sword in one smooth motion. Kefira stood next to him, momentarily stunned by the rough handling and not recognizing what was going on right away, but after a second, she noticed the two people standing there as well. The very top of the dagger was like a pillar about 20 feet in radius, and on the far end from where Rehaven and Kefira ascended, a point jutted into the air in a sharp point another 50 feet or so up. There was no good way for one to stand on the tippy-top peak of the mountain, so everyone recognized this final spot as the final top. Standing in the center of the circle were a man and a woman. The man had long, flowing hair to his waist, and it blew in the breeze. His face was gentle and his skin was unblemished. He stood proudly with his chin up and shoulders back as he turned his head about, taking in the sight of the peak of the mountain. The other person was a young woman who looked similar to the man. Her hair was tied in a bun with an intricate hairpin, and she was hugging a sheathed sword to her chest. They were wearing matching white and blue robes without any apparent armor. The robes were similar to the ones that Rehaven fancied, and they didn't look like the garb of a caster. The two of them appeared to be of a similar age to Rehaven and Kefira, but it was hard to determine sometimes. The girl stood a little behind and to the side of the young man, and she stared at Rehaven and Kefira as her companion looked around. She didn't look like she was ready to fight, but Rehaven got the sense that the sword in her arms could come out much quicker than expected from how she was holding it. What a breathtaking view, the young man said. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air is crisp, though the mana is a bit sparse. The mana is sparse, Rehaven frowned. What is this guy talking about? I see that we're not alone on top of the world. The man's eyes opened and focused on Rehaven. Rehaven was standing at the ready, sword out and prepared to strike. The two sudden interlopers didn't seem to care, though, and they directly ignored the implied threat of violence. Cyrilla popped up, and she immediately unsheathed her sword as well. Ah, another one. Welcome. The man smiled at the appearance of Cyrilla. No need for hostility. We're not going to attack you or anything. Rehaven slowly stood up and sheathed his sword. He didn't get the feeling of danger from the two, and he had mostly been surprised at how they had just suddenly been there from nowhere. Forgive me, but you just appeared out of thin air, Rehaven said. I was startled. How did you get here? Oh, we teleported, the man answered cheerfully. Are you sure about that? Kefira questioned. I didn't feel any space emanations or mana fluctuations. Of course not, the man laughed. I'm not at liberty to give details away, so I apologize for that, but I'm not lying when I said we teleported here. Anyway, how rude of me not to introduce myself. My name is Shane, and this is my junior sister, Verna. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Likewise, Rievin automatically responded. He mentally shook the cobwebs out. My name is Rievin, and these two are Kefira and Cyrilla. Rievin gestured to the two in turn. Kefira nodded her head in greeting, but Cyrilla maintained her stance with her sword out, eyeing them warily. As much as I would love to stick around and chat, my junior sister and I must really be going, Shane said apologetically. Hopefully we can meet somewhere more civilized in the near future. The man turned and walked to the edge of the cliff, his junior sister following behind, and they just kept walking, stepping out into the air. Rievin fought to keep his jaw from dropping as he watched them descend in the air like they were walking down a flight of steps. It only took a couple of minutes for them to be far enough away that they were nothing more than dots in the sky. Rievin turned to an equally astonished Kefira and Cyrilla. Well, Rievin said, arresting Kefira and Cyrilla's attention from watching the two depart. That was new. Kefira shook her head at Rievin's response. It wasn't the first time she had seen someone walk through the air, but they were definitely the youngest people she had seen do it. It's not all that uncommon to see people walk through the air, she said. Almost all casters with a specialty in the air affinity are able to do so once they reach a certain level, and people who reach high tier 5 are able to do so by manifesting their will in their domain. I was told that a domain was a tier 4 thing, but I already have a skill that gives me a domain, Rievin said. That's different. The domain that you were told about is more esoteric. It's not an actual skill, just an amalgamation of skills that act in such a manner as to give powerful people control over a limited space around themselves. Your skill is probably the actual, legitimate thing, but I haven't heard of anyone else with the skill. Tier 4 is generally accepted as the earliest someone can raise their skills and stats high enough to create their own domain, but it's more common in Tier 5, and only those that were talented enough to cultivate one in Tier 4 are able to use it to manifest their will in late Tier 5. So, do you think I'll be able to manifest my will using my skill? Probably, but it would likely have to be at minimum around level 50 before you could do so. Anyway, that's all stuff for later and doesn't really matter right now. I just wanted to let you know that what they did wasn't that strange. The only strange thing about it was that it didn't seem like a domain thing and they looked too young. It might have been class skills or something, though not magic. Fair enough. Do you have any idea who they were or who they're affiliated with? Two people just materialized out of thin air on top of a desolate mountain top. No clue, Kefira shrugged. They seemed friendly enough, though, so what does it matter? Yeah, you're probably right. Just an unusual circumstance for an encounter. If we had passed them along the road after they descended the mountain, we wouldn't have looked at them twice. I'm going to go ahead and try out this whole jumping as far as I can see thing now, Kefira said. Rievin nodded his head, and he began to walk around the peak, looking out over the terrain. Cyrilla stood guard behind Kefira as she sat cross-legged. The wind was constantly blowing, and the air was incredibly cold, but none of those things bothered any of the three. Kefira calmed her mind and entered into a state of meditation. She had been working on the skill for as long as she could access her mana, and she didn't have to keep her eyes closed to stay in the mental state, though she hadn't progressed it to the point where she could move around and interact with people and things. She had heard of someone who had reached transcendence with their meditation skill, and they could have it activated perpetually without it negatively affecting their life in any way. That was the thing with transcendent skills. They typically broke the rules that one had abided by to reach level 100 in the skill in the first place. It was one of the reasons why so few people achieved it in any skill. That didn't apply to class skills, though, as level 100 wasn't the cap. Kefira looked over the world below, and if she wasn't in a meditative state, the sight would have taken her breath away. The world stretched out before her, and she could see for miles and miles. Her perception gave out before the terrain did, and the distant horizon appeared to fade away into mist as it blended with the sky, but everything she could see was vivid and spectacular. The green of the plains and forests took up most of the landscape, but she could clearly see the rivers and lakes, as well as the main highway they had been traveling across toward the capital. The capital was on the other side of some large hills, too small to be considered mountains, much further in the distance, and she felt that if she could just strain her perception stat just a little more, she might be able to make out the outline of the city. She didn't focus on that for too long, though, as that had the possibility of breaking her meditation. She could focus on mental things and magic pretty heavily, but she still wasn't skilled enough to focus too much on external things too hard. I first have to establish a baseline, Kefira thought. I haven't been able to perceive a limitation on my jumps for some time now, but looking at the open sky doesn't work. I need to find something I can see and get on the verge of casting the jump to see if it will work. She was very clear in how she would be able to determine if she could reach a destination or not. She hadn't always been able to jump very far, and in her training and experiments when she was younger, she found that the spell would just fizzle out, and she would instinctively understand that it was because she had tried to go too far. Over time, she had learned to feel what it would be like if the spell was going to fail before she attempted it, and that was what she was going to do now. She looked down the mountain, drawing on her mana and bringing the spell up without fully activating it. She felt for the difference in the spell, whether it would allow her to go or not, as she extended her vision ever forward down the mountainside. The mountain ran out of view before she ever reached that feeling, though, and what she could see of the ground beyond was definitely further than she could reach with her traditional casting method. Looks like I'm going to have to figure this out a little blind. I'll just have to delve deeper into the void with my space mana and hope that I can reach a point I can see where I can tell that the spell would work. If I can do that, I'll know that I'm on the right track, but if not, I might not even know if I'm going the right way. I should have gained a baseline before ascending already to the peak, but I hadn't even thought of it, too caught up in the adventure with Rievin. Oh well, nobody's perfect. She put thought to action, and she drilled her space mana deeper into the void, tunneling through the invisible space between the realm and outside. The line separating the realm from the rest of the universe was simultaneously deep and paper-thin. From her experiments with the rent in reality down by the boss dungeons that had been destroyed in the spider lair, she knew that as soon as her mana pierced the veil, the perception was that it was paper-thin. That wasn't the case when she was tunneling through the tier, though, and it had seemed like it was hundreds of yards long. She put some of her mana a bit into the void tunnel, and she cast her jump spell normally parallel to her strand, trying to see if she could tell how deep it usually traversed the void when she used it. The spell didn't activate, of course, as she wasn't going anywhere, but she could feel the mana trying to send a thread into the void to bend around the physical space. The thread that her spell sent out didn't even pierce into the void beyond reality. It just brushed up against the edge. Kefira's eyebrows rose in surprise at that discovery, and she nearly lost her meditation. She forcibly grabbed the strand with her will and dragged it into the depths of the void tunnel with her other strand of mana, and she instantly felt like she was able to successfully cast the spell to the foot of the mountain that she could see over the edge. It wasn't the actual foot of the mountain, though. It was several hundred miles away because of the angle that she was looking down. She put her focus on how deep her thread had gone, and was once again surprised to see that it had only gone about an inch in before the spell had expanded multiple folds. The spell remained in an incomplete state, though, and she could tell that it would require more mana to fuel it. Jumping about 400 yards with her normal method would require about 50 mana, but it didn't scale like that. If she only jumped 10 yards, it would still require at least 30 mana to activate. Dragging someone along with her doubled the cost, and adding a third person was about 2.5 times the cost. She didn't fully understand the rules governing how much mana was required, but it had never been that big of an issue for her to pin it down exactly before. She pumped her mana into the spell, trying to complete the connection so that she could activate it, and it seemed like it was a bottomless well. More and more mana went into the spell, and she feared that it would never reach completion as there was no indication if it was filling up or not. Suddenly, the spell reached a tipping point, and it wouldn't take any more mana as it felt as if it could finally be activated. She checked her mana reserves and found that she had pumped 2,000 mana points into the spell to be able to reach the new edge of what was possible for her. Wow, that's a lot of mana. I'm not sure I could call this a casual jump at this point. If I wanted to bring Rievin with me, it would be 4,000 mana, and if I brought both Rievin and Sira with me, it would be 6,000. That's most of my mana pool. Kefira didn't complete the spell, and she slowly drew the mana back into her. One of the things that a high skill level in mana absorption allowed one to do is recycle unused mana, not just absorb the ambient mana from the surroundings. It wasn't perfectly efficient, though, and Kefira lost about 30 of the mana she had pushed into the spell before she had reclaimed it. She broke off her meditation and stood up, walking over to Rievin. "I figured it out," she said. Rievin turned to face her with a look of appreciation on his face. "Already? That was fast," he replied. "Yeah, I already had a lot of the groundwork done when I was exploring the tier previously, so I just needed to adjust my thinking and work through the process. I can teleport us to just where we can see the ground beyond the mountain, but I don't think I have enough mana to go any further than that." "Well, that's still rather impressive," Rievin chuckled. "I hadn't actually expected you to be able to succeed. I just thought you would get some good practice in." Kefira stared at him for a couple of seconds with a blank look. "You know, there are some pretty tall towers in the capital," she trailed off. "Yeah, but that's not on top of a mountain," Rievin answered back. "It wasn't just about you getting to practice your teleporting. We got to explore the world a bit one last time before we reached our destination. I think that even if you hadn't been able to figure things out, it would have still been worth it." "When you put it that way, I suppose you're right," Kefira said, rolling her eyes. "But I beat your expectations, didn't I? Who's the magical prodigy?" Kefira struck a pose, hands on hips and chin raised. Rievin simply smiled at her as he cupped her face. "I already knew it. You don't have to prove anything. Who's trying to prove anything to you? Kefira folded her arms and huffed. Haha, Rievin laughed. So you said you could take us just to the edge of where you can see the ground beyond the mountain. Does that mean just you and me, or all three of us? All three of us, Kefira regained her serious manner. If it was just me, I imagine I could go halfway back to the highway. As it is, we'll be about 80 or so miles on the other side of the village we left our horses at if I get the right spot. Wow, that's impressive. Rievin looked out into the distance. Considering how far we are up in the sky and the distance to the halfway point, that's, 600 miles. I'll take your word for it. Well, we didn't push the horses too much, and I would say we traveled about 60 to 70 miles a day, give or take. With how long it took us to get here, 600 miles seems about right. That would mean it's around 1,000 mana per 100 miles or so, Kefira said, speculating to herself. If it scaled perfectly, which I know it doesn't, it would be about 20,000 mana to travel 100 miles with my normal method of just brushing up against the edge of the void with my mana. Since I know it doesn't scale like that, but I don't know how the costs increase as I go further, yet so let's just say it would be 10,000 plus mana or 10 times the cost. Yeah, that's what I would call improving efficiency, Rievin chuckled. I still have to manually drag the spell's mana into the void after drilling a hole with another strand though, so it's not the instantaneous cast. I'll have to work on it for quite some time until it becomes natural for my mana to work that way, and I doubt there would be any significant changes in the cost for the distance of hops I would normally do anyway. Then I guess you're going to have to really pick up your training on map reading, Rievin said. Huh, Kefira frowned. The next logical step is to figure out how to jump without seeing the destination with your eyes. You'd have to visualize where you're going and know the exact elevation you wish to jump to, so you'll need to perfectly understand a map to avoid any accidents. I guess you're right, Kefira sighed. She really didn't enjoy map reading. Of course I am. The two stopped their conversation and just looked over the landscape before them, taking in the beauty of the world. Cyrilla was silent as always, but Kefira knew her well enough to know that she was also enjoying the experience. The three of them stayed on the mountaintop for several more minutes like that. Well, are you ready to get going? Kefira broke the tranquility and looked up at Rievin. Sure, he nodded. We've done everything we set out to do and more, and we'll have to backtrack a bit to reclaim our horses. All right, take my hand. Kefira held out both of her hands. Rievin clasped Dun, and Cyrilla came up and grabbed the other. Kefira remade the connection with the void tunnel to channel her spell through, and after priming it with nearly her entire mana pool, she completed the spell. The jump was a bit different than the ones that she had performed before. Instead of almost an instant shift in space, Kefira felt like she was dragged out into the void and then spit back into reality along a parabola. It didn't actually take any additional time, but her perception of the jump was longer. It was a strange experience. Rievin and Cyrilla stumbled slightly, suffering from a bit of vertigo as they arrived at the destination Kefira had focused on. The three of them looked around, and Kefira was happy to see that there hadn't been any deviation in her target. They had landed in a clearing near the road that led to the village they needed to go to get their horses. I'm not sure I enjoyed that, Rievin said, holding a palm against his head. His body swayed a bit as he regained his balance. It's like I spun myself around with my eyes closed a bit. The whole world was swimming there for a moment. Cyrilla wasn't much better. In fact, it took her a couple of seconds longer to regain her bearings. Kefira hadn't noticed anything different other than the sensation of how they traveled. She chalked it up to her space-time affinity. Well, let's get going, Kefira said cheerfully. The three regained their mounts, paying the premium they had promised plus the cost to house and feed the steeds, and made their way once more toward the capital. They didn't cut across the open fields this time, as there was no reason to go all the way back to the main highway that connected the capital city to the border. The roads between the villages would eventually lead them to larger and larger cities, all the way to the capital itself. It meandered a bit, here and there, but overall it was a straighter path than going all the way back to their starting point. The roads weren't nearly as wide as the highway until they reached some of the larger cities, but they were all in good condition and properly paved. Not cutting through the wilderness, on top of going a bit shorter distance, saved them a decent amount of time on the trip. It had taken them 12 days, almost a full 2 weeks, to reach the foot of the mountain from the highway, and the capital city was quite a ways further than that along the highway. The journey to the capital took another 3 weeks. The roads way out in the furthest villages weren't patrolled by the army or the local militias, so they had to ward off some wild beasts and fight some of the nuisance monsters, but it wasn't anything they couldn't easily handle. There were no large tribes of monsters like Rievin had encountered with the goblins in Garok on his first outing when he had been conscripted. They generally ran into individuals or small groups of 4 or 5. Rievin's experience continued to tick up from the small fights, but even with killing the wyverns and the 2 ice trolls, he was still several thousand experiences away from gaining another level. Battles and warfare seemed like a great way to get a lot of experience, Rievin surmised. Depending on the access one has to dungeons, it might even be worth more. I would have to gain some more experience with battles and higher-tier dungeons to really figure it out. The biggest contributing factor would be the lack of a time restriction on battles imposed by the system. The journey, like all things, eventually ended as the trio finally reached Willowen, the capital of Wispan. Reevan sucked in a sharp breath at the majesty of the sight before him. It was incomparable to any of the cities he had seen before, easily eclipsing the capital of Garok. The walls were huge and shined a blinding white and gold. Towers pierced the sky in the distance, and Reevan could tell that the size of the city was more than 10 times larger than the second largest city he had seen. Soldiers in gleaming armor patrolled the walls and grounds outside the city, and there were thousands of pedestrians along the roads going in and out. Reevan couldn't even see to the other sides of the city, but he imagined there were just as many people along the roads to every entrance. The city wasn't a square. It wasn't any definite shape, but Reevan could tell that there were possibly dozens of gates leading into the city. It snaked around the natural landscape, with rivers and mountains jutting up against the edge that could be seen in the distance. There were large hills, too small to be considered mountains themselves, within the city with buildings built all along the incline and the top. Sitting atop the largest hill, nearly in the dead center of the city, was a majestic palace that had towers topped with the entire spectrum of the rainbow. Even from this distance, Reevan could tell that it was built with marble, gold, and all sorts of precious gems. Reevan stood in place, just admiring the sight before him. He was even more taken aback by the beauty than he had been atop the dagger. "Welcome to my home," Kefira said, a delightful smile on her face as she looked up at Reevan. The jewel of Wispan. The sounds of the city washed over Reevan as he walked along the main road of Willowen. The outer city was densely packed like any other major city he had been to, but the buildings, even the ones of the lowest rung of society, were very high quality. The outer city managed to give off a rustic charm at the same time that it was a bustling metropolis. The streets were wide and easily accommodated multiple wagons and horses, but it left room for the pedestrians to easily get around as well. One thing that Reevan had never noticed in a city before, though, was 3 specialty lanes on the main road. On either edge of the road was a lane designed for children and for low-tier classers, both large enough for their families to walk safely without getting smashed by high-tier classers rushing about. In the center of the road was a double lane designed especially for runners. Even though Reevan was Tier 2 and should have technically been relegated to the low-tier lane, his stats basically put him in the Tier 4 range. One thing he noted, though, was that even though his perception was high enough to easily see and react to the few runners he saw traversing the center lanes, he would be lying to himself if he thought he could keep up with them. There's no way that someone who's just a runner would be a Tier 5 or have a considerably higher dexterity stat than me, Reevan thought. Their classes must have some amazing class skills to allow them to sprint around so quickly and see where they're going. The trio strolled along the main road on the right-hand side. The road was divided by the center lane to allow for easier transportation to keep the flow of traffic moving in a consistent direction. It hadn't been necessary for any of the other major cities Reevan had been to, but the cities he had been to in Dralo weren't major cities, and the capital of Garok didn't really count. The buildings on either side of the main road were mainly commercial, but there wasn't any kind of strict zoning laws or anything. Houses could be seen interspersed with commerce, and there were blacksmiths and other workshops as well. Even though it was the outer city, Reevan could tell just from looking at the people working at the workshops that they were high-quality establishments. Only the best or luckiest get the chance to secure a spot on the main road, Kefira said, noticing Reevan's attention. Some of the workshops out here in the outer city on the main road are even better than the ones that can be found in the more secluded places of the inner city. That's not to say that there aren't hidden masters in either place who like the quiet, but it's generally understood that you won't go wrong purchasing from a place on the main street. Reevan nodded his head at the explanation. He had guessed as much. The sounds of faint cheering reached his ears as they kept walking, and it grew louder and louder until he spotted a larger, enclosed building on the corner of a major intersection. The sounds were clearly coming from within. "What's that?" Reevan nodded his head toward the building. "That's what I was telling you about before," Kefira said. "It's a branch of the Strikers Guild. They have smaller venues all over the outer city, and the ones in the inner city are a bit larger. The championship is held in a stadium near the center of the inner city. The people who fight in these outer branches are generally lower-level people with the right kind of class for the sport, or they're adventurers who simply have the necessary skills. They're typically considered amateurs. The fighting stages are protected by rings that suppress people to have the same stats, but it doesn't do anything for the skills. Someone of a lower level with the right kind of class, like pugilists, will be able to have the right skill levels to go against a higher-level adventurer with the same skills. After all, adventurers don't typically focus too heavily on their non-lethal combat skills. The branches in the inner city are where you'll find the true professionals, people with Tier 4 classes specialized in non-lethal fighting. I want to say that the current champion's class is Iron Bone Scrapper. He was lucky enough to be born with a great talent for the metal affinity. I'd never really considered a combat-oriented lifestyle class before, but it makes sense, Ryevin said. If dancing and music are legitimate forms of entertainment with corresponding classes, why can't fighting have a corresponding entertainment class? I know you mentioned there was an entire industry built around it before, but hearing the specifics makes it clearer in my mind. It's definitely something to check out. They continued on their way, heading deeper into the city toward another set of walls separating the inner from the outer. Ryevin wasn't wearing his pin so as not to stick out in the crowd too much and draw unwanted attention, but just to show it to the gate guards to gain entry. It wasn't that people were necessarily kept out of the inner city, but there was still an inspection. It was unlikely one of the guards would recognize Kefira or Cyrilla, and it just made more sense for Ryevin to use his token surreptitiously to skip the line. The three companions passed by several other strikers' guild branches on their way, and Ryevin spied even further down some of the other larger roads. It was apparently a booming, popular business. There were no arenas where life and death matches happened in the outer city. There was only one arena, and it was located in the inner city near the center, just like the stadium for the major striker matches. Halt, get in line for inspection. A guard in heavy armor held his hand up as Ryevin walked to the open gate leading to the inner city with Kefira and Cyrilla in tow. The gear that the man wore was the same as that of the border security. It wasn't as high quality as the expeditionary forces under Kaiser, but it was still high-quality heavy armor. Ryevin fished out his token and handed it over to the guard. The man held it up to his face and his eyebrows shot up with recognition. He immediately handed it back like a hot potato and waved the three of them through. "Sorry for the delay, sir," the man said, sweat beading his brow. "No worries," Ryevin patted him on the shoulder as he passed. "Hey, why do they get to skip the line?" one of the people waiting for his turn shouted out. It was understandable that he would suspect Ryevin of bribing the guard, as those that didn't have to wait were either known people, or they had a visible token on display. Nobody else had gone in the same way Ryevin had without openly showing their qualifications. The guard glanced at Ryevin, seeking advice on whether Ryevin wanted to disclose his status. Ryevin gave a slight shake of his head. "Their residents," the guard replied curtly. "Why, you got a problem?" The man didn't back down in the face of the aggressive demeanor of the guard. Instead, he grew even more agitated, convinced something fishy was going on. He took a step forward, though not too far, as he didn't want to lose his place in line. "Yeah, I got a problem. The Imperial family advocates fairness, and here you are openly taking bribes. Call your captain over here, and let's see what he has to say about it." The guard took a threatening step forward, but Ryevin put his hand on the man's arm, stopping him in place. "It's not that big of a deal," Ryevin said. "Go ahead and call your captain over." "But he's taking up your valuable time, sir," the guard whispered. "I'm not in a hurry, and he has a point. If the Imperial family advocates fairness, then we have a duty to allay his concerns. All right, it's up to you." The guard motioned for someone standing near a door leading into an office built into the wall. The other guards had heard what was going on, so he didn't need any instruction on what to do, and he disappeared inside. It only took a moment until another man came out with a captain's insignia. He first walked up to the irate pedestrian. "What can I do for you?" the captain asked in a polite tone. Getting called out to handle a situation didn't seem to put him in a bad mood, and Ryevin suspected it was a common enough occurrence. "I suspect your guards are taking bribes and letting smugglers, or who knows what, into the inner city," the angry man exclaimed loudly. "I assure you, if that's the case, those involved will be arrested and punished according to the law." The captain turned toward Ryevin and the gate guard that had waved them through, and he gave a "this guy" kind of expression as he walked up. Ryevin didn't wait for the guard to explain himself, and he simply handed over his token to the captain. The reaction of the captain was identical to the guard, and after handing the token back quickly, he gave a small bow. "Sorry for the delay, sir. I'll handle this." He turned back to the complainant and motioned him over. "Come over here for a second, sir. I assure you that you won't lose your place in line." The man frowned as he stepped out of line and walked over to the captain. The captain turned his body and pulled out a piece of paper with a list written on it, and he motioned for the man to stand beside him where he could show him the paper. The captain whispered in a low enough voice that those in line couldn't hear what was being said, but Ryevin could hear it clearly. "See here," he pointed to something on the paper. "That man and those ladies are what this indicates. They're on official business, and the guard just said they were residents so as not to spread the word around." He just showed the guard the token to prove his status is all. The complaining man looked up in astonishment at Ryevin, Kefira, and Cyrilla. "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't know." "It's fine," Ryevin smiled. "You just wanted to be treated fairly. I can respect that, if that's all," the captain asked the civilian. "Yes, of course, of course." The man waved his hands profusely before turning around and getting back in his place. The captain nodded to Reevin and retreated back into his office. Several of the other civilians leaned forward to whisper to the chief complainant to find out what he had discovered, but so far he was keeping his mouth shut. What was it that the captain showed the man? Reevin turned back to the guard. If I'm guessing correctly, he showed him a list of military personnel, dignitaries, special envoys, and diplomats. As to what specifically he told him you are, I don't know. Fair enough. Have a good day. Reevin turned and headed through the wall once again. You too, sir, ladies, the guard called after them. You handled that appropriately, Kefira said. I'm glad you didn't take the arrogant option and choose not to explain anything. You gave me and my family some face by waiting like that. Even if I was a jerk, I wouldn't do it with you standing right next to me, Reevin chuckled. Good point. The three continued into the inner city, and Reevin noticed a considerable change right away. If he would have had to guess how the city was structured, he would have said that the buildings would be denser the closer one got to the center, but that wasn't the case. The outer city had been extremely packed, but the inner city was dominated by individual buildings with large yards and courtyards. Some blocks were entire individual compounds. That wasn't to say that there weren't any closely packed buildings, but the blocks that were built that way were few and far between. It was much more open in the inner city, and the foot traffic was considerably less. That wasn't the only difference. The outer city was mostly flat, and there were only a few parks and fountains. The inner city had rolling hills, and there were even some small wooded areas in addition to parks, fountains, and statues. Reevin could feel the wealth of the inner city inhabitants. The city wasn't always like this, Kefira suddenly said. The outer city was originally the outskirts for those that couldn't afford to move inside the walls. As the city grew and became more prosperous over time, however, the second wall was built. We don't have a community of people living outside of the walls like a lot of other imperial capitals do, but that's not to say there isn't a poorer area. It's just located in a different part of the outer city that we didn't pass by. Reevin inspected everything around the main road as he had in the outer city. It was clear to see that the industry and commerce of the inner city were a step up from that of the outer city, and the patrolling guards were clearly members of the military, whereas the guards in the outer city had been closer to militia. They had still been outfitted with high-quality gear, but Reevin could tell at a glance that the few patrols he spotted in the inner city were more professional and higher skilled. There wasn't nearly as much noise pollution in the inner city, and Reevin could hear the sounds of nature as they walked along the road. He could see blacksmiths and other craftsmen, but there was no noise ringing out from their shops. Probably some sort of noise-canceling mana barrier or some such, Reevin surmised. I wonder if there's a law prohibiting it in the inner city. Now that I think about it, the walls probably have something similar, as I didn't notice the sounds of the outer city reaching in here after we had passed through. Despite the inner city having less population than the outer city, the area was considerably larger. It took them twice as long to traverse the distance from the wall to the Imperial Palace grounds as it had to reach the inner city upon entering the outer walls. They walked over several smaller hills until they reached the base of a much larger one, and Reevin could see the palace sparkling atop it. Up close it was much more dazzling than it had been when he had spied it outside of the city walls. The guards protecting the entry to the palace were some of the largest men Reevin had ever seen, and they gave off an air of contained violence. Reevin looked them up and down, noting their clearly magical arms and armor, and he threw a sense threat at one of them. Tier 5 level, danger level, fatal. The man that Reevin inspected turned to face him and glared at Reevin, but his eyes landed on Kefira almost immediately, and he straightened back up and offered a salute. "Welcome back, princess," he shouted. The other guard immediately saluted as well, but he didn't add his voice to the greeting. "Sorry about my liaison here," Kefira patted Reevin on the back. The first guard's eyes flickered to Reevin in surprise. He's new to the area and didn't mean any harm. No, princess. "It's my honor to gain the attention of the Imperial liaison." The guard hurriedly denied any apology from Kefira. "Well, I'll apologize for myself then." Reevin stepped forward and gave a short bow. "I didn't mean anything by it. I was just genuinely curious." "I hope you don't take offense." The guard seriously eyed Reevin up and down before nodding his head. "Apology accepted, Imperial liaison. A word of advice, don't use any inspect skills on anyone in the Imperial Palace. Even if they don't show it, they'll know it." Kefira smiled at both of the guards as she led the way into the palace, Reevin and Cyrilla trailing behind. Kefira had been content to let Reevin take the lead up to this point, but it would be strange for those in the palace to see her following behind someone unknown. This was her home, and she knew everyone here, but none of them knew who Reevin was. Reevin pulled out his token and secured it in place. There was no reason to hide anything anymore. They had just wanted to walk through the capital in peace without drawing attention, but now everyone they ran into would know exactly who Kefira and Cyrilla were. "I'm going to go meet my parents," Kefira said. "Cyrilla, take Reevin to my quarters and then come find me." She turned to Reevin. I'll tell my parents about my adventures and meeting you first instead of just showing up with a strange man right away. Fair enough, Reevin nodded. Kefira strode ahead into the interior of the palace, and Cyrilla led him down a side corridor. The palace wasn't just one large building, but it was instead a huge compound in the center of the city atop the largest hill. Cyrilla led him to a side door leading into the interior of the compound, and Reevin could see several smaller buildings that were obviously quarters for the imperial family and other nobles attached to them. The buildings were only smaller relative to the main building of the palace that they had already walked through, and they were made of the same base material and high standards of architecture. Cyrilla walked down a luxurious path, passing several of the houses until they reached Kefira's. There was a wall separating each abode, and they all had multiple buildings in their own little compounds. Cyrilla pointed to a smaller building on the right after entering the yard. That will be your quarters, she said. The center building is Kefira's main chambers. We can wait for her there. Do you live in the same building as Kefira or one of these other buildings? Reevin asked. There were 4 buildings in total within the compound. There was a gazebo and a tiny stream within the main yard, and Reevin could see a garden around the back. Technically, as a noble attached to the imperial family, I have my own compound, but as a lady in waiting for Kefira, I live with her in her home. I see. Cyrilla led him into the main building, and there were several maids waiting in the foyer. Reevin looked around and noticed that it was an open concept in the entryway with a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling of the second story. There was a curved staircase leading up to an interior balcony. It reminded him of the headquarters building in the barracks in Magron, though there wasn't a military feel to it. The colors and lighting had a sort of feminine charm to them. The maids curtsied to Cyrilla, greeting her as they entered, and they eyed Reevin curiously. Cyrilla nodded back to them, greeting them by name and introducing Reevin as Kefira's imperial liaison before leading him into a side sitting room. You can wait here until we either come back or someone fetches you, Cyrilla said. I don't know if Kefira's parents are going to want to meet you right away or not, but I would assume they will if I were you. Cyrilla nodded and immediately left once more. A maid entered the room and placed a cup of tea on a table for Reevin, and he thanked her. The maid left to go back to whatever she had been doing, and Reevin found himself alone. He shrugged and took a seat, reaching for the tea to take a sip. I wonder if Kefira's mother is anywhere close to as scary as they kept portraying her. Reevin thought, sipping the tea. No pressure, just going to meet the ordinary parents of my ordinary girlfriend who happen to be ordinary imperial monarchs. What could go wrong? Kefira strode through the halls of the palace, heading toward the sitting room of her family. They all had their own individual courtyards, but those were mostly used for sleeping and appearances. Her family was quite close, and they spent the majority of their time in the official palace where all the work was done. None of her family members were idlers, though. They all had some sort of responsibility that they upheld, but being the leaders of the empire, they could set their own schedules. Her father, Janet, spent the majority of his time in an imposing-looking office on the first floor, and her first brother usually accompanied him, learning the tasks of running the empire. Her mother, Silpha, would often accompany her father, but she had her own little pet projects that she ran, and her main responsibility was to look over the functions of the palace itself. She had a reputation of severity, mainly from strictly enforcing the rules of the palace and making sure the staff did an impeccable job, though she was quite sweet in a personal setting. It was a bit of a running joke that her mother was vicious, and it was usually more to tease newcomers than it was true. That being said, Silpha could paralyze new staff members with a sharp glare of her prismatic eyes. As the Queen of Gems, her eye color incorporated the spectrum of precious gems, not just one solid color like Kefira's ruby eyes. And just because it was mostly a joke and not the whole truth about her being so severe, it didn't spring from nowhere. She could be as cold as a glacier when she needed to be, and she was extremely fierce when it came to anything to do with her baby. I hope she doesn't go overboard when she meets Reevin, here in a bit, Kefira frowned. If I know Mother, she's guaranteed to give him the cold shoulder for some time, but I'm sure we can get her to warm up to him over time. I just worry about how cold she's going to be, and how long it's going to take for her to accept him. The little remarks she had been making to Reevin about how her mother would receive him had been more to prepare him for any eventualities and to make him think it could be worse. It would have been counterproductive to explain the nuances of her mother's personality to him, as he might not take it seriously enough to ever truly break through to her. A little teasing is also a bit of fun, too. The palace wasn't exceptionally large, but the sitting room she was headed to, where she could meet privately with her parents and siblings, wasn't located in a traditional location. Instead of being near the center of the palace, it was actually a bit of a way down one of the wings. It had never been truly necessary, but it was a holdover from a long time ago when her ancestors used a bit of misdirection to make it harder for infiltrators or assassins to locate their privacy as easily. Apparently, there used to even be a secret tunnel behind one of the central rooms that led to the private family space, but nowadays it was just in the hallway. There was no need for such subterfuge with their solid grasp on the empire and love from the people. It had just become a tradition of sorts. Kefira ascended to the second floor, and as she stepped into the hallway leading to her destination, she saw two young adults walking toward her. One was a girl who was several years older than Kefira, and she was being trailed by a young man who was just a bit younger than her. Their faces lit up in delight as they spotted Kefira entering the hall. Little Fira, the girl, picked up her pace and hurried to greet Kefira. She was wearing a simple, yet exquisite dress, and the fit and color of it fit her personality perfectly, in Kefira's opinion. It was a forest green that also matched her emerald eyes. Sophia, Trevor, Kefira rushed forward, arms out, and hugged her sister. Little sister, Trevor nodded his head with a smile. His eyes were the color of amethyst, but he wore the uniform of the Imperial Army like her brother Kaiser. He wasn't armed and armored, though. He was still working his way through the ranks and hadn't yet earned a position as a commander like his older brother. I was wondering when you would return, Sophia said. Kaiser got back a couple of days ago with his army. I didn't listen in on the report he gave, but from what I gathered from the gossip, the army didn't seem like it suffered any losses. They got there basically at the end, but they did help immensely with the final problem that we had. Kefira separated from her sister and gave a quick hug to her fifth brother. Well, I'll listen to you tell the tale. You're always so much more interesting to listen to than Kaiser. He's quite the bore with his military-esque, boring reporting. I swear he's talking to father, not our uncle. Sophia rolled her eyes. Kefira's first uncle, the second brother to her father, was the general of the army, and he had a much higher level than his younger brother, the monarch. He didn't personally oversee too many operations anymore, but he took his job very seriously. Occasionally, he would switch out duties with another one of Kefira's uncles, and he would go adventure in the bordering Tier 5 region. Their family had to maintain their sharpness, and most of the older generation was actually practically living in the Tier 5 region to the north. Kefira had even heard rumors that their older generation took expeditions into the Tier 6 regions nearby. When one got to a high enough level with enough vitality, one's lifespan would extend quite a bit. It was nothing crazy like living for thousands of years, but Kefira knew that her great-great-grandparents were still alive and well, and they were well over 300 years old at this point. They were apparently still living the life of a high-end adventurer, and her own parents were likely to eventually follow in their footsteps. Her family had a tradition of the reigning monarchs abdicating power to allow for the crown prince to take over, and then they would assume different responsibilities for the family. Namely, they would spend some time training the youngest before heading out to secure resources. It wasn't a good idea to let others handle the procurement of higher-tier resources all on their own unless one wanted to see the name of the dynasty change. Oh, sure, Kefira nodded her head. She smiled at her youngest, older brother. Are you upset that you didn't get to go? I was, Trevor sighed. But then I heard the reports from Kay, and now I'm kind of glad I didn't waste my time. You're saying it was a waste of time to travel out to meet your sister who was fighting for her life. Kefira's eyes twinkled. Hey, now, don't put words in my mouth. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Trevor wiped the sweat that had mysteriously appeared on his brow with the cuff of his shirt. HMPH, Kefira turned her head to the side. Since I haven't seen you in a long time, I'll forgive you. For now. Come. Sophia grabbed Kefira's hand, dragging her along the corridor. Let's go meet father and the others. I'm sure you want to see them, and I know they're looking forward to your return. Kefira allowed herself to be dragged along the hallway, eager to meet the rest of her family after being away for so long. Each of the siblings had been on multiple journeys to gain life experience, and this had been one of the major culminating expeditions for Kefira. There was no telling if she would need to go on a longer, more dangerous trip in the future to secure a better class at Tier 5 or 6, but she knew she was going to have great options for Tier 4 at least. In only a few moments, Kefira was being led into an informal sitting room, and she immediately spotted the rest of her family members. Her father was sitting in a comfortable-looking chair, reading a report. Her first brother, Garrett, was standing behind him looking over his shoulder. There was a long coffee table in front of the chair, and there were several other places to sit around it. Off to the side, on a longer seat meant to hold 3 people, Kefira's second sister, Faria, was in the process of taking a sip of tea. There was an expensive-looking porcelain set on the table, and Faria had impeccable manners as she took her sip. She held one hand under the cup as she sat perfectly straight. Kaiser, on the other hand, was lazing in another 2-seater, sprawled across it with his leg over the armrest at the other end of the table. Kefira rolled her eyes at the complete opposite decorum he had shown while leading the expeditionary army. Father, Kefira called out as she rushed across the room to give her father a peck on the cheek. Her father put the reports down immediately upon being addressed, and he gave a smile to his youngest. Ah, there's my girl. Back from the bug stomping, finally, he chuckled. Garrett, straightening up behind their father, gave a little smirk. Kefira punched him lightly in the shoulder. Brother, she leaned over and gave him a one-armed hug. Kefira, glad to see you're no longer. Tied up, he laughed at his own joke. That was terrible, Kefira said with a straight face. I know, Garrett's face fell, but then he shrugged. I couldn't think of anything better. Try harder next time. How's a future monarch going to survive if they can't come up with the right words? Yes, I keep telling him he needs to work on his wit, Feria said, setting her teacup down. It's good to see you extricate yourself from the snare of adventure, Fira. Not you too. Kefira ran her palm down her face, though that was a little better. I was just displaying my superior wit to our dearest brother. Feria sat primly, smug in her one-upmanship. Hey, I'm the one who brainstormed the word snare. Garrett said, crossing his arms. Yes, and then you promptly failed to use it. Feria patted the seat next to herself. Come, Fira, have a seat next to me and enjoy some of this freshly brewed tea. It's recently been brought back by a third uncle from Terrazin. Kefira sat down where indicated and accepted a cup of tea. As she brought it up to her mouth, she looked around the room and noticed something amiss. Where's Mother? She asked, realizing that the seat next to her father was empty. These two, her father gave a long-suffering look, drove her off with all their talk of spider puns. You know how she is about spiders. She stepped out and said she would be back after you told your tale, and she said that you could catch up on everything else in private later. Kefira took a sip and looked around the room at everyone else. Sophia and Trevor had taken their own seats by this time. You guys do realize that I did a lot more than just fight some giant spiders, right? She quirked an eyebrow. Yes, tell us, Janet leaned forward in his seat, eager to hear what she had to say. For when I traveled into the underbelly of a desolate desert, meeting the Lizaldans and doing some trading with them, to get spider silk, Garrett interrupted. Kefira flashed a look his way. And while down there, Cyrilla and I met a companion who came out of a spider dungeon, Garrett snickered. Kefira leaned forward and slammed her fists down on the coffee table, rattling the porcelain. Damn it. Will you let me talk? She huffed, glaring at everyone in the room in turn. There was a couple of seconds of silence before everyone burst out laughing. Kefira sat back in her seat, folding her arms and sulked. Okay, let her speak. Her father held his hands out to calm everyone down. We're all very interested in listening to your adventure. Start from the beginning. Kefira took a deep breath and calmed down. From the beginning, let's see. Cyrilla and I decided to work as adventurers in Drallo. Reevan relaxed in his seat, bouncing his leg over the armrest of the chair in boredom. The seat wasn't exactly designed to be sat in such a way, and the opposite armrest dug into his ribs. He didn't care, though, and he simply lounged while waiting for someone to come pick him up. He had taken his armor off after entering the sitting room, and he was dressed comfortably in a set of robes that Kefira had commissioned for him with some of her extra silk. He had also acquired a new Tessin, his old one having been left behind in their temporary house near the Revenant dungeon, and he was fiddling with it. He looked up as the door creaked open, and a smile bloomed on his face as he stood up. Kefira stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. That was quick, he said, walking over to the door. I thought for sure you would spend a bit more private time with your family. Reevan trailed off as he noticed something was amiss. He frowned as he peered into the girl's eyes. The newcomer looked very similar to Kefira, but after taking a closer look, he realized that her manner of dress and hairstyle were a bit different, and the shade of her eye color was slightly darker. Upon closer inspection, her face was a bit older, and the way she carried herself was more formal as well. I'm sorry, Reevan stepped back and gave a little bow. I thought at first that you were Kefira, returned from meeting her parents. You must be Sophia. He straightened up and held his hand out. The girl eyed his hand for a moment before striding forward and holding her own hand out, palm down. Reevan had double-checked with Kefira about the etiquette in her empire, and he didn't make a faux pas this time. He bent forward and kissed the back of his own thumb after taking hold of the proffered hand. The girl smiled back at him and gestured to the seats. Have a seat and talk with me for a moment, Sophia said. Certainly, Reevan nodded and pulled a seat out for his guest before taking his own again. Is she considered my guest in this situation? Reevan thought, slightly confused. This isn't either of our places, but I was here first. But she lives in the palace. Reevan shook his head. I'll never figure it out. Kefira hadn't gone into detail about what her other family members looked like, but she had mentioned that she was very close to Sophia. Considering the resemblance and eye color, and the fact that the girl didn't refute him, Reevan was secure in his assumption that the person sitting with him was Kefira's fourth sister. Kazers told me a lot about you, Sophia said, and Kefira mentioned you a few times in the missives she was able to send before the whole war thing happened. Good things, I hope, Reevan said, pouring a cup of tea for each of them. He settled back in his seat but kept a straight posture, noting that Sophia did the same. She reached out and took the newly filled cup, sipping from it. Things, Sophia said, staring at Reevan over the rim of her cup. So little Fira has given you the position of her imperial liaison. It was a statement, not a question. Reevan nodded his head. I feel it's my duty to come and vet you a bit. Make sure you're not taking my sister for a ride. Reevan quirked an eyebrow at the statement. That was a bit awkward timing to clear her throat. Maybe the tea didn't go down right. Of course, Ryevin said. I know I would want to make sure any ruffians that swindled my sisters were on the up and up. Just so, Sophia nodded, setting the cup down. So you feel that strong family ties are important, very much so. And yet you're out all alone, bereft of any contact with your own family, following a strange girl into a strange land. That was an accident. Ryevin felt sweat bead on his forehead. Unexpected things happened. Kefira was in an entirely different region than you guys, too. She had her cousin with her at all times, Sophia pointed out, and she had a device she could use to communicate with us in case of an emergency. Who accompanied you on your adventure, and what steps did you take to make sure you could keep in touch with your parents? Sophia sat perfectly straight and looked into Ryevin's eyes for a moment. So you left your family behind, placing your trust into subordinates that they could get a message to your family, and then you went gallivanting off to war with a girl you had just met. Then once the war was over, you followed her home. Yes, that's hardly an accurate representation of the facts. Ryevin pulled at his collar and reached for his tesson. Is it getting hot in here? He flipped his tesson open and fanned himself in the face a couple of times. Sophia glanced at the fan, but she didn't otherwise react. I'm assuming little Fira told you about our mother, yes. Ryevin nodded his head at her question. How do you expect to get past her if these little questions get you so flustered? She's hardly a nice person. She'll tear you apart. Ryevin frowned at the characterization of Kefira's mother. Hey now, I think that might be a little unfair, Ryevin protested. Hardly, Sophia snorted. Just a couple of questions have you sweating. No, not that, Ryevin shook his head. I think it might be unfair the way you described your mother. From all accounts I've heard, she loves her children, and she has every right to be fierce when it comes to their business. I'm an unknown quantity, falling from the sky into your lives. I would be disappointed if your mother didn't take a strong hand with me. Sophia sat back and blinked in startlement. You think it's appropriate that our mother grills you harshly? I see. Sophia gazed into Ryevin's eyes to see if there was any hint of deception. Her questing look apparently gave her the answer she needed, and she promptly stood up. Well, I think you'll do just fine when you meet her. Ryevin hurried to stand up with the girl. He rushed ahead of her as she turned and headed to the door, and Ryevin grabbed the handle and opened it for her. Sophia paused and gave a slight smile at the action before stepping through to the other side. Ryevin bowed his head slightly. It was a pleasure meeting you, he said. Yes, of course, Sophia replied, not stopping her stride to the door leading out of the house. Ryevin closed the door behind her and walked back to the table. He sat back down in his original posture, leg thrown over the armrest, as he fanned himself to cool off. Ryevin took some calming breaths as he stood just outside the double doors leading to the formal petition hall. A maid from the main palace had come and picked him up a little while after his short meeting with Sophia. Guards were standing on either side of the double doors, and several other people were walking about or just standing around in the foyer. Palace staff were busy moving about, attending to their duties. Several of the people standing around were obviously politicians of some sort, and Ryevin could practically feel the cool arrogance of nobility oozing off of several of them. There weren't any younger generation members in attendance with them, and they each had a mature appearance. If Ryevin had to guess, based on Kefira's description of her parents, he would say that these people were the heads of their families, and they would be one generation older than the sitting emperor and empress. Ryevin had never been involved with any kind of official politics, only some squabbling of children on the periphery. He had no idea about the intricacies of etiquette involved with meeting the people in charge. There was a steady stream of people going in and out of the petition hall, and several would stop to discuss things with those standing in the foyer, either on the way in or out. Boy, what family do you belong to? This isn't the place to be sightseeing, a voice intruded on Ryevin's thoughts. Ryevin looked over to see one of the older gentlemen approaching him with a severe expression. Ryevin frowned as he tilted his head, trying to think of how he had offended this person. It took a second for things to click in his mind, and the older man had stopped in front of him, a frown on his face as he waited for an answer. Ryevin pulled out his insignia and deliberately fastened it to his collar. I'm on official business, Ryevin said, meeting the man's eyes. Interesting, the man said, glancing at the insignia. I hadn't heard that a liaison had been appointed. Which sign are you attached to? Excuse me, who are you? Ryevin glanced at the man's eyes, noting the striking hue, before turning to face the closed doors, clearly dismissing the other party. The older man barked a laugh. It's been a long time since someone of the younger generation has been so rude to me. Despite the words, Ryevin didn't notice any malice in the man's tone. I've never seen you before, and considering your station, I'm assuming you're not one of the nobility of Wispen, so I'll forgive you. I'm a magnanimous man. With all due respect, sir, I don't need your forgiveness. Ryevin glanced at the man again. Haha, a sharp tongue on this one. The older man seemed happy that Ryevin rebuked him. Whether you need my forgiveness or not is yet to be seen. A word of advice, not everyone is as accommodating as I am. I have shown you my affiliation, and yet you have still not told me who you are. Ah, my old age must be catching up to me. I just assumed everyone knows who I am. A strange assumption, considering I just told you I have no idea. The older man threw his head back and laughed. He turned to the group of individuals he had been previously standing with. They were all smirking at the interaction. I like this kid. He doesn't let me lead him around by the nose. The man turned back to Reevin and his amicable face changed to one of seriousness. I am Belifrant, the Empress's older brother and patriarch of the Gemweir family. Reevin raised his eyebrows in surprise. He turned and gave a short bow to the older man. Apologies. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, uncle. The older gentleman lost all traces of amusement as he stared at Reevin for a long moment. Boy, what did you call me? He finally asked. Are you Cerilla's father or her uncle? Reevin asked back. The man gave a thoughtful expression. So you're attached to Kefira, the man smirked at Reevin's expression. It was either her or Kaiser. You have the attitude for Kay, but not the reverence for the imperial family, and I would have known about you if it was any of the other children. Come find me sometime after you've made your introductions to Janet and Silpha. Belifrant gave a curt nod before turning on his heels and rejoining his associates. Reevin watched him go, noting the eyes of other nobles on their interaction. He could tell that he had suddenly become the topic of discussion for several of them, but he maintained his cool appearance after a quick glance around. The double doors to the petition hall opened, and a large group of people streamed out. Reevin could finally see into the room properly, and it appeared that everyone was exiting. There only remained two people seated in the center, a younger man standing behind the older man, clearly Kefira's father, and a younger woman standing behind Kefira's mother. The staff and the guards were still busy with their duties inside the room, but all of the officials walked out. There were probably close to 30 or so people coming out of the room, and a palace staff member decked out in much more exquisite clothing than the rest threaded his way through the throng and approached Reevin. His and Her Majesties will see you now, the man said. Reevin adjusted the collar of his robes before striding through the double doors with confidence. He wasn't nervous, per se, but he did want to give a good first impression. He strode to the center of the room and gave a slight bow to the two seated individuals. The four people eyed him seriously, each one with a serious expression. Their looks and expression were so similar that if Reevin didn't know better, he would think that he was simply meeting Kefira's siblings, albeit with a strange sitting arrangement. Your Majesties, Reevin intoned. This humble Reevin gives his greetings. Reevin straightened up from his short bow and met the eyes of Kefira's father, Emperor Janet. The man sat with his arm propped on his armrest, his index finger resting against his cheek as he slightly leaned to the side. Are you not going to kneel to your monarch? The man finally asked. No, Reevin answered simply. Forgive me, but you're not my monarch. Presumptuous, the younger man behind Janet declared. Reevin glanced at him. That must be Kefira's first brother, Garrett. Reevin didn't respond to the outburst, simply looking back to the seated emperor. You wear our family's insignia on your collar and you claim you're not one of our subjects, Janet asked. This is an indication of my relationship with Kefira, not my status as your subordinate. Is that what you think? That's what I know. Reevin and Janet stared at each other for a moment, neither backing down. What are your intentions for our daughter? Silpha spoke up, getting straight to the heart of the matter. Reevin turned his attention to Kefira's mother. She looked a little familiar, resembling Kefira and Sophia whom he had met previously, but she had a more mature air about her. Her eyes also weren't one solid color, instead, they were a kaleidoscope of brilliance. Do you want the simple answer or the flowery answer? Reevin asked back. He could feel a pull on his thoughts, urging him to just blurt out the first thing that came to mind. He quashed the impulse, though. Let me hear the truth in your voice, she replied. Marriage, Reevin gave the simplest answer. All four of the people across from Reevin were taken aback. Silpha was the first one to get over her shock, but Garrett and the other young woman, presumably Faria, lost their bearing completely, sharing a look. That's straightforward, Silpha said. You said you wanted to hear the truth in my voice, Reevin said. Did you hear it? How can you determine that you want to marry my girl? Silpha sidestepped the question. You've only known each other for several months. I've thought about it a lot, Reevin answered, not hiding anything. She's the first girl to grab my attention in any meaningful way. The more I'm with her, the more I want to be with her. We have complementary talents, and I enjoy spending time with her. I want to get to know her more, and everything I do is with the ultimate goal of being her partner. I'm not playing around with her or using her, and after some introspection, all roads eventually lead to marriage. So my intentions are to, ultimately, marry your daughter. What makes you think you're worthy of our daughter? She has talent never seen in tens of thousands of years, as I'm sure you're aware. A unique affinity that, as far as we know, has never been achieved by any individual. She's on the cusp of Tier 4, and you're still only a Tier 2 whelp. Reevin tilted his head as he looked at Silpha thoughtfully. Have Kaiser and Kefira not told you about my circumstances? Reevin asked. They've said some things. I'm still reserving judgment. You tell me why you're worthy. I want to hear what you think about yourself. In that case, in my opinion, the real question should be why you think Kefira is worthy of me, Reevin said. He hadn't meant to word it in such a way, but he was feeling cocky at the moment. He didn't have time to think about where his attitude came from. She was born with exceptional talent, but so was I. I gained a mythic skill before I had my first class. I haven't rested on my talents either, achieving what only a relative handful have in all of history. I may be Tier 2, but I have 3 classes. I have an Epic Tier 2 class for my first class, and now I have a Mythic Tier 3 class for my Tier 2 class. I've put in the work, despite being better at everything than my peers. I'm not arrogant or standoffish either, helping my friends to better themselves. I have 2 pseudo-divine skills. Reevan bit his tongue hard, drawing blood. He had not meant to divulge that information. This woman is dangerous. Reevan narrowed his eyes at Silpha. It was faint, but he detected a slight tilting up of the corners of her mouth. She's doing something to lower my guard. Must be a social skill or a combination of them, and she's far more skilled than I am. It is right and proper for you to judge me for your daughter, but at the end of the day, your opinion is only a recommendation, Reevan said after mastering himself. I know my worth, and it is up to Kefira to determine if I'm worthy of pursuing her. Silpha stared at him for a moment without responding. She turned to look at her husband, clearly ending the line of questioning. What do you plan to do with your position as Kefira's liaison? Janet asked, changing the subject. She hasn't indicated anything to us, and she hasn't assumed any official responsibilities yet. Are you just going to spend your days as an idler, or do you plan to do something with your newfound authority? Reevan considered the question. They hadn't talked about it before, Kefira only saying that she didn't consider him an actual subordinate of hers. I haven't really thought about it, Reevan answered truthfully. That being said, I'm not one to be idle. If I have nothing to do, I'll train. If I reach a bottleneck, I'll go gain some life experience. I know that I'm still only Tier 2, and this is the beginning of my life. I'm not content with just coasting forward on my current achievements, but I will instead use them as a stepping stone to climb ever higher. There are a lot of things I still haven't experienced, having spent most of my time fighting in one way or another. I'll accompany Kefira to social events to round myself out in that way, and I'm sure I can do things to increase her prestige among the populace. To what end? Janet questioned further. What would be the purpose of endearing her to the people? Do you want her to fight for the succession so you can sit in my seat one day? Garrett, standing behind his father, shot daggers at Reevan upon hearing that question. It didn't have any bite to it, though. It feels scripted, like he was expecting that line of questioning from his father. I'm not interested in ruling an empire, Reevan shook his head, not getting apprehensive over the accusation. And neither is Kefira. As to the purpose of increasing her prestige, it's all about life experience. We're still in our foundational classes. Anything and everything can be leveraged to increase our class choices for future advancement, and that's one of the most important things that I always keep in mind as I make my decisions. As a member of the Imperial family, I'm sure there would be great personal benefits for Kefira if she was able to leverage that aspect of her life, regardless of what her goals are. We'll see. Janet glanced at his wife. She didn't make any kind of expression or say anything, but Reevan got a distinct feeling that they were communicating. Ah, I see, Reevan realized. He focuses on the administrative aspects, and she focuses on the relationship aspects. His questions were solely focused on responsibilities, and hers were focused on my intentions with their family. Instead of spreading it out amongst each other, they can get deeper into both subjects by taking care of one aspect all on their own. So, Silpha turned back to Reevan. What is it that your family does? There can't be a whole lot to do in a Tier 1 region where the atmosphere is so thin. Reevan gave her a look, not believing for a second that she knew about the fact that he was born in a Tier 1 region, but didn't know that his parents were actually from a Tier 4 region. Maybe she wants to see if I'll be truthful. My mother is a displaced imperial princess from the Vindan Empire, Reevan replied. It had 4 dungeons located in the capital, and all 4 of the dungeons had a dungeon break at the same time. The imperial capital was lost, and the vassal states, instead of helping, decided to seize power for themselves. I don't know the full story of how my parents ended up in a Tier 1 region, but it had something to do with investigating a supposed mastermind, which I have since learned is absolutely true as I met the man. I can't speak further on that at this time. As for what my parents do, my father is still active in adventuring, and they have a lot of loyal subjects that still follow them. He was originally a ceremonial bodyguard for my mother, but it turned into something deeper as they escaped together. My mother took a break from the active lifestyle when I was born, and I imagine she's still spending the majority of her time raising my twin sisters. A lack of a completed formal education doesn't mean ignorance, and seeking knowledge is done through a lifetime, Reevan retorted. And how many opportunities will be lost as you shore up your foundations? None, Reevan flatly denied. I seek partnership with your daughter, not stewardship. It won't be up to me to make her decisions for her. She's perfectly capable of seizing her own fortune, and my job will simply be to allow her to do so more easily. Silpha's body shook imperceptibly, and Reevan got the distinct feeling that she was holding herself back from nodding along to his answer. What's your opinion on the invasion of Drallo? Janet once more took over the questioning. It seems to have been a little bit of a misunderstanding, Reevan said. a misunderstanding. Sending in hundreds of thousands of soldiers to enslave the populace was a misunderstanding. Janet seemed offended at the notion. When I say misunderstanding, I mean more along the lines of a dissonance of philosophy. Explain. The trip was a personal one for a high-ranking member of their faction, Reevin said. I had the chance to speak briefly to that person, and from what I can gather, they view human life differently than we do. She referred to the populace as a resource to exploit for her purposes, but she didn't intend to seize the land or the people permanently. They came and accomplished their goal, and then they left. So you're saying we should just forget it then? Let bygones be bygones and forgive them because they have a different philosophy than we do. That's not what I said. I never said it wasn't a transgression, just that it wasn't what we thought it was. Certainly, if you can find them, you should hold them to account for their actions. If we can find them. Janet quirked an eyebrow. Do you know where they are? Reevin questioned back. I don't, and I suspect they're from an organization of a higher tier, as I'm sure you've read in the reports. Then what would you think if I told you we've received missives asking for help to repel invading forces that have similar distinguishing features? There have been multiple Tier 4 empires that have reported massive armies ransacking their territories, raping and pillaging as they devour the land like locusts. Reevin frowned at that information. He hadn't been back long enough to hear any of these kinds of rumors. I would say it sounds like a similar or even allied force doing such a thing, Reevin ventured. From your words, I'm guessing the invaders have brands on their foreheads. Janet nodded his head. They don't sound like they're doing things the same way as the invaders we encountered. There was no raping or pillaging in the traditional sense when they took the civilians to do their work for them. Even if they are the same people, just led by different commanders, I would recommend getting involved right away. Send out the expeditionary armies to reinforce those requesting help. And why should we do such a thing? Janet pressed. What does it matter to us that other empires are suffering the invasion of foreigners? None of the ones requesting help are our allies. Then charge them, Reevin said. The main purpose is all about experience. Not just levels and life experience, but an actual understanding of how to fight them. Fighting people is a lot different than fighting monsters, and the experience of your commanders and soldiers, if they think in such simple terms, could lead to a disaster. I would recommend forging your armies in the fire while that fire isn't burning your homeland. Janet sat back in his seat with a thoughtful expression. So if it was up to you, you would lead our daughter out to engage in more warfare, far from the comfort of her home and the ones who love her. Silpha interjected. If that's the course that she chooses, I wouldn't stop her, Reevin said. Instead of holding her back, I would make sure that she was safe while doing so. Flowers grown in the greenhouse can't handle the weather as well as those born in the wild. Silpha narrowed her eyes at him. I think you're dangerous, she said. I know I am, Reevin responded. Internally, he kicked himself. I let myself slip again. He once more bit his tongue. Janet guffawed, and Reevin saw the corners of his lips twitch at his answer. The two siblings standing behind their parents raised their hands to cover their mouths with their sleeves simultaneously, and Reevin would have sworn that their shaking was due to laughing. Only Silpha didn't have any kind of reaction to his bravado. And you want me to trust the well-being of my precious daughter to a self-proclaimed dangerous man? Silpha further questioned. The best person to catch a thief is another thief, Reevin quipped, remembering the lesson from his father all those years ago. Are you a thief of hearts? Reevin's eyes widened at his own answer, and he drew more blood as he bit down on his tongue harder. I have to resist the temptation to answer right away, Reevin rebuked himself. When I do, I'm more likely to say outrageous things. What I mean is, I'm the best candidate, and I've already got a spot in your daughter's heart. She's not a fool. Are you insinuating that I'm foolish for questioning her decisions? Silpha raised an eyebrow. Not at all, Reevin denied. I'm simply saying that you can trust her judgment. So to sum it up, you have the bloodline, some talent and work ethic, and you understand a modicum of etiquette, Silpha ticked off on her hand. But you lack an in-depth education, you're a bit blasé about your familial relationship, and you don't respect your elders. Respect is earned, Reevin said, frowning. I'll be polite and I'll be a bit deferential to those more experienced than me, but my respect will only go so far as I've seen one earns it. You can't demand respect from me. Silpha and Janet sat in silence for a moment, digesting that statement. So you're admitting that you won't respect us, Silpha accused, if you deserve it. Reevin shrugged. Janet and Silpha shared a look. Janet turned back to Reevin. That will be all for now, he said, nodding his head. It was a clear dismissal, and Reevin gave a polite but short bow, Your Majesties. He took a step back before turning on his heels and exiting the petition hall once more. That could have gone worse, Reevin mused. It could have gone better, of course. I still lack in the social skills department, something I'll have to focus on in the near future if I'm to accompany Kefira in public. Kefira and Cyrilla were standing outside the room when Reevin exited, and Kefira broke into a beaming smile at his appearance. Well, it looks like you have your limbs intact still, she chuckled. Come on, let's go back to my courtyard. My parents still have some duties to attend to, and there's a bit more time until dinner. You'll get to meet the rest of my siblings then. "Oh, I already met your sister, Sophia, earlier," Reevan said, walking next to Kefira. "When?" Kefira looked up at him in puzzlement. "She's been with me since we got to the palace, and she was still with me before I came to wait for you." "Wait, if that wasn't Sophia and the one in the petition hall was your sister Feria, then who came to talk to me in your sitting room?" Reevan frowned. Kefira was silent for a moment, a frown on her face as well as she thought about it. "The only person who wasn't with us was." She looked up at Reevan with enlightenment. "My mother." "Oh, I like him," Silpha said, turning toward her husband. "We'll have to step up security because if anything happens to you, I might have to fight my daughter over a new man." There was a scandalized gasp from Feria standing behind Silpha. Janet stared at his wife with a blank expression for a few moments. "Are you trying to get me to kill him?" he said. He rolled his eyes. "Don't think I don't notice your tricks. You're trying to goad me into testing him on a personal level with you. You would only do that if you really had high hopes for him, so we'll just go ahead and check that off as a pass. I have my own ideas to see if he can handle the responsibilities of his position. You know me so well," Silpha smiled. "Quick, tell me what you have in mind." Janet shook his head. "You started the conversation and even tried to get me to help you with your own plans. You go first." "You're no fun," Silpha pouted, sticking her tongue out. If Reevan had been present, he would have marveled at how similar Silpha could look and behave to Kefira when she was acting mischievous. "My plan is quite simple, but it will cover a lot of bases. We hold a banquet in honor of Kefira's successful completion of her life experience expedition. We'll stack the invitation list with the most eligible noble bachelors, really imply that we're looking to pair Kefira up with someone, and the wolves will come sniffing. Kefira's relationship with him isn't public knowledge and we'll keep silent on it. Even if they expose it at the banquet or any social events in the future, we have ways to suppress it and deny it." The three others in attendance mulled over the implications of the move for a while. "That's evil," Garrett said from his position standing behind his father. "I know, it's quite brilliant," Silpha preened. "That's not what I said." Garrett whispered, trailing off. "What was that?" "I didn't quite catch it." Silpha tilted her head, glancing at her eldest son. "Nothing," Garrett denied, shaking his head. "And with whatever you come up with to test his abilities to assume responsibilities, he'll be too busy to train his skills ahead of time." There was a devious glint in Silpha's eyes. "I'm almost worried to give him too much to handle," Janet said. "Your plan hits all of his biggest weaknesses right off the bat in a subtle way: his unfamiliarity with the locals, his lack of social skills and levels, and his available time to shore up foundations someone else raised as a noble his age would have. He has the liaison insignia. The other young nobles will view him simultaneously as a threat, an obstacle, and someone they can ignore. He's in a very unique position. Do you think Kefira will resent us for this move? If he's half as talented as he claims to be, he'll be able to gain the skills and level them up adequately on the fly," Silpha snorted. "Dare to claim he's talented in front of my daughter. Who told him to think we should wonder about whether Kefira is good enough for him?" Reevan's attitude and responses had clearly impressed Silpha, but they had also caused some bit of resentment as well. Kefira was the most talented person they had ever heard of for millennia, and he had the gall to imply she might not be good enough for him. That wasn't exactly what he said, but it was up to Janet and Silpha to interpret his words how they wished. "I distinctly noticed a lack of mentioning how she's unlikely to resent me, her father," Janet said. "Kefira is a big girl. She'll understand." Silpha waved his concerns away. "Now, tell me what you have in store for him." Silpha clapped her hands in excitement. Janet rolled his eyes at his wife's antics. Even after all the years they had been married, he was still enraptured by her personality. Their children came by it honestly, and he couldn't complain. He loved to play pranks, and as a father, he firmly believed it was his duty to act like a vagabond toward his kids whenever the opportunity presented itself. Well, in accordance with his own words. The couple discussed their plans for testing Reevan both on a personal and official level. The two had been working together to handle the empire and their extended family, as well as their ties to the populace and the nobles, for several decades, and they had built up a great rapport. Garrett and Feria remained mostly silent in the background, soaking up the machinations of their parents and learning how to deal with such a situation. It wasn't long before Silpha stood up to excuse herself. She wasn't normally in attendance at the petition hall while her husband worked. It was time for Janet to resume his responsibilities with his noble council, and Silpha had her own things to oversee as well. Feria followed her mother out of the room. "Are you sure Kefira won't resent us for heaping so much on top of her?" Boyfriend," Janet called out to his retreating wife. He was still a little worried. It was their duty to ensure that Reevan was the absolute best candidate for their son-in-law, but not at the expense of their relationship with their daughter. "Of course, when have I ever lied to you?" Silpha called back over her shoulder. "That's a relief," Janet muttered. Silpha had never been one to shirk the truth, so he took her words at face value. His eyes widened in realization, though, and he called out once more to Silpha as she reached the door. "Wait a second." Silpha turned her head and flashed him a grin, her canines prominent in her predatory smile. She winked at her husband as she slipped through the door. So Reevan, Kefira tells us you're also a caster. Trevor leaned forward in his seat diagonally across from Reevan. Dinner was a less formal occasion than Reevan had expected, but because of the size of their family, they still had to sit at a long table. The children were arranged in order of their seniority, with Janet seated at the head of the table and Silpha to his right, and Garrett sat to the left of his father, across from his mother. The seating wasn't purely based on seniority, though, and the girls all sat to one side and the boys to the other, based on the fact that Silpha sat to the right of her husband, Faria, Sophia, and Kefira sat on the side next to her, and the brothers sat across from them. It wasn't an ironclad rule that the family followed, just something that they had naturally done, and after years of sitting like that, everyone was used to it. Reevan, at first, had assumed that he was expected to sit next to Trevor, as there was a space reserved next to him, but he was informed that that was not his seat. He didn't go into it in detail to figure out who was supposed to be sitting there, and he was allowed to simply sit next to Kefira without anyone making anything of it. I wonder if that seat is reserved for an uncle, a cousin, or some such, Reevan thought. He had glanced at Kefira, indicating the empty seat, and she had simply mouthed the word later to him. Yes, Reevan nodded his head as a maid placed a plate of food in front of him. The fare looked extremely appetizing, better even than anything he had eaten at any of the high-end restaurants in Drallo. Not to hide anything, my class is Imperial Liaison, Grand Arcanist. That's the Tier 3 class you transitioned to, Janet asked with genuine curiosity. Now that they were in an informal setting, Janet and Silpha came off far more approachable, though Reevan could tell that they were still closely examining him. Yes, Your Majesty, Reevan answered. Please, we're in an informal setting and you're a guest of the family. You can simply address me as His Imperial Highness the Emperor. Janet stared at Reevan with a blank expression. Reevan didn't know what to make of it right away. Dad, there was a warning tone in Kefira's admonishment. Janet rolled his eyes. Oh, all right, sir would be fine, I suppose. Reevan looked back and forth between Kefira and her father. She turned and just smiled at him sweetly. Wait, so your position as the Imperial Liaison for Kefira had an actual effect on your class? Trevor continued to ask, confused. Yes, that was the entire reason Kefira appointed me in the first place, Reevan answered. He continued after seeing that it hadn't cleared up the confusion on her youngest older brother's face. I'm only Tier 2, and because of special circumstances, I was working towards forcing a Tier 3 class early. Your sister wrote a letter to Sophia, and she got me transferred from the Tier 1 Magic Academy. I was technically still a student of Tier Magic Academy. Once she appointed me, it triggered the requirements of graduating from the academy before Tier 2, Level 10 to force the class change. Oh, I see, Trevor was enlightened. Imperial Liaison Grand Arcanist, Garrett spoke up. I've never heard of the Grand Arcanist class before. I've heard of Arcanist, though it's pretty rare, but never a Grand Arcanist. It's a legendary Tier 3 class, Reevan simply answered. There was silence from Kefira's siblings as they digested that news. Not everyone had known the extent of his talent, not even Kaiser. Apparently, Kefira had only shared that tidbit with her parents. Wait, Kaiser set his utensil down, focusing on Reevan. If Grand Arcanist is a legendary class and you forced the Tier 3 class while in Tier 2, he trailed off. Yes, I have a mythic class, Reevan nodded his head. Kaiser sat back in his chair, a look of disgust on his face. That explains why your stats are so high, he said. I should have realized when you had a higher skill with swords than me as a caster. Trevor had been taking a sip of his drink when Kaiser said that, and he nearly choked on it, spluttering. He set his cup down, wiped his mouth, and then stared at his older brother in astonishment. Well, to be fair, my first class was fighter, Reevan explained. In my hometown, everyone below Tier 2 with a vitality above 20 was conscripted. Because my mother was a princess, I was excluded from being given the peasant levy class. The system went a bit haywire and allowed me to choose my own martial class. I was also excluded from selecting a caster class at the time. Interesting, Janet stroked his chin. We all know about conscription being the only way to force a Tier 2 class transition in Tier 1, but no noble, royal, or imperial family has been willing to allow their children to get conscripted due to lack of autonomy. It also wouldn't be possible to conscript the children of the reigning monarch. You say that because you were technically the child of a monarch, you were excluded from peasant levy and got to choose your own class. Reevan nodded his head. I wonder if there's a way to use this to our advantage. I'll have to contact my allied Tier 4 empires to discuss this with them. Reevan wasn't surprised that Kefira's father would immediately jump on the opportunity. It wasn't hard to believe that it was not widely known that a noble couldn't be a peasant levy. Who in their right mind would be the first to experiment with their children to learn the truth? Parents in the abyss probably take advantage of it, Reevan speculated. Wait, so if you're a caster, why were you a captain in the battalion and not one in the mage corps during the invasion? Trevor asked, bringing the topic back to Reevan. Oh, I already had some command experience, Reevan said, turning back to Trevor. Not just the skill command, but actual command. Because of my unique situation, I wasn't placed with the other conscripts, and I was given a position in the official lord's retinue. I was allowed to participate as a squad member to gain life experience at first, but then I was given the rank of aide-de-camp and treated as a warrant officer when the dungeon broke. There was a dungeon break, Trevor interrupted. Reevan just nodded his head and continued. When the dungeon broke, I had already left my position, but I had volunteered to defend the city. I was given my position back, temporarily, and because there were manipulators behind the scenes who instigated the dungeon break, I don't know how they did it, so please don't ask. There was a time when I had to step up to assume command for a moment. Anyway, all of that backstory to say that it was on my record attached to my adventure token, and it was picked up by the recruiters. They assigned me to the officer candidate school, and that's how I became an officer in the battalion. You were commissioned directly as a captain based on your experience. Weren't you just technically a warrant officer and not a commissioned one? Garrett interjected again. No, I received a field promotion, Reevan explained. I was already leading the company from the very beginning anyway, and with Kefira's recommendation to the major, he made it official. Dinner with Kefira's family turned out to be an enjoyable experience for Reevan. He could see the respect and admiration for him grow as he told the tale of his life experience. The brothers focused on the adventuring and the fights, and Kefira's sisters jumped in to question him about the cities, environments, and aesthetics of the regions he had been in. The meal wasn't some grand 5-course meal or anything like that, but it was delicious. Reevan wasn't one to overeat, but he was definitely tempted to ask for seconds. Janet and Silpha, aside from the occasional comment or question, let their children do most of the talking, and Reevan felt like he was building a solid relationship with them by the end of the meal. One last thing, Silpha called out as the family members began to get up to disperse. She raised her hand and several maids came forward and handed some pamphlets out to the siblings. We're going to host a ball for Kefira in honor of her achievements. Tomorrow. This is a list of the invitees. Kefira accepted the pamphlet from the maid, and Reevan could tell that her body went stiff after looking at it. She didn't have any other reaction, though. Reevan looked up and noticed a hint of a smile on Silpha's face, a glint in her eye. The other siblings also seemed to have noticed something from looking at the pamphlets, though Garrett and Faria didn't seem surprised. Reevan noticed their lack of reaction. This must have been planned after meeting them in the petition hall, Reevan realized, though I don't know what trick there is to it yet. Is this right? Kefira looked up and asked her mother. I think the list needs to be altered. I'm afraid it can't be, Silpha said with remorse. The ball is tomorrow, and we've already sent the invitations. There just isn't time to change it. Well, can I add some more people to it? Kefira tried a different tactic. At this late hour, Silpha seemed surprised at the notion. How will they have time to properly prepare? Kefira lowered the list to her side and stared at her mother. She grabbed Reevan's arm and turned to stomp out of the dining hall. Reevan allowed himself to be dragged along, confused about the situation. He could hear the siblings begin talking about the invitation list, though he couldn't distinguish the specifics. What's the matter? Reevan asked. Mother, Kefira thinned her lips into a flat line. Here, do you see anything strange about this? She handed the list to Reevan. He took it and looked through names, though he wasn't sure what he was supposed to see. I don't know anyone on this list. Reevan glanced back up at Kefira. Of course, Kefira rolled her eyes, more at herself than at Reevan. 75 of the names on that list are boys. She stared into Reevan's eyes. When he didn't react, she continued. Unmarried boys of eligible age. Ah, I see. Reevan finally got it. How much do you want to bet your parents are going to assign me some sort of official role as your liaison to keep me away from you during the event? Reevan chuckled. Why are you laughing? This is serious. Kefira frowned. Is it? Reevan asked back. Kefira tilted her head in confusion. You apparently know who these people are. Do you like any of them? That's not the point. Kefira shook her head. If any of them can entangle me enough, they can use that as an excuse to go to their parents and have them petition for an engagement. It doesn't matter what my feelings on the matter are, and it doesn't matter what the truth is either. They only have to create the illusion of hitting it off with me, and they can leverage that for their own personal gain. Because it's my ball and these people were specifically invited by my parents, it will look like I'm the one who's seeking a suitor, and I won't be able to just brush everyone off without damaging my and my family's reputation. Once someone gets their parents to officially petition for an engagement, they can then spread rumors about whether my parents agree or not. Hell, they don't even have to respond. Then what? Everyone will think the relationship is true, and that scummy bastard will be able to push the boat along in the public eye by requesting to meet with me and take me places. And if my parents are the ones behind setting this whole thing up, it's guaranteed they'll make me go. I see, Reevan said, the smile sliding off of his face. It came back, though. Huh, you don't even know who's going to do such a thing, and you've already labeled them a scummy bastard, he chuckled. Anyone and everyone willing to do such a thing is a scummy bastard, Kefira replied. I'll bet there's at least 15 who are willing to stoop that low, and if there's that many, that will cause its own set of problems. Not only will I have to allow someone to approach me, but I'll have to give fair time to all of them, taking up all of my free time. I won't be able to complain either, because it will seem like this is my own desire. Then there will be a competition between them to jockey for position, and that can be done even without my involvement. And where will that leave you? You'll be viewed as someone who doesn't know their place, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. You'll get the hate of all of the nobles and the general public. Even if we make our relationship and my parents' schemes known, that knowledge will be suppressed. This is a huge problem. Kefira stamped her foot and threw her head back, letting out a frustrated scream. Calm down, Reevin tried to placate Kefira, hugging her into his arms. She let him hold her, resting her head against him. We'll figure this out. There isn't time, Kefira complained. I'll be busy all day tomorrow getting prepared. There's no way my mother will allow me to shirk my responsibilities, and you'll definitely be pulled away to be instructed on some duty or other. A duty, Reevin muttered. Kefira backed up and looked up into his face with a questioning look. I think I might have thought of something, but I'll need to go catch Kaiser. What have you thought of? Reevin smiled and explained his idea to her. Kefira's face gradually lost the worry, and a look of appreciation took its place. So what are we going to do about all the petitions we're going to receive? Janet asked his wife as they got ready for bed. Nothing, Silpha replied. They didn't dress in anything too complicated, so they didn't need the assistance of any maids to help them get undressed or anything. Some of Janet's allies in the other empires had strange customs where their dress was far too complicated for one to take care of themselves. Most regions had similar customs and traditions, but there was enough variation to allow for some wildly different social environments. Nothing, Janet repeated. The couple got into bed, but they continued to face each other with the lights on, not ready to go to sleep just yet. Silpha nodded. We're not actually trying to break them up, just add some difficulties. Who knows? It might even be good for their relationship in the long run, and they're bound to get some decent life experience out of the ordeal. If we take an official stance, then it would only be one of rejecting every petition. Where's the fun in that? Let the wolves snap at each other, and if things get truly out of hand with the rest of the nobles and the populace, then we can step in and say it had all been a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, huh? Janet chuckled. If things don't turn out the way we hope, we might end up testing ourselves with our abilities just as much as young Reevin just to placate everyone. I'm sure you can handle it. Silpha leaned over and gave her husband a peck. I can also tell my dad the truth, and he can spread that information to the patriarchs and matriarchs. If the grandparents of those involved know what's going on from the beginning, there will be a lot less backlash in the future. The smart ones will also wonder why we're pushing so hard to find a suitor for Kefira when even our eldest son hasn't formally married his fiancée yet. It seems you've thought of everything, Janet said. Of course I have. Now let's just sit back and watch the show. Reevin was up before dawn. He would be lying if he said he wasn't consumed with thoughts of the ball that would take place in the evening, but that wasn't the reason he was an early riser. He had been on the road for a long time, and that wasn't conducive to keeping a schedule, but now that he was settled down, it was time to make sure that he got his training in. He had done his meditation and affinity training with Kefira in the evening, both of them understanding that the opportunity was probably going to disappear soon, and he had decided to go back to his daily physical exercises first thing in the morning. It was a great way to wake up each day, for one, and he really needed to consolidate combining his caster abilities with his martial ones. His increase in affinities and stats meant that he could do so much more, and he could do them much more efficiently. If he didn't practice, he wouldn't know the limits of his power. He started the session off with calisthenics to warm up, and he immediately began practicing his weapons master skill in its purest form. There was a small arsenal of training weapons available in the exercise area behind Kefira's house, one that Reevin assumed Cyrilla used more than Kefira, and he took advantage of the various weaponry. It was all well and good to focus on just using one or two weapons, as that would still increase his skill level, but he had found that the higher he took the skill, the less efficient it was. The system only did so much to assist him, and the higher one's skill level, the less assistance the system afforded. He was entering the territory where he had to personally understand the intricacies of the weapons he used. He didn't spend too much time on each weapon, just going through the basic forms of each and attacking a practice dummy for a few minutes, and he didn't neglect unarmed strikes. He then switched to exclusively using his mana sword, the one that had followed him all the way from Magron to Wispan. It had held up very well, and it still hadn't needed any serious maintenance other than meticulous care. There was no reason to use the other weapons for his next bout of training, as they wouldn't be able to handle the mana infusion, and the purpose of the training wasn't in using the weapon anyway. He still made sure that he used the proper forms each time he swung the sword, but that was more so that he wouldn't build any bad habits or get sloppy. He ran through the gamut of his affinities, infusing the sword with each one and going through his exercises. He experimented with how much mana he could pump into the weapon, how fast he could do it, how far he could stretch it out, how much mana he could save by retracting the mana and using his absorb mana skill, and he paid special attention to any differences in how he performed as compared to before he had started focusing on his affinity training again. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he barely had to even think to expertly control all of the basic affinities, and the Tier 2 affinities were within reach of the same speed as well. There was a noticeable difference in the efficacy of his affinities as he used them, as well. For this Tier 3 affinities, he still had to concentrate when using the elemental weapon spell, but light and darkness came even easier to him than the Tier 1 elements did. His Tier 4 affinities had only marginally increased, but he had one more of them to try out than before. His Eternal affinity did a great job for defensive actions, as well as ensuring the integrity of his gear, but the Traveler affinity required a bit more finesse to figure out how to use it correctly. He had saved it for last, and he found that it didn't just increase his mobility, though it did allow him to move further than each of his steps would have one assume when he moved about the practice yard. That had taken some getting used to, and even with Divine Sense never shutting off, he still managed to walk face first into a wall more than once. The biggest action Rievin had discovered he could use the affinity for was to basically teleport his attacks. Not only could one of his swings be completed almost instantaneously with 0 for warning, but he found that he could even bypass obstacles. He had accidentally discovered that neat trick when he overestimated one of his swings, and his sword had simply passed through the training dummy without touching it. It didn't allow him to actually phase through the object, as thrusts didn't work. When he had tried it, the affinity had simply failed to activate. He wasn't going to be stabbing his sword through a wall anytime soon. Well, I could do it with brute strength, but shields could become null and void in front of him with enough practice. Shields were dynamic and not stationary, so he would have to increase his affinity several more times to gain enough mastery to effectively execute the maneuver in actual combat, but he could see some serious potential in the affinity. It wasn't just physical shields, either. He threw up one of his mana shields and anchored it to the training dummy, and his sword passed through the barrier with no problems. Having a perfectly spherical bubble around the dummy still prevented him from bypassing it, as that counted as phasing through an object, but if it was just a wall, his sword could just avoid it entirely. This gives me some interesting ideas with combining the Traveler affinity with my spells, Rievin thought as he dried himself off after washing up. Especially if I can see the target, I can launch a spell, and because it's detached from anything, I'll be able to warp it right past the enemy mana shields to devastating effect. Increasing the affinity level will allow me to move things further as well as get the timing of it down better. I wonder if I'll be able to slash my opponents with my sword when I'm standing dozens of yards away once I get the affinity high enough. Can I travel the effect of the attack separately from the object causing the effect? There was still much to learn and experiment with. His Traveler affinity didn't currently let him actually teleport around as Kefira could do, but it somehow shortened the distances between 2 points. He didn't understand the intricacies involved, he just used it to his advantage. Simply walking while infusing his body with the affinity would allow him to move faster than someone galloping on a horse, eventually. There was a knock at his door as Rievin ate a breakfast prepared by one of the maids assigned to Kefira's estate. Rievin got up to answer the door, and he wasn't surprised to find Kaiser waiting for him. Kaiser gave a small wave as he strode right through the door. "Mornin'," he said casually. He walked to the sitting area and dropped a package on the coffee table. "Here's what you asked for yesterday," Kaiser said, dropping into one of the seats and relaxing. "I also have a list of the rewards you can get with your contribution points. I only brought the short list of what's available for purchase, as you wouldn't be able to get any of the more expensive things right now anyway." "It's not a problem," Kaiser waved the appreciation away. "I'm not just here on personal business, though. I'm here to inform you of your duties for the ball as Kefira's Imperial Liaison." Kaiser peeked his eyes over to see if Rievin had any kind of reaction to the news. He rolled his eyes when Rievin simply stared back at him, not surprised at all. "We figured something like that was going to be added," Rievin snorted. "Yeah, well, my mother can't make it easy, you know," Kaiser said. "Basically, you'll be in charge of making sure that the guests are comfortable and well taken care of. Because of the implied nature of the ball, not only are the young men going to be in attendance, but their parents and some sibling will attend as well. For the most part, the parents are going to be entertained by my parents and uncles and aunts, but they're going to have the chance to go and check up on their children attending the ball. Your job is to make sure that they don't have any complaints, or if they do, that it's handled appropriately. So your mother's going to have me running around the ballroom, attending to all of the unimportant guests while their sons try and shmooze my girl." Rievin nodded his head. He shrugged. "I can handle that." "That's it in a nutshell." Kaiser nodded his head to the package. "How is that going to help you out tonight? Are you going to be there?" Rievin asked back. "I'll be making an appearance, but I doubt I'll stick around for the whole thing." Kaiser nodded his head. Then you'll see tonight, Reevan smiled. Kaiser rolled his eyes and stood back up. Fine, don't tell me, he said. I'd love to stick around longer, but I got other things to do. Reevan got up and escorted him to the door, thanking him one more time as he left. He closed the door behind him and turned his attention to the package. One piece down, Reevan thought. It's the most important part, though, and now I just need to wait for Kefira to deliver the accessories to go with it. Is this really necessary? Kefira complained, standing still with her arms outstretched. A seamstress was taking measurements with pins sticking out of her mouth. She made a noise as she took mental note of the numbers on the measuring tape, but didn't say anything yet. I couldn't have grown that much since the last time you measured me. Kefira continued to whine. She was not happy with the current circumstances. She was certain that her mother had scheduled the seamstress to take extensive measurements to simply waste her time, not allowing her to do anything. Luckily, she and Reevan had had some forethought, and they had implemented their plan the night before. She simply had to wait for Cyrilla to deliver the items without her involvement. The seamstress finally backed away and removed the pins from her mouth. It's a good thing I did take your measurements, Your Highness, she said. You might not have gotten any taller than before, and your waistline is still slim as ever, but you would have had an embarrassing time trying to fit any of your current gowns over your bust. I would say that your growth stage isn't quite over, it's just continued in a different area. The seamstress chuckled. It can't be that much of a difference, Kefira said, lowering her arms. She looked down at herself, trying to judge any difference, but she couldn't tell. Any change was too subtle for her to notice, and she had been wearing a breastplate and clothes that constricted her for an extended period of time while she was out adventuring. Oh honey, no, the seamstress shook her head. She walked over to her extensive collection of gowns that had been pulled out for reference, selected one, and brought it over to Kefira. Put it on. Kefira accepted the dress, skepticism written all over her face, and shimmied into it. When she got it up to her chest, even with the back open, she could tell that it was way too small. She forced it up and over, and a maid stepped forward to try and lace the back together. After a couple of moments, Kefira felt the maid stop working, and she turned her head to look at the girl. I'm sorry, miss, but it's not going to work. The maid seemed contrite, almost taking it as a personal failure for not being able to tie the laces together in the back. Can we just add a longer lace? Kefira asked the seamstress. Look in the mirror. She tilted her head toward the long mirror hanging from the wall. Kefira looked in the mirror and found that the dress didn't fit her at all. It wasn't just that the bust was too small and had to be forced into position, but the cut of the dress was now completely off. Instead of accentuating her curves, the dress now hung over her front like a board. She turned around to look at her behind. Everything was fine at her lower back and midsection, but once it got to around her ribcage, the opening in the back was wildly spread apart. I see what you mean, Kefira pouted. I like this dress. That's not a problem, hun, the seamstress comforted. There's not enough material in this one to alter it in any way to fit you, but I made that dress in the first place. I can make you several identical ones that will fit properly and have them ready to go before evening today. I'm a Tier 4 Master Agile Seamstress. The seamstress twirled a needle that materialized in her hand out of nowhere. Kefira was sure there was some sort of system shenanigans going on, as the light perfectly glinted off of the silver needle at just the right time. The seamstress grinned as she struck a pose. Just as quickly as she had made the needle appear and done her little trick, it disappeared as if it had never been there. Kefira didn't know what she did with the needle, as she didn't see any obvious movements to make it appear and disappear, and there didn't seem to be anywhere on the woman convenient enough for her to have grabbed one for her little display. Do you have the sleight of hand skill? Kefira asked. The seamstress held her index finger over her lips. A lady has her secrets, she replied. Now choose some dresses you want me to make, and I'll get started on these right away. Kefira took the current dress off and added it to the pile that she wanted to be made right away. It really had been one of her favorite dresses. She took her time to select 7 more at the approving nod of the seamstress and added them to the pile. The seamstress had one of her assistants scoop them up. The first one will be delivered to your house as soon as it's done, and the rest will be sent over tonight. Of course, it's no problem, no problem. Just make sure you take the chance to let me see what you look like wearing it in the future. I will. The seamstress and her team left the building, and Kefira got dressed again in her casual outfit. She descended the stairs from her private quarters to find Cyrilla waiting for her in the foyer, standing next to the sitting room. Kefira nodded to her and went to sit down for a drink, Cyrilla following behind. The accessories have been delivered, Cyrilla said, pouring a cup of tea for Kefira before pouring one for herself and taking a seat. Very good, Kefira replied, taking a sip. What exactly is the use of such things? Cyrilla asked, genuinely curious. Psychological warfare, Kefira said. Cyrilla quirked an eyebrow at her. That's what Reevan said. He's going to use them to establish his superiority before anyone even says a word. I can see that, Cyrilla nodded her head. Almost everyone who's going to be in attendance tonight isn't going to be old enough to have held an official position, and the few who have won't have anything as impressive as what you gave Reevan. Kefira shook her head. I didn't give them to Reivin. Everything was done according to official protocol, and he earned them. Well, be honest. You had me fill out the recommendation, and you signed the approval. It's hardly standard to basically sign for yourself. Hey, I didn't write the rules, I just followed them, Kefira smirked. Everything was done to the letter, and we didn't leave any flaws. There's nothing anyone can say about it, and it's official record in fact that he did do the things he did. By the way, where is he right now? Your brother Garrett snatched him up a little while ago to talk about his official responsibilities, Cyrilla answered. He told me he would have a meeting with you about them as well since they're actually going to be yours. They're just letting you focus on the ball tonight first, but Reivin wasn't given that courtesy as he's not technically invited. I see. Do you have any idea what those duties are going to be? Kefira asked. Not yet, Cyrilla shook her head. There hasn't been any gossip about it. I'm guessing your parents and siblings haven't spoken about it outside of the petition room, and only the most trusted guards are stationed there when your family is present. State secrets and all that. They would lose their position and possibly be punished if they even mentioned what words your parents used in greeting. Well, it's not a big deal, Kefira shrugged. It's not like they're going to set me up for failure or anything. They're just taking up Reivin's time before the ball. That's the only reason they're having the meeting with him now. There's no reason he couldn't have just been present while they told me about it. Doesn't it piss you off a bit what your mother's doing? Cyrilla asked. Not really, Kefira said dismissively. I was at first, but Reivin seemed confident. It's kind of fun, actually. I get to see my man shine, and that's the entire goal of what my parents are doing anyway. I have faith in him. Are you not worried about your reputation or the backlash you might receive from the other nobles once the truth comes out? Nope, that's what my parents are for. It's their job to protect me and shield me from such things. It would only be my responsibility if I was the one to cause the trouble, but this is the bed that they're making. Plus, this particular event will let me show off my dazzling dress in front of Reivin. What about all the other eyes that are going to be on you? They can count themselves lucky. I'm no stranger to being the focus of public attention, but it's all incidental for them. Fair enough. I heard Reivin practicing in the backyard this morning. Kefira changed the subject. I think it would be a good idea for you to join him. Me, with that monster. What about you? Why don't you join him? Cyrilla was taken aback. I would, but my skill level is so far lower than his that I would just be a distraction, Kefira explained. You, on the other hand, have an actual chance to learn something and further your skills. Once my mother is finally appeased with his performance and she backs off, I'll have time to join him in the mornings. For now, just getting some time to practice our affinities and mana skills in the evenings will be hard enough. Okay, if you really feel that way. I guess I'll get my will written out in my estate in order. Kefira slapped Cyrilla on the shoulder playfully. It's not that bad. Speak for yourself, Cyrilla snorted. He's careful with you because he likes you. I'm afraid he might actually kill me with the intensity of his training. I know he's pretty amazing, isn't he? Kefira got a wistful look in her eye. That's not at all what I said, Cyrilla replied. So handsome. Are you even listening anymore? Kefira brought her attention back to the present and giggled. The two girls continued to discuss various things, mostly focused on the gossip they had missed while they were gone that Cyrilla had picked up. The maids in the household weren't just useful for taking care of everyday chores. They also had an extensive spy network, or the equivalent of one, and Cyrilla had long cultivated them to keep her in the loop of anything interesting. It was easier to approach her and talk about such things than it was to Kefira. Kefira didn't have anything to do other than prepare for the ball at this time, and she didn't have time to meet with any of her other friends or acquaintances ahead of time, so the two of them just spent a leisurely afternoon together. It wasn't long before a replica of Kefira's favorite dress appeared, and it was time to put it on. The dress that she chose was a deep purple with an open back. It had frills around the edges, nothing fancy, but they accentuated the cut most appropriately. Kefira was extremely pleased with the outcome. She topped it off with a simple white jade crown and some pearl earrings. She hadn't had the chance to put on any kind of jewelry in front of Reivin before, as it wasn't practical while adventuring, and she didn't take any with her. Kefira was a natural beauty, so she didn't usually wear any makeup, but she knew her mother would reproach her if she didn't make an effort this evening. She simply went with some lipstick, blush, and eyeliner. It wasn't anything fancy, and it was a subtle accentuation of her natural looks. Her hair was done up in the back with another white jade hairpin, and it fell in ringlets to frame her face. They didn't wear anything like a corset in the circles of the Wispen nobility, and the dress wasn't too tight as to be uncomfortable. She could move and breathe easily enough, and she didn't need a corset to highlight her curves. She nodded at herself in the mirror, pleased with her looks. She anticipated Reivin's reaction when he laid his eyes on her. He would escort her to the ballroom, a building separate from the main palace but on the opposite side of the living areas. She descended the stairs to the foyer, and she got her first glimpse of Reivin standing there. She saw the look on his face, and she was sure that her expression mirrored his. She had seen him in the Drallo uniform several times, but he struck a completely different imposing figure in the uniform of the Wispen Imperial Army. Reivin's eyes never left her, and she almost stumbled when she didn't look away from him either. The thing that Rievin had asked Kaiser to deliver him this morning had been a fitted officer's uniform, and Kefira and Cyrilla had worked together to requisition some medals to adorn it. Because of Rievin's commission in Orc and his subsequent transfer to Wispen as Kefira's imperial liaison, he was technically commissioned as a lieutenant. He didn't get to keep a one-for-one transfer of his rank, but Kefira had written the recommendation of making the technicalities fully official, and Kaiser had signed off on them as the commanding general of the expeditionary army. Kefira and Cyrilla had done something similar for the medals. Cyrilla had written up the recommendation letters based on his actual combat achievements, and Kefira, as the commander of the battalion he served in at the time, had signed off on them. It was skirting the line of what was possible, but the rules were quite clear that it was perfectly justifiable. As a Wispen imperial family member that had taken charge of a vassal army, it had technically been within the chain of command of the Wispen military. The most important medals that one could achieve required either the Council of Nobles or the monarch's signature, but Kefira didn't seek out those awards for him. She had chosen the medals very specifically and then added the valor designation to them because they had been achieved during combat. He stood with a lieutenant's insignia on his shoulders, his imperial liaison insignia on his lapel, and 7 medals hanging from his left chest. The Wispen Imperial Army uniform was white with gold trim and buttons for the officers, and he looked quite dashing to Kefira's eyes. The cut was more in line with the aesthetics of what she was used to than the uniform of Orc had been. She walked up to him, and they simply stared into each other's eyes for a moment. He finally held his arm out, and she looped one of hers around it to rest her hand on his forearm. "Milady," he gestured with his free hand, and Kefira smiled up at him.